I woke up to find myself as Jiang Jiji, a villainous character in a strange story. According to the system in my head, my role was to sabotage the life of the perfect heroine, committing horrible crimes in the process. The system warned me that the previous players who took this role all died early. My mission? Survive the dangerous plot and win a fortune. Easy, right? Not really. The first hurdle came when I found myself in a dramatic situation with Pei Henian, a cold, powerful man with a tragic backstory. I had somehow tied him to a bed, his shirt ripped open, his muscles tense, and his eyes full of anger. He threatened me, but I couldn't let him kill me. Thinking fast, I broke down in tears, pretending to confess years of unrequited love. My dramatic act confused him enough to stop him from hurting me for now. In my mind, I wasn't just crying for survival. I was also remembering fragments of my own past, trapped in darkness, alone and forgotten. But now I had a chance to change everything, and I wasn't going to waste it. I clung to Pei Henian, putting on the performance of my life to keep him from seeing through me. When he finally calmed down, I couldn't help but ask a ridiculous question about his age. His reaction, confusion and annoyance, was strangely satisfying. This was only the beginning of my chaotic, unexpected journey in this world, where I had to outsmart the system, the characters, and my own unlucky fate. It was a stormy night, the wind howling outside, but inside the room, everything was eerily quiet. Pei Henian stood there, looking at me with his usual cold, unreadable expression. His sharp features were highlighted by the light, making him seem both distant and imposing. I had just finished untying him, deciding to stop my act of pretending to be madly in love. I told him outright that I didn't like him anymore, that he didn't fit my ideal. His reaction? Silence, and a look that screamed disbelief. He fixed his shirt, grabbed his jacket, and seemed ready to leave. But I panicked. The system in my head warned me about what happened to the others before me. They all got hurt badly by him. I couldn't let that happen. I nervously called out his name, stumbled into his arms, and clung to him like my life depended on it, asking if he was really going to hurt me. His answer? A cold no. Yet, despite his harsh words, he seemed oddly careful, as if afraid to scare me further. Just when things were settling, a noise came from the bathroom. Pei Henian and I both turned to see another man, bound and injured, kneeling on the floor. The scene was shocking, and his sarcastic remark about serving me together only made things worse. Pei Henian's cold, deadly gaze turned on me. He accused me of replacing him despite my supposed undying love. His anger was palpable as he loomed over me, demanding the truth. I tried to explain, stammering that there was nothing between me and the man in the bathroom. But Pei Henian wasn't convinced. He gripped my chin, his touch both threatening and strangely intimate, forcing me to face him. Desperately, I reassured him that he was the only one I cared about. Somehow, that seemed to get to him. His ears turned red, though he quickly denied it when I pointed it out. In an effort to lighten the mood, I blurted out nonsense about liking Peppa Pig and how pink suited me better than anything he could offer. It was chaotic, embarrassing, and terrifying, but I was determined to survive. Even as the tension hung in the air, I knew I had to keep playing my role, outsmarting both Pei Henian and the system. I found myself in yet another mess, surrounded by chaos that only seemed to escalate. First, Pei Henian stormed out, clearly furious at my ridiculous suggestion that he needed enhancements to meet my expectations. His icy demeanor and sharp words stung, but I managed to keep my calm facade until he left the room. Or so I thought. Before I could catch my breath, my attention turned to Lu Xian, the injured man kneeling on the wet floor. His cold, lifeless gaze and scarred body made me uneasy, but I couldn't ignore the faint pity rising in me. He handed me a cane, expecting me to continue the original character's cruel behavior, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I grabbed a towel, wrapped it around him, and patted his head gently, like a stray dog. His reaction was frozen shock, while I walked away, pretending nothing had happened. As if that wasn't awkward enough, Pei Henian returned. His sharp gaze made it clear he didn't believe a word of my promises to reform. He didn't say much, but made his skepticism painfully obvious. Meanwhile, I fumbled with the locked door, desperately trying to escape the situation. Then, things got worse. A loud crash came from the wardrobe. My heart sank as Pei Henian's eyes locked onto the sound. Before I could explain, the wardrobe door was kicked open, sending wood splinters flying. Out stepped another man, a handsome, disheveled youth with piercing blue eyes. He glared at me with fury, shouting, "Jiang Zhizhi, you're finished." At that moment, I realized my situation was spiraling out of control. 3 men, each with their own baggage and tempers, were now tangled in my chaotic life. All I could do was brace myself for the fallout. Everything was chaos. Just as I was trying to handle one furious man, another stormed in, angrier than the first. This time, it was Shijin, my childhood friend turned famous actor. His presence only made things worse. The system in my head warned me about his grudge. He was drugged by the original Jiang Zhizhi, my unfortunate predecessor, and wanted revenge. Apparently, his past victims didn't end well, and I was next in line. Shijin was livid, accusing me of trying to manipulate him. I tried to defuse the situation, but things spiraled further when I pointed out his unzipped pants. His embarrassment quickly turned to more rage. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, the quiet and wounded man I supposedly kept, watched the drama unfold with a faint, unreadable smile. And then there was Pei Henian, the cold and dangerous man standing by, his sharp eyes cutting through me. He mocked me for juggling 3 men and hinted that my actions would come back to bite me. I had to think fast. Putting on my most innocent and sweet expression, I declared my true love for Pei Henian, brushing off the others as mere distractions. It didn't entirely work. Shijin wasn't buying it. He demanded answers and lashed out at Lu Xian, landing a punch that sent him sprawling onto the couch. But something about Lu Xian's reaction unnerved me. His faint smirk and dark, calculating eyes hinted at a far more complex game. When Shijin turned his fury back on me, I acted on impulse. I slapped him. The sound was sharp, and my hand stung, but it stopped him in his tracks. He froze, touching his face in disbelief. The scent of my perfume seemed to daze him, leaving him confused and silent. For a moment, the room fell into an uneasy quiet. I stood there, surrounded by 3 men with wildly different emotions: rage, calculation, and icy indifference. The storm outside mirrored the one brewing inside, and I couldn't help but feel like I was walking a tightrope over disaster. I couldn't believe my life had turned into such a mess. Thunder crashed outside as I stood in a room, face to face with Shijin, my childhood friend and now a famous actor. He was furious, his face flushed from whatever drug had been in his system. And yet, instead of fighting back when I grabbed his tie and dragged him into another room, he followed. His anger was palpable, but I had no time for it. I told him everything, how the party downstairs was full of powerful people, including his crush, Qiao Yan, and how everyone was vying for her attention. I spun my story, claiming I had drugged him and caused chaos all for his sake, to create a chance for him to win Qiao Yan's heart. The words flowed effortlessly, a mix of truth and lies, but his reaction was unexpected. Instead of lashing out, his eyes softened, emotions swirling beneath the surface. I reminded him of our shared childhood, of the bond we once had, and how much he meant to me. It wasn't entirely a lie. I truly did care for him, though not in the way he seemed to want. My words hit harder than I expected. His usual confidence cracked, and for a moment, he looked at me as if I were the most important person in the world. Just as I thought I could walk away, he stopped me. His hand caught my wrist, his voice raw as he stumbled over apologies, his earlier anger gone. He clung to me like a lost puppy, his blue eyes pleading. "Gigi, I'm sorry," he whispered, his tone so soft it didn't match his towering frame. He pressed my hand to his cheek, complaining about the slap I gave him earlier, about how much he missed me. His words were so desperate it caught me off guard. The room was heavy with tension, his emotions spilling out in waves, but I couldn't let myself be swayed. I slipped free, leaving him holding only a small medicine box I'd pressed into his hand. As I walked away, I heard him call after me, his voice breaking with something I couldn't quite place. When I reached the main room, everyone turned to stare as Shijin followed me, completely changed. The once proud, furious man was now humble, almost pitiful. He begged me not to leave him, his words tumbling over themselves as he apologized again and again. He even leaned down, trying to make me feel his flesh skin, saying he was burning up. I stood there, caught between disbelief and the absurdity of it all, wondering how I'd gotten myself into this mess. Shijin's vulnerable display was almost too much, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw Pei Henian and Lu Xian watching the scene unfold, their expressions unreadable. One thing was clear, I was surrounded by chaos, and it was all tied to me. Two figures were entangled. The unruly mixed blood actor lowered his eyes, and the dazzling and gorgeous crystal lamp made his already distinct features even clearer. Shijin's mother was Croatian, and he inherited half of his mother's Yugoslav blood. His eyes were blue, and his profile was three-dimensional. Even the way he was coaxing people in a low voice was pleasing to the eye. "Does your hand hurt, Gigi? Do you want to hit me again? Are you still angry? It's all my fault, it's my fault. If you are still angry with me, you have been in poor health since you were a child. Don't let me tire you. Gigi, don't be angry with me, calm down." A few steps away, Lu Xian, who was also whipped by the whip, felt the burning pain in his body and looked at the two figures coldly. I don't know when the malice in his eyes turned into disbelief, and his eyebrows were furrowed. Jiang Ziji, who had humiliated him for many years, was an out-and-out idiot. His head was empty, and his mouth was full of lies. Despicable and shameless, extremely hypocritical. All her former friends and classmates hated her and stayed away from her. Even a few days ago, when Jiang Ziji tortured him, she kept cursing her parents for being partial, ignoring their own daughter, but loving Qiao Yan, cursing her cousin Qiao Yan for being shameless, staying at their house, eating and drinking for free, and deliberately competing with her for favor, just to seize her property. She seemed to think that the world revolved around her, so she was not satisfied with anyone. She scolded her former friends for looking down on others and not taking her to play. She scolded the teachers for being poor and deliberately targeting her in homework. She scolded her fiancé for not knowing how to give gifts to please her. She scolded Pei Henian for being an ice-faced old who no one wanted. Even her childhood sweetheart Shijin, she had been maliciously insulted countless times by her. She even went online to make false revelations, deliberately discrediting Shijin and sending fake materials to Shijin's black fans. No one in this world likes Jiang Ziji. But why did everything change in just a few minutes? Didn't Shijin already have annoyance with her and parted ways with her? Why was he apologizing to her in the blink of an eye? What tricks did she use? Suspicion flashed in Lu Xian's eyes, and he turned to look at the noble and elegant man on the other side, this leader in the upper circle, the head of the Pei family in S City, a business tycoon with both fame and fortune, and a self-disciplined jailing flower. Rumor has it that he has thrown out many people who tried to climb into his bed, and taught them a lesson to serve as a warning to others. But now, after being offended by Jiang Ziji, he can still forgive the other party with generosity. Puzzlement flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. Suddenly, the other party's eyes turned and fell on him, with aloofness and a trace of warmth. But for some reason, Lu Xian still vaguely felt the subtle displeasure in Pei Henian's attitude. However, before he could think about it, Pei Henian withdrew his gaze lightly and looked at the two figures. A few minutes, the distance of a door. A stark contrast of emotions. Pei Henian's cold eyes were filled with a certain probing emotion, and his tall nose cast a shadow on his face as he tilted his head slightly. How did they make up so quickly? What happened in the room? Could it be that the boy surnamed she is 40 centimeters tall? And he was generous enough to show it to her? Pei Henian had a strange look on his face and couldn't help thinking, or is he also a fan? Realizing what he was thinking, Pei Henian paused and quickly looked away. Over there, Jin, who was begging for mercy, had already developed from please forgive me to if you don't forgive me, I will go to my aunt. Anyway, you have to forgive me. And there was a faint sound coming from the place across the wall. At the same time, the mechanical sound of a system sounded at the right time. Friendly reminder, there are still 3 minutes before your fiancé breaks in. The taskers you bound to before all failed in the plot of catching the adulterer. The male protagonist succeeded in catching the adulterer and was furious. He would cancel the engagement on the spot, and you were ruined and deserted by everyone. Without the identity of the prince's fiancée and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, everyone you have offended will take crazy revenge on you. The 2 surviving taskers were offline in this way. The first one had his hands and lungs chopped off and died of depression due to online violence. The second one was crushed into meat paste by a truck. Multiple failures have made the main plot unable to advance, so the data system has screened and found you many times, hoping that you can complete the task. If the task fails again, this world will be permanently destroyed. Therefore, the plot of catching the adulterer is an important node for your survival, and it is also the key point for whether this world will be destroyed. Be careful, Jiang Jiji. Her eyes quickly swept over the 3 people in front of her. Jin, disheveled and flushed. Lu Xian, wrapped in a bath towel and soaked all over. And Pei Henian, who seemed well-dressed but actually had lipstick on his neck. In the mirror a few steps away, her figure was also reflected a short off-shoulder skirt, fishnet stockings, and a thin red bow at the top, which showed the plump soft flesh between the snow-white thighs. The hair was messy and the lipstick was smudged. What a hearty and lewd visual experience. Jiang Ziji's eyes went dark, and suddenly she heard a faint sound outside the door. The metal was turned, as if someone was unlocking the door. 2 minutes ago, in the magnificent corridor, Qiao Yan, wearing a vintage white dress and long hair, stretched out her arms to block Gu Yuji. Master Gu, did you misunderstand Jiji? She is not that kind of person. Although she usually has a bad temper and occasionally hits people, she is not a bad person by nature. She would not do that with several men at the same time. Qiao Yan's face flushed with shame, as if she couldn't continue. But the more she said this, the more she added fuel to the fire. The man she stopped was tall and handsome, about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a silver-gray high-end suit, gloomy and evil like Shura. Gu Yuji's face was cold and hard, and Qiao Yan stammered. Jiji just has a bad temper and likes to play, but she is not a bad person. And I am her cousin, and I have the responsibility to take care of her. Gu Xiao, if you are angry, take it out on me. Don't blame Jiji. She is used to being a little princess at home, lawless. She can't stand it. The man withdrew his sinister gaze from her face and strode forward. Qiao Yan staggered, and she screamed weakly. Unfortunately, the man who strode away in front ignored her. Qiao Yan leaned against the wall, dialed a number slowly, and then panicked into the phone. Aunt, come quickly.
Jiji.
Jiji made the prince very angry. I can't stop him at all. A woman's questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. Qiao Yan sobbed and shook her head. Aunt, come quickly. Jiji was caught having an affair with another man. The moment the phone was hung up, Qiao Yan lifted her long hair that fell by her ears, and a certain mockery appeared on her beautiful face. Today is a banquet held by the Jiang family. On the surface, it is to celebrate the birthday of the aunt, but in fact it is to announce the news of the marriage between the Gu and Jiang families. It's just a nice thing to say that the marriage is a good thing. Everyone knows that with the Gu family status, Jiang Jiji can climb up to the family. It's a blessing accumulated for 8 generations. For the face of the Gu family, there are especially many guests and friends present tonight, and the aunt's family is even more popular, and every move is eye-catching. The timing of her call was perfect, as her aunt was going to give a speech and everyone was paying attention. If others heard the call, it was likely that her aunt would not be the only one rushing over. When everyone is watching, everyone's words can make a person appear guilty. She wanted to see how her aunt could cover up for such a nasty daughter. Qiao Yan smiled. wiped off the lipstick on her lips in front of the mirror, and applied a layer of light-colored lip glaze, making a pitiful, fragile, and innocent expression. She didn't continue to move forward until everything was perfect, and there were messy footsteps and noises coming from not far away. 2 minutes later, the door of her room was blocked. The crowd was noisy, and the clanging sound of unlocking continued to come. The thunder outside the window was accompanied by whispers, which successfully made Gu Yuji's face darker. Seeing that the prince was unhappy, the noise became quieter, but it was still difficult to hide the excitement of watching the show. Qiao Yan stood beside Gu Yu timidly, her voice aggrieved. "Master Gu, I'm sorry. I didn't know so many people would come, and I didn't expect it to be like this." The tall man glanced at her coldly. Qiao Yan was disappointed and stood beside Zhang's mother, holding her arm. "Aunt, we all have to believe in our cousin. Although she is a little spoiled, she is your daughter after all, and she can't do such a shameless thing." Zhang's mother, who was wearing a cheongsam, patted her hands, her eyes numb. The surroundings were in a mess, with people talking about it all the time. What's going on? Jiang Jiji really had an affair with another man, and in this room? That's impossible. With the prince's conditions, she had to work so hard to get into his bed, and only then did they get engaged. How could she be so bold as to have an affair before even getting married? She's just short-sighted. But it's true. I heard that the prince was very annoyed about this marriage. He didn't even attend the engagement party last week. He went racing with his childhood friend to vent his anger.
Who would be happy about that?
I heard that something happened that night, and the prince's wine was spiked. How coincidental! As soon as the prince left, the young lady of the Jiang family disappeared from the box. Less than 2 hours later, the incident broke out. I've also heard that our young lady of the Jiang family got into that circle with the help of her friends. Now, even her friends were kicked out of the circle. Oh, how stupid. She has the only chance to cross classes in her life, and she ruined it herself. I didn't expect that someone would dare to cuckold someone of Mr. Gu's status. Jiang Jiji is so bold. Probably he was looking for excitement, but he didn't expect to get too far. Amid the voices that came one after another, with a loud thunder, the lock tongue bounced. The door opened. Several voices came out from the door, and vaguely someone could hear words like, "Do you want it or not?" Gu Yuji's handsome face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was about to tick the door. Suddenly, Qiao Yan blocked the door with lightning speed, facing the furious Gu Yuji and the group of people watching the show with tears in her eyes, with her slender body. "Please don't be like this. Gigi may have done something wrong, but please don't embarrass her for the sake of the Jiang family, and don't take pictures." It would have been better if she didn't mention it. As soon as she reminded, someone quickly picked up the phone. Qiao Yan burst into tears. "Mr. Gu, please, can you please not go in? If this door is opened, Gigi will be ruined." Gu Yuji raised his hand with a sullen face, wanting to pull her away. But for some reason, the next moment, Gu Yuji's movements froze, and his palm froze in place. Qiao Yan wiped her tears, secretly delighted in her heart. He must have been moved by his weak yet tough image. After all, the lustful and passionate Jiang Jiji has a cousin as tough and beautiful as herself, and it is reasonable for the prince to look at him with admiration. Qiao Yan's eyes were filled with tears, and she was about to continue to exaggerate, but she heard a faint voice. "Why is Jiang Jiji ruined?" Qiao Yan spoke subconsciously, because she is having an affair with several men. The next moment, her spine felt cold. Amid the storm and whispers outside the window, Qiao Yan turned her head with difficulty and saw Jiang Jiji's overly beautiful face appear in her sight. With mockery, "Qiao Yan, my parents were kind enough to let you live in the Jiang family and provide you with food and drink, and you deliberately discredited me in front of everyone?" Qiao Yan was stunned, her pupils dilated. The artificial crying expression froze on her face, like a painted skin with uneven paint. There was a sense of inferiority. How could it be? She saw with her own eyes that Jiang Jiji took the medicine and took those people in. On the opposite side, the smile on Jiang Jiji's face disappeared little by little, and her overly delicate and pretty face was cold, like a little devil, staring at her. "It's raining heavily today. You ungrateful, ungrateful person. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Qiao Yan's body trembled, and she took a step back. The scrutinizing eyes of the people around her fell on Qiao Yan, accompanied by the sound of whispers and discussions. The great shock was accompanied by the sound of pointing and accusing, and Qiao Yan's face showed a kind of unnatural expression. Her face was burning, as if she had been greatly humiliated. She pursed her lips, and in the corner of her eyes, behind Jiang Jiji in a dress, was an open mahjong table, with 3 men sitting under the bright light. The handsome and gentle Pei Henian, holding a teacup, with his back against the boundless wind and rain. A pair of cold phoenix eyes looked over with displeasure of being disturbed. The thin and gloomy Liu Xian was wearing a well-dressed suit. His hand just after playing poker was suspended in the air. The handsome Shi Jin crossed his legs, his peach blossom eyes fixed on Jiang Jiji, his blue eyes full of love. The neat living room, the aroma of tea, the howling autumn wind and heavy rain outside the huge French window, the normal card game, no ambiguous atmosphere. The girl who was in the center of everyone's sight leaned against the door, spoiled and flamboyant, and vicious daughter. The almond eyes swept across the people opposite inch by inch, and finally fell on the tall man with the most outstanding appearance. Character: Gu Yuji. Setting: crazy jealous king, unbridled and heartless, the prince of Beijing Circle. Experience: the wife of the charming heroine Qiao Yan. He played with people's hearts in the early stage, chased his wife to the crematorium in the later stage. The superior bowed his head for love, and inlaid 22 beads to serve the heroine well. Jiang Ziji's pupils were dilated, and the cold expression on her face almost couldn't hold back. Serving the heroine well? Inlaid with 22 beads? The real bead brother male protagonist, such a niche description. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Ziji learned her lesson from touching Pei Henian's thigh and did not move her eyes to look down. She stared at her nominal fiancé with a complicated expression. Gu Yuji's narrow eyes also fell on her. The wind and rain were howling outside the window, and the lights in the room enveloped the two of them. Amid the slight noise, Gu Yuji narrowed his narrow eyes and pushed away Qiao Yan, who was in the way. He looked meaningfully at the girl in front of him, his nominal fiancé, with a smile. "So you look like this." The deep voice was very low. In a low and hoarse voice, with a kind of excitement of staring at the prey, each word was pronounced. "Jiji, you are so beautiful." Jiang Ziji also looked at him. From the system's description of Gu Yuji, he was willful, crazy, and beaded, and he also played with people's hearts. He was definitely a legal guy. He was even praising her beauty in a sinister way. Was he trying to scratch his face? Jiang Ziji's heart trembled. It seems that the cancellation of engagement should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Having made up her mind, Jiang Jiji leaned against the door with her coat on her shoulders. The scattered hair on the side of her ear fell on her collarbone, making her small face look even whiter and more delicate. She just looked at her fiancé and said softly, "Mr. Gu brought such a large group of people here. It can't be just to say hello to me?" Since Gu Yuji is the male protagonist of this world, he must be attracted to Qiao Yan. I'm afraid he can't wait to draw a line between them. However, before Gu Yuji could speak, Qiao Yan, who was sobbing beside him, took action first. She hugged Jiang Jiji's arm and cried, "Jiji, you misunderstood Mr.
Gu.
The people below said that you left with a few men. I was worried that something happened to you and planned to come to check the situation. As a result, I met Mr. Gu. It's all my fault. I listened to others and believed them. You are right to beat me, scold me, and kick me out. But please don't blame Mr. Gu. You two just got engaged. This relationship is not easy to come by. Don't quarrel because of a misunderstanding." Qiao Yan cried and spoke, and almost every word was tearful. It seemed that she had suffered a lot of injustice. Just a few simple words, if heard by people who didn't know the truth, they might think she was the victim. The excitement in his eyes was interrupted, and Gu Yuji glanced at the woman named Jiang Ziji's cousin with some displeasure. but his glance seemed to make the other party more excited. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be so concerned and impulsive that I misled you without knowing the truth. It made Gigi lose her temper with you. In the sight of everyone, Qiao Yan, who was wearing a white dress and looked like a fairy, cried and almost choked, speaking intermittently, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please don't blame Gigi. She is too young. Gu Yuji narrowed his eyes when he heard the voice. He originally had deep features and a face with eyebrows overshadowing his eyes. He looked very fierce when he was expressionless. He just stared at Qiao Yan straight, as if he had heard something very interesting, and curled his lips. Why should I blame Gigi? Gu Yuji's playful smile fell on the men in front of the poker table, and then turned his face and scanned the people in the room. He raised his hand and held Jiang Ziji's wrist. Jiang Ziji's eyelids twitched and suddenly opened her eyes wide. In her sight, the man with a pair of fox eyes and an unpredictable mind was holding her finger. In full view of everyone, he put it to her lips and gave her a burning kiss. The breath he exhaled swept across her fingers, and Jiang Ziji's delicate fingertips couldn't help but curl up. The next moment, the gentleman-like man took her wrist and gently pulled her into his arms. The slender and strong arm was loosely placed behind the girl's waist. A thin waist that was hooked by the dress was pressed against the inside of the man's arm through a thin layer of clothes. Gu Yuji's voice contained a smile, and he lowered his eyes to look at his little fiancée in his arms. Gigi is so young. What could be wrong? He glanced meaningfully at the men in front of the poker table, and not surprisingly saw Shijin's tense face. Gu Yuji sneered, turned his head and looked at Qiao Yan. It is indeed your fault. You hinted to me that my fiancé had an accident, and at the same time you covered it up, trying to arouse my anger. Jiang Ziji stared at Gu Yuji in shock, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Qiao Yan's expression was stiff. The next moment, she quickly returned to her pitiful and weak appearance, whispering, although, I don't know why Mr. Gu misunderstood me. I will not shirk my responsibility. As long as I can let you and your cousin vent your anger and don't quarrel, I can do anything. Gu Yuji seemed to smile, then go to Hades. A thunder outside the window illuminated Qiao Yan's pale face. The room was silent, but after a moment, Gu Yuji smiled again. Just a joke. Since Miss Qiao sincerely admits her mistake, it is better for her to move out of the Jiang family as soon as possible. After all, Gigi and I are engaged, and the wedding should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. You, an outsider who spreads gossips, living in the Jiang family, I don't know what trouble you will cause. Lightning illuminated Gu Yuji's eyebrows and eyes, reflecting the almost sharp contours. The mixed whispers made her embarrassed and ashamed. Is she the cousin of the Jiang family? I don't know what her intention is to spread gossips in front of her future brother-in-law. I heard that she refused to leave the Jiang family and has lived there for several years. President Jiang and his wife treat her better than their own daughter. What an ungrateful person. I'm afraid she is jealous of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, so she wants to deliberately mess up her marriage. She looks weak, but listen to what she said. She is a 1,000-year-old fox. What kind of strange stories from a Chinese studio is she playing here? Does she really think others are stupid? Qiao Yan's face turned red and white. Countless eyes fell on her, and the atmosphere in the room was extremely anxious. Qiao Yan looked to the side and shouted "Aunt." The next moment, she covered her chest and knelt on the ground as if she couldn't breathe. Yan Yan.
Yan Yan.
Is your asthma acting up again? Someone come quickly. Call the doctor over. A trembling woman's voice sounded, and Qiao Yan fell to the ground. The room was almost in chaos. Jiang Ziji looked at this sudden development of the plot and was a little confused. Only the man who was holding her smiled and said in a faint tone, Miss Qiao, you are quite good at choosing the time to be sick. The next moment, the pair of deep fox eyes fell on her face. Jiang Ziji felt creepy when she was stared at and subconsciously pursed her lips. The big hand with distinct joints fell on the side of her face, lingering from the jaw to the earlobe. The touched place was accompanied by a tingling numbness until the hair by the ear was lifted up, revealing the pink earlobe. The tall man leaned over, breathed hot air on her earlobe, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "One of the earrings is lost. Darling, tell your husband, what did you place secretly?" Jiang Ziji's eyelids twitched violently. She didn't know if it was because of the intimate word darling or because of the hot breath on her earlobe. Or maybe it was because she didn't notice that an earring flew away in just 3 minutes. The man's fingers caressed her face. Gu Yuji's handsome face was magnified because of the distance. His narrow and long fox eyes looked at her playfully, with a bit of evil. Jiang Ziji, who was always good at deceiving men, stumbled over the words in her mouth.
No.
This sentence was said vaguely. It was not known whether it meant that it was not lost, or that it meant that nothing was done. The soft voice spread in the air, and in the surrounding noise, it penetrated Gu Yuji's ears too clearly. Too close, the breath with fragrance also brushed his face, warm and hot, very attractive. When their eyes met, the black and white moist almond eyes, long eyelashes flickered, looked pure and pitiful. Gu Yuji's Adam's apple pressed down, and the arms around the girl's waist tightened slightly. The next moment, a figure suddenly fell on him, and Shi Jin's voice sounded, forcibly pulling the two of them apart. "Mr. Gu, respect yourself." Gu Yuji stood up straight, watching Shi Jin's action of pulling Jiang Ziji's wrist. His voice was cold. "What should I respect myself with my fiancé?" The pair of blue eyes looked at him. Shi Jin was not to be outdone. "Even if we get married, we can get divorced, not to mention that Mr. Gu and Gigi are only verbally engaged. Mr. Gu wants to assert his sovereignty. Why not wait until we get married? We have to get married. No need for the big actor to worry about it." Gu Yuji put his arm around Jiang Gigi's waist, looked down at the person in his arms, and said in a gentler voice, "Maybe we should get married earlier, Gigi. We didn't take precautions that night, and I'm not responsible for getting pregnant before marriage." Jiang Ziji. Shi Jin's pupils dilated rapidly, and he just held Jiang Ziji's wrist tighter, whispering, "Don't be afraid, Gigi. If you really get pregnant, it's mine." Jiang Ziji. She hurriedly asked the system about what happened that night. The inorganic voice of the system came, concisely, "We didn't do it." When she came back to her senses, the two tall and handsome men on her left and right were arguing fiercely, and they were afraid that others would hear them, so they had already started arguing in a low voice. "Little brat, are you weaned? Are you crazy about being a father? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm an old man, and I'm not your father." Seeing the accumulated low pressure getting lower and lower, there were curious eyes looking over from the people surrounding Qiao Yan not far away. Jiang Ziji's ears felt hot, and she quickly pulled the two people who were calling Dad next to her. "Don't say any more." Gu Yuji lowered his Adam's apple and swallowed the unfinished words. Shi Jin squeezed Jiang Ziji's wrist and gave her a reassured expression. Coincidentally, Qiao Yan's symptoms over there had stabilized. Jiang's mother touched her head distressfully and then walked over here. But when her eyes fell on Jiang Ziji's face, she couldn't help frowning, with a strong disgust. Jiang Ziji blinked slowly. For some reason, although it was obviously a stranger she met after traveling through the book, Jiang's mother's look made her feel very uncomfortable. She felt wronged, sad, and wanted to cry. Her heart seemed to be tightened by something. However, with just a short glance, Jiang's mother's eyes left her, and she returned to her steady and elegant demeanor. "Mr. Gu, Gigi is reckless and makes a fool of herself. Mr. Gu, if you have any ideas, you must speak up. We can discuss anything." Obviously, in the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Ziji did nothing wrong, but Jiang's mother, as her biological mother, indiscriminately belittled her daughter and even hinted that he could cancel the engagement. A subtle light flashed in Gu Yuji's eyes, and his voice was low. "Auntie, you're joking. Gigi and I are engaged. From now on, we'll be a family. You can just call me Yuji, like my mother." As if she didn't expect him to say that, Jiang's mother got stuck in her words. After all, Everyone knows that the prince of the Gu family was reluctant to get married, and it was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family who used tricks and stripped off her clothes to set up a trap, which made Jiang's mother suffer a lot of pressure both openly and secretly. Originally, she thought that after such a commotion today, the Jiang family would definitely lose face and lose this marriage. But unexpectedly, the prince of the Gu family did not want to cancel the engagement. Before Jiang's mother understood, Jin took another step forward, and there are a lot of things at home today and you need to take care of everything. He looked at Jiang's mother with a smile, with a well-behaved face as a junior. Don't worry about things here. I'm here, and I will take good care of everything. Mother Jiang opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know how to start. Before, their family was close to the Shi family and Gigi and Jin were childhood sweethearts, but later the two children had a conflict, and the two families almost stopped communicating. How come these two are getting close again in the blink of an eye? Mother Jiang's eyes moved down, watching Jin's movement of holding Jiang Gigi's wrist, a little dazed. Jiang Gigi struggled. Jin smiled and let go of the other's hand. He still stood beside Jiang Gigi, looking at the man named Jiang Gigi's fiancé, and curled the corners of his lips. I'm sorry, Gigi and I have a good relationship since childhood and grew up together. When Gigi was young, she was in poor health, and I always held Gigi's hand to go to and from school. Auntie should remember it. I haven't changed over the years, and I accidentally touched Gigi's wrist just now. Mr. Gu won't mind, right? Looking at his hypocritical look, Gu Yuji's teeth were about to break. I don't mind. After getting a satisfactory answer, Jin smiled. His pair of blue peach eyes sparkled as he looked at Jiang Ziji and continued, Your fiancé doesn't mind being held by someone else's hand. That young Master Gu is quite generous. Gu Yuji clenched his fist. It got hard. Completely hard. Someone shouted, Wake up. Wake up not far away, and the sound of Qiao Yan calling aunt came in the air again. Jiang's mother quickly made a hey sound. She greeted Pei Henian at the card table from a distance and nodded to the two young men next to Jiang Ziji. But for her own daughter, she didn't even look at her, and turned and left. With the sound of footsteps in twos and threes, the crowd of onlookers began to disperse. Qiao Yan covered her chest while being supported by Jiang's mother and looked back. Aunt, but Gigi. Don't mention her. Mother Jiang's voice came without much emotion. Qiao Yan turned her face to the side and curled the corners of her lips towards Jiang Gigi. With the sound of clang, the door opened. The figure disappeared. The room was quiet, with a strange peace. Gu Yuji followed his little fiancé back to the card table. It was as if he saw the people at the card table. Looking at Pei Henian in a neat dark suit, Henian is here too? The Gu and Pei families are old friends. The Gu family is in politics and the Pei family is a business giant. With decades of friendly support, the elders in the family also have in-laws, and the two families are inseparable. Gu Yuji is 2 years younger than Pei Henian. The two have been excellent in their own ways since childhood. As the best in the top circle of power, they have a sense of mutual appreciation. They can't be said to be inseparable, but they are also rare friends in that circle. Aren't you not interested in this kind of gadgets? Why are you in the mood to play one today? To kill time with young people. Pei Henian turned the cards in his hand upside down. His jade-like finger bones reflected the light, and his cold and handsome face could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Gu Yuji raised an eyebrow. Want a hand? Pei Henian did not comment, but Jin's clear voice came, like a big dog wagging its tail. Gigi, do you want to continue playing? Sit here. Jiang Ziji's head shook like a rattle. She didn't know how to play poker at all. If she sat down, it would take less than a round for tonight's catching the adultery plot to be exposed. Jiang Ziji refused very straightforwardly. I don't want to play. It's boring. I'll go take a walk downstairs. The moment their eyes met, Jin realized something and covered for her. I'm hungry. Ask someone to bring me something to eat. Jiang Ziji nodded and was about to run away. Suddenly, a familiar cold voice came from the side. Why are you running? Jiang Ziji looked up and saw Pei Henian, who was twirling the cards. His phoenix eyes appeared light brown under the light, and a small mole on the tip of his nose swayed in the light and shadow. His thin, rosy lips were slightly curled up, with an unquestionable meaning. There is no reason for people who have gathered together to sneak away.
Sit down.
The rain outside was gradually subsiding, and the night wind was howling. The house was eerily quiet, and several eyes fell on her at the same time. Jiang Ziji showed a dry smile. But Pei Henian was still looking at her with a smile, as if to see how she would choose. After all, more than 10 minutes ago, she swore solemnly and said with admiration that she had a crush on Pei Henian. Is he teasing her? Jiang Ziji took a step forward and suddenly realized that's not right. Could it be that Pei Henian, the old fox, guessed that she was deceiving him, so he was testing her? Ziji, sit here with me. Shi Jin's excited voice came, and he waved his long arm, pulling a chair over and placing it next to him. Gu Yuji, who was sitting next to him, also put one hand on the chair and said calmly, my fiancé, of course, should sit here with me. The white carved chair was pulled left and right by the two of them, with no intention of letting go. The fertat gazes collided in the air. Shi Jin's pair of peach blossom eyes were slightly curved, but his words were stabbing a knife. Speaking of which, at the engagement banquet, the prince was so disdainful that he didn't attend, but now he's rushing to chase our Gigi. I don't know what he's thinking. Gu Yuji's big hands on the back of the chair suddenly tightened, and he looked at the girl not far away. The other party seemed to have remembered this incident, looking at him with wet eyes, her petal-like lips slightly pursed. Her lips were small, and her eyelashes fluttered because of nervousness. Even the look in her eyes seemed to contain mist, slender and beautiful. The way she looked at him eagerly, Gu Yuji's heart almost softened. The previous time was just a quick glance. The noisy people in the room, the girl holding the quilt to cover her chest, the quilt scattered on the ground, unpacked rubber products, screams and sobs. The effect of the drug has not worn off yet, and Gu Yuji has a terrible headache. He was tricked at a private drinking party, and he was so annoyed. He didn't feel like looking at what the other person looked like. After all, there were 2 eyes and a nose, probably a woman. He was furious at being tricked, so he grabbed his clothes and put them on and kicked the door open. The crying behind him became louder. Later, the group of people refused to give in, and the Jiang family also came to the door. It was obvious that he was drugged and tricked, but the noise was too loud. The girl from the Jiang family was just 19 years old, crying and shouting that she wanted to hang herself and wanted to die. There was really no other way. Gu Yuji was forced by the old man to get engaged. Until today, he didn't know what his fiancée looked like. Gu Yuji stared straight at the girl in front of him, with a flash of excitement in his eyes, so his poor and weak little fiancée probably liked him so much that she mustered up the courage to approach him. She was so pure and timid, she must have blushed even when buying that kind of medicine. Maybe her whole face turned red when she tore open those condoms. It's a pity that he drank too much that night and has no memory of it at all. Otherwise, maybe he could still see the other party leaning delicately in his arms, trembling with a trembling voice, pitifully calling him husband. She would also hold his hand little by little, muster up the greatest courage, confess to him with a blushing face, and say that she has liked him for a long time. Gu Yuji's Adam's apple pressed down, and joy flashed in his eyes. His voice, which had always been cold and heartless, lowered a few notes, with an apology and a hint of coaxing. I was a rascal before. Gigi, husband will change in the future. Obviously, he was just a fiancé, but he called himself husband right away. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became cold, but Jiang Gigi blinked slowly. Then he pretended to be shy and lowered his long eyelashes. He is so coquettish. I now believe that he will buy himself a big string of beads. Jiang Ziji complained to the system. Jiang Ziji didn't say anything, and Gu Yuji looked at her more unscrupulously. His little fiancé had fair skin to begin with a hint of pink on her cheeks, like rose petals swaying in the morning dew, as if she couldn't bear his gaze, with a pitiful and lonely look. He just said the word husband, and his little fiancé was so embarrassed. Then if he held her in his arms and kissed her in the future. With a pop, something fell to the ground. His thoughts were interrupted, and Pei Henian's calm voice rang out. That's enough. Shijin was also annoyed. Are you done yet? You call me husband just after we get married? Gu Yuji had a smile on his lips as he looked at his irritated rival. Jiang Ziji quickly looked up and met Lu Xian, who had not spoken a word. Lu Xian had a low presence, with only a pair of overly dark eyes that quietly fell on Jiang Ziji's face through her hair. Jiang Ziji quickly pulled over a chair, with a kind of panic in her voice that had been teased, as if she was escaping because of shyness. I'd better be on the same team with classmate Lu. This proposal did not cause any opposition. After all, among the people at the table, several had a distinguished family background. Only Lu Xian was mediocre and posed no threat. The thin poker cards were spread out, and several bony and slender hands were pursing them one by one. Jiang Ziji glanced at the people at the table with a subtle look and asked the system. The villain Pei Henian promised not to kill me. My childhood sweetheart Shijin didn't want my hand. Lu Xian would take me in, and Gu Yuji failed to catch the adulterer. Have I completed the key plot now? Can I accept the task? Host, hello. Your key plot has been safely passed. Your tasks in this world are mainly to consolidate your personality, continue to act like a demon, harass male characters, set off the heroine, and be slapped in the face all the way. During this period, you must continue to provide opportunities for their Shura field until everyone falls in love with the heroine and the task is completed. Your task progress is measured by the viciousness value. When all tasks are completed, the viciousness value is 100%. The host's current viciousness value is 0%, and now I am releasing the latest task for you, the vicious female supporting role who flirts with others' original plot. You are jealous of the charming heroine Qiao Yan, jealous that she can easily get everything you desire, so you keep touching the male protagonist and the male supporting roles, trying to exert your charm. Unexpectedly, after your foil, the male protagonist and the male supporting roles appreciate the pure little white flower Qiao Yan more. Jiang Ziji stared at the cards on the table, his mind empty, thinking about the 4 words touching. Suddenly, Lu Xian beside him tensed up, and his fingers on the cards suddenly froze. Jiang Ziji turned her head away. What's wrong? But for some reason, Lu Xian's movements became more rigid as soon as he said this. He stared straight at the cards in his hand, his voice a little hoarse. Nothing. But under those fine black hair, Lu Xian's long eyelashes drooped, hiding the shame and anger in his eyes. A fine and soft itch climbed up his thigh inch by inch, as if someone's fingertips were teasing him, like a flexible little snake, deliberately teasing him. There are so many men in the room, even her fiancé, and Jiang Ziji is not restrained at all? Does she think that she can confuse both Gu Yuji and Pei Henian, and even Shijin, who broke up with her, can rush to be a dog, so she thinks she is very charming? Does she think that if she hooks her fingers, she will rush to be a dog for him like those men? The thin and soft fingertips traced the inside of the thigh, and Lu Xian's Adam's apple slid quickly. Embarrassed and angry. It feels different from when she was whipped before. At that time, Jiang Ziji didn't treat him as a human being, and he would only feel angry. But now, Jiang Ziji shamelessly seduced him in front of everyone with a table as a barrier. What is this? Is it a new way to torment him? Or a new idea to torture him? Does she feel that even kneeling and whipping is not enough? Or does she feel that Gu Yuji alone can't satisfy her, so she wants to find a lover to serve her together? To be so lewd, so fickle. The numbness and itchiness continued to spread, and Lu Xian's body shook, and his breathing became a little faster. But Jiang Ziji seemed to not understand, and raised a delicate and beautiful little face, deliberately asking him, Lu Xian, are you feeling uncomfortable? As soon as the voice fell, 3 torch-like sights were cast over. Under the fine black hair, Lu Xian felt that his ears were about to burn. So many people were watching, but Jiang Ziji's hands did not restrain. Not only that, the amplitude of the movement became larger and larger, and more excessive. It seemed to be challenging his limit. It was as if she was deliberately trying to do something that would embarrass him in front of so many people. Lu Xian's body was tense, and his slightly hoarse voice was trying to maintain a steady tone. It's okay, I'm fine. Gu Yuji's narrow and long fox eyes narrowed, staring at their direction, with a dark light flashing in his eyes. You seem to be really uncomfortable, the girl's soft voice came, and she took the cards from his hand. Or you can go see a doctor, and we won't play for now. The slender and even fingers were exposed to the air, and the fingertips were a very low saturation pink, pinching the thin cards. Lu Xian, with his eyes half closed, tried to endure and stared at her fingertips. He felt that Jiang Ziji was a fairy tonight. Otherwise, how could even a simple action like pinching the cards have an inexplicable meaning when she did it? It was as if she was deliberately hinting at him, deliberately arousing people's fantasies, being held by her like this. There was a rumble outside the window, and the roar of thunder and lightning called back Lu Xian's thoughts. Almost instantly, the numbness and itchiness moved on his thighs again. Lu Xian suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the fingertips of Jiang Ziji, holding the cards no. If it wasn't Jiang Ziji who touched him under the table, then who was touching him now? Lu Xian's breathing stagnated, and he took the poker cards from Jiang Ziji to explain, "It's okay, Mississippi." As he spoke, he swept down calmly. Under the table, the swaying feather decoration on Jiang Ziji's dress was rubbing against his legs little by little with the other party's movements. Lu Xian. I don't know if it was because of shame or anger, or maybe it was the disappointment of thinking that he was being teased. Lu Xian clenched the poker cards. The tips of his ears under his black hair became even redder. Watching them play a few rounds of cards, Jiang Ziji found an excuse to slip into the bathroom and see if there was any chance to complete the task. After all, if she really dared to make a move on everyone in that situation just now, even without her fiancé's help, the villain Pei Henian would probably be the first to sneer and then chop her up grimly. In the magnificent bathroom, the bright light illuminated the gurgling water. Jiang Ziji wiped her hands and lifted the hair on the side of her ear. The thin and soft earlobes were clean. One of the earrings was indeed missing. Looking for this? The slender big hand was reflected in the mirror, and the neatly trimmed fingertips pinched her earring, and the bright and shining yellow gemstones swayed in the air. Looking at Pei Henian, who suddenly appeared, Jiang Ziji's eyes lit up. Just now I was still entangled in the task, and now it's delivered to my door, isn't it? The next moment, Pei Henian, wearing a black silk shirt, fell completely into her sight. His elegant and handsome face was set off by the light. His lips were thin and red, but his pair of phoenix eyes were too indifferent, completely a flower of jailing that could not be climbed. But no one knew that the expressionless Pei Henian's heart softened. Originally, he just wanted to come over to give her the earrings. But the moment they looked at each other, Jiang Ziji's eyes lit up with undisguised joy. She would be very happy to see him. Did she like him so much? She liked him so much that she agreed to keep a distance, but the moment she saw him, she couldn't help but curl her eyes. It was as if the moment he appeared, those eyes were lit up. The heartstrings seemed to be gently plucked. In her sight, the gorgeous and beautiful girl raised her long eyelashes to take the earring. "Thank you, Mr. Pei." As if by magic, Pei Henian closed his fingers and held the gem earring tightly in his palm. The girl in front of him lost her strength and fell into his arms. Pei Henian subconsciously hugged her. This was the third time he held Jiang Ziji's waist tonight. It was not even full, but he could feel that it was too soft through the clothes, as if it had no bones. Pei Henian's fingertips curled up, and Jiang Ziji poked the system fiercely. "Does this count as touching me? I'm all over you." The viciousness value was still firmly at 0. "Doesn't this count?" The pretty and delicate girl fluttered her long eyelashes and innocently distanced herself from Pei Henian, not forgetting to turn the tables. "Pei Henian, hug me." She raised her chin and looked at Pei Henian's face. Her voice was very soft. "Why hug me?" The bathroom was silent. Pei Henian did not refute, nor did he push her away. He even leaned forward slightly, abnormally. The cool cedar scent completely enveloped Jiang Ziji. Pei Henian was tall and had a strong aura. Looking in the mirror, the slender and delicate girl was almost completely covered by him. Jiang Jiji raised her eyes in a bit of surprise, looking at the handsome face of the man that suddenly enlarged in front of her and the lustful little mole on the tip of his nose. Pei Henian's eyes fell fixedly on her face. After a moment, his waist loosened. The dry and warm hand fell on her earlobe, and the hidden earring reappeared, sparkling. Pei Henian wanted to put earrings on her? Jiang Jiji looked up at him and did not refuse. Call Gu Yuji husband and call me Pei Henian? The hot big hand twisted her earlobe, and the cold gem earring hook passed through the ear hole. Pei Henian's voice was colder than the earring. Miss Jiang is really different in terms of closeness and distance. After putting on the earring, Pei Henian did not retract his action. He supported himself on the wall with one hand, framed the slender and delicate girl in his arms, and looked at her with half-closed eyes, as if waiting for her explanation. Under the bright light, the girl's long eyelashes, which were completely blocked by the man, trembled slightly and slowly raised her jade-white face. I didn't call him husband. Her voice was very soft, looking into Pei Henian's eyes. Pei Henian, in my fantasy of girlhood, I should have called you husband. Her heart was hit hard. The pair of elegant phoenix eyes enlarged slightly, and the lines of her arms suddenly tensed up, holding the person in her arms. The girl trapped in his arms frowned slightly, but did not show any intention of struggling. The soft lips opened slightly, and the breath she exhaled blew hot on his face, with the fragrance of roses. Pei Henian, you hated me first. Pei Henian looked at those soft lips, almost unable to take his eyes off them. After a long while, he came back to his senses in the sudden disordered heartbeat and said in a hoarse voice, You lied to me. Those phoenix eyes regained their sharpness. If you really like me so much, how could you set up a trap for Yu Ji and marry into the Gu family? So you don't like me, Jiang Jiji. You just want to escape a certain responsibility, so you pretend to like me to win my sympathy. Pei Henian said as he distanced himself from the other person. That's right. The confession was already full of doubts, not to mention that the other party was the fiancé of his best friend. No matter what the situation was, he shouldn't get involved with this little liar who was full of lies. He was probably confused. He knew he shouldn't believe her, but he couldn't help but look at her. As if he was drugged, he cooperated with her to deal with the adultery from his friend. He picked up her earrings like a thief and put them in his pocket. He felt annoyed when he saw her talking and laughing with Shijin, and annoyed when he saw her being intimate with her fiancé. This unfamiliar state made Pei Henian uncomfortable, and he tried his best not to lose his composure. But looking at the hot gazes falling on her, he couldn't help the weird jealousy in his heart. He even found a lame excuse to come to the bathroom, to meet her. And he used such a jealous tone to say these embarrassing words. He's so smart. Jiang Ziji complained to the system. Do you think he will believe me if I kiss him now? The inorganic mechanical voice of the system sounded. The villain is very chaste and wants to keep the heroine pure. Any touch from the aliens is a defilement to him, so you should try not to do that. Jiang Ziji thought about it and grabbed Pei Henian's arm. Tears came as soon as she said it, and she looked at him with wet eyes. She didn't know whether to cry or not, and she felt particularly aggrieved. If you don't drug him, will you drug you? Pei Henian, no one wants to lose face in front of the person they like. You already hate me enough. I don't want you to think I'm more despicable. The trembling ending sound was sour, like biting into a green apple on a branch in spring. The slender and fragile girl lowered her eyelashes, and her eyelashes trembled densely. She seemed to want to cry, but was trying her best to hold back her tears. Pei Henian frowned deeply and raised his hand to wipe her tears. But the girl trapped in his arms shook her head, pushed his arm away, and walked out without looking back. A tear fell on the back of his hand, and the heat was almost scorching. Pei Henian froze in place, staring at the tear.
Well,
he comforted himself his best friend's fiancé. A bad fate that was wrong. He should have let it go. But the next moment, the sweet fragrance came again, and the girl's arms as soft as vines hugged his waist. Pei Henian moved stiffly, looking at the fingers on his lower abdomen. A crying voice came from behind. His shirt was wet with tears, and the particularly aggrieved voice was almost broken. Pei Henian, I will forget you. Please don't provoke me again. His breathing stopped suddenly, and a lingering bitterness rose in his throat. The handsome man reflected in the mirror had an Adam's apple pressed down, and his phoenix eyes flashed with a struggle. Outside the door, footsteps and knocks were heard. The voice of Jiang Ziji's nominal fiancé, Pei Henian's longtime friend, came from outside the door, with an imminent danger. Ziji, are you in there? In the bathroom. The girl who was hugging the man tightly suddenly jumped away and distanced herself from him. Perhaps because of nervousness, even her voice began to tremble. Guam, the sound of the word just uttered was blocked again. Jiang Ziji's body unconsciously took 2 steps back, and her mouth was covered by the man's big hand. Her face was too small, soft and smooth. Pei Henian's big hand with a ring almost covered half of her face. Only a pair of wet eyes were exposed, watery. Pei Henian's breath was a little unstable. He covered the girl's lips with one hand, imprisoned her in his arms, and the hot air exhaled from her lips and tongue was wet and soft, sliding through his fingertips. Pei Henian's Adam's apple pressed down, and his pair of dark phoenix eyes were dark. It seemed that even he himself had just reacted, and he made a rebellious move that his good friend was still standing outside the door shouting, but he held the other's fiancée in his arms and even covered the other's lips. Under the light, 2 black figures fell to the ground, almost overlapping. Only Gu Yuji's voice came from outside the door. Ziji, I heard you talking. Is there someone else in there? What's wrong with you? Knock knock. There were 2 knocks on the door, with an urgent tone. Inside the door, the girl, whose mouth was covered by Pei Henian, did not speak, but leaned obediently in his arms, her long eyelashes fluttering. This movement was very uncomfortable, but she did not struggle at all. She didn't even have a questioning look, just leaned against him. Pei Henian seemed not to hear the sound outside, but seemed to have heard it, but pretended not to hear it. His voice was very low, his forehead against Jiang Ziji's hair, and in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Get him away. Let's talk, Ziji. A pair of crimson thin lips uttered high-sounding words. He didn't even explain. The girl in his arms looked trusting and nodded obediently. Pei Henian pressed down his Adam's apple, and the big hand clasped on her cheek slid down little by little, revealing the red lips that became more plump due to the crushing and a little beautiful lip beads. The red color of berries, as if it had been severely bullied. Pei Henian stared at her with dark eyes. The poor little girl seemed a little nervous and seemed a little uneasy. There was unconscious panic in her voice, stumbling, No, Mr. Gu. I feel a little unwell. I will come to you later. The person outside the door was silent for a moment. But soon, the familiar and low voice sounded again, with some concern. Is it your period, Ziji? Or, did you have a stomachache? What do you need? I'll have someone bring it to you. His concern seemed to be impeccable and gentlemanly, but his attitude was tough, and he had no intention of leaving. Jiang Ziji's eyelashes trembled rapidly several times, and she was really panicked this time. What a coincidence. These 2 people, one inside and one outside, all came to find her. She had just fooled her fiancé, who was caught cheating, and then played the victim in front of the villain. The progress of the task had just moved forward, and she hadn't even had a chance to breathe, and the knife of the god of death was hanging over her head again. Jiang Ziji pursed her lips unconsciously and was hesitating about which excuse to use to get rid of the people when a huge shadow was cast. Pei Henian pinched her waist with one hand, and the tip of his tall nose slid down slightly, touching her face. Do you like him? The girl trapped in his arms turned her head in panic, and her soft lips brushed against Pei Henian's face. Pei Henian was stunned for a moment, and the whole person seemed to be frozen. This time, he came back to his senses quickly and continued what he had not finished just now. The deliberately lowered tone was slightly hoarse, and it sounded like a plucked string in the ears, with an indescribable teasing. He looks like a gentleman, and he is engaged to you again. If nothing unexpected happens, we will get married, spend our lives together, and grow old together. You really should like it. It was clearly a statement, but for some reason, Pei Henian heard a hint of jealousy in his words. It was as if Jiang Ziji, as the other party's wife, should not like her future husband Gu Yuji, but should like himself, who is not even her ex. Or perhaps these ambiguous words were more than just suspicion and temptation. Mr. Pei, who is kind and not interested in women, hugged his friend's fiancée and said jealous words, eager to hear a firm answer from her. Jiang Jiji liked Pei Henian. Even though they were engaged, she still had him in her heart. Pei Henian half closed his eyes, looked at the person in his arms, waiting for her answer. She would say it, even if the person outside the door, even though they had said they would draw a line between them. But after all, she liked him so much. In his sight, the poor and beautiful little girl raised her wet and round eyes. Her soft and tender face was covered, and there were 2 tender red finger marks on her snow-white skin. She looked even more pitiful. If she still liked him so much, maybe he should help her. After all, a poor little girl who had been secretly in love with him for so many years had to marry a man she didn't love and spend her life because of a momentary impulse. Pei Henian moved his fingers and thought casually his friend has always been popular with women. Even if Jiang Jiji was not there, it would be the same. Whoever he married would not matter. Changes in the viciousness value have been detected. Your viciousness value is 2%. The vicious female supporting role who flirts with others. The progress bar slowly moved forward 1/4 grid. Jiang Jiji raised her eyelids and planned to run away. Like a ruthless machine doing tasks, she skillfully lowered her eyes, muffled her voice, and said with self-mockery, "You rewrite, Pei Henian. I really should like my husband." The pair of calm phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed. The beautiful girl in his arms seemed to be injured, and her eyes were a little red. A few tears crushed at the end of her eyes spread in her pupils, as if separated by a thin layer of mist, and she pushed the person in her arms away with some determination. She just looked at Pei Henian with slightly red eyes, but raised her voice and spoke to the person outside the door. "I'm much better now, Mr. Gu. Please pour me a cup of hot water. I want to warm my stomach." The person outside the door readily agreed and walked away with a sound of footsteps. Jiang Jiji raised her hand to break free from Pei Henian's embrace, but the man with a noble face did not move. "It's you who want me not to like you, Pei Henian." The beautiful girl raised her head, tears in her eyes. "It's you who can't see my love for you and even want to break my hand. It's you who doubt my love for you and keep testing me. Do you think I like you, so I'm easy to bully?" Jiang Ziji's voice was very soft, with a certain confusion. "I accept your blessing, and I will grow old with Gu Yuji and live a happy life." She raised her arm, looked at Pei Henian's movement of tightly grasping his wrist, and asked softly, "Are you satisfied with this? Can you let me go, Pei Henian?" The girl's soft voice echoed in the air, but it made the handsome man slightly absent-minded. He felt that everything that happened tonight was too weird. It seemed that since he met Jiang Jiji, he had been out of his control. He obviously hated the kind of self-indulgent and willful young lady the most, but for some reason, Jiang Jiji did something even more excessive to him. But tonight, he didn't think Jiang Jiji was annoying. He even felt that the person in his arms was a little pitiful. She was pitiful when she had tears in her eyes, and pitiful when he covered her mouth. Just like now, she was even more pitiful when she looked at him and didn't know whether to cry or not. He should have shaken off his hand and left, but for some reason, he remained firmly welded in place. He heard his own voice ringing in the air, with a familiar yet unfamiliar temperature, apologizing to her. "Gigi, I didn't mean that. That's what you meant. Anyway, you hate me anyway. You don't like me at all. You think I'm an eyesore, and it's annoying to appear in your sight. I'm already engaged to Pei Henian. I don't want to like you anymore. I will marry Gu Yuji, go to bed, I will hug him and say I like him, and then have a lot of children." The unfinished tone of the girl was drowned in the air, and the familiar cedar scent surrounded her. The man's big hand tightened her waist, one hand stroked her neck, and his rough thumb pressed on her lips. The aggressive touch seemed to crush her lips. Jiang Jiji opened her eyes in disbelief. The bright light passed through the man's hair, making her slightly dazed. Her cheek was held in her hand, and that overly handsome face occupied all sights. The watery almond eyes reflected the sharp outline of the man. Pei Henian heard his own hoarse voice and his breathing was disordered. He restrained himself and kissed the forehead of the person in his arms very lightly. "Good boy, don't provoke me with such words. It's my fault. I spoke without thinking. I'm a rascal." The girl whose forehead he kissed opened her eyes wide. Pei Henian sighed. He couldn't pretend to be hard-hearted in front of these eyes, so he had to give in. The tone was low and slow, and the voice was pleasant. "Cancel the engagement with him, Gigi. Yuji is unruly and heartless, and is definitely not a good match. You two are not suitable." The beautiful girl blinked gently. Pei Henian's heart was lifted. Mr. Pei, who has always been a powerful and omnipotent person in the business world, was rarely afraid. He dared not listen to the other party's rejection, let alone those words about having children. So he could only forcefully hug the other party into his arms and use all the high-sounding words, break off the engagement with him. "Gigi, I'll take care of the rest, and I won't let your two families have any grudges. It will be painful to be with someone you don't love. You are still so young, and you shouldn't fall into the abyss because of anger." It was as if he cared about the younger generation going down the wrong path, without any selfish motives. If he hadn't hugged her so hard, kneaded her lips, and even kissed her head crazily, with a burning desire in his eyes, Jiang Zhiji would probably really believe it. In her mind, Jiang Zhiji frantically typed a question mark and asked the system, "What does he mean? Isn't it convenient for him to pursue Qiao Yan when I am engaged to Guyuji? Why did he help me break off the engagement?" The system looked at the taskbar and explained to her seriously, "Hello, host. At this time, the heroine Qiao Yan and Pei Henian have only a shallow intersection, and he has not yet fallen in love with each other. But in this world, the bond between the heroine and the important characters cannot be severed. You are just a part of their play, so don't worry." After the system comforted her, Jiang Zhiji felt relieved. Pei Henian held her in his arms, and she could smell the cold scent of cedar again, wrapping her tightly and seeming to melt her. The wind was howling outside, but the bathroom was quiet. The man's strong heartbeat rang in her ears. For some reason, he was a person she had only met a few times, and even an hour ago, the other party had threatened to his hand, but at this moment, Jiang Zhiji actually found a moment of peace in this embrace. This world seemed to be much friendlier to her. There were no sounds of mice, no rustling sounds of cockroaches crawling, no sharp sounds of nails on porcelain plates, no lingering dampness in the return of the south wind, and no musty sawdust. Even if she is a vicious female supporting role who makes troubles everywhere, and she also thinks that this world is not disgusting. Jiang Zhiji simply let her mind go blank and secretly leaned into the other's arms. The whole person relaxed, and her soft cheek was pressed against the other's neck. The man who was hugging him suddenly tensed up, but his heart softened uncontrollably. He hugged the other gently, as if he was hugging fragile porcelain. The wind was whistling wildly, and the rain was rustling. The elegant and handsome man half closed his phoenix eyes, and a different ripple appeared in his heart. But in the next moment, he hugged the other tighter. His little admirer is pitiful. Pei Henian thought, after all, she liked him alone, and had liked him for so many years. So from now on, as compensation, he will help her break off the engagement as soon as possible. He will be twice as nice to her. "Okay, my fiancé is coming." The girl in his arms pushed him away and seemed to realize that their behavior was inappropriate. "Mr. Pei, I will take these words of yours as the moment she met those deep eyes." Jiang Zhiji stumbled and immediately backed down. "I'll think about it carefully." She was a little scared. She was afraid that the villain would turn against her one day and kill her directly. Fortunately, Pei Henian let her go and gently hung the scattered hair behind her ears. The yellow gems on the earrings reflected a dazzling light, and their own temperature was still retained on them. Pei Henian hooked his lips, supported her cheek with his thumb, and restored his noble and gentle posture, and advised her, "Since the engagement will be cancelled sooner or later, you should not call Gu Yuji your husband." Husband? Which ear did he hear me calling Gu Yuji husband? The moment Jiang Zhiji pressed the doorknob, she was still complaining in her heart. With a creak, the door opened. Jiang Ziji looked outside furtively, and after making sure that there was no one, she turned around and showed a familiar, well-behaved expression. It's not convenient for the two of us to go together. Can you go out later? Without waiting for Pei Henian's consent, she closed the door with a click with a well-behaved and pretty face. Ziji, a smiling voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Ziji, feeling guilty, turned around quickly and faced Gu Yuji, her Zhuzi brother fiancé. He had a fierce look with his eyebrows and eyes, but perhaps because of the smile at the corner of his lips, the whole person looked a lot more friendly. The sleeves of the other's dark shirt were rolled up, revealing a clean and smooth arm, and his bony fingers were holding a bone china cup, with mist on it. Is your stomach still uncomfortable? He asked. The doctor is ready. Do you want me to carry you over? As he spoke, his slender and powerful arms stretched out. Gu Yuji had very fair skin and beautiful arm lines. A blue vein spread out, like the vein of some blue butterfly, just like him, with a kind of strong and unbridled coldness. Jiang Ziji glanced at him quickly and shook her head. She was not sure whether Gu Yuji saw Pei Henian in the room in that hurried moment just now. But it is not advisable to stay here for long. Much better, Mr. Gu. Thank you for the tea, she said. I can do it myself. She stretched out her hand, wanting to take the steaming bone china cup. Gu Yuji's fox eyes were smiling, and he suddenly held her fingertips, holding her at a distance, and gently touched the mist at the rim of the cup. The mist was lingering, and the thick white mist wrapped around the pink fingertips, as if it was swallowing up those slender fingers inch by inch with force and without scruples. It was a little hot, and the wrapped fingers were slightly raised. Gu Yuji still kept watching, and his Adam's apple rolled quickly. Jiang Ziji looked at him and finally realized why the other party didn't let her take the cup, so she thanked him very sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Gu. It's so hot. The petal-like lips opened and closed, and the tender red tip of the tongue flashed by. Gu Yuji's shrewd fox eyes were deep for a moment, and he was attracted to it and couldn't take his eyes away. His poor and weak little fiancée, to some extent, completely suited his taste. Pretty, delicate, and pitiful. Even the way she acted coquettishly was pretty. It was easy for him to think that maybe one day soon, the other party would snuggle in his arms so tenderly, crying with tears in her eyes, saying, "It's so hot." At the moment when his Adam's apple slid quickly, Gu Yuji's standing posture was not as straight as before. Jiang Ziji didn't know what he was thinking, but she withdrew her hand after being smoked by the heat. She was afraid of Pei Henian, who was separated by a door behind her, and did not dare to find an opportunity to continue to complete the task, and said, "Shall we talk somewhere else, Mr. Gu?" Gu Yuji smiled. Ziji and I are engaged, and it would be a bit strange to call me Mr. Gu. Anyway, we will get married sooner or later. Ziji can call me husband. Jiang Ziji's pupils were shocked. Gu Yuji smiled again. You are young, and I am 7 years older than you, so you can call me brother. Jiang Ziji compromised and asked tentatively, Brother Yuji? Gu Yuji said without letting go of her hand, and responded, Sister Ziji. Jiang Ziji.
No.
They were catching an adulterer more than half an hour ago, and suddenly they started to act like brother and sister. Isn't it a bit too intimate? She and Gu Yuji were outside, and Pei Henian was eavesdropping inside, separated by a door. Pei Henian was old and cunning, with a lot of twists and turns in his mind. She was afraid that if she said a few more words to Gu Yuji, Pei Henian would be upset. So she tugged at Gu Yuji's sleeve and tried to lead them out. However, as soon as she raised her foot, she was pulled by Gu Yuji and stood still. Ziji, I want to explain what happened that night. Jiang Ziji didn't react. What? Gu Yuji looked at her with a smile, his voice neither too loud nor too low, enough for people within a few steps to hear clearly. The night you and I got drunk and had the accident, the size of the suit was wrong. I used the largest size, and that night I used the medium size. Jiang Ziji looked at him blankly, her brain working so fast that it was almost short-circuited. Why did he suddenly bring up this question?
No?
Did he feel that he was very interested in his size? And he brought it up separately. Moreover, Wasn't it a bit too jumpy to suddenly jump to this topic after just discussing whether the water was hot? And what about the larger size? Was he trying to show off? But she didn't. What did Gu Yuji have to show off? Jiang Ziji really didn't understand, but she still gave it enough emotional value and said generously, "Wow," she exclaimed, "Brother Yuji, you are so awesome." Under the light, the man who was originally looking at her leisurely suddenly coughed because of being choked and turned his face away somewhat unnaturally. Gu Yuji has a very manly appearance, with many sharp angles on his face. When he suddenly turned his head away, his earlobes were slightly red, and there was an inexplicable contrast. When playing cards, Gu Yuji had 2 buttons of his shirt undone. The dark shirt set off his cold white skin, and his bulging muscles formed arcs on his arms and chest. Now, with that cough, his chest was shaking dully. Thinking about her mission, Jiang Ziji quickly raised her hand and took the opportunity to pat Gu Yuji. "Are you okay, Brother Yuji?" She had a sincere look on her face, and her slender and thick eyelashes trembled slightly, with some kind of concern. "Changes in the viciousness value have been detected, and your current viciousness value is 4%. The taskbar of the vicious female supporting role who flirts with other men quickly moved forward another 1/4 grid. Gu Yuji gently held that hand. Jiang Ziji's hands were very small and could be easily wrapped by his big palm. Soft, smooth, soaked in water vapor, and exuding an alluring dampness. Gu Yuji held that hand, and his narrow and long fox eyes curved, as if with apology. "I have been different from other men since I was a child, so I am a little inferior. Gigi, thank you for comforting me." Just as he took a step forward, the narrow and long fox eyes flashed a faint light and fell on the tightly closed bathroom door. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips, with some kind of disdain. The lewd man who wanted to poach Jiang Ziji and didn't know how to live or die, even took such a short time to go to the bathroom to confess to his little fiancé. Only that idiot Shi Jin could do such a shameless thing. According to his previous temperament, if someone dared to covet him, he would definitely choose to kick the door open and pick up the vase to smash the shameless man half to death. Unfortunately, his little fiancée is weak and pitiful. She stands beside him timidly and takes the initiative to call him Brother Yuji. It's better not to scare her. She is so simple and fragile. If she is scared, she will cry while holding the quilt at night. Gu Yuji held the little hand and thought to himself, Shi Jin in the room must be jealous to death. Whether it is the largest size or you are so good, it is enough to make that stupid thing bite his teeth. But since he is so bold, he dares to his fiancée. Gu Yuji's eyes swept across the heavy rain outside the window, and the corners of his lips curled up then. If the big star had an accident while filming and broke an arm or a leg, it can only be considered his bad luck. When Jiang Ziji left the dinner, it was almost 11 p.m. When leaving, the moment Gu Yuji took her hand and walked into the hall, Jiang Ziji clearly saw the shocked expressions of the people around her. People came like a tide, with undisguised flattery, and praise. If the system had not already told her about her personality, according to this popularity, she would even think that she was the charming heroine of this book. Gu Yuji seemed to be very interested in her and asked her about some things in the past from time to time. Jiang Ziji didn't dare to answer too quickly. She could only answer under the prompt of the system, with a slow voice and a bit of a stupid look. Maybe Gu Yuji also thought she was a bit stupid, so he sent away those who came to toast her, and after Jiang Ziji's repeated refusals, he sent her to the car with some regret. The driver drove all the way to the viaduct skillfully, and the lights outside the window sped past, and the lights flickered. The Jiang family's villa is in the garden of the garden, a single-family villa with a beautiful environment. Jiang Ziji got out of the car calmly, holding a black umbrella, and walked and stopped under the guidance of the system and turned a few corners. It was obviously her first time here, but for some reason, every tree and grass here gave her a sense of familiarity. Sometimes, she even knew to turn before the system spoke. The umbrella was taken away by the servant, and Jiang Ziji went up to the 3rd floor by herself. The sound of high heels stopped in front of a door on the easternmost side of the 3rd floor, with the best lighting. Wrong way, this is the room of the heroine Qiao Yan, that is, your cousin. The girl standing in front of the door frowned slightly and followed the system obediently. She didn't know why, but she stood at the door of that room by herself, probably affected by this body. Enter the door and kick off your shoes. When standing on the ground barefoot, the texture of the wooden floor and the carpet are intertwined, and the soft and hard touches are intertwined. Jiang Ziji finally has a sense of reality of being down to earth. The warm yellow light enveloped the whole room, and the soft music sounded like some kind of lullaby. At this moment, Jiang Ziji's heart suddenly softened and she relaxed. Throwing her coat on the sofa, she went straight to the bathroom and removed her makeup. There were neatly folded pajamas on the shelf in the bathroom. Jiang Ziji's eyes swept over them, and her slender fingers slid up. The well-textured dress slid down her smooth and white calves and piled on the floor. The girl with bare calves entered the bathtub and closed her eyes. The comfortable temperature took away all the tiredness, and the water flow of the constant temperature bathtub wrapped her, which was very illusory and familiar. When she came out of the bathroom, it was half an hour later. Jiang Ziji was wearing a thin silk pajamas, and the ends of her hair were still slightly damp. She raised her hand and twisted it, and suddenly heard some crisp knocking sounds. Looking up again, on the small balcony a few steps away, Lu Xian, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, was typing on a pink laptop, and it was unknown what he was writing. A question mark slowly appeared in Jiang Ziji's head. The next moment, Lu Xian seemed to sense something and looked in her direction. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Ziji saw some kind of strange shock on Lu Xian's delicate face that was difficult to distinguish between male and female. Those deep eyes looked through her black hair, staring straight at her, staring at every inch of her exposed skin, slowly moving. Jiang Ziji reacted. What are you looking at? It's not like she's not wearing any clothes. She's wearing a nightgown. What's so good about it? The girl's tone was soft and steamed by water vapor, spreading along the air. Lu Xian finally came back to his senses and took his hands off the keyboard. Soon, he stood up and walked towards him. Then it was a familiar set of procedures. Unbuttoning the shirt, handing over the cane, kneeling on the ground. The voice was also dark. You came back too late. I haven't finished your group assignment yet. I'm sorry. Mississippi. Jiang Ziji's mind was a little confused after soaking in the bathtub for too long. She lowered her eyes to look at Lu Xian, her dark eyelashes drooping under her eyes, like the shadow of some dense branches, and she said, "Oh," softly. "Got it." Lu Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly tightened his fingers, and his two dark pupils looked at her from the black hair, and it felt like being stared at by a poisonous snake again. Jiang Ziji sobered up a little. Continue tomorrow. Lu Xian looked at her steadily, and Jiang Ziji had to explain again. It's too late. Staying up late is not good. Continue tomorrow. The next moment, Lu Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, lowered his eyes to hide the viciousness in his eyes. It's really disgusting. It's this sentence again. Half a month ago, their eldest lady also pretended to be tolerant of him in front of others, saying things like it's too late, your health is important. But after closing the door, the other party whipped him mercilessly, using the most vicious language to insult him, calling him a lowly beast, and saying that his grandmother on the hospital bed might as well die earlier. She used the small pink nail clippers to cut his flesh, leaving tiny wounds. Then she raised the expensive keyboard and smashed it on him, and the ground was full of plastic splashing sounds. She always did this kind of two-faced things, saying one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. She was still pretending to be generous and talking to him the previous second, and she would be hysterical and hit and smash things the next second. At this moment, facing the familiar comfort, Lu Xian could already foresee his next punishment. But he just pulled the corners of his lips, and a malicious sneer rose in his heart. He would kill her sooner or later. Why don't you get up? The girl's soft voice sounded. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Go and apply medicine. Lu Xian's eyelids trembled, revealing a kind of as-expected expression. But under this mocking mood, for some reason, he still couldn't help feeling a kind of disappointment. The girl with curved eyes, bright smile, and wrapped him tightly with a bath towel was indeed just a dream he imagined. Jiang Ziji is always vicious and cruel. The young man kneeling on the ground stood up quickly and walked in another direction. After a while, he came over with a delicate starfish bottle and asked Jiang Ziji, "Is it the young lady who will come, or should I do it myself?" Jiang Ziji was a little sleepy, but the swollen and turned-up wounds on Lu Xian's body were too shocking. Some places were scabbed, and the friction of the shirt began to bleed, making the skin red. Although all this was not caused by her, since she came through, she had to clean up the mess. Jiang Ziji raised her hand to take the bottle. "I'll do it. I don't know what kind of disinfectant this is, which is packed in such a cute bottle. There are also broken diamonds on the outside, shining brightly. It is beautiful enough, but there is no professional medical medicine at all." Jiang Ziji turned the bottle cap and just loosened it a little. A strong and choking smell went straight into her nose, choking her tears. Her eyes were filled with water and trembled with the cough. The young lady, who was wet all over, covered her mouth with tears rolling down her fingertips. Even her embarrassed look seemed like seduction. She asked him blankly, "What is this?" Lu Xian reminded her with a mocking smile, "The extracted capsaicin. The raw material comes from India and is often used to make tear gas." He leaned over slightly and asked her softly with compassion, "Are you okay, young lady?" Jiang Zizi's tears were flowing. What kind of abominable capsaicin is stored in such a beautiful bottle that is extremely deceptive? Placed in her own bedroom? What was the original body thinking? Was she not sick? Jiang Ziji upped the bottle, staring at the red eyes, and asked Lu Xian, "Aren't you taking medicine? Why give me this?" "Lu Xian, miss. Why do you ask me when you know the answer?" "I know the answer? No matter what iodine or Yunnan Baiao you take, you are injured." Jiang Ziji's words stopped abruptly. Her eyes were originally round, and her eyelashes were long and thick. When she looked up at people like this, it was easy to give people a pure and innocent feeling. After a long time, she opened her mouth softly and asked him in disbelief, "You were injured before?"
I just use this to apply it to you?"
Lu Xian looked at her and smiled. It seemed that he was too lazy to answer, and the smile did not reach his eyes. The pupils under the black hair were cold, and the pupils were shining with a deep light. At the same moment, the creepy numbness rose from her spine. She couldn't tell whether the source of this horror was from Lu Xian's eyes or from the act of applying capsaicin to the wound. When she first entered this world, the system told her that she had become a stupid, superficial, jealous, and bullying female supporting role. Just like the background given by the author when reading a novel, she just listened and accepted the fact that she was a vicious female supporting role, but did not participate in the reality of this world. But at this moment, she felt a burning sensation in her throat and nose, and standing in front of her was Lu Xian, whose skin was torn apart. Jiang Ziji seemed to hear a buzzing in her head. She thought that viciousness might be not giving food, delaying wages, verbal insults, or ordering people to run errands everywhere. But it turned out that the real viciousness was to beat people's skin and flesh, leaving no good flesh on the body, and rolling the bright red wounds, and then make them kneel under the hot shower. Even if the shower stopped, there would be new abuse waiting for him, such as the capsaicin in his hand, or other endless torture. With such abuse, it would be good if Lu Xian didn't kill her, and he actually took her in. Under the light, the girl holding the starfish bottle lowered her eyes and asked the system, "Are all your tasks like this? Do I have to abuse him like this?" "I can't do it, system. He is a living person, he has human rights, he will die." The data block of the system jumped, as if silent. "This is not our task. This is the original body's own choice before you bind to the system. She did too much evil and was retaliated against and offline early, and the plot also changed. The male and female protagonists could not experience the hardships That's why you guys who are bound to the vicious female supporting role later appeared." Jiang Ziji lowered her eyes and looked at the starfish bottle that she was holding tightly. Then, under Lu Xian's calm gaze, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and threw it into the trash can with a, "There are 100 ways to bully people, and there is no need to be so anti-human. Even if a puppy on the road was whipped severely, with its skin torn and flesh exposed, and hot water was poured on it and capsaicin was applied, Jiang Zhizhi could not stand idly by. What's more, the puppy would still scream. But Lu Xian would only remain silent. Jiang Zhizhi let out a long breath, only to find that Lu Xian had been staring at her closely, as if puzzled. The beautiful and delicate young lady patted her hands, as if she was afraid of rubbing against something, until she patted the non-existent thing on her hands clean. She raised her hand, as if she wanted to touch the wound, but was afraid of hurting the other party. A soft and gentle voice sounded, and the soft fingertips were stained with continuous moisture, like the rippling lake water on a spring morning, soaking him. Accompanied by the moist and pleasant rose scent, "I'm sorry. I went too far. I won't bully you like this again in the future. Don't be afraid, Lu Xian." Lu Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and his dark pupils scanned Jiang Zhizhi's beautiful face, full and plump lips, and slender neck inch by inch.
So thin.
So fragile. It seemed that it would break if he exerted more force. Lu Xian raised his hand little by little, and the palm of his hand was warm, and the rough fingertips began to itch. Many servants went to help at the Jiang family's dinner today. The house was very quiet, and it was raining again. Even if he really wanted to kill someone and throw the body away, it would be easy to hide his tracks. Lu Xian raised his hand inch by inch and fell on the girl's slender and white neck. The crimson thin lips curled up a little arc, and he thought with joy pressed down and tighten. Watch her struggle like a dying fish. Then strangle her to death easily. Tell her to stop acting. Lu Xian's eyelashes are naturally long, and the long and thick eyelashes hang under his eyes, covering the emotions in his eyes. Jiang Zhizhi raised her head to look at him, not understanding why Lu Xian suddenly wanted to touch her neck. The viciousness value has changed. The current host's viciousness value is 6%. As Jiang Zhizhi retracted her fingertips, the progress bar in her mind, the vicious female supporting role who flirts with other men slowly moved forward another 1/4 grid. Jiang Zhizhi couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. Lu Xian? She didn't know if today was the novice protection period, but she completed all her tasks smoothly. She hadn't even figured out how to complete the task, and these men came to her one by one to help her progress. Jiang Zhizhi was in a good mood and did not stop Lu Xian's actions. She just continued to look at him with her dark eyes. "What's wrong? Did you get something dirty?" The soft and moist fragrance of the fragrant rose came to his face, warm and hot. For a moment, the malice that was clamoring in Lu Xian's mind began to boil again. "It's a petal." Mississippi Lu Xian heard his steady voice, and then he picked off a small piece of blood-red rose petals and handed it to Jiang Zhizhi. The big hand with distinct joints was like a beautiful jade under the light, holding the broken rose. I don't know what Jiang Zhizhi said on the opposite side, but the breath she exhaled was very fragrant, gently touching his palm, and the action of picking up the rose fragments was like some kind of soft little animal tail, scratching there gently. Lu Xian felt an indescribable itch in his heart. He looked at the girl who looked serious and beautiful like a little angel, and suddenly pulled the corner of his lips gently. It was really interesting. Mississippi. He changed his mind. Such a pretty face with a vicious heart, and deliberately pretending to be a good person hypocritically. He should not kill her easily. Lu Xian smiled and looked at the girl in front of him. "Miss, you should rest." The smile on the corners of his lips did not reach his eyes, and his deep eyes were full of evil excitement, and even his mind was like an electric shock, clamoring for a certain idea. He didn't kill her. He should play with her. Let her pay the price for what she had done in the past. Let her cry and fall on his knees, tear off this hypocritical mask, scold him, and then be firmly grasped in his hands. The precious and vicious hypocritical young lady fell from the altar and couldn't even die. She could only survive and cry to get a little mercy from him to survive. Or she could kneel tremblingly at his legs, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, pitifully and helplessly begging him. She really shouldn't die so early. Such a painful ending is the most suitable for her. Gloomy dark clouds enveloped the entire manor. In the silent night, Even the chirping of insects disappeared. Jiang Ziji sank into the soft quilt. In the dry and warm environment, smelling the pleasant smell, she fell into a deep sleep. She began to dream again. In the dream, the faces of her parents were blurred, holding her hands. She was wearing a soft suspender skirt, jumping and shaking her parents' hands, with a happy smile on her face. The sound of cicadas and music, her mother in Cheongsam bent down and kissed her little face. She didn't know what the other party said, but she could clearly feel that her parents loved her very much. She swayed in her happy dream, and every step seemed to be stepping on colorful cotton candy. But a few steps away, Lu Xian was not asleep. He slept on the small, soft sofa full of rose fragrance and was covered with Jiang Ziji's quilt. It must be the quilt that she covered with her body. Lu Xian thought maliciously. Otherwise, how could it be so fragrant? All of them were soaked in her scent. The room was dark, and only the outline of the figure on the bed could be vaguely seen. Lu Xian stared at that side quietly for a while, looking at the darkness in front of him in a daze.
Why?
Since he came to the Jiang family, he has always slept in the servants' room. Because the eldest lady likes to bully him, even the servants in the family treat him differently. His room is the worst, on the shady side, damp, and even the window was broken by Jiang Ziji, and the housekeeper was not allowed to find someone to repair it. In order to torture him, Jiang Ziji would even pour water on his bed. Whenever she was angry outside, she would smash and destroy things in his room. He has lived like this for 6 years, and he has long been accustomed to it. There were thunders outside, and heavy rain all night. I don't know if the plastic cardboard he nailed to the window was blown away or was completely soaked. He had already prepared to go back to clean up the mess and then sleep in the damp room until dawn. But why was he left behind unexpectedly? Is she really going to get better? No, it's impossible. Jiang Ziji will be like this in the future, capricious, saying one thing in front of you and another behind your back. 8 years ago, when she followed her father, an entrepreneur, to the countryside to support out-of-school children, she also had such a beautiful face of an angel and even held his chapped hands without disdain and carefully applied frostbite cream to him. At that time, she was very young, wearing a fur collar-down jacket that was rare and novel for mountain people, and even the color was pure white that was not resistant to dirt. She spoke in a baby voice, imitating her father's tone, asking him to go to school well and not to worry. She would continue to support him until he finished college. Let him not worry about anything, just study hard. In the dark, Lu Xian pulled the corners of his lips, and a moment of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Jiang Ziji, whom he met for the first time, was like the bright moonlight, impartial, passing through the deep mountains, through the collapsed adobe house, and fell on him. The eldest lady is really kind. He thought after growing up, he would repay her for the rest of his life. But who would have thought that she had become a different person the second time they met? Or perhaps she felt that this little trick of caring for children in the mountainous area was too boring, and thus revealed her true colors. She had grown a little taller and was still wearing beautiful clothes that the country folk had never seen before, and looked at him in a domineering manner. Obviously, in order to welcome the coming young lady, he had already taken a bath, washed himself clean, put on the cleanest clothes, and even applied frostbite cream to the cracks on his hands in winter. But for some reason, the young lady who was still smiling and lively and lovely last time raised her eyebrows at him and even hid behind Mr. Jiang with her nose covered. It's so dirty. It stinks. Dad, when are we going home? Mr. Jiang, a big entrepreneur, gave their family a sum of money, enough to pay for the surgery for his grandmother's worn knee joints. He bent down warmly, let the reporter take pictures of them, and took him away. When he was young, Lu Xian was very confused. He watched the big and spacious car driving through the bumpy road, watched the grandmother in the rearview mirror become a small, watched the deep mountain getting farther and farther away from him, and he suddenly felt scared. Let him go to school with me, Dad. Let him live in our house. Lu Xian looked at the eldest lady with trust and gave her a flattering smile. But the next moment, the beautiful little girl rolled her eyes at him. You are nothing like what it described. Why are you so ugly? So rustic, a bumpkin. She lowered her voice and said in a tone that only the two of them could hear, Be honest, or I will kill your grandmother. Be a dog for me, do you hear me? The next morning, Jiang Ziji was eating breakfast downstairs. Because the system said that the original owner skipped classes too many times at school. If she didn't go today, she would fail the course without waiting for the final exam. She roughly browsed the information given by the system in her mind, and suddenly heard a clear sound behind her, followed by a familiar voice, Aunt, please be careful. The floor here is a bit slippery. Jiang Ziji tilted her head to look. Outside the restaurant door, her cousin Qiao Yan was carefully stopping her mother while taking a towel from the servant and half-kneeling. Qiao Yan was thin to begin with, wearing a sky-blue cheongsam with dark patterns, and her long straight hair hung down from her shoulders. She held the towel in both hands, knelt, and wiped the small water stain in front of Zhang's mother. The original mother, or her own mother, also wore a cheongsam of similar style, made of Zhangyansha. No matter from which aspect, Qiao Yan and her are more like mother and daughter than herself. Yan, there are so many servants at home. Why do you need to do it yourself? Get up quickly. Aunt, servants are always careless when they are paid to do things. You just fell and injured yourself some time ago, and you have just recovered. If you slip in this place, it will be troublesome again. I feel sorry for you, Qiao Yan said, while wiping the ground with her thin arms. I don't trust others to take care of you. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Let's be careful. Qiao Yan looked up and showed a well-behaved smile. When it comes to the fall, the smile in Zhang's mother's eyes quickly faded. She sighed and helped Qiao Yan up. You kid. She tapped Qiao Yan's forehead, and the intimacy was self-evident. Jiang Ziji looked at it for a while, and then buried her head to continue eating. Qiao Yan was obviously acting. But there is no perfect heroine in the world, and everyone has their own little thoughts. As long as Qiao Yan can let her go, Jiang Ziji, as a vicious female supporting role, does not intend to get in her way. The preserved egg and lean meat porridge was cooked until soft. Jiang Ziji had just scooped a spoonful when she heard A and the sound of porcelain hitting the table. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Unlike her gentleness just now, Zhang's mother's voice was cold and mocking. Your cousin had an asthma attack last night because of you. Don't you feel guilty? How did you eat the meal? Don't you have a conscience? Jiang Ziji looked up and met Zhang's mother's cold eyes. This look didn't seem like she was looking at her daughter, but at an enemy. Jiang Ziji didn't know Zhang's mother, but for some reason, her heart began to ache again. Physiological reactions are more honest than the body. As soon as she called out Mom with a blockage in her throat, tears immediately filled her eyes. It was a little difficult to breathe, and her heart seemed to be grabbed by something. I'm not your mother. How can I, a housewife from a humble family who has no skills and can only take care of my husband and children, be qualified to be your mother, Miss Zhang? Zhang's mother said in a cold voice. The Empress Dowager of the Gu family is your mother. When you marry into the Gu family, our fate as mother and daughter will be over. Her heart ached more and more, and Jiang Ziji subconsciously raised her hand to touch her chest. Aunt, don't be angry. Ziji is my only sister, and you are my only daughter. We should live in harmony as a family. Besides, I believe that Ziji didn't mean it. How could she not mean it? Zhang's mother's voice suddenly rose, with some kind of pain that could not be concealed. Did she push me down the stairs unintentionally, or did she hide it from me and go shopping with your uncle's mistress? She knew that her father had an affair, but she chose to hide it from her mother, accept the mistress's gifts, and be friends with her? Yan, you saw it too. What did she say at the time? Zhang's mother's expression was excited, and tears almost fell. She said her own mother, saying that my brain was broken because of being a housewife, and I couldn't keep up with the development of this era, that everyone is equal, and that I was prejudiced against the mistress and was an old-fashioned person. The mistress's dog went crazy, and she pushed me down to avoid it, and I rolled down 3 floors. I've been lying in bed for so long, but She never came to see me. She hangs out with her bad friends every day, cursing me for not dying sooner. Zhang's mother wiped her tears. I didn't want to mention this kind of thing again. But look at her. She dares to sit here like nothing happened. Cold, selfish. How could I give birth to a daughter like you? You were so well behaved when you were a child. How come you became such a when you grew up? Zhang's mother's accusations were ringing in her ears, and the dull pain in Jiang Ziji's heart became more and more severe. Tears blurred her vision, and her vision was distorted. Zhang's mother's figure intertwined and overlapped with the mother in her dream. Finally, she bent down and kissed her young cheek. Qiao Yan was still adding fuel to the fire. Gigi is young after all. She will correct it. But it's lucky that my aunt broke her legs and ribs, but didn't puncture her internal organs. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qiao Yan's words were suddenly stuck in her throat before she finished speaking. A white figure passed by, carrying the rich scent of roses, and threw herself into Zhang's mother's arms very gently. Zhang's mother, who was wiping her tears, froze. A furry little head leaned against her neck, with soft hair and soft cheeks, just like when she was holding her many years ago. Her body was suddenly hugged tightly, and the girl's arms were around her back, and her voice was crying, "Mom." The face of the woman in Cheongsam was blank for a moment. But the girl, who was leaning on her arms with all her heart and eyes, rubbed against her neck again. Big tears wet her neck, and her voice was low and light, with admiration. "Mom, I miss you so much." Zhang's mother was stunned for a long time before she finally found her voice, which was particularly dry. "What do you want this time?" The girl holding her cried in grievance, and Zhang's mother felt a dull pain in her heart. "I want you to live a long life, Mom. You will be healthy, Mom. I will always need you, Mom." After the words fell, 2 lines of tears fell from Zhang's mother's cheeks. Qiao Yan, who was standing next to her, had a sudden change of expression. Some weird and bad premonition came. The next second, Zhang's mother raised her hand and patted Jiang Ziji's back almost out of control. Like a gentle and loving mother caring for a child who wakes up in the middle of the night, every action came from the mother's instinctive reaction, with pity and heartache. Qiao Yan's face became more and more solemn. She has lived in the Qiao family for 5 years. It took such a long time for her aunt to shift her eyes away from her biological daughter and turn her attention to herself and trust herself. But how come the other party just called her mother simply, and the woman softened again? What's more, Jiang Ziji helped the mistress deal with her and pushed her down the stairs. She scolded her for not dying. How could she forgive Jiang Ziji? She must have seen it wrong. Qiao Yan pinched her fingers hard, and in the severe pain, she heard Jiang Ziji's crying voice, "Mom, I've changed. I will be a good child to you in the future. Please don't leave me, Mom." The woman in the Xiangdiancha Cheongsam didn't say anything, but her face, which was still beautiful and elegant after years, was already full of tears. She just hugged the person in her arms gently, and in a trance she felt that the girl in her arms had turned into her little daughter many years ago. Cute, caring, innocent, and naughty. She unconsciously hugged the person in her arms and gently stroked the other's hair. A few steps away, Qiao Yan frowned slightly, staring at everything in front of her with a look of shock. How could this happen? She was actually hugging Jiang Ziji? Being pushed down the stairs by her own daughter and being scolded to death can be forgiven. It's true that blood is thicker than water. Remember to eat an old woman who never remembers being beaten. Qiao Yan felt a little irritated. She glanced in a certain direction and saw the maid who was pretending to wipe the vase not far away and occasionally peeking over here. They were whispering. It seemed that she was not the only one who felt surprised. Everyone in this villa hated Jiang Ziji. Zhang's mother was just deceived by her temporarily. Just like any previous confession of fault, Jiang Ziji would revive again in a few days anyway, and she would continue to make trouble. After all, Jiang Ziji was stupid, violent, vain, and fickle. And she was weak, pure, and beautiful. People like Jiang Ziji were destined to be born to set off her. Qiao Yan sneered in her heart, but her face was moved by some sincerity. That's great, Auntie. It's really great that you can forgive your sister. I'm really happy for Gigi's reform this time.
Her tone emphasized on the word this time.
Zhang's mother's raised hand froze in place and soon fell down dejectedly. After all, her aunt knew in her heart that Jiang Ziji had admitted her mistakes 80 times, if not 100 times. No matter how sincere her attitude was, she would soon return to her old ways and continue to hurt her heart. Qiao Yan was about to continue to exaggerate, but heard a familiar, clear voice behind her. Gigi, a tall figure, projected over. Shi Jin, wearing a motorcycle jacket, had an even more superior figure, and his azure peach eyes were rippling with smiles. Good morning, Auntie. While Jiang Ziji turned her head, Zhang's mother secretly wiped away her tears. Shi Jin, why are you here? And you dyed your hair? Shi Jin smiled and touched his hair a little embarrassedly. The black hair yesterday was now dyed silver white. The bold hair color set off the mixed race features, which had a strong exotic style and a full sense of impact. Does it look good? The top male god, who is known as the only divine face in the past decade, has slightly red ears and looks at Jiang Ziji seriously. Your favorite cartoon character when you were a child said that his hair color was very cool. Yesterday, I happened to see it on my phone, so I went to the stylist to do my hair. Shi Jin explained, looking at her cautiously, as if he was afraid that she would be dissatisfied. How is it? Does this color look good? The task in his mind lit up again. It was the last 1/4 grid that had not been completed. The girl with a delicate face stood on tiptoe and stretched out toward Shi Jin. Anyway, there was no one else in the Jiang family's villa. As long as she moved quickly enough and took the opportunity to Shi Jin's hair, she might be judged as successful and complete the last bit of the task. But as soon as Jiang Ziji stretched out her arm, the tall young man opposite bent down and took her fingers and touched the hairstyle he had just done. Shi Jin's hair was hard and felt a little prickly. It looks good. This color is beautiful. Shi Jin's ears turned redder amid the praise. Jiang Ziji pretended to touch his red ears casually, and Shi Jin froze. He didn't move, still lowering his head and letting her touch him. It was as if no matter what she did, no matter how excessive she was, he would not refuse. He would always obey her. The vicious value has been updated, and the current host's vicious value is 8%. The vicious female supporting role who flirts with other men task fills in the last 1/4 grid, and the task is completed. The childhood sweetheart is not bad, and Jiang Ziji continued to max out the emotional value. You're good-looking, and this color suits you very well. The tall mixed-race young man smiled, grabbed Jiang Ziji's fingers, and blew on them to his lips. The clear and warm breath slipped through the fingers, and there was a subtle sense of invasion. Along with Shi Jin's voice, it still smells like hair dye. Don't get your hands dirty. Suddenly, a large hand with distinct joints stretched out between the two of them, separating them. Jiang Ziji looked in the direction of the arm and saw Lu Xian in a white shirt, holding a clean wet towel. Under the black hair, the eyes looked at her quietly. You need to wipe it, Mississippi Lu Xian said expressionlessly, which was not very appropriate for the guests. It's stained with dirt. The atmosphere suddenly became sharp. Shi Jin narrowed his eyes with a smile and looked at this sudden, uninvited guest. Of course he knew who this was. Lu Xian, a poor student sponsored by Jiang Ziji, lived in the Jiang family since childhood. Later, her childhood sweetheart disappeared, and the person who continued to replace Jiang Ziji beat and scolded Lu Xian and tortured her wantonly. Everyone in the circle knew that the eldest lady of the Jiang family had a dog. The dog looked docile, but it was not so obedient in its bones. Everyone expected Lu Xian to bite her back. Until last night, Shi Jin saw Lu Xian again. In that messy room, Lu Xian stared at his childhood sweetheart grimly and seemed to hate her very much. How come in just one night, the mad dog wants to become a bootlicker? Shi Jin pulled the corner of his lips, showed a contemptuous smile to Lu Xian, grabbed Jiang Ziji's wrist with his backhand, and pulled her to his side. Ziji seems not to have introduced who this is to me. This is Lu Xian. The unfinished words were suddenly interrupted. The mixed-race young man in a motorcycle jacket put his arm on Jiang Ziji's shoulder, and his overly deep and handsome face tilted slightly, close to Jiang Ziji. From other angles, the two people seemed to be whispering in each other's ears. But the voice of the words was not small, enough for anyone in the restaurant to hear clearly. Is he also your good friend like me? But I haven't seen this face in the circle. Is he your classmate? But an adult male classmate will not live in a girl's house, unless he doesn't even have the ability to support himself. Shijin's pleasant voice was slightly elongated, giving people endless reverie. He laughed very lightly again, as if he suddenly understood. This classmate Lu Xian, he is not a... A low laugh came from the group of servants, not far away, and Lu Xian's beautiful face was still calm. The broken hair covered her eyebrows and eyes, and her skin was too pale, looking like a landscape painting shrouded in water vapor. After being insulted for so many years and being laughed at by so many people, Lu Xian's self-esteem had long been numb. He was a dog raised by Jiang Ziji, a low-quality toy of Jiang Ziji, a sandbag for her to vent her anger, a prop for her to amuse others outside, and a lowly man who was kept. There was only hatred and resentment for revenge in his heart. But the next second, the girl's soft voice sounded, and her tone was very serious. He is my friend. Lu Xian, who had half closed his eyes, suddenly raised his eyes. Opposite, the girl with Shi Jin's arm around her shoulders smiled with curved eyes and was explaining. When he was young, his family was poor and he had no parents, so our family supported him. His grandmother is in poor health. She had knee surgery before and can't work hard, so we took him to the Jiang family. He is a very good boy with excellent grades. The professor also appreciates him, and his classmates like him. Jiang Ziji said every word. Lu Xian's fingers clenched a little, and his pair of dark eyes widened. He stared at Jiang Ziji, trying to find a little hypocrisy in that overly beautiful face. But no matter how hard he tried, he could only see Jiang Ziji with a sincere face, praising him with sparkling eyes. Jiang's mother also looked at her daughter in shock. Such words. Could Ziji say them? She has a bad temper. Oh no. She always beats and scolds Lu Xian wantonly. She would restrain herself in front of others, but it would be terrible when she is beating him behind their backs. She doesn't even regard Lu Xian as a human being.
But what is she talking about now?
Is she praising Lu Xian for being excellent? Is she finally able to see the shining points of others? Or is she finally going to change for the better this time? Mother Jiang felt depressed, as if she was hit. Looking at her daughter, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips, her eyes gentle. The next moment, her arm was suddenly hugged, and Qiao Yan's voice came from her ear, timidly, "Aunt, the doctor is here. Come and check me." Mother Jiang nodded, but her eyes were still looking at Jiang Ziji, not leaving that figure at all. Qiao Yan's eyes flashed with jealousy, and her tone was still timid. "By the way, Aunt, I think the injury on Xiao Lu's arm is quite serious." Ziji didn't control the severity of the... It would be bad if he was left with any scars. Otherwise, let the doctor take a look at him. After the voice fell, Mother Jiang's sight finally moved away from Jiang Ziji and looked at the exposed arm of Lu Xian. Whip marks spread on the slender and powerful arm, and the swollen and bulging places where they were whipped looked a little shocking. Seeing Mother Jiang frowning her thin eyebrows, Qiao Yan was finally satisfied. When Shi Jin came back to his senses, Jiang Ziji's praise for the hat evolved from "he is very pitiful" and "he is very good" to "he will definitely have a bright future." Shi Jin felt sour in his teeth and heart. When his little childhood sweetheart finally finished praising him, Shi Jin responded sourly. "Is that so?" He looked at Jiang Ziji, his pair of blue peach eyes sparkling with watery light. "I said he was and you made a lot of excuses for him. He called me a dirty thing, but you didn't even care." "It's okay, Ziji, I'm not wronged. Who made me your good friend who grew up with you?" He glanced at Lu Xian, a few knives flying in his eyes, then turned to look at the girl beside him, and smiled. "I'm not like some men who are narrow-minded, easily angry, and only hide behind girls. I have thick skin, and I won't take it to heart even if others scold me 10 times. I don't want to make things difficult for you, Gigi. Shijin pushed Jiang Gigi to the other side. Look at you. You just said so much. Your mouth must be dry. I have prepared your favorite drink in the car. And today the weather is good, so I postponed an appointment and took you out for a ride. Auntie. While Shijin was chattering, Jiang Gigi stretched out her arms to Jiang's mother and hugged her like a dove into a forest. Being held by her sweet and soft little daughter, Jiang's mother's movements were a little stiff for a moment. I don't want to go out to play. I'm going to school today. The girl with a delicate face looked at her mother. The more she looked at her mother, the more she looked like the figure that had been hovering in her dreams. She smiled with her eyes curved, and she was well behaved. Mom, if I study hard today, will there be a reward of a meal made by Mom when I come back? Jiang's mother had a cardiac arrest and was flattered. You want to eat the meal I cook? Before, Jiang Gigi always looked down on women who only knew how to do housework. She envied other people's strong mothers and looked down on herself, who was good at cooking. She even complained to others outside several times that there were so many servants in the house, but her mother only knew how to stay around the stove. She was conservative and old-fashioned, and didn't look like an independent woman at all. She was even picky about the meals cooked by Jiang's mother. She was not satisfied here, and found fault there. She would throw away her chopsticks after eating a few bites and go out to hang out with her friends. But now, she said she wanted to eat the meal she made by herself, and said it was a reward for studying hard. Jiang's mother's eyes lit up, and her voice was a little unstable. Okay. What do you want to eat? My mother hasn't cooked for a long time. Jiang Gigi looked at her with a smile, and acted coquettishly. I love all the meals cooked by my mother. But tonight I want to eat the crispy roast goose made by my mother. If there is crispy roast goose, I will be so happy that I will bubble in my dreams tonight. Jiang's mother was so excited that she was a little flustered. Okay, Mom will go out now. Mom will go to the market to buy it herself. Tonight there will definitely be crispy roast goose that our baby loves the most. Her little daughter came over and kissed her cheek gently. It was warm and fragrant. It was like a feather rubbing against her. Mom is so nice. I like Mom so much. Jiang's mother was in a hurry to go to the farm to choose wild raised geese. She called the driver and left in a hurry, without even looking at Qiao Yan next to her. Qiao Yan clenched her hands and glanced at Jiang's mother's back with some resentment. The next moment, a line of sight was projected over, making her feel like a thorn in her back. Qiao Yan slowly turned her head and saw Jiang Gigi, who had just been holding Jiang's mother obediently, staring at her. The round almond eyes flew up slightly, with the arrogance of the eldest lady of the Jiang family, who didn't know the world was high. I'm an annoying and vicious female supporting role, so it's normal for me to speak rudely, right, system? After getting the system's approval, Jiang Gigi stared at Qiao Yan and curled her rosy lips. Qiao Yan, I know what you're planning. From last night's catching the adulterer to today's fanning the flames, Jiang Gigi roughly understood what kind of personality Qiao Yan, the heroine of this world, is. She originally planned to keep her distance from Qiao Yan. But who made Qiao Yan set her sights on her mother? She can set off Qiao Yan and be a responsible and vicious female supporting role. But Qiao Yan wants to bully her mother. When she dreams about her mother again and again, her mother who is glowing and fragrant, and who wants to cry when she throws herself into the other's arms. This won't do. Jiang Gigi spoke softly with a cold voice and said word by word, if you dare to touch my mother, you're dead. Qiao Yan's expression froze and her breathing became a little unnatural. But Shi Jin and Lu Xian were still here, so Qiao Yan could only look at them timidly. Sister Gigi, I know you don't like me to be close to my aunt, but I also like my aunt very much. Do you have a mother? Jiang Gigi's voice was cold and mocking. Or is it that the rich woman is your mother? Qiao Yan's face turned pale when her little thoughts were suddenly exposed. Jiang Gigi, Yushi rolled her eyes and covered her heart weakly, tears quickly flowing down. Gigi, I know you don't like me, but you can't accuse me like this. You always make your aunt angry. I don't know how many times she has cried day and night. I feel sorry for her too. I just want to be nicer to her for you. She cried with tears in her eyes and looked at Shi Jin for help. The tall mixed-race young man was playing with Jiang Ziji's hair, as if he didn't hear her pitiful cry. Qiao Yan cried again, and turned her eyes to Lu Xian. Lu Xian has been bullied by Jiang Ziji for so many years. He must be able to understand me very well. Seeing herself being bullied will definitely arouse his hatred, and then he will take revenge on Jiang Ziji severely, preferably stabbing her to death with a knife. Qiao Yan thought with malice in her heart, sobbing and wiping her tears. Sure enough, Lu Xian was staring at her thoughtfully, his eyes dark. He must feel sorry for her tears and hate the vicious Jiang Ziji. Qiao Yan thought. But a few steps away, Lu Xian gently twisted his fingertips, and his mind unconsciously recalled the wet touch with the scent of roses last night.
Touch.
The girl in a short skirt leaned over, her thin eyelids still red, like a pink rose wet by the dew on a branch in spring. Her round almond eyes were wet, her eyelashes were wet, and her nose was a little red, as if she had just cried. Fragile, slender, delicate. She cried beautifully. It would arouse the desire to be violent, to pinch her neck and press her on the bed, to see how she cried herself wet. He could only look at her with misty eyes, pitifully, beg him. How can she be so beautiful? Not like Qiao Yan at all. She cries ugly and is noisy. Lu Xian twirled his fingertips carelessly, his deep eyes swept over the young lady beside him, and a kind of unbearable excitement surged in his heart. He really should keep the young lady alive. She bullied him, and she owed him. So, as compensation, she should lie on his lap weakly and pitifully. The tip of her nose was red, and her eyes were pink. In an unclear tone, she called him husband in a coquettish tone. With the idea of taking Jiang Ziji out to play today, Shijin drove an electric blue Porsche 911. It was an eye-catching color, which was particularly consistent with Shijin's unexpected temperament. The rain had stopped last night, and the sun had just come out, and the ground was still damp. Shijin walked to his car in 2 or 3 steps, opened the passenger door, patted it, and said, "Ziji, sit here." "Oh." This Shijin said half of his words, as if he realized that he had said the wrong thing, and looked at Lu Xian with a pair of curved peach blossom eyes. "This classmate, you are not going to use my car too, are you?" Jiang Ziji turned around and suddenly felt that she had touched something, accompanied by the sound of Lu Xian's gasp. Looking closely, the scar on the back of Lu Xian's hand was bleeding. Before Jiang Ziji could speak, she saw Lu Xian covering the back of his hand calmly, and said calmly, I can drive with you, and pick up the young lady after school." "You are injured. Why are you still driving?" Jiang Ziji nodded with her pointed chin. "Lu Xian, get in the car." Lu Xian hesitated. Shijin sneered and commented, "Fox spirit." Jiang Ziji didn't hear clearly what Shijin said, because Lu Xian's somewhat hoarse voice sounded again, and the two voices overlapped. "My injury is fine. I'm used to it." As soon as he said the word habit, Jiang Ziji immediately remembered who had done the bad thing and began to feel guilty again. "You are not allowed to drive today. Wait until your injury heals." She reached out to pull Lu Xian, and the thin man, who was a head taller than her, staggered when she pulled him. His cold white skin and light-colored lips gave him a sense of brokenness that was almost pale. Lu Xian stood still, carrying her school bag. His eyebrows and eyes were a little gloomy under his messy hair, and he seemed to be hesitant. "I'm carsick, Mississippi Jiang Ziji. That's easy. You sit in the front." Shijin, who had just thought about how to buckle the passenger's seat belt handsomely, said. This time Lu Xian did not refute. He nodded, walked straight to the passenger seat, looked at Shijin. "Thank you for your hard work, Master Shi." Shijin clenched his fists. He knew that this Lu Xian was not a good guy. A dead white lotus. A dead green tea. Shijin pressed the car door with one hand, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "No trouble. It's strange to say, it was fine when I went out just now." Shijin stared at him and smiled. "How coincidental. The wound opened up as soon as I got in the car. Could it be that classmate Lu did it on purpose?" Lu Xian lowered his eyes when he heard the voice, and tilted his head to look at Jiang Ziji. He was originally thin, with black hair and red lips, and he was handsome. When he lowered his eyebrows and looked at people like this, it was easy to give people a feeling of pity. He did not directly answer Shi Jin's question, but his deep black eyes looked at Jiang Jiji quietly and asked softly, "Do you think of me like this, miss?" Such a low tone, coupled with a pair of drooping eyes, the cold and white profile is extremely broken, looking like a poor little bullied person. Jiang Jiji poked her head out from the back seat, looked at Lu Xian, then looked at Shi Jin and said, "Okay, Shi Jin, don't bully him." "Shi Jin, I bullied him?" Shi Jin felt like a dumb person eating Coptis chinensis. The whole world can see that he swallowed the Coptis chinensis. Only his little childhood sweetheart was blinded by the green tea and scheming white lotus, and couldn't see anything. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly frowned, and he wished he could wipe Jiang Jiji's eyes with his own hands. Pointing at Lu Xian, he spoke quickly. "Can't you see that he is a green tea, Jiji? He was fine when he went out just now, but he bled in these few steps. And he didn't get hurt earlier or later, but he got hurt when I asked him to drive. He did it on purpose, deliberately making his wound bleed. He just wants you to pity him. He is a scheming man. It's all my fault." Lu Xian's slightly hoarse voice sounded. He looked at Jiang Jiji and took the blame. "It's all my fault, Mississippi. I used the wrong hand to hold the school bag, and that's why I opened the wound. It's all because I didn't pay enough attention. That made Master Shi unhappy and angry with you." The hoarse voice was particularly low and sounded cautious. It was just that he spoke the last few words a little slowly, as if he was afraid that Jiang Jiji wouldn't understand. It's not known whether Jiang Jiji understood it or not, but Shi Jin definitely understood it. Shi Jin, who was leaning on the passenger door, was almost laughing with anger. "Lu Xian, you're really great." Shi Jin gritted his teeth, turned to the other side, opened the main driver's door, stretched out his long legs and sat in. He didn't even have time to fasten his seatbelt, turned around and explained to the people behind him, "Jiji, don't listen to his instigation. How could I bear to lose my temper with you? He just can't stand the two of us getting along well, so he deliberately instigates our relationship." His eyes fell on the girl's fair and soft fingers. There seemed to be a soft breeze blowing, gently falling on his face, which was so fragrant. Shi Jin's Adam's apple quickly pressed down, and he lowered his voice. "I can't bear to lose my temper with you even if you slap me in the face." Jiang Jiji. Seeing that she didn't speak, Shi Jin hurriedly added, "Don't get me wrong, I will never lose my temper with you. I'm also happy if you slap me in the face. I'm happy in any way, as long as I see you. Even if you slap me in the face for the rest of my life, I'll be happy." Jiang Jiji. The handsome mixed-race face suddenly enlarged in front of him, staring at her hand, eager to try. Jiang Jiji quickly hid her hands under her skirt, with a look of horror on her face. "What kind of hobby is this, Shi Jin? Are you sick?" After being scolded by her, Shi Jin laughed out loud, and his thin lips curled up into a beautiful arc. He blinked his pair of blue peach eyes, looked at the girl sitting in the back seat of the sports car, and said suggestively, "If Gigi likes it, I can also be sick. What kind of disease do you like? It doesn't matter. Don't be ashamed. I can act." At the girl with bright eyes covered his face with a book. Shi Jin did not dodge, and his wanton laughter came from behind the pages. "Snacks and drinks are in the back, and your favorite comics. Really going to school? You really don't want to play with me?" Jiang Jiji seriously rejected the temptation to go out and play, her fingers brushing over the scattered things in the packaging bag on the back seat. Colorful snacks, girl comics that were popular in the whole school several years ago. It was a bit strange. Shi Jin seemed to treat her as a child who was stuck in a certain era. Jiang Jiji pulled out a package of puffed food, opened it, poked it with her finger, and put it in her mouth. The taste was not bad. There was an inexplicable familiarity. It seemed that she was born to like it. The electric blue supercar crossed half of City A and stopped steadily in front of a university with a strong artistic atmosphere. Although college students who study in such institutions of higher learning have good family backgrounds, Shi Jin's car just stopped and attracted a lot of people's attention. Such a flashy color, and the license plate is still the iconic 0507. Some people just glanced at it and quickly recognized it. Shi Jin's car? No way. Shijin is not from our school. Why did he suddenly come to us? And he is so popular. Isn't he going to shoot a movie? My sister is Shijin. This is definitely his car. Shijin has an electric blue 911, and the license plate number is 0507. He said it was the birthday of his childhood sweetheart. Oh my god, it's really Shijin. Many mobile phones were raised, and some people even turned on the camera. The next second, the driver and co-pilot doors opened almost at the same time, and two pairs of long legs stepped out. No, my brother, she dyed his hair silver, and his face is so cool. Shijin, you look so flashy today. Are you showing off the peacock's tail on the spot? Who's on the other side? A newcomer in the entertainment industry? Who knows? One handsome face followed by another handsome face. Today's morning 8 is definitely a visual feast. Why is there anyone else? A pair of clean white shoes stepped on the ground, and the slender calves were particularly dazzling. Jiang Ziji wore Shijin's oversized sunglasses, covering most of her pretty face. She put her hand in Shijin's palm and muttered softly, "You are so popular, Shijin. If I had known you would stop here, Lu Xian, and I would have come down early." Hearing this, Shijin smiled even more brightly. "What's the matter, Gigi? You have been photographed. Let's take the opportunity to make it official. Do you want to be in a variety show? Otherwise, take off your sunglasses now, and we can talk about resources directly with this killer face." Jiang Gigi heard the voice and pushed her sunglasses with her backhand to make it more secure. Then she refused with confidence, "I don't want to be judged on a variety show." Shijin looked at her with curved eyes. It was late autumn. She was wearing a gray short skirt, a Mayumiu white knitted sweater, a puppy badge on her chest, and her soft flaxen curly hair was casually. As she walked, her light-colored windbreaker was blown by the wind. She looked like a rich girl, lazy and noble. Just this face, without makeup, appearing in the entertainment circle is enough to kill a lot of people in seconds. If she really enters the circle, I don't know how many people will rush to negotiate conditions and give resources. The voices in the crowd were faint, and they were obviously attracted by the girls who appeared. Is there a movie coming to our school to shoot? Does Shijin have any official movies recently? Is this their heroine? This girl in sunglasses has such a superior nose and face shape. And this figure and proportion. Is she a new artist who just signed a contract with an entertainment company? Can I get an autograph in advance? Someone's eyes were burning, and Jiang Ziji ran faster than a dog. Shijin also wanted to follow her, but his traffic was too high, and he was soon surrounded by fans who recognized him. Some asked him for an autograph, some screamed his name, and some asked in surprise if a movie was going to be filmed in their school, and if the girl who just came in was the heroine. Shijin was writing with a pen in his hand, but he paused when he heard the last question, his rosy thin lips slightly raised. "It's not a movie." He looked towards the place where a figure disappeared and admitted with a smile, "But that person is indeed the heroine of my life. Because I'm still pursuing her, I would like to ask everyone to keep it a secret for me." This morning's class is a public class. The tiered classroom is on the 12th floor. Probably because the class is about the principles of Marxism, the students are not very enthusiastic. It is almost time for class, and nearly half of the tables and chairs in the classroom that can accommodate more than 200 people are still empty. Jiang Ziji stepped into the classroom first, followed by Lu Xian. Over the years, in order to take care of the eldest lady's academic situation, Lu Xian has to serve her almost all his after-school time. Jiang Ziji found a seat and sat down, and heard discussions about Shijin and filming in the classroom. Jiang Ziji just glanced over there curiously and received several obscure glances, as well as malicious complaints. "It's so funny. She's really good at getting away with it. She's deliberately dressing like other people's clothes, right? Anyway, some people have money at home, so they can wear whatever they want. I hate it." On the one hand, she exposed Shijin's negative information on the internet and deliberately discredited Shijin. On the other hand, she imitated wearing Shijin's girlfriend's clothes. Isn't someone really afraid of schizophrenia by directing and acting like this? It's not that she just wants to destroy it because she can't have it, but in fact she is Shijin's dream girl. It's so funny. Everyone knows that teacher Shi has a sweet childhood sweetheart in his heart. Alas, our brother Shi is also pitiful. His childhood sweetheart died early, and our brother lives like a widow every day. Jiang Ziji listened for a while without blushing or beating her heart, without any awareness of being scolded. But after hearing the last sentence, Jiang Ziji suddenly turned to look at Lu Xian. Shijin told everyone that I'm dead? Lu Xian had just taken out his laptop and suddenly met Jiang Ziji's big, blinking eyes. Lu Xian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. I don't know, young lady. I don't chase stars, and I don't know much about things in the entertainment industry. The two sat side by side, very close. Lu Xian smelled the rich rose scent again, as if it was with a small hook, drilling straight into his heart. Lu Xian pursed his lips. Young lady, are you talking to Shi Jiji? You came so early today?
We thought you were going to skip class again today.
Several voices rang out, interrupting Lu Xian's words. Lu Xian looked in the direction of the voice, and his pair of dark eyes suddenly became cold. Jiang Ziji also turned his head. Coming towards them were two boys and one girl. The boy in the leather jacket had a crew cut. The other had long hair and was dressed like an art student. The only girl was wearing a black sweater with a big Chanel logo on the chest. The three of them were not polite and went straight to the row behind Jiang Ziji and started complaining. Why are you sitting so far forward today? Ziji, you were so cold last night, standing next to the prince. We couldn't even squeeze in to say hello to you. Are you not climbing up the social ladder, so you don't want to care about friends like us? Hey, I haven't eaten yet, so the boy in leather jacket kicked Lu Xian's chair. With a sharp squeak, the crew-cut leather jacket man crossed his arms, pointed his chin in the direction of Lu Xian, and said condescendingly, Go buy me breakfast. I want some too. I still want to eat the bubble wontons from that restaurant, without coriander, shrimp skin, or egg skin. Run faster when you come. It was almost clumped together last time. The girl complained. You girls are the only ones who have a lot of things to do. That wonton restaurant is half an hour away from school. Can't you eat something closer? The artistic man sneered and looked at Lu Xian. A cup of hot cocoa, century egg, lean meat, ciabatta. Remember, the hot cocoa must be boiling hot. It's so cold. Take off your clothes to wrap our food. Don't let it get cold, understand? They said it as a matter of course, looking at Lu Xian as if he were looking at a dog. There was no ripple in Lu Xian's eyes, and his eyes were dark. The broad palm that fell on the notebook paused. The next second, a soft hand rested on the back of his hand. The fingertips were soft and warm, but they burned Lu Xian's eyelids so much that they trembled. Jiang Ziji looked at the three people in the back row, her voice calm. He's not going. Lu Xian stared at her expression closely. He won't go in the future. Jiang Ziji's voice was cold. Lu Xian's thin eyelids trembled, and his heart was like a leaf floating on the sea, swaying back and forth uncontrollably. Okay, I won't go. Ziji, why are you so angry today? What's wrong? Did you get angry with the prince? The crew-haired man's tone was malicious, and he scanned Jiang Ziji's face up and down. Miss Jiang is hurt by love. Do you want me to accompany you for a drink tonight? The girl in the black sweater pursed her lips. Ziji, is the prince really going to break off the engagement with you? She laughed a little exaggeratedly and a little gloatingly. If Gu Yuji really breaks off the engagement with you, then your reputation in the circle will be completely ruined. The artistic man also grinded his nails and chimed in, his tone sour. Hey, I said it. How could a family like the Gu family look down on you? You're a woman. You took off all your clothes and sent yourself to bed, but no one wanted you. How shameful! The suddenly high-pitched shrill male voice echoed in the huge lecture hall. At that moment, the whole classroom seemed to be paused. Countless figures turned around in unison, looking at the figure in the middle of the third row. One of Jiang Ziji's friends, the artistic man with long hair, trembled and bent like a shrimp, tightly covering his scalp. The bright red blood seeped out from between his fingers, dyeing the piece of black hair a sticky piece. In the opposite direction to her, the pupils of the beautiful girl in the windbreaker dilated slightly, and her dense eyelashes were raised with the arc of the eye-tail, and her eyes trembled slightly. The always taciturn Lu Xian stood behind her. The tall figure was projected, with his arms half bent, grabbing a piece of blood-stained wood. The fine black hair covered his eyes, and the arc of his thin lips was somewhat eerie. Amid the artistic man's grinning curses, Lu Xian remained silent. Like a sculpture, he stood silently behind Jiang Zhizhi. This scene was exactly like the eldest lady and her vicious dog. What's going on? Internal conflict? Don't mention it. Jiang Zhizhi is quite beautiful when she doesn't speak. Hiss. The atmosphere is weird. Why do Jiang Zhizhi and Lu Xian have an inexplicable sense of CP today? Can you even handle this? Have you forgotten how the eldest lady treated Lu Xian? It's better not to stand on the victim and test your blood sugar. TSK, Su and Can is not a good person. I heard that his family has some connections. I'm afraid Lu Xian will have to stay in jail for a few days if he beats him. No way, if such an outstanding person has a criminal record, he's doomed. You dare to hit me. The one with the surname Lu. Su and Can burst into tears in pain. He covered his head and roared. Do you know who my uncle is? How dare you hit me? You're done. I'll kill you, Jiang Zhizhi. Watch your dog. Jiang Zhizhi, Lu Xian is going too far. The sweater girl's voice trembled. She didn't seem to expect Lu Xian to be so cruel. Her breath was a little unstable. But when her eyes turned to Jiang Zhizhi again, her tone naturally carried blame. No way, Jiang Zhizhi, you can still sit still. Can't even control a dog? Make him kneel down and admit his mistake to Can. The crew-haired man also frowned. Zhizhi, you let someone like Lu Xian beat Can. What is his status, and what is our status? Isn't this a slap in our faces? You must kneel down and admit your mistake. 100 heads, not one less. See, Jiang Zhizhi is definitely going to torture Lu Xian in public again. Not really, is it? Isn't it obvious that Lu Xian is helping her? She repays kindness with enmity. Didn't you join the anonymous melon eating group on campus? Last year, the big melon that caused a sensation, Jiang Zhizhi hit Lu Xian's head with frozen hard ice water in public, breaking his scalp, all because Lu Xian spilled the porridge she bought for her friend. Why does Lu Xian listen to her so much? He's so big, but he doesn't know how to resist? Lu Xian has been sponsored by the Jiang family since he was a child. I heard that Tsinghua University and Peking University called him before the college entrance examination scores were released. But Jiang Zhizhi forced him to apply to our university. Oh my. Wait. Jiang Zhizhi is a wimp. She will definitely whip Lu Xian and make him apologize to these friends. The discussions around him seemed to give Su and Can strength. Even with his head covered, he put on that condescending attitude again, stiffened his neck and ordered, Lu Xian, I told you to kneel down. As soon as the words fell, a chuckle was heard in the air. Jiang Zhizhi raised the corners of her lips, supported her arms on the table, and stood in front of Lu Xian. As Lu Xian slowly raised his eyelids, he saw a slender and white swan neck, bathed in the morning light, and even the soft hair by the ears had some kind of fangs and claws. A familiar spoiled voice also rang out, with some kind of mockery. You insulted me, and you want my people to kneel down and admit their mistakes to you? Hearing the words my person, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if supported by something sudden and soft. He was ashamed of his own incompetence. But he couldn't control his violently beating heart. Even his breath was hot, burning him. The spoiled and arrogant young lady stood in front of him, her voice light, and with obvious contempt. Su and Can, who do you think you are? How dare you ask Lu Xian to admit his mistake to you? Obviously, Jiang Zhizhi spoke in this condescending tone countless times, but only this time, he could not feel the slightest disgust. Jiang Zhizhi said that he was her person. Jiang Zhizhi was protecting him. With his head split open and being ridiculed in public, Su and Can couldn't hold back his face, gritted his teeth. Jiang Zhizhi, why are you pretending? Didn't you just drug the prince and climb onto his bed? People compliment you a few words. You don't really think you are the young lady of the Gu family, do you? A fool like you whose brain has been kicked by a donkey. You don't want it even if you are given to me for free, and the prince is so annoyed with you that he didn't even show up at the engagement party. Do you think we don't know? I am telling you, you made me lose face today. I will definitely make your life miserable. Stinky Paw crisp slap interrupted Sue and Kan's curse. He seemed to have bitten his tongue and gasped in pain. Jiang Jiji shook her hands. The disgust in her eyes seemed to be shaking off something dirty. Her voice was calm. Isn't your mouth very stinky? Keep talking. There was an eerie silence in the air. Countless eyes fell on Jiang Jiji, who had a calm expression, on Lu Xian, who was protected by her for the first time, and on Sue and Kan and his group who had turned against her. Is Jiang Jiji crazy? It felt so good to slap her. Will some people die if they don't use insulting words for women? These people bully classmates every day, they deserve it. Okay. Jiang Jiji behaved like a human being today. I look at her with new eyes. Laughing sounds came from all directions, and there were jokes everywhere. Sue and Kan covered his face with slap marks, feeling ashamed and annoyed. His face flushed red. He wanted to fight back. But Lu Xian stood behind Jiang Jiji like a mad dog, with gloomy eyes, looking at him as if he were a dead person. Sue and Kan's heart trembled. His eyes swept to the door, and he burst into tears instantly. Jiang Jiji realized something and turned around. His sight turned from the snow-white wall, and he unexpectedly saw a tall and cold figure standing at the door. There was a small brown mole on the tip of the other person's nose, and the neat dark gray shirt was shiny, and his suit jacket was casually draped over his arm. Lazy, gentle, and expensive. Jiang Ziji's pupils dilated slightly. Pei Henian, why is he here?
Haha.
Mr. Pei.
Accident. Accident.
With a simple voice, Jiang Ziji finally realized that there was a big-bellied man following Pei Henian. The other person had embarrassment on his face and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The students in our school are of high quality, but young people are full of energy and easily impulsive, so there may be some conflicts if they disagree. It won't affect your class. I'll deal with it immediately. What's going on? The man's cold and low voice echoed in the classroom. His voice was neither fast nor slow, and it was very oppressive. Especially the gaze, looking over. Jiang Ziji hid her numb hands behind her back. When she met Pei Henian's gaze, she felt a little guilty for some reason. Jiang Ziji, it's you again. The pot-bellied man took a glance, and immediately guessed it was almost right. The most troublesome decision of their school was to admit Jiang Jiji as an exception. Fighting, swearing, bullying classmates, making the campus a mess had a very bad influence. It's okay that there was unrest in the group inside the campus before, and now Mr. Pei rarely comes to school, and it happens that she is causing trouble again. The dean was holding back a rage, and he took a few steps forward with his two thin legs supporting his big belly. Call your counselor. Call your parents too. Come with me to the office. And this injured student, go to the school infirmary to treat the wound first. The dean hurriedly gave a few instructions, glared at the students in the classroom with his big eyes, then turned around and smiled. Mr. Pei, you go to class first. I will take care of these students. After he said that, he glared at Jiang Jiji again. Why are you standing there? Why don't you leave? Jiang Jiji looked at Pei Henian stealthily, just meeting those narrow and long phoenix eyes. Jiang Jiji lowered her head, followed the dean obediently, and walked towards the door where Pei Henian was. Sue and Kan stopped swearing and said ouch ouch in his mouth. While he exchanged glances with the remaining two people, he stared at Jiang Jiji fiercely. The next moment, Jiang Ziji's figure stopped abruptly. From his direction, he could see Jiang Jiji slightly raised his chin and curved his eyes at Pei Henian, Uncle Pei. The call of Uncle Pei was earth-shattering. The dean who was walking in front looked back blankly, a little confused. Sue and Kan, who was walking behind, was struck by lightning. His pupils widened. Only Pei Henian, who was called Uncle, lifted his thin eyelids and looked at Jiang Jiji with a smile. At the moment their eyes met, Jiang Jiji gave the other party a look for help implicitly. Mr. Pei, the dean, his voice was a little hesitant, you and classmate Jiang Jiji are actually related? The handsome man in the shirt raised his eyebrows a little, but did not answer directly. Instead, he curled the corners of his lips slightly and stretched out his hand to her. Come here, little niece. Jiang Ziji gritted her teeth and walked forward a few steps. Pei Henian changed the direction of the suit jacket in his hand, put his arm around Jiang Ziji's arm with one hand, and pulled her into his arms. It was obviously a very gentlemanly action, but when he did it, it carried a certain strength and unquestionable strength. Pei Henian's voice was still cold, but Jiang Ziji heard some kind of teasing in that voice. Well, we are related. After all, our Ziji, even the first wish on her birthday every year is to pray for my health. Pei Henian's eyes fell on her with a strong presence, and his smiling tone dragged out a little, pausing word by word. Good child. On the way to the office, Jiang Ziji clearly felt that the pot-bellied dean was like a deflated ball, and his tough attitude deflated little by little. Su and Kan was supported and went to the infirmary with a cry. Dean Chun poured tea for Pei Henian and then hurried out to answer a phone call. This office is very new, obviously just cleaned up. There are very few decorations in the office, as if no one has worked here. Jiang Ziji sat in the chair at the edge, drinking tea in small sips. Lu Xian stood next to her, not speaking. He would just bend down silently and carefully wipe her fingertips that were stained with water with a tissue. Like a vicious dog who is loyal to his master, but has evil intentions. Pei Henian narrowed his eyes and said in a flat tone, "You can go." Jiang Ziji's eyes lit up when she heard the voice. Really? Pei Henian's gaze passed over her and fell on Lu Xian. When their eyes met, Lu Xian was neither humble nor arrogant. He lowered his eyes and looked at Jiang Ziji. "Miss, do you need me?" The class bell outside had rung. Jiang Ziji looked at the classmates who were hurrying outside the window and patted the other's arm kindly. "Xiao Lu, you must study hard." Lu Xian was silent for a moment. Obviously, he always has that calm expression, but for some reason, Jiang Ziji felt that Lu Xian was not happy at this moment. Lu Xian's hoarse voice sounded in the air. "I hit someone. I should take responsibility." "What responsibility do you take?" It was obviously them who spoke rudely first, and they were the ones who insulted us first. The girl with pretty cheeks looked up at him, her long eyelashes flickering. "Don't worry. I will protect you." Lu Xian, who had been silent, finally smiled. He was good-looking to begin with, and a smile appeared on his pale and gloomy face, with a kind of tenderness like the melting of thin ice. "Thank you, Mississippi." The thin young man raised his head, looked in the direction of Pei Henian, and nodded to him. With a click, the sound of Lu Xian's footsteps disappeared with the sound of the door closing. Jiang Ziji finally turned around and met Pei Henian's strong presence. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Ziji felt uneasy and a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. "Pei Henian, your expression is so strange. You're not going to help me, are you?" Pei Henian tapped twice with his fingers on the table, his cold voice without any ups and downs. "When did I say I would help you?" Jiang Ziji's eyes widened instantly. "But you just said in front of the dean that we are related, and you also admitted that I am your niece." Pei Henian looked at her with a smile. "Then even if I was wrong, the younger generations of the Pei family have always been well behaved in front of me. No one dares to flirt in front of me. I don't have a niece who falls in love with other people right after she confesses her love." Jiang Ziji was a little confused by his nonsense. "Pei Henian, I'm not in love. He is a classmate I sponsored. He comes from a poor family, so he has lived in our house for a long time." Pei Henian took a sip of tea and said in a calm voice, "Oh, then the two of you were flirting with each other, saying you protect me and I protect you." The slender fingers holding the teacup were exposed to the air, showing a jade-like luster. The voice was also cold. "I thought I accidentally walked into a film and television base where breaking up a couple was being performed." Jiang Ziji. How strange. Why is Pei Henian always speaking in a sarcastic tone today? He won't really not help her, will he? After all, in the morning, she vowed to her mother that she would go to school well and asked her mother to cook for her as a reward. In the blink of an eye, if the school called and said that she had a fight with others, her mother would definitely be angry again and would not believe her. Jiang Ziji blinked and understood instantly. Pei Henian must be uncomfortable. A child of destiny like him. He is the only one who looks down on others. How can he let others get rid of him first? It must be that her behavior just now hurt his sense of superiority, so he is so sarcastic. Jiang Ziji slowly reached out and tugged at Pei Henian's sleeve. The next second, Pei Henian's low and cold voice sounded again. What? Is the sugar-coated bullet coming again? Are you going to say those sweet words to fool me again? Do you think I'm the kind of stupid man who can be bewitched by a few words and lose his way, Jiang Ziji? The next moment, the girl's fragrance and warm breath fell over. His cheek was gently touched. Jiang Ziji was very disobedient. She held his face with both hands, and her soft voice was drawn out. Pei Henian, are you jealous? Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, and her hot and wet breath fell on Pei Henian's thin lips. The overly ambiguous actions even intertwined their breaths. Pei Henian felt inexplicably thirsty, and his eyes on the girl's lips became hotter and hotter. So I really get jealous like this. The girl's soft voice lingered in the air, but Pei Henian felt that it was a little unclear. She was talking. Pei Henian could hear clearly what the other party was saying, but he didn't want to understand. He just wanted to kiss her. The moment the consciousness emerged in his mind, Pei Henian had already grasped the other party's waist with one hand. Through the thin windbreaker, the thin and soft waist seemed so fragile that it would break if he used a little more force. Pei Henian relaxed the movement of his arms a little, and his dark eyes swept across the other party's lips, repeating what she had just said. What jealousy? That pretty face looked at him with a smile, and even the deliberately softened voice sounded like a coquettish voice. Would someone like Mr. Pei ask questions knowing the answer? The big hand holding her waist tightened. Pei Henian's low and cold voice was hoarse. After all, some little rascals say one thing and mean another, and they're the best at talking nonsense with a pretty face. The girl in his arms looked at him with a smile, and her slender fingers fiddled with the buttons of her shirt from time to time. Why don't you guess, Mr. Pei? What will that little rascal do? Through a thin layer of silk fabric, the touch of the fingertips was magnified. The heart was pounding, and the heartbeat frequency suddenly became disordered. Pei Henian's Adam's apple slid down quickly, and his dark eyes stared at the pretty face, as if he wanted to tear the person in front of him into his stomach. The mobile phone rang twice. Pei Henian didn't intend to answer this disappointing call. But the next second, his eyes swept to the name jumping on it, and he suddenly changed his mind. He glanced at the pretty child whose fingertips were circling his chest and answered the call. He also turned on the external speaker. Yuji, what's the matter? Hearing Gu Yuji's name, Jiang Ziji instantly calmed down and secretly withdrew her rebellious hands. Gu Yuji's low voice came from the other end of the phone. Henian, are you in a university? Have you seen Ziji? Pei Henian stared at the person in front of him with a smile. Jiang Ziji felt a chill on the back of her head and had a bad premonition. The next second, the big hand holding her waist suddenly tightened. Jiang Ziji resisted the urge to scream and bumped into Pei Henian's arms. The pleasant scent of cedar filled her nose, and her hair brushed against Pei Henian's neck, and their breath blended together. Being too close, the muffled heartbeat in her chest accompanied by Pei Henian's low tone sounded calm and elegant. I'm here. What's the noise over there? The two voices inside and outside the microphone intertwined together. Jiang Ziji lay in Pei Henian's arms, not daring to move or breathe loudly. It was this weird feeling of being caught cheating again. Why did her famous prince fiancé always look for her at this time? Nothing, just a kitten. Pei Henian's voice had a muffled laugh. While stroking her hair, he commented casually, the kittens in the school are well raised. It just has a bad temper and likes to scratch people. Gu Yuji on the other end of the phone was silent for a second. This inconsistent silence made Jiang Ziji's heart rise. She stared at Pei Henian's phone with a wary face. Why didn't Gu Yuji speak? Could he have guessed it? But soon, Gu Yuji's voice sounded from the other end of the phone again, with a kind of willfulness, just like usual. Wild cats? There are the most wild cats in the school, and most of them are fed by students with snacks. But wild cats are the dirtiest. It's better to get a shot as soon as possible to avoid getting any infectious diseases. The smile in Pei Henian's eyes did not diminish. She is a beautiful kitten who is spoiled by others. She is so cute. I decided to steal her away. Gu Yuji on the other end of the phone was silent again. Pei Henian smiled and changed the subject. I'm at a university. What do you need my help with? Gigi had a conflict with her classmates, and I'm afraid she'll be bullied. Since you happen to be at a university, Jiang Gigi always felt that Gu Yuji's tone was weird at this moment, but she couldn't hear what was weird. Since you happen to be here, please help me take care of Gigi. There is a meeting in 20 minutes, and I have to show up, so I can't get there for a while. Pei Henian smiled. Okay. He changed his voice and looked at Jiang Gigi, who had a guilty face, with a smile in his phoenix eyes. But I seem to have seen her. Yuji, do you want to talk to your fiancé? Jiang Gigi's pupils were shocked, and she waved her hands quickly. She didn't dare to make a sound, and was afraid that Pei Henian would expose her past, so she shook her head and covered her mouth to indicate that she didn't want to talk. But Pei Henian seemed not to understand, and threw his phone on the table, staring at Jiang Gigi with a smile. He leaned over slightly, got close to Jiang Gigi's ear. Like a gentleman, he whispered to her that was not convenient for others to hear. It's a call from your fiancé. Don't you want to say hello? Jiang Gigi glared at him. Afraid that Gu Yuji would hear, she covered her mouth and dared not speak. Unfortunately, those wet eyes had no deterrent power at all, and her red and soft lips were slightly pursed, looking a little pitiful. It is easy to remind people of some taboo novels with distorted values, in which a beautiful and delicate little beauty was in her and her husband's bedroom, lying next to her husband who was deeply asleep. But her mouth was covered by another man. She was by another man. Pei Henian's cold and superior face flashed a subtle stun, and some bad emotions arose in his heart. That sharp and noble face was still handsome, but he said words that he couldn't even tell whether it was excitement or jealousy. Aren't you afraid that your parents will be called? It just so happens that your worthless fiancé is here. Our Gigi is so beautiful and so likable. Maybe she only needs to be called husband in a low voice, and some men will lose their heads and even ignore the emergency meeting. He is handsome and also a husband. Jiang Ziji's ears couldn't help but feel hot. What strange words were said. What did he mean by calling her husband and Gu Yuji would lose his head? But since she had to call the parents and Pei Henian didn't help her, her fiancé, who is older than her, should be able to pretend to be the parent to some extent, right? Jiang Ziji's heart moved, and she secretly glanced at the screen. She thought she was doing it secretly, but Pei Henian's attention was all on her, so this little action was naturally visible. Suddenly, before she had time to speak, Pei Henian's face changed slightly, and he raised his hand to cover her lips. Jiang Ziji had a small head and a small face. Her snow-white and tender cheeks were covered by the man's big hand, revealing only a pair of black and white eyes. Under his palm, the wet and hot breath was like some soft feathers that had been soaked in water, invading him again and again. Pei Henian had a cold face and calmly explained to the person on the other end of the phone, "You are wrong. It's not Jiang Ziji. I'll take care of the matter. I'm hanging up." His expression was not bad, but Jiang Ziji clearly felt the danger. The oppressive aura spread around, and Jiang Ziji instantly raised her eyes and was about to run. But the next second, the man's powerful hand grasped her waist and lightly pressed her onto his legs again. Under the expensive suit trousers were strong and hard thighs, which made the panicked girl scream. "Don't run." The mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded, with a reminder. The character setting is broken. According to the plot of the original book, you are jealous of the pure and kind-hearted popular heroine, jealous that she can easily get everyone's love without any effort, and jealous to the point of going crazy. You have no self-awareness at all, and even try to the harem of the popular heroine Qiao Yan with a pretty face. Even if you use dirty means to marry the Gu family, it can't satisfy your vanity. You are jealous of your childhood friend Shi Jin for bringing Qiao Yan to debut and become a popular female star. You are jealous of your follower Lu Xian, who gave his heart to Qiao Yan and would rather be tortured and whipped by you than give up his sweetheart. You are even more jealous of the villain boss who can turn the tide and allow Qiao Yan to clear all obstacles for her. Everything Qiao Yan gets easily is something you can't get even if you try your best. So you blinded by jealousy, started to act like a demon again. You continued to the villain Pei Henian under the identity of the prince's fiancé, including but not limited to making harassing phone calls to him and calling him husband, deliberately getting drunk and falling into his arms, wearing cool clothes to enter his hotel suite, and even actively sending him private photos. Jiang Ziji typed a string of ellipses in her head. System summary. So, not only can you not run away now, but you must also uphold your dissolute and shameless personality and harass Pei Henian. Jiang Ziji lowered her head and signaled the system to look at her indecent actions when she sat on Pei Henian's lap. System. This is just the beginning. You want to disgust him. Quick, take this opportunity and call him husband. Don't worry, all your pretentious behaviors are shameful in the eyes of the heroine's harem group, and they feel disgusted when they look at them. The system looked at the beautiful face with red lips and white teeth, and the mechanical voice paused for a second and added, "Yes, this is how the plot is set up. No matter how beautiful she is, it won't work." In the dim morning light, mottled light and shadows fell to the ground along the window lattice. A breeze blew, ruffling the girl's hair and sweeping across Pei Henian's lips, lingering like a spring breeze. When she looked up again, the girl who was just flustered curved her eyes, and her thick eyelashes formed a natural dark eyeliner, which drew an arc at the end of her eyes. The sweet scent of roses was exhaled on his face, like a beautiful and innocent fairy in the mountains seducing a passing scholar. She called him in a soft tone. Her breath was like orchid, and she called him Pei Henian. Uncle Pei. Brother Henian. 3 different names in a row, as expected, harassed the man in front of her and frowned slightly. Jiang Ziji was encouraged, and the more she shouted, the more confident she became, and the longer the tone was dragged. Husband. The handsome and noble man's pupils suddenly shrank, and his pair of phoenix eyes were completely her reflection. Even the hand on her waist lost its sense of proportion. Jiang Ziji added fuel to the fire and said in a coquettish voice, "Are you really angry, husband? Don't look at me with such a cold face. I'm really a little scared. Don't ignore me, husband." Jiang Ziji shouted more and more hypocritically, but the man whose neck she was holding did not move. Every soft voice was as sweet as honey, and it was like some kind of soft vine, entwining Pei Henian's heart, covering his too fast heartbeat. Everything around him became insignificant, only the beautiful child sitting on his lap, looking at her with those pitiful and helpless eyes. The slender arms were around his neck, begging him in a small voice, "I only have you, husband. You are my first love, you are the first person I like, you are my white moonlight, you are very special, and your meaning to me is different from all other men. You can't ignore me, husband. Help me, husband." When the dean knocked on the office door again, it was more than 10 minutes later. Jiang Ziji was still sitting in the chair, sipping tea in small sips. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. As an educator for many years, Dean Chen was very familiar with this expression. Once a student who refused to change his ways finds a backer, he would show this kind of hopeless state. Dean Chen's eyes slid from Jiang Ziji to Jiang Ziji's big backer. Mr. Pei, who was wearing a dark gray shirt, was holding a teacup in his hand, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Dean Chen called him tentatively, but the other party was still in a trance. Mr. Pei is such a smart man, but he also has times when he takes a nap like a tiger. Dean Chen was a little surprised and called the other party again. "Mr. Pei, classmate Sue's parents are here. As the parent of classmate Jiang Ziji, would it be convenient for you to meet him? After all, it's just a small fight. There are always conflicts between classmates, and these 2 classmates are friends at ordinary times. It's just that they talked too much and got angry.
There is no deep hatred.
Otherwise, let's mediate and let the 2 students shake hands and make peace." After the voice fell, Mr. Pei, who was sitting in the main seat, finally closed his eyelids and put down the teacup. "There is no need to shake hands. Jiang Ziji." Even she could hear that Dean Chen's shake hands and make peace was just a polite way of saying it, and he didn't really want them to shake hands. Has Pei Henian been harassed by her too much and has begun to suffer from physical contact disorder? Dean Chen is very fast. Not long after, A man in a suit and leather shoes brought Sue and Can in with hurried steps. Mr. Pei, the other party, seemed to be exhausted, with a kind of flattering look on his face. Mr. Pei, this is a misunderstanding. But don't worry, I have already educated this child. The man stretched out his arm and pulled Sue and Ken out from behind. After not seeing him for a while, Sue and Ken looked even worse. There was a piece of gauze wrapped around his head, and there were slap marks on the left side of his face, and the right side of his face was even more swollen. But I clearly only slapped him once. Sue and Ken would not be trying to scam him, right? Jiang Zhizhi raised her eyelashes and saw the man who was pulling Sue, and Ken smiled at her apologetically. Miss Jiang, and Ken said something he shouldn't have said, and he really deserves to be beaten. I have already beaten this child severely, don't worry. I will make him kneel down and write you an apology letter when I go back. Sue and Ken was a little indignant, but he didn't dare to refute, so he could only swallow his dissatisfaction. Looking at Sue and Can with puffy cheeks, Jiang Zhizhi held up her face and looked at him with a bully look. Forget about the apology letter. Anyway, Sue and Can was mean, and she had slapped him hard in the face. The man in the suit was grateful, as if her words were a great gift. Miss Jiang is magnanimous, but it is true that our family tradition is not strict, and we have not disciplined the younger generation well. The man paused and looked at Pei Henian, who had not expressed his opinion. I just don't know if Miss Jiang is convenient. I would like to invite Mr. Pei to have a simple meal with you to express our apologies. He said this tactfully, but Dean Chen clicked his tongue in his heart. Uncle Sue and Can is indeed extraordinary. He can seize such a small opportunity to try to leave an impression on Mr. Pei. As his voice fell, Pei Henian's indifferent eyes finally fell on him. It's inconvenient. The man smiled, not embarrassed, and immediately continued, then our Sue family's apology will be delivered to your house on time. He hesitated for a moment as if testing, I just don't know when Miss Jiang is convenient. Do you have time today? Jiang Zhizhi's eyelids twitched, and he quickly reacted and pointed to Pei Henian. Send it to him. Pei Henian looked over. Jiang Zhizhi curved her eyes at him. Uncle Pei can represent me. Uncle Pei's home is my home. Are you kidding? The Sue family's apology is delivered to the door tonight. So wouldn't today's incident be directly exposed? The two people's eyes crossed in the air, but the man surnamed Sue seemed to understand something. Sue and Ken was lowering his head in impotent rage, and suddenly, a vicious look fell on him. Sue and Ken looked up with a pig face, looking at his uncle, who was getting angry again in a daze. No, he wouldn't be beaten again, right? With Pei Henian, things went smoothly. The middle-aged man named Sue took Sue and Ken away with gratitude. Jiang Zhizhi turned to look at Pei Henian, who was standing next to her, and then looked in the direction of the teaching building, eager to try. Then I'll go to class. Mr. Pei, who is always cold and calm, lowered his eyes to look at her, and then gently touched her cheek in her dazed sight. I'll wait for you after school. Jiang Zhizhi staggered. What? She quickly took a step back, retreated to Pei Henian's side, and suggested in a friendly manner. Don't you want to work, Pei Henian? Don't waste your time on me. The handsome man raised his lips, and his voice was much gentler. As a husband, I have the obligation to accompany my girlfriend for lunch. I have always been able to distinguish the priorities in important choices in life. A question mark slowly appeared in Jiang Zhizhi's head. Aren't all her pretentious behaviors shameful and disgusting in the eyes of the heroine's harem, making them feel dirty when they look at them? What is she doing? So she harassed Pei Henian under the identity of Gu Yuji's fiancé and then accidentally got a husband? But it seemed that he noticed her thoughts, and the next moment, those deep eyes looked over, or just now in the office, Zhizhi was just lying to me. In fact, Jiang Zhizhi is heartless, lies, two-faced, and a little liar who can play with people's feelings. With every word he said, the smile in his eyes faded a little. The cold phoenix eyes were surging with danger, and Jiang Zhizhi felt the pressure rising sharply. It seemed that as long as she shook her head, Pei Henian would stretch out his beautiful hands and send her offline like he did to the previous attackers. Jiang Zhizhi was startled and shook her head quickly, agreeing with him obediently. Yes, boyfriend. It's over. It's over. You have to accompany me for dinner. Jiang Zhizhi answered slowly. She dared to deny that Pei Henian, who was smiling but not smiling, could strangle her to death. But if Gu Yuji knew that she was in love with Pei Henian, he would probably strangle her to death. This life of being strangled. Jiang Zhizhi raised her pale little face, looked at Pei Henian, and began to fool him, but you know my current situation. She hesitated, and secretly held Pei Henian's hand when no one was around. Boyfriend. I have a fiancé, you know, right? Jiang Zhizhi racked her brains, pretending to be considerate while sighing softly. The engagement was an accident, very sudden, and the Gu family doesn't like me. And I know my heart. You are my white moonlight, I want to be with you, and I will definitely break off the engagement with Gu Yuji. Jiang Zhizhi blinked, her fingertips gently hooked on Pei Henian's palm. I know you are very capable and can help me handle anything. But you and Gu Yuji are good brothers. I don't want you to have conflicts and become enemies. Leave it to me, okay, boyfriend? I will handle it, and I will explain it clearly to Mom. It's just that I have to inconvenience you. You have to have a secret love affair with me during this time. Jiang Zhizhi raised her pretty face. Her eyes were wet, looking sensible and pitiful. You will respect my ideas, right, husband? Yesterday there was a heavy rain, and the ground was washed very clean. The ginkgo trees on both sides of the road were dyed with layers of yellow and rustled in the wind. The drainage system of University A is very good. There are no puddles on the flat ground. The slightly damp ground reflects the sunlight. Pei Henian glanced at his phone. Jiang Zhizhi had just accepted his friend request. Suddenly, his trouser leg was gently rubbed, and when he looked down, he saw it was a small tabby cat. Pei Henian bent down, teasing the kitten, and instructed, "Go buy some sausages, the kind that pets can eat." The assistant responded, and the hurried footsteps soon disappeared. I don't know how long it took. At the end of the Bluestone Road, behind the lush branches and leaves, a familiar voice came, with some kind of arbitrary ridicule. "Is this your little wild cat?" Pei Henian didn't look up. While teasing the kitten with the fallen ginkgo leaves, he asked casually, "Isn't there an emergency meeting? You came so quickly?" The man with noble eyebrows lifted his thin and sharp eyelids and looked at Gu Yuji, who had just appeared with a smile. "You are hiding something, Mr. Gu." Gu Yuji was not embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed. He raised his hand to push over the branches that were blocking the view and walked over leisurely. Pei Henian's assistant happened to come back jogging, and Gu Yuji asked him for sausage, peeled it with his nimble fingers, and handed it to the kitten's mouth. The kitten, who had just been teased by Pei Henian with ginkgo leaves, seemed to be a little afraid of him and didn't even dare to bite the sausage. Gu Yuji's mind was not on this wild cat, so he simply put away the sausage and said with a smile, "I heard some noise when I was talking to you on the phone, and I was a little worried." Gu Yuji paused, and his narrow and sharp eyes looked over, staring straight at Pei Henian as if he wanted to see some clues from his face. Pei Henian also looked at him as if he found it funny. "What are you worried about?" Gu Yuji narrowed his eyes, and his smile faded. He couldn't tell what was wrong. It seemed to be because of the movement of a woman, or perhaps it was Pei Henian's abnormal attitude, but he didn't listen carefully and didn't take it to heart. Until Pei Henian, such a smooth-talking man, hung up the phone in a hurry, Gu Yuji woke up from his dream and tasted that something was wrong. He knew that his little fiancé was not the type Pei Henian liked. However, he couldn't help but think about it. Pei Henian peeled another sausage and handed it to the tabby cat at his feet, his voice cold and calm. "Are you worried that while we are talking, your little fiancé is sitting in my arms, forcing her to listen to your call while I press her head and kiss her? Or in your heart, I do have the suspicion of having a special fetish, like snatching my good brother's fiancé and like bullying that poor little girl, forcing her to make unbearable sounds for her future husband to hear?" Pei Henian's expression was calm and unperturbed. However, such strange words coming out of his cold and reserved face, even if it was as normal as stating today's weather, Gu Yuji still felt it was inconsistent. He stared at Pei Henian closely. There was nothing wrong with Pei Henian's expression, but he always felt that there was something inexplicably strange. The two gazes intertwined in the air, and the flames of temptation and suspicion splashed. The temperature around seemed to have been pressed on the cooling button, and the temperature dropped suddenly. Even the meowing tabby cat raised its tail. The hair on the tip of the tail exploded and looked at the two of them with a wary face, almost wanting to run away. Gu Yuji looked at his longtime friend. The corners of his lips signed, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Pei Henian, stay away from her. The smile in Pei Henian's eyes faded, with a kind of sarcasm at the corners of his lips. More than half an hour ago, you called me to ask me to take care of your little fiancé. You didn't mean to ask me to stay away from her. The confrontation between the two suddenly relaxed. Gu Yuji also felt that he was a little guilty, or perhaps he was suspicious. He was hesitating whether to say sorry, but he heard Pei Henian's low and cold voice. Gu Yuji, you really should have come earlier today. Even if it was 2 minutes in the morning, he could see his little fiancé grabbing his hand and calling him boyfriend in a coquettish voice. It would be better if it was more than 10 minutes in the morning. He could also see his little fiancé sitting in his arms, calling him husband pitifully. Maybe earlier, it would be best to witness his little fiancé hooking the buttons of his shirt and circling it. Come early and break it all, and see if he can still calmly pose as a future husband. Pretentious, claiming to be the main wife. It seems that except for him, everyone in the world is a mistress. Pei Henian's eyes flashed with mockery. The kitten under his feet meowed, and Gu Yuji's tone softened, smiling wantonly. Sorry. I want to thank you for Gigi's matter today, but I'm not in a good state and a little nervous. Gu Yuji also squatted down like Pei Henian, his handsome face showing a kind of helplessness. Henian. There are some misunderstandings between Gigi and me, and we have few opportunities to cultivate feelings. But she is so beautiful, and there are so many people trying to steal my girl. That rascal Shijin followed Gigi into the bathroom last night. I guess he was confessing to her. Pei Henian, who was feeding the cat, paused. Gu Yuji didn't notice his abnormality. Instead, he sighed and complained, I didn't expect that men nowadays are so shameless. Gigi and I are already engaged, but there are still people rushing to destroy our marriage. The sausage was handed a little higher, and the kitten was so angry that his throat was whirring. Gu Yuji. That poor student is not a good thing either, but fortunately Gigi doesn't like him. Pei Henian's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he explained casually, really? Today, classmate Jiang Ziji was fighting for Lu Xian. Gu Yuji's expression froze. What? Pei Henian said with a half-smile, there may be more people who want to steal your girl than you think. Beside him, Gu Yuji's handsome face changed expression, and after a while he sneered, Gigi is so cute, it's normal for anyone to like her. Pei Henian didn't say anything. After 2 seconds of silence, Gu Yuji couldn't help it. Is Gigi close to him? I'm not too sure, after all. She's your fiancé. Pei Henian stood up, his calm voice lacking any ups and downs. But I seem to hear that classmate Jiang Gigi wanted to protect Lu Xian. Gu Yuji's handsome face darkened. Pei Henian looked at his expression, half-smiled. I was far away, I didn't hear it clearly, and I'm not sure. But even if classmate Jiang Gigi wants to protect him, it's normal. After all, they have known each other for many years and have deep feelings. Gu Yuji's handsome face became even darker. Pei Henian, who had added fuel to the fire, curled his lips and said nonchalantly, but are you really not going to cancel the engagement? You two are not suitable. Pei Henian commented. Gu Yuji also stood up with him. I know that you all think that the Jiang family and the Gu family are very different. Our first meeting was not a good one, and our engagement was a mess, but I do like Gigi. Pei Henian glanced at him. Gu Yuji smiled, with a certain certainty in his words. A beautiful relationship is destined to be full of disasters. But I'm engaged to her, which is different from those wild men out there. What childhood sweetheart or little follower? She's just playing around for fun. Snap. Pei Henian broke the branch in his hand expressionlessly. The more Gu Yuji talked, the more sad he felt. He had to force himself not to show it in front of his good brother, so he could only pretend to be magnanimous. Besides, she is so much younger than me. I love her so much, and I won't have conflicts with her because of those shameless men out there. So, even if it's your first love, you have to line up behind me. After the words fell, Gu Yuji looked at Pei Henian, as if seeking approval, right? Pei Henian gritted his teeth, smiling with his fake smile. Yes, they all line up behind you. The sun jumped up from the gaps between the branches, and the mottled light and shadow shone in the middle of the grass. The temperature of the ground surface also rose slowly. From time to time, groups of college students passed by in the tree-lined avenue. A university is a famous art school in China, known for its expensive tuition. A group of second-generation students enrolled in the campus looked over here from time to time and occasionally uttered a few low discussions. After all, the two men standing under the shade of the tree feeding the cats were eye-catching in both temperament and appearance. One wore a black coat, with sharp features and shrewd fox eyes, but the smile on the corner of his lips was evil. The other wore a dark gray suit, with sword-like eyebrows and phoenix eyes. A small mole adorned the bridge of his nose, diluting the alienation that kept people at a distance. Looks familiar. They discussed in whispers, is he also in the film industry? Why is our school so pleasing to the eye today? Perhaps a familiar classmate passed by. The kitten circling Pei Henian's trouser leg meowed twice, turned back every 3 steps, and ran to the other side. Gu Yuji, who had just finished praising his sweet love, crossed his arms and glanced at the escaping kitten. Your little wild cat ran away with someone. Didn't you want to steal it? If you don't chase it, it will really disappear. TSK. The tabby kitten crossed the flowers, meowed, and began to circle around its acquaintance again. The man also bent down and searched for snacks for the kitten in his bag. Will there be a kitten that Mr. Pei can't feed? Gu Yuji teased. The little wild cat ran away with someone. What is Mr. Pei going to do? Pei Henian's tall figure was bathed in the morning light, with a little smile on his rosy thin lips. How can you be sure that it is not just playing with the other party? Gu Yuji felt that Pei Henian was a little strange today. Gu Yuji pulled the corners of his lips and suddenly changed the subject. Why did you suddenly come to a university today? Pei Henian was hired as an honorary professor of a university in his early years. There is no contractual constraint between the two. Except for the 2 previous lectures, Pei Henian rarely comes here. Today's situation is unusual. As soon as Gu Yuji finished speaking, he saw that the smile on Pei Henian's lips deepened, as if waiting for him to ask a question, or as if he had already prepared the answer to this question. Seeing my girlfriend. Gu Yuji was stunned for a moment. What? Others don't know. He knows it better than anyone else. Pei Henian is 29 this year, and Gu Yuji has witnessed his 27 years. Pei Henian has nothing to do with the word woman. When he was in school in his early years, Pei Henian, who was privately rated as the school grass by girls, was very popular. He didn't talk much, was cold, had excellent grades, and had a prominent family background. He was exactly the prince that girls fantasized about in that era. Unlike Gu Yuji, who received so many love letters. The first time Pei Henian was confessed to, he just glanced at the other person expressionlessly and then strode away coldly. The neglected girl cried bitterly, and this matter was posted on the forum, and the young Pei Henian was scolded 800 floors. Since then, no one has confessed to Pei Henian. Even in the later business entertainment, the charming female public relations pretended to spill wine on him casually, and Pei Henian looked disgusted, asking people to get out as far as possible. Even the partner, who was just about to sign the contract, was thrown out by him. Gu Yuji felt strange and almost laughed out loud. You? Girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Pei Henian looked at him calmly. If it's not mine, could it be yours? She's also a college student in the school? What year? What major? I wonder if she's studying jewelry design like our Gigi. The school is so big. Maybe we know each other. Gu Yuji looked excited. When will you bring her out to meet her? Pei Henian. It's not convenient for her. Gu Yuji's narrow and long fox eyes were deep, with a little suspicion. Is it not convenient to reveal some information? The morning light intertwined on the two of them, and the mottled light and shadow shone on the luxurious clothes. Gu Yuji's lazy tone was somewhat tentative. It's so shameful. Henian, are you dating a girlfriend, or are you being a mistress for someone else? Pei Henian raised his eyebrows in the sunlight. He took out his mobile phone calmly in front of Gu Yuji. The bony fingers fiddled with the keyboard a few times and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Gu Yuji saw that Pei Henian's eyes had softened a little and pushed the person on the phone to say, "Are you busy, baby?" On the other end of the phone, Jiang Zhizhi covered her mobile phone with one hand and leaned down stealthily. Pei Henian called her suddenly, and she thought something urgent had happened. But the first word, baby, made her head almost confused. "You are in class, right?" The man's low and cold voice was kind and considerate, and he said, "I may disturb you for a minute, baby. You probably know the name Gu Yuji. He is my friend for many years. It happens that his fiancée Jiang Zhizhi is also studying in your school. I wonder if you know him." Jiang Zhizhi lowered her voice. "Are you crazy, Pei Henian?" The person on the other end of the phone laughed softly. The magnetic voice came through the receiver and rang in Jiang Zhizhi's ears. "It doesn't matter. We will get to know each other sooner or later. If it's convenient for you, let's have lunch together at noon." Jiang Zhizhi. There was another laugh on the other end of the phone, as if teasing her. Jiang Zhizhi said fiercely, "It's not convenient." "Okay, baby." The man on the other end of the phone sighed, and his low tone was indulgent, as if he was doting on her. "Sorry, my girlfriend is not very convenient." Jiang Zhizhi's pupils were shocked, so just now, Pei Henian called her in front of her fiancé Gu Yuji and asked her if she wanted to have lunch together at noon. Isn't this a bit too exciting? Jiang Zhizhi's ears began to feel hot, and she covered her mouth instantly. Unexpectedly, another familiar male voice came from the other end of the phone, with a lazy smile, calling her sister-in-law. Does sister-in-law dislike me for being a person and doesn't want to meet, or is it really inconvenient? Gu Yuji's familiar tone lingered in her ears, with some obvious ridicule drilling into her ears. Jiang Zhizhi didn't dare to answer at all. She felt that both of the people on the other end of the phone were crazy. In a moment of silence, Pei Henian's low laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Our baby is very shy." Under the shade of the trees where the sun was shining, Pei Henian, dressed in a gray suit, said goodbye to his fiancée in front of his good friend. "Baby, see you at noon." Witnessing the whole process, Gu Yuji praised. He stepped one of his long legs on the steps and put his two slender hands together to applaud Pei Henian. "I really didn't expect that I could see this day." "Is this an ordinary child?" Gu Yuji asked, and then he laughed again. "I forgot that our situations are different. The Pei family is in business, and Pei Henian took over the heavy responsibility of being the head of the family at a young age. While his peers are still eating, drinking, having fun, and playing racing, Pei Henian has already stood in the circle of his uncles and aunts, chatting and laughing. Not to mention that in the year he just took over the Pei Group, Pei Henian acted decisively and, against all odds, led Pei Group to withdraw from the booming construction industry in advance and acquired 12 companies in succession, listing them in one fell swoop half a year later. Later, the construction industry unexpectedly exploded, making a very ugly scene. However, Pei Group relied on foresight to transform early and transformed itself into a business giant with pharmaceutical, catering, and tourism industries. Therefore, with Pei Henian's identity, it is up to him to choose a partner in the future. There will be no worries about being criticized by others. He will not be like him, being chased by his mother and lectured, trying to figure out his father's thoughts, considering the complicated family situation and the many eyes from the outside world. She is a very different little girl. Pei Henian smiled, with unmelted tenderness in his eyes. "If all goes well, I want to bring her back to the old house during the new year to meet her." In the classroom, Jiang Zhizhi was spinning her pen idly. Gu Yuji and Pei Henian both sent her messages, but she didn't want to reply to any of them. Without the viciousness value hanging in front of her, Jiang Zhizhi had no motivation to do the task at all. She just held up her pretty face and stared at the professor on the podium with his mouth opening and closing. The phone buzzed twice, and there was another new message. Jiang Zhizhi glanced at it and looked in another direction with some surprise. Lu Xian was still sitting upright, his slender fingers holding a fountain pen, and he didn't know what was being recorded there. Jiang Zhizhi looked down at the message again. "Lu Xian, I didn't eat well this morning. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat anything? I'll go buy it." Jiang Zhizhi didn't want to eat. Another message popped up. Shijin, Gigi, there is a millet store near the TV station. I bought the laser tickets and the full series of blind boxes for the Baji puzzle that you recommended. Shijin/picture, Shijin/picture, Shijin/picture. When she clicked on the picture, there were 2 full boxes. Jiang Ziji's pupils were shining. She didn't know why she was so excited, but that lazy state was swept away. Jiang Ziji quickly replied with an emoticon of a monkey stretching out his hand. On the other side of the phone, Shijin, who received the message, curled his eyes and sent a voice message. Gigi, you don't know how popular this store is. I was almost squeezed away. But fortunately, my physical fitness is good. Of course, it's not so good now. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. It may be the sequelae of the effect of the medicine yesterday. Do you want to come to see me, Gigi? My legs are a little weak. The voice message was sent over. Shijin, who was holding 3 large boxes, walked briskly and was also careful not to bump into each other. The assistant, who was shaken in the back but had empty hands. A crowd of people surged. All of them were young people. The assistant quickly squeezed over to help Shijin share the burden. Shijin lifted the box and refused his help. The assistant didn't understand. Since last night, their artist has been like crazy. First, he drove around the city, insisting on looking for things that were fresh in date, but obviously popular 7 or 8 years ago. After returning home, he was still not quiet and called a stylist to dye his hair silver white. After finally falling asleep in the second half of the night, he opened his eyes, and what he said was another heavy. Shijin wants to ask for leave. He said that he has something important to do, and he has to go. Who would have thought that it was not even 9 o'clock and the great actor she would come back with a hot search? Before the agent asked clearly, he waved his hand and rushed to this millet shop again. What Baji badge, what horse, what mouth, what laser ticket stand. He couldn't hear clearly and couldn't recognize them, but their brothers, she knew them all. Xiao Chun scratched his head, feeling that their teacher, she was possessed by some old second dimension. Finally squeezed out of the crowd, Assistant Chen still remembered the agent's task and asked tentatively, "Brother, is this also bought for that sweetheart?" The 3 words sweetheart successfully pleased Shijin. The pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes looked over and responded with an especially arrogant voice. Xiao Chen continued to ask, "Is it from the circle? But since you're still in school, it shouldn't be. You won't sleep with fans, brother?" Shijin was in a good mood under the mask. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm such a pure man. If anyone wants to sleep with me, it should be Gigi."
Gigi?
Her name is also Gigi. Assistant Chen was almost PTSD to these 2 words. He had been working as Shijin's assistant for 3 years, and these 2 words were the ones he couldn't stand to hear the most. Zizitzizijiangshis. These 3 words he hated the most in his life. Why did a good girl have to be called Gigi? It sounded like the same disgusting name as Jiang Gigi, that disgusting ghost. As Chen spoke, he couldn't help but mutter. The tall figure in front suddenly stopped. Chen didn't understand and looked up at him. Shijin curved his eyes at him with a happy smile. "How do you know I like Jiang Ziji?" Chen's head rumbled like a thunderbolt. "What Gigi?" Shijin solemnly announced. "Jiang Ziji." He was going crazy. He resisted the urge to scream and quickly dialed a number, suppressing his voice that was about to collapse. It's over, brother. You will never guess who she's sweetheart is." The agent on the other end of the phone took a sip of tea and said earnestly, "Young people, don't be so anxious. We are talented, and we are not evading taxes. We're just dating." Xiao Chan on the other end of the phone collapsed and screamed, "You don't understand who he is dating at all." "Who? Sister-brother love? Twilight love? A big movie star in our family can't be a mistress, right?" "It's worse than that." Xiao Chen lowered his voice and said in horror, "He's dating Jiang Ziji." With a puff, a mouthful of tea sprayed onto the table. Before the agent had time to wipe his mouth, he heard a clear male voice, with some kind of open boasting, "Yes, my future girlfriend is Jiang Ziji." Xiao Chen quickly covered Shijin's mouth. But it was too late. Shijin easily pulled the phone out of Xiao Chen's hand and said, Brother Lu, has the dating variety show that invited me before started? If there is no one, please contact me. I can go now. Just bring my Gigi with me. There was a on the other end of the phone, as if something fell to the ground. After a long time, the voice of Manager Lu came from the other end of the phone. With a certain confusion, I said that people will hear hallucinations when they are too tired. He chuckled, great, it's hallucinations, luckily I'm sick. There is no such thing as Jiang Gigi. The moment the professor announced the end of class, it was the third time that Jiang Gigi asked about the arrival time of the new task and when she could get the full percentage of the vicious value. The increase in the vicious value depends on the completion of the task. When you complete the high-level tasks later, the vicious value will increase quickly. And as the plot unfolds, perhaps you can complete the tasks of several people by acting like a demon once, and it will be just around the corner. Don't worry, you are the most suitable candidate selected by the data system to complete the task of this world, and you are also the only host who has safely survived the adultery incident. So don't worry, as long as you actively complete the task, your vicious value will be able to be successfully maxed out. Jiang Gigi nodded. Just right, according to the original plot, you now have a new task. Original plot. The beautiful and gentle heroine Qiao Yan realized that she had developed an inappropriate mind for her future brother-in-law Gu Yuji and was secretly sad. She went to class as usual, but was bullied by vicious cannon fodder when she was getting food in the cafeteria and was poured with soup. At the critical moment, the hero Gu Yuji fell from the sky and blocked the oncoming soup for her. Qiao Yan was very moved. She was ashamed of her own temptation, but she couldn't control her feelings. She pushed open the door, and inside the door, it was Gu Yuji who was changing clothes. Facing Gu Yuji, Qiao Yan blushed and was at a loss. She even forgot to leave for a while. Coincidentally, the next second, the villain Pei Henian also pushed the door and walked in. The Shura field where the three met was awkward and ambiguous. Qiao Yan was worried that the villain Pei Henian would misunderstand her, so she apologized repeatedly. Little did she know that her beautiful and delicate appearance, like a little rabbit, instantly attracted the interest of the two men. The two invited Qiao Yan to dinner one after another, and Qiao Yan couldn't refuse, so she had to agree. This scene happened to be seen by Qiao Yan's backup, Lu Xian. Lu Xian, who was in a dark corner, clenched his fists, looking at the two people who behaved intimately and began to envy them for the first time, and had the emotion of wanting to become stronger. As a result, the charming heroine Qiao Yan achieved the achievement of Gu Pei and Lu being wary of each other and jealous of each other. Jiang Ziji, listen carefully, what about me? I don't seem to appear. That vicious cannon fodder was instructed by you, and the purpose was to embarrass Qiao Yan. You witnessed all this with your own eyes, and you became more jealous of Qiao Yan. So, in order to retaliate against Qiao Yan, you deliberately took pictures of her and several men and maliciously posted them online, trying to guide netizens to cyberbully her. Jiang Ziji said wow and answered quickly, I know, and then I will be slapped in the face. The system's data adjustment fluctuated twice, and it gave her a thumbs up with a data block. Not bad. This cyberbullying is Qiao Yan's first step into the entertainment industry. Just after communicating with the system, a big hand with distinct joints reached out. Jiang Ziji looked up and Lu Xian was standing beside him, silently helping her pack up the tools used in class, a signature pen printed with a luxury brand, and the pen cap was not removed after the class. A beauty mirror that lights up when opened, a brand new textbook, a straw water cup, cream paper, lipstick, and even a nail file for grinding nails. Jiang Ziji. Lu Xian helped her put it away one by one and put the lipstick and lip balm in a separate pocket outside so that she could take them out at any time. The tools for grinding nails and the beauty mirror should be put in the inner bag. He opened the straw water cup for her and handed it to her lips. Jiang Ziji was confused, but still opened her rosy lips and took a few sips of water through a straw. With two buzz sounds, the screen lit up again. Jiang Ziji was caught off guard, and a message quickly popped up. That Qiao Yan is at school. Sister, I'll help you get revenge and teach her a lesson. Jiang Ziji's eyelids trembled as she read too fast, and she quickly blocked the screen of her phone. She turned to look at Lu Xian, but saw a thin young man standing beside her, lowering his head and wiping the lipstick residue on her straw with a tissue. Jiang Ziji breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her head again. The young man who had just wiped off his lipstick half closed his eyes, and in the corner of his sight, the slender figure turned around with the phone in his arms and replied to the message stealthily. "Leave after doing the bad thing. Don't get caught." The other party's message quickly popped up. "I'll do it, don't worry." The next moment, Jiang Ziji turned around again and ordered Lu Xian, "Don't follow me for a while. I want to go around by myself." Lu Xian nodded, still silent. Half of her overly beautiful face was revealed under her black hair. It was only at the moment when the slender figure ran out of the classroom that Lu Xian slowly raised his eyes. His eyes moved slightly, as if he was a little surprised. It was just 11 o'clock when Jiang Ziji rushed to the cafeteria. She found the photos that the original owner had taken secretly in the album of her mobile phone. Among them, Qiao Yan and Lu Xian were mostly in the same frame. They all lived in the Jiang family, so the photos taken looked a little closer. Qiao Yan also went to Shijin's fan meeting. She wore a mask, had long straight black hair, and sat in the front row wrapped tightly. She looked out of place with other excited fans, like a sister-in-law who had talked but not made it public. Qiao Yan had the least photos with the male lead Gu Yuji, only one photo of them in the same frame in a corner of the dinner. According to the task, her main task today was to take a photo of Qiao Yan and the villain Pei Henian in the same frame, and then maliciously Photoshop the photo to spread rumors. Jiang Ziji found a secluded place to sit down and secretly took out her mobile phone. Fortunately, she didn't have the habit of playing with her mobile phone when she was bored, otherwise she didn't know whether her mobile phone would still have power when the picture she wanted to see appeared. There were 2 more buzzing sounds and Gu Yuji's phone called. "Is class over, Sister Ziji? I'm at your school now. Do you want to have lunch together at noon?" He called Sister Ziji, but Jiang Ziji heard it as Zizmaimimi and suddenly felt a little thirsty. She quickly got up and lined up to buy milk tea and said a few perfunctory words to the person on the other end of the phone. "Yes, come to the second cafeteria." Jiang Ziji reported the name of the place where the incident occurred. "I'll meet here later." She just hung up the phone and was about to scan the code to order, and Pei Henian's phone popped up again. "You have an appointment with Gu Yuji to have lunch in the second cafeteria?" Pei Henian's pleasant voice was chilly, as if it was icy. "Baby, didn't you agree to accompany me for lunch?" Jiang Ziji said, twice again. She had to complete a mission today, and Pei Henian and Gu Yuji were going to have a chance encounter with the heroine, so they definitely couldn't have lunch today. Jiang Ziji took the opportunity to fool him. "Of course I'm going to have lunch with you, boyfriend. There is no other man in this world who is more important than you, but you know, my fiancé is at school. Even if I want to cancel the engagement, it's not good to make it too awkward. After all, I'll be with you in the future, and I'll have to meet him. I'll come to you after I meet him, okay? But I really want to see you the most. I know there's a very delicious mixed noodles restaurant in the school, but I have to ask my white moonlight to condescend to accompany me for lunch in this ordinary little cafeteria." Her voice was sweet and coaxed the man on the other end of the phone to chuckle. The next moment, Jiang Ziji suddenly felt the temperature around her drop by several degrees. She seemed to sense something and slowly turned her head. A tall figure stood behind him, with broad shoulders and long legs, wantonly lazy. Gu Yuji didn't know how long he had been listening here. He looked at her with a pair of crescent fox eyes and a smile. "Who are you going to meet, wife? Eat mixed noodles?" The narrow and long fox eyes were dark and stared at her. "Here? With us?" Jiang Ziji's head was numb. When did Gu Yuji come over? Didn't he just hang up the phone? Why did he appear and disappear like a ghost? Besides, even if he was downstairs when she called, it would take time to climb to the second floor. How could he walk so fast in a few words? Qiao Yan entered the school. The system's reminder sounded, and Jiang Ziji had a flash of inspiration. It turned out that this was the attraction between the male and female protagonists. It almost made her exposed, the abominable attraction. Jiang Ziji grabbed the phone and put it down secretly, looking up with a pale little face, and asked Gu Yuji, "When did you arrive, Brother Yuji?" Gu Yuji looked at her and smiled, unfortunately, from Bai Yueguang. Jiang Ziji's eyes went dark. She wanted to slap her mouth, but facing Gu Yuji, who was smiling dangerously in front of her, she had to pretend to be honest. "I'm sorry." Gu Yuji raised his hand and touched her head, and didn't embarrass her. Instead, he took out his mobile phone, scanned the code for her, and asked patiently, "What flavor do you want to drink, wife?" Jiang Ziji didn't bother to pursue his words, wife. Being caught in the act, she felt a little guilty. Being held by Gu Yuji's hand obediently, she answered honestly, "Cheeseberry, warm, 3 parts sugar, thank you." A few minutes later, Gu Yuji took back the cup of milk tea that caused trouble for her, helped her insert the straw, and pushed it to her again. The two sat face to face. Jiang Ziji took a sip of milk tea and looked up at Gu Yuji opposite. To be fair, Gu Yuji's face was attractive enough. A sharp angled face, thin lips, and when he was silent, he had a cold and strong aura of a person in a high position. Those narrow and long fox eyes were hooked inward and outward, and whenever there was a smile on his face, it was easy to give people the illusion that he was taking care of them. Just like now, although he was caught on the spot by him, Gu Yuji still asked her very patiently, "Is it convenient for us to talk about the topic just now?" Jiang Ziji nodded. Gu Yuji smiled again. In fact, his teeth were almost broken.
That.
Bai Yueguang, is she Ziji's current classmate? He saw the girl sitting opposite hesitate for a moment, then shook her head. She used to be, but later, she went abroad. Anyway, Bai Yueguang is going abroad. And once she goes abroad, she disappears and can never be contacted again. Gu Yuji asked, "Really? Ziji is so beautiful. Everyone will like her. That classmate Bai is so heartless that even Ziji can't be moved?" The beautiful girl opposite held the milk tea in her hand. Her ears flushed slightly. "Why didn't they get together?" Gu Yuji continued. "It's just going abroad. It's so convenient to go abroad now. You can contact and meet at any time." The other party shook her head again and said slowly, "He has someone he likes. He doesn't like me." Gu Yuji raised his sword-like eyebrows a little. If he doesn't like her, why does he still follow her to this small cafeteria to eat? How could he not like her? The intention of this male mistress to steal her is too obvious. Does he know that we are engaged? Gu Yuji asked himself, but he laughed first. He should know. So he is far away in a foreign country, thousands of miles away, and learned the news of our engagement and appeared in front of you again, and then asked you to have dinner together? Gu Yuji smiled, and did not continue to say the second half of the sentence. But he was just about to curse her with the word shameless. Jiang Ziji didn't dare to let him ask again, and quickly raised her long eyelashes to look at him, and said in a very obedient voice, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have eaten with him. It's just an old classmate, and I don't like him anymore. That was a long time ago, and we haven't been in touch for a long time. I had a vague liking for him before, but then as time went by, I didn't like him that much. What's more, I met you." The soft tone carried the shyness of a young girl. She looked at him with round and wet eyes. Her white jade-like earlobes were stained with a light pink. She looked directly at him and spoke very softly. "When I first met you, you were surrounded by many people, like the moon among the stars. They all stood beside you, but I could only see you. You were wearing a dark shirt, and the light fell on your face. My heart was pounding, and I didn't even hear my friends calling me. I couldn't sleep that night, and I dreamed of you." The voice paused at the right time, and the soft ending made people imagine a lot. The eyes that looked directly at him began to dodge, and the pink around the earlobe became darker. "I took a lot of effort to find out your name. I wanted to be friends with you, but you didn't seem to like me very much. You didn't even want to give me half a glance." The system was shocked. "How did you know?" Although she knew that Gu Yuji couldn't hear her communication with the system, she still lowered her voice. "I don't know, I made it up." The voice in the heart and the words in the mouth overlap in the mind, accompanied by a soft tone, which can easily arouse the other party's pity. But something happened that night, you. The girl in a light gray sweater trembled her eyelashes, and her ears were red as if bleeding. "You hugged me and kissed me. It was even more excessive than in my dream." Gu Yuji's breathing suddenly stopped, and his dark eyes fell on the soft lips. Petal-like lips, small and plump lip beads, moistened by watermarks, red and wet. When she was shy when talking, she would purse her lips. When she let go, a kind of gorgeous red would emerge. It was like tempting people to kiss her on the soft lips, kissing heavily and deeply. I am greedy. I don't want to miss you, so I deliberately took down a lot. She said the 3 words vaguely, and the tone became lower and lower. I deliberately framed you because I want to fall in love with you. I want you to see me. I want to be with you. Gu Yuji, you may think that I am a bad guy who did something wrong, but you can't doubt my love for you. I really want to be with you. She was too nervous, and the tail tone sounded like crying, which made her seem even easier to bully. Weak, pitiful, and aggrieved. It is easy to arouse a man's desire for violence, wanting to do something excessive to her, repeating in a trembling tone, saying I want to be with him forever. Gu Yuji's Adam's apple quickly pressed down and held the other's fingertips. You have never done anything wrong, wife. You don't know how happy I was to be engaged to you the day I saw you. Even I think the time for marriage is too far away, so far away. The girl looked at him with mist in her eyes. Her earlobes and cheeks were pink. Gu Yuji couldn't help but hold her fingertips, and in full view of everyone, he put them on his lips and kissed them. I'm honored, Gigi. He was honored that his poor and delicate little fiancé liked him so much. Otherwise, he could only resort to many dishonorable means to force her to be with him. Qiao Yan arrived downstairs at the second canteen. Jiang Ziji's eyelashes trembled rapidly. She did not retract her fingers, but looked at Gu Yuji's eyes with a very aggrieved look and said softly, I will make it clear to him, and I will never see him again. The man held her fingers tightly, with some kind of magnanimity. It's okay, wife. My husband is not a narrow-minded man. I will always believe in Gigi, and Gigi does not need to say sorry to me. Gu Yuji's dark eyes fell on the white fingertips, and he curled his lips. Useless men will make things difficult for women. 1 or 2 people dare to steal his girl. If he doesn't find them, I will break his legs that are always flirting on the spot. Disgusting, stupid thing. He'd rather die. Amid the real-time broadcast of the system, Jiang Ziji used the excuse of touching up her makeup and trotted out. The moment she stood at the corner, the system's voice and a message came at the same time. Qiao Yan is here. Qiao Yan is here. The vicious female supporting role was extremely dedicated. She secretly raised her mobile phone and leaned out from the edge of the wall at the corner. There were people coming and going in the cafeteria. Students passing by in groups would occasionally look at her curiously and then continue to walk forward. After all, it is not surprising that college students can do anything. Some people were doing interviews on the street, some were broadcasting live under the tree, and some students were filming jokes not far away. The shouts of several rockers could be faintly heard downstairs. Jiang Ziji was just sneaking around with her mobile phone to look at things outside. It was too normal. On the mobile phone screen, a figure wearing a white cashmere coat slowly appeared. Qiao Yan had delicate makeup on, wearing a lace dress inside and a skirt-like coat outside. She was thin to begin with, and the good tailoring outlined her figure, and she walked like a willow in the wind. Qiao Yan's eyes lit up as if she saw a certain figure. Mr. Gu, why are you here too? The man on the other side slowly raised his eyelids, and his eyes fell on her. Gu Yuji's features were too sharp, and when he didn't make any expression, the whole person would look a little fierce. Qiao Yan's heart jumped up and down when he stared at her expressionlessly. But soon she smiled and walked over under the man's oppressive gaze, her voice so gentle that water could drip out of it. Have you forgotten me, Master Gu? Qiao Yan is confident that Gu Yuji will not forget her. People like Gu Yuji are only cold on the surface. According to Qiao Yan's experience, most people who are cold on the outside are warm on the inside. As long as they get to know each other, Gu Yuji will definitely be passionate about her. After all, even Jiang Ziji, who has no advantages except her face, can be liked by Gu Yuji, let alone herself. You should know that she has put a lot of effort into her character image over the years. She has a standard long straight black hair, never dyed, no matter spring, summer, autumn or winter, she always wears a white skirt or a cheongsam that outlines her figure and shows her gentleness, and then inserts a wooden hairpin diagonally. Like a fairy, she is unstained by the mud. Over the years, the character she has created for herself has been effective. Even her classmates can't recognize her. In the university, she can leave a deep impression after just one meeting, and her classmates can call out her name when they meet for the second time. Gu Yuji, who is in the upper class and in the circle of fame and fortune, must have seen all kinds of internet celebrities, small stars, and young models. A girl like herself who is natural and undecorated and as white as a gardenia will definitely make his eyes light up. Not to mention, when she heard that Gu Yuji came to the school today, she still deliberately kept a little trick just to give Gu Yuji an unforgettable encounter. Anyway, Gu Yuji will definitely break off the engagement with Jiang Jiji. As long as she seizes this opportunity, approaches him as Jiang Jiji's cousin, and takes the opportunity to get pregnant with Gu Yuji's child, then she will be able to succeed in getting promoted by virtue of the child. Qiao Yan showed a gentle smile and reminded, Master Gu, we just met last night. The man's dark eyes fell on her, as if he was looking at her, and as if he was getting to know her again. Oh, cousin? Qiao Yan's cheeks flushed, and she said angrily, I am only 2 months older than Sister Gigi, and many people say that my face is younger than Gigi, and they often mistake Gigi for her sister. So, Mr. Gu doesn't have to call me cousin. Your face is younger? The man's low voice carried a kind of careless and ruthless comment. Just fool others. Don't fool yourself. Qiao Yan's expression froze. Gu Yuji's cold eyes fell on her, as if disgusted. Anything else? Qiao Yan has never been treated like this before. Although she has been staying in the Jiang family for these years and is not the real eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang's mother loves her truly. Even her uncle cares about her very much, and the entire Jiang family, from top to bottom, all regards her as the real eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Whether in school or in the circle, she will always be much more popular than Jiang Jiji. But why can Jiang Jiji take down Gu Yuji by just drugging him, but she has to be ignored just because she wants to say hello to him? Jiang Jiji must have said a lot of bad things about her behind her back. So Gu Yuji has a prejudice against her before he knows her. Qiao Yan clenched her fingers, her eyes reddened, and she stared at the other's eyes half crying and asked in a whisper, Does Mr. Gu hate me? Men can't stand seeing beautiful women cry, and Qiao Yan didn't believe that the other party would be so heartless. The next second, Gu Yuji glanced at her lightly. Of course. People were coming and going in the cafeteria. It seemed that some people were looking over here, and some were secretly laughing at her. Qiao Yan's face flushed red. Her self-esteem made her want to turn around and leave, but her vanity nailed her here. Even the way she cried was practiced by her in front of the mirror over and over again. The most tearful look, Master Gu, I don't know what Gigi said to you that made you misunderstand me so badly, but I really didn't mean anything else. I was just surprised to see you in the cafeteria, and not Gigi. As her cousin and family member, I just want to help her take care of you. Gu Yuji felt noisy and stood up. The next moment, he turned his head sharply and seemed to see a familiar figure that shouldn't be there, walking towards the corner. Qiao Yan was afraid that he was going to leave, so she cried like a convulsion, and the more she cried, the closer she got to him. But suddenly, a scream rang out. In the corner of her sight, an overturned dinner plate was thrown straight towards this side. Qiao Yan could have avoided it. The stainless steel dinner plate drew an arc in the air, and greasy food flew out, followed by a very familiar face. Qiao Yan recognized it.
She.
Jiang Ziji's little follower. Qiao Yan's eyes flashed, but she didn't dodge immediately. She let out a scream from her throat, and with the force, she threw herself forward weakly and innocently according to this direction. She could just throw herself into Gu Yuji's arms. No one knew that under her pure white and elegant coat, she was wearing a backless long dress. From the front, the plain lace was tightly covered, even revealing a little of her neck. But if the hem of the coat flew up with the dodging movement, the man's arm could just rub the gap between the dress and the coat and fall on her exposed waist. Conservative, seductive, outdoors. The most secret touch, the most extreme contrast. Only the two of them knew. This is the gift she carefully prepared for Gu Yuji today. She didn't believe that Gu Yuji would not react. In a flash, Qiao Yan made all preparations and threw forward pitifully. But the next moment, the expected action of being hugged did not happen. Gu Yuji took a step back with a cold face. Qiao Yan fell to the floor with a pop. Gu Yuji stood 2 steps away from her, his cold eyes half closed, looking down at the sticky soup splashed on his black coat, as if he was displeased. In the most secret corner of the cafeteria, Jiang Zhizhi was also confused. Isn't it written like this in the plot? According to the description in the plot, Gu Yuji should take the initiative to wait for Qiao Yan. The plate flew over, and then the two of them hugged each other, and their feelings warmed up. But from the angle just now, Gu Yuji not only had no intention of protecting her, but also hid to the other side with disgust. A question mark slowly appeared in Jiang Zhizhi's head. Then she saw the vicious cannon fodder in the plot setting, and her friend ran over quickly, throwing a series of apologies to Gu Yuji. Jiang Zhizhi was just poking her head out and decided that if the situation was not right, she would take her vicious cannon fodder friend away. Unexpectedly, before she walked out, a big hand grabbed the neck of Fate. The temperature of the palm was a little hot, and it fell on her cool skin. Jiang Zhizhi resisted the urge to tremble and turn back. Pei Henian? Pei Henian said and a pair of elegant phoenix eyes fell on her, smiling. Are you heartbroken?
No.
Which eye of his saw that I felt distressed. Jiang Zhizhi patted his hand, and he finally let go. The fingertips that were just holding his neck rubbed it, as if she was some kind of dirty thing. The moment this thought rose faintly from her mind, Jiang Zhizhi curved her eyes and decided to avenge the fate that had strangled her throat. She suddenly leaned forward and embraced Pei Henian's arm. Looking at the beautiful face that suddenly enlarged in front of him, Pei Henian's heart skipped a beat. The wet and red lips came closer, and the hot breath rushed over, asking him, Pei Henian, do you have any ideas? Pei Henian wanted to kiss her again. The thick black line of sight scanned the other's lips again and again, and he suddenly felt a little thirsty. Jiang Zhizhi had bad intentions. While motioning Pei Henian to look at the protagonist couple, she poked Pei Henian's heart. Are they a good match? The handsome man looked at her deeply, his tall body leaning forward a little bit. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Even their breaths were intertwined. The cold cedar scent accompanied the breath falling on her face, and Pei Henian just stared at her quietly. Jiang Zhizhi felt uneasy being stared at by him. The distance between them was shortened again, until their noses touched each other. Pei Henian tilted his head slightly. The cold crimson thin lips rubbed along her cheek, bringing an indescribable itch. Jiang Zhizhi subconsciously wanted to touch her face. But as soon as she raised her hand, it was quickly grasped by the man as big hand. Pei Henian's low voice sounded in her ears. He kissed you. Jiang Zhizhi immediately retorted. Don't talk nonsense, no. It didn't happen at all. Pei Henian raised a few fingers and repeated again. He kissed you. Jiang Zhizhi. She suspected that Pei Henian was a hound in his previous life and a camera in his next life. She didn't know if it was because of his sharp nose or good eyes, but Pei Henian could see her even though she and Gu Yuji were sitting in such a secluded place. The fingertips exposed to the air curled up. The next second, a soft wet tissue fell on her fingertips, exactly where Gu Yuji had just held and kissed her. The tall man stood in front of her, holding the wet tissue in his slender fingers, wiping her fingers bit by bit. As if he had mysophobia. It was as if he wanted to clean up all the traces left by Gu Yuji a few minutes ago. Jiang Zhizhi felt a little weird. She felt that she shouldn't think so, but her ears couldn't help but turn red. Are you disliking me, Pei Henian? Didn't you study abroad? You know, people abroad do the same thing. They also have a hand kiss and a cheek kiss. Pei Henian, you have never kissed someone else's hand at a narrow corner. The girl's whispering voice suddenly stopped. Her already round eyes opened exceptionally wide. Her rosy lips slightly opened, and she looked at the scene in shock. Pei Henian, who loved cleanliness and had misophobia, even wiped her kissed hands carefully over and over again and kissed her fingers intently. From the pale pink knuckles to the trimmed and rounded fingertips. Staying at the place where Gu Yuji had kissed, it was as if leaving his own mark. As if he had noticed her gaze, Pei Henian, who had been half-lidded his eyes, slowly lifted his thin eyelids. Then he looked into her eyes, opened his crimson thin lips, and in front of her bit her fingertips and kissed them. The wet and hot touch came, and Jiang Ziji's cheeks flushed, and she struggled to hide. But Pei Henian held her wrist, motionless, until that finger was released. The noble and unparalleled man curled the corners of his lips. Now it's kissed. Jiang Ziji's face turned red. The phone buzzed twice, and she didn't know who sent the message. But Jiang Ziji was not in the mood to read it, because Pei Henian was still looking at her with those eyes, and his low voice was a little hoarse, teasing her silently. "You are very sweet, baby." The cold tone expressed the meaning of thanking her for the hospitality. Jiang Ziji felt that her ears were about to burn.
Pei Henian.
Is he such an unserious person? Isn't he a cold and noble villain who only falls in love with a charming heroine? What is the situation now? He is perverted. Jiang Ziji blushed with her pretty face. She can tease others with ease, but if someone treats her like this, her complete lack of experience in love makes her ears red, and even her voice stutters. Pei Henian, you can't do this. Know what? Pei Henian's low and hoarse voice echoed in her ears, as if he was deliberately teasing her, and as if he was deliberately seeing her embarrassed. Can't kiss your hand? The low voice was slightly drawn out, with some kind of ambiguous tenderness. If my behavior just now makes you uncomfortable, I can also apologize to you. Sorry, little darling. The poor and well-behaved beautiful child raised a pretty little face. Her watery eyes were wet, and she looked pitiful, as if she had been bullied. The tall man was very gentlemanly, asking her how she felt. Are you very uncomfortable? Jiang Ziji's white jade earlobe was so shy that it turned into a ruby, and she didn't know what to do. Is this a question that a human can answer? She kept silent, and the tall man leaned over slightly again and touched her head. Okay, little darling. The low and magnetic voice sounded slowly, with some kind of pampering. I will be gentler next time. Jiang Ziji simply didn't dare to listen to him, and even wanted to cover her ears. But she couldn't even do the simple action of covering her ears. She could only raise her blushing face and try to educate the other party. Don't call me like that. What little darling, little darling. It's so embarrassing to be called by him in this tone. Then what should I call Gigi now? Pei Henian touched her head and discussed this issue with her very seriously. Should I call you wife? Although this day will come sooner or later, before you end your engagement with that fiancé with whom you have no feelings, he will probably call you so shamelessly. Pei Henian's big hand with distinct joints slid down slightly and covered her eyes. The cool scent of cedar suddenly became strong, and Pei Henian asked her in a low tone and a voice that was not quite distinguishable, "Can you tell who is calling you wife?" With her vision blocked, even the blurred tone carries a certain danger. Jiang Ziji pursed her lips, always feeling that Pei Henian was a little weird at the moment. Well, so be it. Anyway, as part of the play between the heroine and her harem, this shameful name shouldn't last too long. Call me if you want, but don't talk nonsense, saying that I can't recognize you. Jiang Ziji remembered her infatuated personality and said righteously, if I like you for so long but still can't recognize your voice, then I'd be a fool. Something rubbed against her lip, and before Jiang Ziji could react, the big hand covering her eyes had loosened. Pei Henian still maintained a slightly leaning posture and rubbed her cheek with his big hand. Do you know why I suddenly called you like this? Pei Henian's voice was a little hoarse, and Jiang Ziji shook her head. The man seemed to smile, and in a voice that only she could hear, you are small and cute. There is no second one in the world. Last night I wanted to call you that. Jiang Ziji almost walked away from Pei Henian with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Her ears and face were burning. If the system hadn't been nagging in her head, she would probably be coaxed into kissing him by Pei Henian again. Jiang Ziji turned around hurriedly, and the phone in her pocket buzzed twice again. This time she was finally able to take it out. Jiang Ziji quickly unlocked the phone, and several strange messages popped up on the phone. You are so good, my wife. Your knees are so pink. Your legs are so soft and white. I want to kiss you. I like my wife so much. I want to lick.
Who is he?
Why are you with him? Why do you want him to kiss you? Jiang Ziji frowned at the series of symbols. What a mess. Was it sent to the wrong person? Her slender fingers slid across the screen quickly a few times, and the strange number had been thrown into the blacklist. Okay. The world is quiet. Jiang Ziji's eyes fell on the phone screen, and soon fell from the phone screen to her own fingers. Snow-white fingers that looked no different from usual. But Jiang Ziji clearly smelled a very light scent of cedar and a faint, scorching heat. It was like being scalded, as if she had just come to her senses. She turned on the faucet with a red face and washed her hands back and forth in a hurry. So strange. Everything is strange. By the way, how is Qiao Yan? It's not much different from the original plot. Gu Yuji has gone to change clothes. We can find a place to wait for Qiao Yan to mistakenly enter the dressing room and see Gu Yuji. The three of them will be in a Shura scene, and you can take the opportunity to secretly take a photo of them together and spread rumors. Jiang Ziji nodded and agreed with him. The sparks of love between the hero and heroine were crackling, and the vicious female supporting role could certainly take a break at this time. She wiped her hands with a tissue and just stepped out of the door when her cell phone rang again. She was a little surprised to see Gu Yuji's name popping up on it. While holding the phone and hesitating whether to answer it, she walked out with her calves. Behind her, the sound of a door opening was faintly heard. Jiang Ziji stared at the screen of her mobile phone and subconsciously walked to the side of the road to make way for the other party. But suddenly, a strong force embraced her waist. The moment she was about to exclaim, her lips were covered again. The hot air she exhaled fell on her ears, accompanied by the dark room. Lu Xian's voice rang from her ears, a little unstable. Miss Lu Xian called her name, breathing rapidly. Miss, help me. Jiang Ziji patted the other person's hand quickly, and Lu Xian reluctantly let go of her. Jiang Ziji turned around and said in a shocked voice, What's going on, Lu Xian? You were drugged? What kind of familiar feeling is this of a male protagonist in a domineering literary work being drugged? This is a university campus. Jiang Ziji asked the system with a face full of condemnation. Is this serious? In your world? The system hesitated. According to the plot, Lu Xian, as Qiao Yan's spare tire, is also reasonable to appear here. After all, he has to witness the Shura field of 3 people. I started to get jealous. However, Lu Xian's plot here was only briefly mentioned, and no one knew what state he should be in, so it is possible that he was drugged. According to the bloody plots in common novels, once drugged, he would lose his mind, and he would be in a state of confusion, and he would do this, that, and that. There was no time to think about it. Jiang Ziji reached out and touched Lu Xian's forehead at lightning speed. Very good. Very hot. Jiang Ziji glanced around the room, quickly pulled out a bottle of mineral water from Lu Xian's backpack, unscrewed it, and poured it over him. The clear water flowed down his cheeks, soaking his white shirt, and then slid down along the faintly visible abdominal muscles. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, that overly beautiful little face enlarged in front of him, and Jiang Ziji asked him righteously, How is it? Are you feeling more comfortable? Lu Xian was silent. But that overly beautiful face kept moving closer to him, whispering in his ear in a soft voice, Do you feel hot? Are you still itchy, dry mouth, and drowsy, wanting to do something irrational? I know, you must have been drugged, but it doesn't matter. She spoke slowly and logically, but said something that Lu Xian couldn't understand. According to the normal plot, the heroine's man can keep himself clean even if he is drugged, and then yell at others to get out of the way, and continue to be for the heroine. Don't worry, I'll get out right away. The slender girl raised her hands, made a gesture of surrender, and stepped back. Lu Xian followed her forward. The distance between them was suddenly shortened, and a refreshing and pleasant smell came to his face. The compartment was dark, filled with miscellaneous items, and small and cramped. A tall figure fell on her face, and Jiang Ziji seemed to be covered by him. The size comparison between men and women, especially in such a small space, Jiang Ziji raised her eyes and looked at each other, feeling a little flustered in her heart. Lu Xian, what are you going to do? Although she had made it clear since yesterday that she would not bully Lu Xian anymore. But with the previous experience, I'm afraid Lu Xian will still hate her to death. Could it be that the drugs are taking effect, and Lu Xian is going to beat her up? Jiang Ziji continued to retreat. Lu Xian pressed forward step by step. One retreat and one advance. The distance is always shrinking. Indescribable silence. Two obvious breaths echoed in the air. Until Jiang Ziji took another step back and her fingertips touched the cold wall, Lu Xian's arm suddenly stretched out, and his big hand blocked the back of her head that she was about to touch. The dull sound of bones hitting the wall, accompanied by Lu Xian's somewhat hoarse voice, had a sense of telling a story. What Chinese medicine? I don't have any. Lu Xian seemed to not understand what she was saying, and her breathing was still slightly hurried. Miss, someone is blocking me. I'm not sure who they are, but it may be related to what happened this morning. They wanted to attack me, and I temporarily shook them off. Jiang Ziji was stunned for a moment. Someone wants to bully you? But you haven't been drugged? Jiang Ziji's cheeks were hot, and she looked at Lu Xian, who was wet after being splashed with water by her, and felt a little embarrassed. I thought you had accidentally taken some medicine that you shouldn't take. Lu Xian just stared at her quietly, without saying a word. He was dressed thinly. Over a thin white shirt, he wore a simple black jacket with the zipper unzipped. She poured the bottle of water over. Most of it landed on Lu Xian's chest. The thin white fabric became translucent after being poured with water, revealing the shadowy muscle lines and a little pink. Jiang Ziji's pupils dilated slightly, and she quickly turned her face away. What's going on? This is so embarrassing. Should I ask someone to bring you some clothes? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Are you feeling uncomfortable now? Jiang Ziji was a little embarrassed. It was so cold. Even if someone poured a bottle of water on her, she would probably catch a cold. What size are you wearing? Jiang Ziji spoke again. I'll call right away. Wait a minute. The beautiful girl was in a hurry to touch her phone, but the next second, the fingers covering the back of her head moved slightly. The fingertips passed through her hair, with a slight itch. Jiang Ziji raised her eyes to look at him. Lu Xian was still as silent as ever, with short black hair and dark eyes. The overly pale skin and the beautifully curved lips were a bit sickly white. Until a hoarse voice sounded in the air, lingering in her ears. Miss, it's so cold. It was a tone that was hard to describe specifically. If she wasn't so annoying, she would even think that Lu Xian was acting coquettishly toward her. Jiang Ziji was a little dazed, looking at Lu Xian's face that suddenly enlarged. The expression on that overly beautiful face seemed a little subtle. His eyes were drooping, and his dark eyelashes hid his eyes, giving him a broken feeling that looked easy to bully. Or maybe he had been bullied by her, and even just now she had poured a bottle of water on him without saying a word, but the other party just lowered his eyes in a good temper and showed her kindness. Guilt came to her mind again. Jiang Ziji subconsciously touched his wet clothes, and her fingertips were wet. The extremely thin shirt felt cold to the touch. Through the thin layer of fabric was the hot temperature of his skin. Jiang Ziji felt like she was burned, and she immediately withdrew her fingers. Sorry. It's okay. Lu Xian looked at her quietly, a smile on his face. I'm the eldest lady's person, so the eldest lady can do anything to me. I really didn't mean it, it's just that your head was so hot just now, and you asked me to help you, so I misunderstood. Jiang Ziji finally came back to her senses, and in the blurred light and shadow, she saw the thin layer of sweat on Lu Xian's forehead. Just now he said that someone was chasing him, and he was probably running too fast, so his forehead was hot and his breathing was rapid. But it was so cold that he just sweated, and he was poured with cold water on it. Jiang Ziji hesitated for a second and began to suggest, why don't you take off your clothes? Well, I don't mean anything else. Jiang Ziji waved her hands quickly, trying to prove that she was not coveting the other's beauty. Your shirt is soaked. It must be uncomfortable to wear it. You might as well take it off. This coat looks okay. Otherwise, put on the coat first, they will deliver the clothes soon, and then you can put it on inside. The weather has been very cold recently. I'm worried that you will catch a cold. Lu Xian nodded obediently. He finally released his arm that was supporting the back of her head, and in the corner of his eye, Jiang Zhizhi saw the wound that appeared in the morning. Lu Xian also noticed it and smiled at her. It's okay. Jiang Zhizhi felt a little guilty. Then I'll go out and wait for you, and then help you get revenge. Lu Xian hesitated. There are a lot of them. Miss, I'm not sure if they will see us. If they really saw us and started fighting, with her fighting ability, not only would she not be able to help Lu Xian, but she would also cause trouble for her. Jiang Zhizhi was silent for a while and discussed with him, then change your clothes first. I'll turn around and promise not to look at you. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around on her own. The view from the corner was darker, and everything was unclear. In the dim darkness, the next second after she turned around, the thin young man's raised lips straightened a little bit, and the obedience in his eyes completely disappeared. He raised his chin slightly, and a handsome, sinister, and cold face was imprisoned in the darkness, looking down at him. While unbuttoning his clothes with one hand, he unscrupulously glanced at the girl's small earlobe, his Adam's apple rolling rapidly. His gloomy gaze was like a climbing snake, inch by inch, moist and dark, climbing along the small patch of skin on the girl's snow-white neck. Greedy and burning, it spread along the collar. There was a rustling sound behind her, and Jiang Zhizhi knew that Lu Xian was changing clothes. But for some reason, she always had a very dangerous feeling. The gaze that seemed to have substance swept over her, with some kind of terrifying stickiness, sweeping across her exposed skin inch by inch. It seemed that in this room, besides her and Lu Xian, there was something else spying on them. Jiang Zhizhi was a little scared, and even her voice was stuttering. Lu Xian. Lu Xian did not speak. A cool and light breath fell on the back of her neck, making her scalp numb. What a mess of ghost movement. Jiang Zhizhi held her breath. Her hair almost stood up. The cool breath swept across her neck, and along with that dark and sticky gaze, Jiang Zhizhi's legs began to weaken. Lu Xian. Her voice stuttered, and finally at a certain moment, she mustered up the courage and turned around to look back. In the dim room, the scene turned into a residual shadow along with the sight. An arm reached out at the right time, probably wanting to help her, but Jiang Zhizhi was too flustered and was blocked by the other party's action and staggered, and her body fell forward unconsciously. Then with a pop, she fell on a piece of tight and hot skin. There was an eye-catching pink on a large piece of cold white skin. It was moistened by watermarks and had a wetness that had not dried yet. Straight into her eyes. Jiang Zhizhi's pupils dilated, and her eyelashes trembled rapidly several times. Her cheeks suddenly burned. Jiang Zhizhi quickly stood up and met Lu Xian's gaze. In the dim room, Lu Xian just looked at her with his eyes downcast. Long straight eyelashes fell under his eyes, casting dense shadows under his eyes. His eyes were very dark, motionless, just staring at her quietly. His overly handsome face showed a kind of coldness because he didn't speak, like a cold and arrogant academic master who had been bullied many times but still worked hard. Jiang Zhizhi's ears and face were hot. She felt like a gangster today. She poured water on the other person, promised the other person not to turn around, but suddenly turned around and lay on the person. It was all Lu Xian's fault. He was here, but he didn't answer her. Jiang Zhizhi was not justified and started to blame her. Why didn't you pay attention to me? Lu Xian, don't you know I'm scared? In the quiet space, Lu Xian said softly and helped her straighten her wet hair. I thought you were teasing me on purpose. Sorry, miss. My head is indeed a little heavy, and I didn't react. The temperature under his palm was a little too hot. Jiang Zhizhi suddenly raised her hand and touched his forehead again. Lu Xian, when did you have a fever? When did you have a fever? Lu Xian's voice was very low, and he repeated this sentence with some unclear pronunciation, but soon, he gently pulled the corners of his lips and smiled. Probably last night. You had a fever last night? And it's been going on until now? The easily deceived young lady in front of him opened her eyes wide and hurriedly reached out to him to off his clothes. Lu Xian, don't you know how to speak? You didn't tell me when you were sick. You didn't tell me when you had a fever. You slept on the bathroom floor at night and you had to help me fight during the day when you were sick. She muttered softly, and the more she muttered, the more guilty she felt, as if she was a little annoyed.
I'm really not a human being.
Lu Xian didn't refute, but in the dim room, he scanned the young lady who was stripping his clothes with a secret and gaze. She didn't dislike his ugly scars. She didn't call him dirty. It was still the same pampered face that was as pink as a ball. But there was no contempt on that overly beautiful face.
She was worried about him.
Just like the first time they met in winter 8 years ago. She was so beautiful and clean, noble and spotless, bright as the bright moonlight, but she held his hand without any disgust. Her little face was tight, and she helped him apply frostbite cream while mumbling softly. Lu Xian forgot how disgusting he was at that time. But he will always remember that he was exactly the same as he is now at that time, holding his breath. He looked at her greedily and eagerly. People walked outside the door from time to time, and there was occasional noise. But in the quiet room, Lu Xian just scanned the girl in front of him with eyes again and again, and his heart was surging with uncalm excitement. Even his throat began to dry and astringent.
He was so mean.
Lu Xian pulled the corners of his lips, not knowing whether he wanted to cry or laugh, and his dark pupils soon became wet. She tortured him for 6 whole years and countless nights. Being beaten, abused, tortured, hungry, insulted, kneeling in the rain, fighting for food with dogs. He was tortured by her for 6 whole years. But now, she just showed him a little bit of kindness. He wanted to put aside the past grudges. He even wanted to hold her fingertips and kneel down at her feet, kiss her tenderly and devoutly. Raise your hand the moment the girl's soft voice sounded. The door was knocked lightly. Jiang Ziji grabbed Lu Xian's sleeve and turned back subconsciously. The door was pushed open from the outside, and the bright sunlight fell in, making her squint subconsciously. The black figure went from blurry to clear, and above was Gu Yuji's cold face. Jiang Ziji's pupils were shocked, and she quickly let go of Lu Xian. But it was too late. Lu Xian's shirt was half taken off by her, and now it was hanging on his body in a disheveled state, with half of his body. Gu Yuji's voice came from the sunlight, like a sharp icicle in the dead of winter, freezing cold. What a coincidence. I came at the wrong time, right? Jiang Ziji couldn't explain herself at this moment, and even her voice was dry.
That.
Lu Xian is sick. He has a fever. He is so slutty. Gu Yuji interrupted her with a calm and handsome face. His eyes passed over Jiang Ziji, wishing to strangle Lu Xian to death. You my fiancé in front of me. Am I dead? The door was closed with a. The room returned to darkness again, but Gu Yuji was tall and strong, and his presence was too strong, making the whole room seem even smaller. Gu Yuji raised his hand and pulled Jiang Ziji behind him, his sharp face filled with some kind of displeasure, staring straight at Lu Xian. Little rascal, do you want to die? Jiang Ziji was blocked behind the man and could not see the movement in front. So naturally, he could not see the obedience in Lu Xian's eyes disappear again. An overly delicate face, dark and cold eyes. He was thin, but when standing next to Gu Yuji, his height was comparable. Even in front of his furious fiancé, he curled his lips, his dark eyes carrying a kind of contemptuous provocation, trying to hide his half-stripped clothes. The whip marks on his body, his rapid and fluctuating breathing. Gu Yuji clenched his fists tightly. If he hadn't just arrived, what would this lowly man have planned to do with his little fiancé? It was so dark in the room that he couldn't see clearly. Was he still planning to press Gigi against the wall and kiss her? Anyway, the two of them had lived together for so long. Maybe they already had this kind of tacit understanding that Jiang Gigi could fight for him, tacit understanding that even if Lu Xian pressed her against the wall and pinched her mouth and kissed her, she would only punish him in another way. Gu Yuji felt sour and angry, and he was almost jealous to death. But Lu Xian still lifted his thin eyelids to look at him, with a faint smile on the corner of his lips. Like a lewd lover who provokes his wife to cheat, but is incapable of a furious husband. His tone is respectful, but the expression on his face is completely opposite. Young Master Gu has a lot of power, and it's as easy as crushing an ant to kill a small character like me. But no matter how angry young Master Gu is, he shouldn't do it in front of the young lady. He even took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire while speaking. It seems that Gu Yuji is a violent maniac who would lose his temper with his fiancée, and it seems that Jiang Jiji is not safe hiding behind him. If young Master Gu makes trouble out of nothing and insists on thinking that there is something between me and the young lady, his tone paused with a certain subtlety, then just say that I am seducing her. In the blurred light and shadow, the lines of Gu Yuji's profile were tightly stretched, and his pair of sharp and shrewd fox eyes were surging with anger, looking like he was about to kill someone. He grabbed Lu Xian's collar, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and spoke word by word. Lu Xian. The young man whose collar he grabbed curled his lips in mockery and said in a very low voice that only the two of them could hear, with some excited malice, "Your wife is very sweet. Did you know?" Gu Yuji's head rumbled, and his rationality was burned out. Behind him, the girl who was running around in a panic and madly complaining to the system, "It's over, it's over, it's over," was being comforted by the system. "Don't panic, it was an accident." According to the development of the plot, Gu Yuji must have planned to change clothes and then accidentally bumped into your room. The male protagonist and the important male supporting role Lu Xian do not have a very obvious intersection in the sentence pattern, and they will definitely not have a conflict for you. The scream of the system was severely suppressed by it. At the same time, a fierce fist blew towards Lu Xian, and the sound of fists hitting flesh rang in the air. Jiang Ziji covered her mouth with horror. She would rather believe that she was dazzled otherwise. Gu Yuji and Lu Xian, two people who have no intersection according to the plot line. How could they suddenly fight? A teeth-grinding collision sound was accompanied by the sound of metal objects falling to the ground. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Jiang Jiji was not sure if anyone was injured. She was stunned for only a second, and then she reacted quickly. "Stop fighting, stop fighting." The slender arm grabbed someone and was almost thrown out by the force. She screamed, and the two people who were fighting stopped their actions instantly. The door of the room creaked again, and bright sunlight shone in, accompanied by a figure in a suit and leather shoes. The tall and graceful Pei Henian stood at the door, his handsome face expressionless, and pulled Jiang Jiji to his side. He looked at the two people fighting in the room, his thin lips holding a cold smile. So lively? He seemed to smile and seemed angry until he lowered his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him, and after confirming that the other party was not injured, he continued to speak lightly. "Sorry, I didn't know you were busy." The low and magnetic tone, even the words spoken, sounded sarcastic. Although the tone was very restrained, Jiang Ziji felt that Pei Henian was about to lose his temper. It might also be because Pei Henian held her arm without any hesitation, and it almost hurt her. "Do you need to clear the place?" "Gigi, and I can leave first, so it will be more convenient for the two of you to continue." Gu Yuji pushed Lu Xian away with a cold face. Lu Xian's face was bruised, but he seemed to feel no pain. His dark eyes moved slightly down and fell on Pei Henian. The bright light illuminated half of his body, which made it easy for people to notice his face. But as the line of sight moved downward, the half of the body in the shadow was the easiest to be hidden. Gu Yuji, this idiot. Lu Xian's lips were tightly drawn, watching the secretive action of Pei Henian holding Jiang Jiji's wrist, anger bursting out of his eyes. Idiot. His fiancé was led by his good brother, and he thought the other party came to seek justice for him. A complete idiot. Gu Yuji was stared at by Lu Xian's angry and contemptuous eyes, and a sneer escaped from the corner of his lips. "You are brave, Lu Xian. Dare to steal my girl." Jiang Ziji was unable to explain herself and whispered to herself, "Neither of us did anything. He won't steal your girl. Only your best friend Pei Henian would steal your girl." Jiang Ziji swallowed the second half of the sentence silently and tried to reconcile. "Stop fighting." Gu Yuji had a gloomy face, staring at Liu Xian. Student Liu is quite skilled, and Guyan happens to have a boxing match next Tuesday. I will be there, waiting for Student Liu. Jiang Zhiji stopped her. Gu Yuji, don't bully him. He doesn't know how to box at all. Gu Yuji glanced over. He had just beaten someone up, and his expression was still a little fierce, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Jiang Zhiji stopped talking and hid beside Pei Henian. The curve of Pei Henian's lips softened a little. Gu Yuji also reacted quickly and explained, it's a formal boxing gym, a formal match with an emergency doctor. Zhiji, there will be no danger. He turned his head, still staring at his rival, with a fake smile. Mr. Liu is a man after all. He can't hide behind a girl's skirt all his life. By the way, there are bonuses for the top 3, and the lowest one is 50,000. I heard that Mr. Liu is young and short of money, so why not try legitimate means? After all, a grown man can't live off all his life. The cubicle was already in chaos. Jiang Zhiji walked beside Pei Henian and Gu Yuji with her head down. The midday sun fell on her cheeks, making her little face pink and white, as beautiful as a rosebud. While no one knew, Jiang Zhiji secretly asked the system, did I fail in my mission? She really wanted a healthy and free body and a perfect life with financial freedom. She didn't want to go back to that dark and damp basement. System query, huh? The mechanical sound of the system had obvious ups and downs, and it seemed that even it itself was a little surprised. Task completion 50%. It should be the data that determined that the Shura field was established, but the task completion 60% is qualified. When you continue to maliciously Photoshop pictures and spread rumors about the heroine, you should be able to get away with it. Jiang Ziji's pupils suddenly lit up. Be careful, a big hand came over from the side, holding her wrist like a gentleman. Jiang Ziji tilted her head to take a look. It was Pei Henian with an unclear look in his eyes. The jealous and stingy guy must be jealous again. The moment this thought emerged in her mind, Gu Yuji's voice rang out from the other side. I'll just take Zhiji home. Mr. Pei, no. Gu Yuji's voice was cold and hard, and his handsome face was gloomy. Jiang Ziji pretended to glance at his face casually, and her heart sank again. Well, this one was also angry. Why can't her task be changed to make the male lead and the important male supporting role angry? Jiang Ziji asked the system very unfairly. If this were the case, her task would definitely not be passed by the edge, but by a high score. Why, inconvenient? Pei Henian asked. Gu Yuji put his arm around Jiang Ziji's waist with one hand. His tone was not friendly. It's really not convenient for Zhiji and I to have family affairs. Pei Henian curled the corners of his lips, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Jiang Ziji was made to feel numb by the weird atmosphere between the two of them, so she took the opportunity to quietly make a suggestion. It's not convenient for me either. Or let's talk about it next time. 2 pairs of eyes fell on her face, with a particularly strong presence. Jiang Ziji. Half a minute later. Jiang Ziji sat in the middle of the back seat of the car, with Gu Yuji on the left and Pei Henian on the right. Gu Yuji had just finished a fight with his rival, and he was already unhappy, not to mention that Pei Henian had no tact at all and deliberately sat in the back. Can you go to the front, Mr. Pei? Pei Henian's voice was calm. I'm carsick. Gu Yuji sneered. You're still sitting in the back if you're carsick?
Pei Henian, I'm carsick.
Jiang Ziji didn't dare to speak. She was squeezed in between the two of them, like a poor little thing who was a little embarrassed. But the more nervous she was, the more people held her fingers. It seemed like teasing, or maybe it was none of that. It was just that Pei Henian, this rascal, wanted to threaten her, so he used his fingertips to quietly her fingers. Why are you staying in that place with classmate Liu? Pei Henian's low voice sounded like a teacher who loves his students or a parent who cares about his children, completely decent. If Pei Henian's fingers had not been inserted into her fingers at this moment. What's it got to do with you? Gu Yuji had a bad temper, and his fox eyes contained a little anger. Zhiji is my fiancé. What does it have to do with you? Why has it nothing to do with you? Pei Henian, who was crossing his legs, had a decent smile on his face and a calm voice. After all, I just had dinner at the Jiang family last night. You should be grateful when you receive something from someone, and you should be soft-hearted when you eat something from someone. When you meet someone's junior, you should care about them a little bit. Gu Yuji stared at Pei Henian closely, as if he wanted to find some flaws in his face. Pei Henian, who is your girlfriend? You were calling my fiancé in front of me just now, weren't you? Jiang Ziji's eyelids jumped, and she was almost panicked. It was all Pei Henian's fault. Why did he have to call her and provoke her in front of Gu Yuji, and even got in the same car with her? It would have been fine if they got in the same car, but she also had to confront Gu Yuji. Was he afraid that others wouldn't see that there was something fishy going on between them? She still felt that it would be more exciting in front of her fiancé. Her heart was pounding, and her ears were starting to feel hot again. Jiang Ziji pursed her rosy lips and looked at Pei Henian with a pair of watery eyes, with a hint of pleading. Pei Henian was as steady as a rock, still the one in power in the Pei family. He did not look like he was holding hands with his fiancée in front of his friends, but rather like he was at a negotiation table. He was calm and composed. Even his tone was filled with some compassion, as if he had heard a very ridiculous question, and his phoenix eyes curved. Are you always so suspicious? Yuji. If I had known that you would be so unreasonable when it came to love, and even suspect your friends who were riding in the same car, I would definitely not have gotten on this car today. You have always been generous, Yuji. This is really unlike you. Pei Henian commented. Gu Yuji's expression froze, and he subconsciously looked at his young fiancé beside him. I was really angry today. The man surnamed Liu is not a good person. You are young and naive, and don't understand. I am a man, and of course I can see that his heart is full of dirty things. Gigi, I am not angry with you. I just regret not accompanying you to the bathroom, so you were afraid and wronged just now. Gigi, I am not like this usually. The low and cold tone softened, with a flattering meaning, like a dog wagging its tail when it smells meat. Pei Henian indifferently withdrew his gaze. It doesn't matter what you look like, but the most important thing in marriage is loyalty and trust. You can't even do such a basic thing, and you really shouldn't enter the palace of marriage so early. Being exposed in front of his sweetheart, Gu Yuji's face sank. Pei Henian, what do you mean? Pei Henian also looked at him. Nothing, but it seems that Mr. Gu is going to angrily ask who I am calling, or suspect that I have any improper relationship with your fiancé. The soft back of the hand was rubbed by the man's rough fingers, and then wrapped into his palm little by little. It was obviously a very pertinent tone, but with the possessive action, it inexplicably made Jiang Ziji feel a sense of crisis. Miss Jiang, you say it. Jiang Ziji felt that a pile of tattered fishing nets wrapped around her head, layer by layer, and couldn't be untied. Why is this one angry, and that one is also angry? She just glanced at Pei Henian, and Gu Yuji's hand on her waist tightened. When she was pulled closer to Gu Yuji, Pei Henian would hold her hand and get mad at her again. The poor little girl squeezed between two big men, trembled her eyelashes, and spoke timidly. What? Pei Henian laughed, with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Your fiancé is suspecting that I have a close relationship with you, and maybe I am having an affair behind his back, or I have taken advantage of you in places he doesn't know about. Gigi, why don't you tell him what our relationship is? The moment the voice fell, the car became more and more silent. The driver in front had no sense of existence at all, and he manipulated the car to change lanes and planned to get off the viaduct. A roadblock was set up not far away, and the road ahead was under construction. Jiang Ziji hurriedly glanced at the yellow sign outside and quickly retracted her sight. What relationship can it be? Of course, it's just an ordinary friendship. Jiang Ziji felt guilty and could only hold Pei Henian's hand back, praying that he would not ruin her show. Fortunately, Pei Henian had no intention of speaking. He took out the wireless earphones with his bony fingers and put them into his ears. He looked like he was so wrong that he was speechless and too lazy to communicate with them. Pei Henian did not intervene, giving her room to develop. Jiang Ziji was encouraged. She turned her head and looked at her fiancé, the heroine's future husband, and said confidently, Why do you always doubt me? Gu Yuji, I know I'm not worthy of you. The soft voice suddenly turned, accompanied by a pair of watery eyes, which made it easy for people to feel pity and then doubt whether they were the wrong person. You are the prince of the Gu family and a well-known figure. If there is number 100 people who want to pursue you, there are at least 80%. If there was no accident, you would not be engaged to me. Hearing her bring up the past, Gu Yuji suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, his beautiful and delicate fiancée lowered her eyes. Her dense eyelashes fell under her eyes, casting a small shadow on her fair and delicate face. Her voice was low and muffled. If you don't want to be with me, you can just say it. I don't blame you. I am already satisfied to have had such a relationship with you. I will always keep this memory and always remember you silently in my heart. Gu Yuji frowned, and even his heart seemed to be slapped by a muffled slap, with sweetness rising in the sourness. It's not that he hasn't heard sweet words. The nickname of the Prince of the Beijing Circle is known outside, and many men and women flock to him. Some people confessed to him while playing the piano. Some people crashed in front of his car on a rainy night. Some people blushed and praised his beautiful eyes, and some people recited love poems, hoping that he would look at them more. He has heard many confessions, but no one has ever made him feel like Jiang Jiji at first sight. No one can be like Jiang Jiji, who only needs to lower her eyes and say a few words in a sullen voice to make his heart feel like it is soaked in plum wine. He knew she was showing weakness. The vague Bai Yueguang, Shi Jin who revolved around him, Lu Xian who was ordered around by her, and even the inexplicable Pei Henian today. She couldn't explain the origins of these people, nor could she explain her past with them. So she could only purse her red lips, with a nervousness that could be easily seen through on her face, and wanted to break off the engagement with him in a way that made it even more obvious. She liked him so much that she wanted to be with him even if she had to drug him. How could she let him go so easily? It was just a little trick of wanting to welcome and reject because she was afraid of making him angry. It was all because she loved him too much. The moment he figured it out, Gu Yuji raised his hand and touched that pretty little face. The sharp and handsome face was softened by the light and shadow and matched with a pair of affectionate fox eyes. Even the voice was very pleasant, but I don't want to be remembered only in your heart. The dark eyelashes trembled, drawing an arc in the air. Looking at him with misty eyes, it was like the most precious gem immersed in the bottom of the pool. Even the silent eyes were like hooks, holding his heartbeat and making him unable to control the frequency of breathing. I don't blame you, and I don't want to break off the engagement with you. Gu Yuji stroked the other's cheek, his voice very low. I'm just a little angry because of jealousy. There are no good people around you. They are all coveting you, but you just don't know it. Besides, how can we not be a good match? Gu Yuji coaxed her, rubbing his fingertips across her cheek, his voice very low. I was born to be your husband, to wait for you to grow up, and then marry you home in the envious eyes of others. His voice was pleasant to begin with, and he deliberately lowered the tone to coax people, which made Jiang Jiji's ears feel a little hot. She nodded randomly, not forgetting her original intention of being unreasonable. Then you can't doubt me anymore in the future. The handsome face slowly enlarged, accompanied by a low and hoarse voice. I don't doubt you. It's all because of those little beasts who smelled the scent and stuck to him one by one, wanting to steal his heart. One by one. Stupid thing. Mr. Gu, there is construction in the tunnel ahead, and the light will be a little dim. The driver's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Gu Yuji's action to kiss her. Jiang Ziji breathed a sigh of relief. In the reflection of the rearview mirror, Pei Henian was still listening to the song expressionlessly, his straight body leaning to the side of the door, keeping a safe distance from them. His eyes looked out the window, not paying any attention to them at all. She patted Gu Yuji's hand and tried to sit up straight. She was not mentally prepared to be kissed by Gu Yuji in front of Pei Henian so wildly. Suddenly, the light and shadow in front of the vehicle suddenly disappeared, and the rising baffle blocked the light and shadow in front of the headlights, and the car was dark. The big hand that had not yet let go held her cheek again. The hot breath fell on her face, and the voice was very low, in a tone that only the two of them could hear, and asked very gentlemanly, Gigi, Can I kiss you? Before the tip of her tongue could express her refusal, it was pushed back into the man's mouth. His big, bony hands held her cheeks with great caution, as if he was afraid that a little more force would hurt her. A light kiss, with love and cherishment, fell on her lips. But it only fell on her lips. Their breaths intertwined, and Jiang Ziji heard the quickening in the other's chest. But Gu Yuji did not go any further. He just kissed her lips lightly, his voice very low. Jiang Ziji, I like you very much. With a sighing tone, like helpless connivance, Jiang Ziji stayed where he was. The system slowly typed a question mark in his head with a data block. Jiang Ziji pushed the question mark over again. She looked dazed and tried to open her eyes wide in the endless darkness, as if she wanted to see this sudden confession clearly. But the next moment, the sharp explosion of the system accompanied by a warning sounded in her mind. Jiang Ziji trembled her eyelids in a daze. A hot and wet feeling appeared on the back of her neck, as if it was bitten by an evil dragon from the abyss. Sharp teeth bit a small piece of flesh, like jealousy and like punishment. Warm and wet, aroused layers of trembling. The car rushed out of the tunnel and sped towards the wide asphalt road. The light filled the car again, but the atmosphere in the car was a little weird. Gu Yuji kissed his sweetheart, with satisfaction in his eyes. Pei Henian still looked out the window with his side face, with indifference in his eyes. Only Jiang Ziji's cheeks flushed, and her earlobes began to burn. She didn't even dare to look up, and could only sit upright between the two of them. The petal-like lips were soft and red, and there were still traces of bitten flesh on the back of the neck. The system's screaming lasted for more than 10 seconds, without the calmness of a long-term experience. Why is this happening? Did I see it right just now? Brothers Donburi? Gu Yuji just kissed me and it's fine. No. Gu Yuji shouldn't kiss you either. Isn't Pei Henian a self-disciplined villain? What is he doing? Is he a pervert? Jiang Ziji's brain hurt because of it, but it was you who asked me to harass him and call him hubby. The system instantly stopped. After a few seconds, or maybe more than 10 seconds. The system's data block jumped a few times, as if it had finally regained its confidence. I understand. The male protagonist and the villain in this world are not so harmonious. They're just plastic brothers. As two people who are equally matched in everything and are both the best in the circle. Even if they don't compare themselves, people around them will compare them together. If this goes on, they will naturally compete secretly. After you got engaged to Gu Yuji, Pei Henian fought over you as a trophy. He treated you like this on purpose because he wanted to win. The system hurriedly finished speaking, only to realize that it might have said the wrong thing and was too disrespectful to Jiang Ziji. But the host it was bound to was not angry, but nodded seriously, with a serious face. What you said makes sense, worthy of the experienced vicious female supporting role system. The data block of the system flashed when Jiang Ziji praised her sincerely. Even the mechanical voice could be heard to be a little shy, trying hard to encourage her. Believe me, we can do it. Gu Yuji personally sent Jiang Ziji to the Jiang family villa. Before leaving, he leaned over slightly to help Jiang Ziji tidy up the broken hair on her temples. 10,000 kinds of tenderness, reluctant to leave. Jiang Ziji was admonished by him and responded with a few words. A pair of eyes passed Gu Yuji and saw the car a few steps away. The window of the back seat slowly lowered, revealing Pei Henian's noble eyebrows. He just stared at himself and said goodbye to Gu Yuji quietly without speaking. But Jiang Ziji still felt the back of her neck burning and couldn't help blushing. Until the slender figure disappeared at the door, the prince with one hand in his pocket stopped smiling, turned around and strode towards the car. The car door closed. Gu Yuji stepped one of his long legs on the carpet, staring at Pei Henian with his sharp fox eyes, with a sullen look on his handsome face. Pei Henian, what do you mean? You are coveting my fiancé. The man sitting on the other side curled the corners of his lips, and even his voice was somewhat nonchalant. If you insist on thinking so, there is nothing I can do. Gu Yuji cursed, leaned forward, and grabbed Pei Henian's collar. Pei Henian raised his eyebrows and showed a little surprise at the right time. Mr. Gu, if we really fight, you may not be able to beat me. Gu Yuji gritted his teeth. Pei Henian, what the Hades are you doing? I sent Gigi home, and you got in the car. What do you want to do? A sneer filled the air. What can I do in front of you? Put away the sour smell of love. You are like a mad dog. Whoever looks at your fiancé for a second longer, you want to bite them with gritted teeth. Pei Henian's cold voice did not fluctuate at all, but Gu Yuji heard some kind of mockery. Gu Yuji didn't care and leaned back on the leather chair. Pei Henian, you don't understand anything. It seems that you are not devoted to your relationship. Your girlfriend from university, didn't teach you what love is, nor did she arouse your possessiveness. Pei Henian smiled and did not answer. So, why did you insist on getting on this car today? Pei Henian, you'd better give me a good enough reason. Don't fool me with something like motion sickness. Pei Henian raised his eyelids and looked at him. His pair of phoenix eyes seemed to be smiling, and his thin lips uttered earth-shattering words. Gu Yan is back. Is this news sincere enough? The expression on Gu Yuji's face froze in place. After a moment, a sneer broke out in the air. Gu Yuji gritted his teeth, and there was a chill in his voice. He dares to come back? 3 years ago, Mr. Gu solemnly introduced a young man named Gu Yan at his birthday party. He did not give a specific introduction to the other party's background, but the face that was exactly the same as Mr. Gu's when he was young was better than the best evidence. Mrs. Gu was pale and almost fell to the ground. Gu Yuji was also shocked. At the age of 60, the high-ranking Mr. Gu personally brought this newly revealed Gu Yan and introduced him to the bigwigs present with great care, as if he was doing his best to pave the way for him. At that time, the whole circle was going crazy, saying that Gu Yan was Mr. Gu's illegitimate son, and that bringing him out on such an important occasion as a birthday party would definitely entrust him with an important task. What happened later really lived up to everyone's expectations. Gu Yan was adopted as Mr. Gu's godson, and he moved into the Gu family's old house with good reason. In just half a month, he began to take over the Gu family's shady industries and was even entrusted with important tasks, directly replacing Mr. Gu to attend high-level meetings as a shareholder. Gu Yan was also rampant, and in front of everyone, he openly dared to challenge Gu Yuji. Gu Yuji naturally didn't tolerate him and brought bodyguards to block him in the elevator and beat him up. But Gu Yan was even crazier. He walked out of the elevator with blood all over his head and lay dormant quietly in the parking lot for 3 hours. As soon as Gu Yuji showed up, he stepped on the accelerator and crashed into him. In the following 2 years, Gu Yuji and Gu Yan competed with each other, fighting back and forth. Until half a year ago, Gu Yuji and Pei Henian teamed up to set up a trap and sent Gu Yan in. According to the charges they fabricated in Gu Yan's arrogant behavior, Gu Yan would not be able to get out for a while. But it was only half a year, or even less than half a year. Gu Yuji frowned. It's only been 5 months. Who got him out? Pei Henian, what do you think? He's really crazy. Gu Yuji's breathing was rapid, and he sneered. Why don't you live somewhere else? Why do you have to come out here to seek death? I'd like to meet him and see how much he has learned in the past 5 months. The car drove steadily, speeding on the winding mountain road. The Jiang family's villa was getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror. Pei Henian glanced at it and reminded, don't let him find Jiang Gigi. Otherwise, he will show more interest in her than you. Dinner at the Jiang family has always been a cold one. After all, Jiang Boyo's daughter had made it known to everyone that he had a lover outside, so Jiang Boyo simply took this opportunity not to go home. In the past, Jiang Ziji had many dinner parties and was surrounded by bad friends, so naturally she didn't go home for dinner. Except for festivals, this was the first time that dinner was so lively. Jiang Ziji was circling around the crispy roast goose, her voice soft and sweet, making Jiang's mother smile from ear to ear. This was the scene that Qiao Yan saw when she walked into the restaurant. Mom, how did you know I like old duck soup? Jiang Ziji, who was wearing home clothes, said in an exaggerated voice. Mom knows it even if I don't tell her. Is this the legendary mother-daughter connection? And her aunt, wearing a misty green cheongsam with a dark apron on the outside, was looking at her daughter with a smile, and the atmosphere was warm. Qiao Yan pulled the corners of her lips. So artificial. Dirty. Mom smells of oil smoke. Stay away from Mom. The girl's laughter came with a certain mischief. Mom smells like Mom, and Mom will always be a fragrant mom. The two of them chatted with each other, and Zhang's mother even served a small bowl in advance for Jiang Jiji to taste. The servants helping in the kitchen were also laughing, and everything seemed to be very harmonious. Qiao Yan clenched her fists, and jealousy flashed in her eyes. Jiang Jiji has learned her lesson this time. She has been pretending for so long, and she doesn't feel tired. Yan is here, sit down. The food will be ready soon. Qiao Yan, who was wearing a white dress, also hurried over to help Zhang's mother. The finishing touches for today's dinner were already in progress, and the braised spare ribs were collecting the sauce. The kitchen was filled with rich aromas. Jiji, the dean took you to the office today. Did he cause you any trouble? Qiao Yan's concerned tone sounded, instantly attracting Zhang's mother's attention. You went to the dean's office? Zhang's mother asked. Jiang Jiji knew that Qiao Yan had bad intentions, and with a mocking smile on her lips, she looked at Jiang Jiji. Cousin, you care so much about my movements. Why don't you go to the dean's office to help me? Jiji, you're joking again. I'm just an ordinary student. How can I help you? Qiao Yan pretended to be modest and was about to tell others about Jiang Jiji's fight with others, but she didn't expect Jiang Jiji to quickly interrupt her. Oh, seeing that you were in a hurry to get close to Gu Yuji, I thought you wanted him to help me. Qiao Yan's expression froze. Why didn't you tell him? Jiang Jiji asked. Qiao Yan felt like she was on a pirate ship. There was no way to answer this question. If she said that she didn't tell Gu Yuji, it would directly prove that she was trying to get close to Gu Yuji for other purposes. Her aunt's husband was taken away by someone else, and she usually hated people who knew something but acted like a third party. But if she said that she told Gu Yuji, Zhang's mother would go to question Gu Yuji, and her lie would be easily exposed. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jiji actually had a brain today. In Zhang's mother's expectant eyes, the smile on Qiao Yan's face was a little stiff. Jiang Jiji looked at her with a half-smile. It seems that my cousin's concern for me is fake, but she is really trying to get close to my fiancé. After getting close to me, you come back to complain and then continue to laugh at my joke. Qiao Yan, is your face made of a city wall? The kitchen suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of gurgling. Facing the gazes of Jiang Jiji and Zhang's mother, Qiao Yan felt unprecedented embarrassment. She has always had a good reputation in the Jiang family. Even the servants in the family praised her and were close to her. But now, she could clearly feel that someone was looking at her, and the content was very unfriendly. Qiao Yan felt like a thorn in her back and could only stammer, I'm too nervous. I'm sorry, Jiji. I made you angry, but I just wanted to care about you. The dean asked you to go to the office. Why didn't you call your mother? Zhang's mother pulled Jiang Jiji's wrist, with undisguised worry in her eyes. Did he scold you? Or is he going to suspend your classes again? Don't be afraid. Mom will contact the person tomorrow. Mom has a way. Mother Jiang knew her daughter was useless. She fought, swore, talked back to the teacher, and bullied classmates. She went to the school to apologize again and again, and went to the school to make amends again and again. Her heart was broken countless times, but as long as her daughter stood by her, leaned on her, and said a few nice words, she would forgive her again and again. Her daughter was well-behaved and kind since she was a child, but her temperament changed drastically after she fell into the water. She could only blame herself over and over again, blaming herself for not being able to take care of her child as a mother, which caused Jiang Jiji to get sick. She took Jiang Jiji to see a psychologist and even prayed to Buddha, but to no avail. She also blamed Jiang Jiji. Jiji blamed her countless times for being ignorant and complained that she was too cruel and ruthless. But the bond between mother and daughter could not be let go, and she still had hope, hoping that one day her baby Jiji would grow up and become a better person. She would always miss his well-behaved and smart little daughter. So, she could forgive each other again and again. As long as Jiang Jiji was alive, she would love her forever. Mother Jiang held her daughter's hand, and was ready to sacrifice her old face to ask others for help in reconciliation. But the next second, her little daughter's eyes curved, and she bent her elbows. She even patted her arms solemnly. "I was brave and righteous, mother. If you don't believe me, ask Pei Henian. He witnessed it with his own eyes and testified for me." Mother Jiang heaved a sigh of relief, muttering to herself that she would find a chance to thank Mr. Pei. Jiang Ziji glanced at Qiao Yan. The resentment on the other's face had not yet been retracted, and she forced out another smile, which looked even more out of place. The mobile phone on the island counter kept buzzing. Jiang Ziji ignored it and helped Mother Jiang run around. It was said to be running around, but in fact it was just making trouble. She could see that her mother doted on her very much, and she was reluctant to let her carry even a plate of fried crispy pork, saying that she was afraid of scalding her. The last dish, braised pork ribs, came out of the oven, and Jiang Ziji had already sat down at the dining table. Lu Xian poured her a drink, which was a homemade fruit tea. Among the different types of fruit pulp, there was visible pineapple fiber. Jiang Ziji lowered her eyes and pushed the fruit tea away calmly. "I want to drink freshly squeezed watermelon juice." Jiang Ziji has always been like this. She does whatever she wants, and no one finds it strange. Even if she deliberately makes things difficult, others will only think that she wants to torment Lu Xian. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Xian picked up the cup again and prepared to take it away. Under the black hair, the pair of dark eyes glanced casually, just falling on the back of the girl's neck. The soft and tender skin, with a rich rose fragrance, was as smooth as the most delicate porcelain, without any flaws. Even in the morning, when she bravely stood in front of him, she was still snow-white and delicate. But now, in just half a day, a small red mark has been printed on the back of that snow-white and slender neck. The outer edge is light-colored, and the inside is a berry-like red. It seems to have been licked and chewed. It was printed on the snow-white back of the neck openly, with a man's blatant show-off. At that moment, Lu Xian was almost jealous. Is it Gu Yuji or Pei Henian? He didn't follow Jiang Ziji or anyone else the whole afternoon. Under the black hair, the overly beautiful face reflected a certain gloom. He stared at the scarlet mark with a sinister look, his chest heaving violently. He knew he shouldn't be angry. He didn't even have the right to be angry. Gu Yuji was her fiancé, and perhaps this was the mark left by Gu Yuji. Or no matter which man it was, he shouldn't be angry. Jiang Ziji had a new target for teasing, and it was great for him to be able to divert the attention from him and give him more space and time to do his own things. But for some reason, he just couldn't control his anger. He even wanted to pinch her face, her neck, and ask her which man she seduced again and which man's smell she brought home, and then lean over and cover up these inappropriate marks with his lips. He was too angry. He didn't even realize that he actually thought this was home. He also didn't realize that in his fantasy, only the marks he left were appropriate. The people around him walked hurriedly. Someone touched his arm, worried that he would upset the eldest lady. Lu Xian finally came back to his senses. He took a step forward and quickly turned back. Jiang Ziji, who was looking down at her phone, didn't understand why until Lu Xian reached out to help her straighten her collar. Jiang Ziji, who realized something, sat up straight and zipped up her clothes. "It's all Pei Henian's fault." Jiang Ziji muttered to herself, and then decided not to reply to Pei Henian's message for the time being. The phone buzzed twice again, and it was still a disgusting message from a phone number that had never been saved.
Why are you with that wild man?
Why do you have that expression? Do you like him? Will you have that expression when I kiss you in the future? My wife can only be my wife. I really hate the way they look at you, disgusting licking dogs. Hizzy. I really want to lick you. Jiang Ziji cursed and planned to drag this number into the blacklist as well. In the next second, a new news came over and was another picture. "When you are full, I will pack it up." Jiang Gongji stared at the last message and did not understand what it meant. Ain't he afraid of me? System. It's not what you want. If you beat him up, he will be so happy that he will stand up on the spot. Jiang Ziji only had a vague idea, but she still followed the system and blocked him decisively. Unfortunately, the system was not omnipotent and could not help her check the person behind her. Jiang Ziji even flipped through the previous messages, and apart from SMS verification codes and spam messages, there was no similar harassment message at all. In other words, she had only encountered this situation since she came here. Jiang Ziji frowned and thought about it, but before she could figure it out, Jiang's mother brought out the last dish and instructed the servants at home to adjust the order of the food and put all the dishes that Jiang Ziji liked the most in front of her. Freshly squeezed watermelon juice was also brought over. Jiang Ziji was busy all day, and although she didn't do anything serious, she unexpectedly consumed a lot of energy. Jiang Ziji ate with relish and cleared half a plate of crispy roast goose. The ribs were also piled high, and they were neatly arranged on the table like a foundation. The small green vegetables were also eaten one after another, and soon they were all gone. Jiang's mother was stunned, and hurriedly asked someone to add more dishes. Normally, she and Qiao Yan had small appetites, so they always cooked small portions. Now, after just a while, Jiang Ziji's plate was empty. Jiang's mother originally thought that Jiang Ziji's obedience was probably just a disguise, and she had changed to a new way to coax her, saying that she loved the food her mother cooked. But unexpectedly, she really loved it this time. "I like this world system." Jiang Ziji gave the system in his head a thumbs up. The system reviewed the memories scanned when it was just bound to him, and couldn't help but be silent for a moment. It will be better in the future. Jiang Ziji was eating, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a little wrong. Jiang's mother looked at her lovingly, and there were almost stars in her eyes. Qiao Yan looked down on her, but her tone was concerned. "Ziji, how can a girl eat so much? You'll get fat if you eat so much at night." Jiang Ziji skillfully placed the bone on the gap in her foundation. "You still can't eat enough in this era. Didn't the country help you with poverty alleviation?" Qiao Yan shut up. Jiang's mother was happy. She raised her hand and touched Jiang Ziji's head, her eyes full of unbreakable kindness. "You have to eat enough. Only when you are full can you have strength." When our Ziji was a child, she liked to eat the dishes cooked by her mother the most. Other children would eat rice, but our Ziji never ate it. She would press every grain of rice firmly and hide it secretly at the bottom. She loved beef, roast goose, roast duck, seafood, and everything else. After dinner, she even clamored for roast chicken legs. Such a small person, with a round and bulging belly. Qiao Yan silently rolled her eyes when she heard Jiang's mother reminiscing about the past. But the next moment, she heard Jiang's mother pause. Following Jiang's mother's line of sight, there was a bowl of rice in front of Jiang Ziji. The rice grains were neatly pressed, not a single one moved, hidden under the shiny eel slices. Jiang's mother was still stunned before she could get out of her memories. The image of her well-behaved little daughter holding the rice bowl was still echoing in her head, and in a blink of an eye, it was the hysterical Jiang Ziji who swept the food on the table, and the spilled rice fell all over the floor, sticking to the floor, like some traces stuck deep in her heart. She had forgotten when her little daughter, who didn't like rice, began to act out of character and disliked the fact that there was no staple food on the table. Maybe it was because she was only good at being a housewife and embarrassed her, or maybe it was because of the rebelliousness of a child. As her thoughts flew, she saw a confused girl in front of her. It was like she had crossed the long years and grew up little by little from the softest and most cute appearance. It was also like after many years, she finally appeared here again. Jiang's mother's face was blank. She seemed to want to cry and seemed to want to laugh. Finally, she could only hold back her tears and carefully hug Jiang Ziji into her arms. Jiang Ziji didn't know what happened and subconsciously looked at Lu Xian. Even the serious Lu Xian had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Jiang Ziji was a little dazed while eating this meal. The roast goose was delicious. When she took a bite, the crispy burnt skin and rich fat burst in her mouth, and the goose meat was tender and delicate. The spare ribs were also delicious, stewed soft and rotten. She took a sip through the thin layer of fascia, and the rich taste almost made her tongue fragrant. She ate very happily. But for some reason, her mother looked at her with that look. It was as if she was a lost and found treasure, the apple of her eye that she held in her heart, and she was even careful to wipe the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Even her mother thought she didn't know, and secretly turned around and wiped her tears. Can just having a meal make her mother so happy? The original owner was really nothing. After dinner, the nanny happened to bring a courier. Jiang Jiji didn't know what the original owner had bought. She only asked Lu Xian to take it upstairs, and she would open it herself later. The moment she passed by Qiao Yan, the other party's voice came, with a certain anger, Jiang Jiji, in order to make your aunt forgive you. You can do anything. I want to see how long you are going to pretend. Jiang Jiji walked past her leisurely and stretched her legs. With a clang, the angry Qiao Yan fell to the ground without noticing. Qiao Yan screamed and quickly raised her hand. Tears of pain almost fell. Jiang Ziji's eyes curved and stretched out his hand to her. Are you so careless, Miss Qiao? It seems that you will feel guilty when you do bad things. Qiao Yan glared at him. Jiang Ziji. The servant looked over, and Qiao Yan instantly regained her weak expression. She reached out to Jiang Ziji, wanting to hold her. The next moment, Jiang Jiji withdrew her hand with a whoosh. She even patted her hands in disgust, her pink and white cheeks puffed up, looking like she had survived a disaster, and exhaled. It was a close call. I almost touched something dirty. Qiao Yan's face changed color with anger. You then. The hateful Jiang Jiji stood up and walked out swaggeringly. Bedroom. Jiang Jiji picked up a utility knife and squatted on the carpet to open her own express delivery. Although she didn't know what the original owner bought, she liked to open express deliveries very much. With a swish, the outermost bag was torn open and thrown on the ground. The wooden-colored carton has a pull, which can be easily torn open by pulling one side. The force was not controlled well, and the carton tilted to one side. Countless pieces of paper flew out from it and fell all over the ground. It seemed to be a photo. Jiang Jiji leaned down and grabbed a few of them and turned them over. Suddenly, her body froze in place. She was photographed from countless peeping angles and directions. She tilted her head back to drink water, listen to the class, play with her phone, sit on a stool, and talk to friends. The angle was also very tricky. I don't know if the other party did it on purpose. His heart would even be focused on her thighs, the back of her hands, her neck, her ankles, and her lips after drinking water. Weird perspective, blurry filters, and needed photos. Everything gives people a strong sense of being watched. A chill rose from her back, and Jiang Ziji quickly threw away the photos in her hand. It was not a prank, nor was it a wrong text message. It was that person, the pervert who sent her videos and photos and called her wife. Jiang Ziji subconsciously took 2 steps back, staring at the opened express box and the photos scattered on the ground, feeling creepy. What's wrong? Lu Xian's voice rang from the balcony, and the girl kneeling on the ground finally came back to her senses, her voice a little stumbling. Pervert. Pervert. Lu Xian's face suddenly changed. He put down the things in his hand and strode over. Lu Xian was very tall, and his straight figure blocked the light. He stood between Jiang Jiji and the pile of messy photos, as if blocking the prying eyes. Jiang Jiji saw him bend down, scan the photos on the ground, and then accurately pull out one from the ground if she was not sure that she was wearing this short skirt today. Jiang Jiji even doubted whether the person in the photo was herself. The angle was deliberately adjusted, and the pixels were blurred because they were maximized, revealing only a pair of slender and even legs, and the center of the legs that would not be deliberately stared at when walking. Even though everything was covered by the short skirt, Jiang Ziji still had a strong sense of discomfort in her heart. She saw Lu Xian holding up the photo, staring at her legs in the photo, carefully watching them inch by inch. It was as if her legs were being carefully scanned, or being caressed by the other person's eyes. Jiang Ziji's cheeks were too red, and she was about to the photo away, but she heard Lu Xian's calm voice, wet. Jiang Ziji was stunned for a moment. What? Lu Xian squeezed the photo tightly, and the image on the photo was slightly distorted with his movements. At the same time, The gloomy and beautiful face turned around, staring at her, and said word by word, "The photo is a little damp. It must have been wet. Rain, his saliva, or other more disgusting things." Jiang Ziji's eyes widened, and panic flashed in her eyes. Isn't saliva disgusting enough? Did that pervert really lick the photo? Even more disgusting things. He can't on it. Maybe her eyes were too shocked, or maybe her expression was too panicked. Lu Xian pursed his lips and changed the question. Is this the first time you received these? Has he ever used similar things to harass you before? It's the first time. Yes. Jiang Ziji took out her cell phone in a panic and handed it over. I received harassing text messages from an unknown number this morning and evening. Maybe it was this person. He always said some very strange things to me. Lu Xian pursed his lips and said nothing. His slender fingers fiddled with the text messages and then quickly turned around to take the computer. His fingertips tapped on the keyboard a few times, and then he entered an unfamiliar website. Jiang Ziji saw that the other party skillfully entered the harassing number and quickly scanned the English that popped up, frowning. It's an overseas number. After you blocked it, it was cancelled, and nothing can be found. And there is this. Jiang Ziji's heart trembled, and she grabbed the packaging bag that she had thrown away and showed the express delivery bill to Lu Xian. Lu Xian quickly tapped on the keyboard, but finally shook his head. The information above is fake. From the order number to the consignor's information, none of it exists. He forged the express delivery bill information and then found an opportunity to mix it into the express truck sent here. Jiang Ziji's eyes opened wider. Under the light, Lu Xian's fine black hair hung down, casting rugged shadows on his face. His voice was very low, containing a hidden emotion. This is your photo today. The other party is hiding in the school, following you, tracking you, secretly taking your photo, doing some disgusting things to your photo, and then packaging it and pretending to send it to you as a courier. He is very close to you. Mississippi. Lu Xian slowly lifted his eyelids and stared into Jiang Ziji's eyes. Maybe. He is someone you know. Jiang Ziji's heart skipped 2 beats. At the same time, a piercing cold climbed up her spine, as if an invisible hand pinched her spine, all the way up, and then exhaled a breath of cool air towards her earlobe. The hairs on her body stood up. Someone around her? Someone she knows? Who could it be? Pei Henian? Lu Xian? Or Shi Jin? Gu Yuxi? Apart from these people, she had almost no contact with other people. But she had already agreed to date Pei Henian. Pei Henian was a cold and noble villain who could get whatever he wanted. There was no need for him to take secret photos and harass her. Lu Xian was even more impossible. Some of the photos were taken in the classroom. At that time, Lu Xian was right under her nose. He had been listening to the class seriously all morning and had no chance to do such a trick. As for Shi Jin went back to work early and bought her a lot of things. Even if he said something like, "I'd be happy to slap him in the face," Shi Jin was a star and must hate this kind of secret photos and stalking the most. He would not do it to himself. Gu Yuxi had no need to do this. From the perspective of outsiders, she and Gu Yuxi were already an engaged couple and might get married soon. Gu Yuxi had no need to take secret photos of her. Under the light, the beautiful girl frowned slightly. Her black and white eyes were rippling with misty water. Her rosy lips were slightly pressed, and her lip beads were squeezed small. She looked at her blankly and helplessly. Lu Xian looked down at her. His voice was very light. Not everyone will show bad thoughts on their faces. Some people look decent and well-dressed, but maybe they are mean and dirty in their hearts, and they will only stand in places where the sun can't shine to spread malice. Hearing this, the girl's face turned pale again. Lu Xian paused for a moment before finishing his words. Jiang Ziji didn't look at the photos again, and let Lu Xian bend down and put away the photos one by one. He sent these things to your door, just to intimidate you. According to the frequency of his harassment, there may be new actions tomorrow. If there are too many actions, he will be exposed. So don't be afraid, Mississippi. The photos scattered on the ground were collected one by one. Lu Xian stood up, his tall figure looming over her, as tall as the sky, and even his usual low voice had a soothing meaning. "I will stay with you, miss, and won't let him succeed. Jiang Zhiji didn't ask what Lu Xian was going to do with the photos. Maybe cut them into pieces or burn them. But according to the taboos of the Chinese people, it would be offensive to deal with them in front of the people in the photos. Jiang Zhiji watched the other party leave and slowly climbed onto the sofa, supporting her head with her palms. Her task progress was not yet completed. Jiang Zhiji planned to do something bad. She poked open the album with her finger and clicked it, and suddenly found that there was no photo of Pei Henian and Qiao Yan. Although there are photos of Pei Henian on the internet, since they have been made public, others will definitely be able to find them. Jiang Zhiji thought about it and clicked on Pei Henian's profile picture. The profile picture was in black and white, and the circle of friends was clean, so there was no chance to steal photos. Jiang Zhiji decided to go all out, so she directly patted the other party's profile picture. Xiao Jiang. Here, take a look at the photos. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and a business tycoon like Pei Henian might need to socialize. Jiang Zhiji was just about to throw away her phone and look at it later, but suddenly, a message was sent back quickly. Pei Henian. Jiang Zhiji lay down again and replied to the other party seriously. Xiao Jiang, take a few more photos, I want to see. It doesn't matter if she is caught doing bad things. Jiang Zhiji has already thought of a perfect countermeasure. When the time comes, she can blame it on the mobile phone virus and say that she accidentally clicked on the virus link. If it doesn't work, she can also say that she lost her phone. Anyway, according to the development of the plot, Pei Henian will hate her sooner or later. As long as Pei Henian doesn't want to chop off her hands, it's okay to do something naughty occasionally to refresh the other party's disgust value. There was no new message for a long time. Jiang Zhiji clicked into the chat history with the other party and was about to continue to urge him. The typing on the top of the screen continued. Jiang Zhiji sent an emoticon. Typing stopped and Pei Henian sent a message. Pei Henian now? Before Jiang Ziji's message was sent, Pei Henian called with a video call. Jiang Zhiji was cheered up, but suddenly she felt a little guilty. She quickly sat up and clicked the connection. The moment the video call was connected, she saw half of Pei Henian's angular profile. The other party had just finished taking a shower. He was wearing a black nightgown with a loose belt around his waist. His chest and abdominal muscles were faintly visible as he walked. But the V-neck of this nightgown was too wide. So wide that Jiang Ziji's ears started to turn red when she just glanced at him casually. She thought Pei Henian was a little indecent. The arm holding the water cup flashed by, and Pei Henian straightened his phone. All back style, wet hair, revealing his powerful and superior eyebrows, and his lips that were smoked by water looked very wet, not to mention the bridge of his nose with a small mole. Very daddy, and very lustful. It was a very complicated feeling. Jiang Zhiji would like to call it the benefit of a lucky female supporting role. Where do you want to see? Pei Henian's voice came from the microphone. It was unknown whether it was due to the night or the water vapor, but the man's voice was slightly hoarse and rang in her ears. Haven't you seen it? It's very different from your Peppa Pig color. You don't like it. Jiang Zhiji recalled, and her cheeks flushed instantly. I didn't want to see yours. The man on the other end of the phone said but his attitude was extremely calm. If you really want, you can also see it. Jiang Zizi's cheeks became even hotter. How could she think that Pei Henian was a cold and lonely flower on the mountain? Pei Henian spoke with all kinds of words, which was simply shameless. She weakly clarified for herself, I'm not that kind of person. I'm not very interested in yours, and I don't really want to see it. The man on the other end of the phone chuckled. Really? I thought Gigi was very interested and liked to see it. After all, you pulled my pants off that night, so hard. Jiang Zhiji wanted to explain. Jiang Zhiji was speechless again. Her character is indeed like this, and there is really no room for excuse. On the other side of the camera, a handsome man put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The smooth and beautiful contours were softened by light and shadow, and the edges of the gold-rimmed glasses were covered with light refraction. A pair of phoenix eyes looked at her through the thin lenses and suddenly curled their lips. Why are you blushing again? Jiang Ziji's face became even redder. She covered her hot face with her hand, pretending to be indifferent, and leaned in front of the screen, saying in a low voice, "Do you have that kind of photo, Pei Henian? I really need it." On the screen, a handsome man turned a page of a magazine. "Sorry, I don't have the habit of taking photos of myself for appreciation." Jiang Ziji took a deep breath. "That's not what I'm talking about. I'm serious, Pei Henian. Do you have more daily photos? I really want them. You're my boyfriend, and I have to take secret photos to see your photos. It's weird no matter how I think about it." A small and soft voice came from the microphone, and Pei Henian's lips curled up slightly. "Then what do you want to exchange, baby?" On the screen, the delicate girl's face suddenly enlarged, her dense eyelashes trembling, and her petal-like lips were too red. "Does this also need to be exchanged?" "Okay then." She convinced herself and continued to ask him, "Then what photos do you want? How about my selfie? I'll take a picture for you right now." The screen was about to stand up when the deep male voice came again. "I don't need anything so serious, baby." The pretty face on the screen turned instantly, pupils in shock. "Then what kind do you want?" The man with the golden glasses smiled, his sword-like eyebrows raised a little arc. "What do you think, Gigi?" Jiang Ziji's face was getting redder and redder, and her voice was hesitant. "Do you want that kind of photo? But, can you leave me a piece of clothing?" She discussed with Pei Henian in a weak voice, and her ears were red. There was a low laugh from the other end of the phone, and the man with gold-rimmed glasses looked at her with some helplessness. "Little fool." Buzz a few times, the photos came over. It was indeed a daily photo, but he still appeared in a suit in a formal occasion. It was probably kept because of the needs of some meetings. The girl with the delicate face blinked and heard the man's voice on the other end of the phone. "No need to exchange. Gigi wants anything, she can ask her husband directly. There is no need to take these weird photos. No matter who threatens and seduces with sweet words, Gigi should block him first, instead of discussing with him whether he can keep a piece of clothing. People who really love you will not disrespect your ideas, nor will they let you bear any threat of privacy leakage." Jiang Ziji's eyelids trembled, and she felt even more guilty. Pei Henian was earnestly advising her, but she wanted to use Pei Henian's photos to do bad things. Jiang Ziji pursed her rosy and soft lips, and her voice was very light. "Then why didn't you refuse when I asked you for it?" The man on the other end of the phone leaned forward slightly and looked at her. "Little darling, no matter what you want, I will not refuse it." Jiang Ziji's movement to save the photo froze in place. After a long while, she found her voice again. "Even if I cheated you of your private photos and then uploaded them to the internet for others to see?" The man on the screen raised his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised. "You still have this hobby?" "Okay." As if sighing, and as if indulging out of helplessness, the magnetic voice moistened by water vapor came through the microphone, teasing her eardrums. "If you yearn for a certain niche culture and try to get close to it in real life, I can only choose to respect it. But I'm really not ready for my private photos to be circulated in every corner of the internet. But before that, in order to please someone, I may have to endure the gazes of others who think I am a pervert, undergo a very private operation, and tattoo your name on the side." Pei Henian's tone was very deep, like the whisper of a siren, coming from the depths of the dangerous and silent sea. With some kind of temptation, "Jiang Ziji, this is for you only." With a splash, the water cup was pushed to the ground by Jiang Ziji, who overreacted. Jiang Ziji's beautiful face, as exquisitely carved as jade, turned red into a rose color, and her delicate and small earlobes were so red that they were about to bleed. "Don't say any more." She stumbled and couldn't speak clearly. The man on the other end of the phone laughed, and his slender and sharp finger bones pushed his glasses. Jiang Ziji finally reacted. "You're teasing me again." "Not really." Pei Henian looked at her, looking very easy to talk to. "Give me a kiss next time we meet, and I'll consider doing it." Jiang Ziji's cheeks were burning hot, and she almost had no energy to continue communicating with Pei Henian. Although Pei Henian was easy to fool. But when it comes to love, Pei Henian is almost terrifyingly overwhelming compared to her. Just a few simple words, her face was almost flushed, and she was almost embarrassed. Jiang Ziji was angry anyway. She had the photos. She said goodbye with a fierce and delicate face. Unfortunately, before she could say anything, a corner of clothes suddenly appeared on the screen. Lu Xian, who was wearing a white shirt, brought a glass of lemonade to her hand and said softly, "When will you be done, miss?" The man on the screen restrained his smile and stared at Lu Xian, who suddenly appeared with his half-closed phoenix eyes. And the pink embroidery on Lu Xian's chest. Young and pink. Pei Henian's handsome face was slightly cold, and a dark color flashed in his eyes. But Lu Xian seemed not to notice it, and half squatted down skillfully, picking up the glass fragments that fell on the ground. "Call me any time when you are done. I'll be in the outer room." Jiang Ziji nodded gently, but before she could open her mouth, she heard a cold voice. "Is there anything you can't say now?" On this side of the screen, Lu Xian, who had picked up the last bit of glass fragments, raised an imperceptible arc at the corner of his lips, as if he was a little hesitant, and looked up at Jiang Ziji. It was clearly an interrogation action, but when he did it, it seemed as if he was hesitant to speak, and it was meaningful, as if the two of them really had something shameful. But it was obvious that among the harems of the charming heroine, she and Lu Xian were the most innocent. Jiang Ziji patted Lu Xian's shoulder generously. "It doesn't matter. They are not outsiders. You can say it." Hearing her not outsiders, Pei Henian's stinky handsome face finally looked better. But the next second, Lu Xian's voice sounded abruptly, a little hesitant. "Do you still want me to sleep with you tonight, miss?" Pei Henian's pupils shrank suddenly. The handsome face that was always calm turned ashen, and his voice was almost icy. "What did you say?" In the camera, the young man who made the provocative remarks curled his lips, looked over at an extremely obscure angle, and his voice was respectful. "Miss, Mr. Pei is angry. I seem to have done something wrong." Under the fine black hair, the pair of dark pupils glowed with a faint luster, looking at a beast in human clothing wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and asked calmly, "But I am very curious. The young lady already has a fiancé. Mr. Pei, what are you angry about?" A young voice with a hoarse tone spread in the air. Jiang Ziji opened her lips as if to defend herself, but suddenly closed them again. There was an excessive silence in the air, and even the sound of fallen leaves hitting the window could be clearly heard. In the weird atmosphere, the young man holding the broken porcelain pieces curled his lips and looked at the other end of the camera. Or Mr. Pei, who is self-disciplined and self-disciplined, has evil intentions towards his friend's fiancée, and has the despicable and shameless idea of poaching her in order to deceive our simple and ignorant young lady. Jiang Ziji. Not so simple and ignorant. A sneer came from the air, and Pei Henian stared at him with cold pupils, without any warmth in his eyes. Student Lu is very smart. However, too much wisdom can easily lead to failure. Lu Xian looked like he was being taught and smiled at the man on the screen, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. Professor Pei teaches by example, and the students see it and will understand it well. A strange atmosphere, a tense conversation, and an aggressive attitude with sparks. Jiang Ziji, who was between the two, slowly and unhurriedly moved her ace out, trying to leave the center of the topic. But the next second, the thin and handsome young man turned his head suddenly. "Miss, it's too late. Don't you want to say goodbye to Mr. Pei?" Jiang Ziji stuttered. Suddenly, the screen vibrated again, and Shi Jin's name popped up unexpectedly. Pei Henian obviously heard it and asked who she was. Jiang Ziji hesitated and hadn't spoken yet when she heard another burst of rapid, buzzing vibrations. This time it was not just Pei Henian, but even Lu Xian beside him had a new call. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ziji answered the phone. The next second, Shi Jin's voice sounded from the other end of the phone, a little anxious. "Ziji, sorry, have you seen the hot search?" "What hot search?" As soon as Jiang Ziji finished asking, Lu Xian quickly opened Weibo and put it in front of Jiang Ziji's eyes. Among the several entries that came into view, the one that came first was from Shi Jin. Shi Jin girlfriend Aquaman Women's University, Pei Henian net worth is Gu Yuji the Prince of Beijing Circle? Lu Xian Science, champion the fish pond exploded. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system came from my mind. Task progress 60%. Passed. This mission has been completed. The host's viciousness value plus 10%. The current viciousness value is 18%. The sound of mission success rang out, and Jiang Ziji's eyelashes trembled unconsciously. She hasn't started to do bad things, but the mission has been completed. But after searching for several consecutive names, it is obvious that Qiao Yan has been exposed, and she hasn't had time to maliciously Photoshop the picture. So who did it? Jiang Ziji's eyes flashed with confusion, and she poked at a certain entry on the screen. What she saw was a long screenshot. The characters in the thumbnail chat history were too small to be seen clearly without clicking on it. The following comments are even more eye-catching. It's so funny. Some entertainment reporters are too outrageous. I can understand that a female college student is a sea king, but you said that a female college student is a sea king, and at the same time she is ambiguous with the movie Emperor Shi Jin, the industrial tycoon Pei Henian, the prince of the Beijing Circle, and a certain college entrance examination champion, and she plays these four people in the palm of her hand. Is it really that outrageous? Rush for KPI during the new year? See for yourself. Does anyone believe it? Read less tomato novels. Your brain is broken. I came here because of your reputation. Let me see a living sea king 1v4.
Huh.
Is this the beauty that humans can have?
No.
This sister. Isn't this sister the one that Shi Jin threatened to pursue this morning? Take teacher Shi away. Don't get in touch unless it's officially announced. If you have extra time, you can pay attention to our brother Shi's new movie, The Police and Gangster Blockbuster Twins. It doesn't seem to be a complete rumor. It can be said that there is a little intersection with their circle, but Jiang Zhiji and Gu Yuji are engaged, and they are now in an unmarried relationship. This sister is called Jiang Zhiji.
Wife.
You can tell from the name that she is my long-lost wife. Isn't it self-promotion? Anyway, I have never seen such a beautiful face in real life. The picture is photoshopped badly. Just a photo of them in the same frame can't prove anything, right? You just say it out of your mouth. How much hatred do you have to make up dirty rumors about girls? Don't be too mean. Which agency wants to hype up a newly signed little unknown guy again? They are touching so many companies in a row. Aren't they afraid that the sparks will be extinguished with a basin of water before they even come out? Gu Yuji has a sensitive identity. Pei Henian is a top boss with a transcendent status, and Shi Jin just won the Best Actor award and is now very popular. They are constantly touching these people. Aren't they afraid that they will get their lives but lose their reputation? My classmate knows Jiang Zhiji. She is a pretty. Even though she already has a fiancé, she is also ambiguous with Pei Henian, Lu Xian, and Shi Jin at the same time. She is simply a fickle. As long as there is money, she can sleep with anyone. It's really embarrassing for us women. Don't get the wrong point, okay? Jiang Ziji's eyes widened as she read through the series. How come the heroine of Aquaman, who was scolded on the hot search, suddenly became her? Is this considered a work-related injury? Can I apply for work-related injury compensation? For example, give me a big villa in addition to the hundreds of billions of assets. Jiang Ziji tried hard to apply, but the system rejected it weakly. No, I feel like I'm the one who is actually injured at work. We were clearly doing the task seriously and following the plot diligently. How come it suddenly became like this? The system sent an emoticon of a data man vomiting blood and falling to the ground, and Jiang Zhiji instantly became obedient. Zhiji, did you see it? I have edited the Weibo now, and can send it out at any time to help you clarify. But Zhiji, after my clarification Weibo is sent out, it may make this matter even bigger. Shijin's voice was a little hesitant, and he seriously asked for her opinion. Or, I can have someone remove the hot search directly and suppress these press releases. After a while, they will be forgotten. No, this is the opportunity for the charming heroine Qiao Yan to become popular. It was with this opportunity that she was seen by an agent and then appeared on the famous love variety show Heartbeat Moment. Because of her outstanding performance, she was called the heartthrob of the entertainment industry and a killer weapon for straight men. She became an instant hit. If we remove the hot search, this plot will most likely not be triggered. If the plot cannot be smoothly promoted, the world will be destroyed. Jiang Ziji hesitated for a moment. Don't leave yet. Shi Jin laughed clearly on the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll say hello to them. A moment later, Shi Jin's Weibo posted a new update. Shi Jin V. The boy rides a bamboo horse and plays with the green plums around the bed/picture. The accompanying picture is a photo stained with traces of time. When Shi Jin was young, he pushed a swing. On the swing wrapped with vines sat a little girl with rosy cheeks. Her eyes were curved with laughter, and the puffy skirt of the princess dress was floating in the sunset. The outline of her features was clear, and it was clearly the heroine who was exposed. This is Shi's childhood sweetheart. Oh my god. She's so cute. It's true that people can't meet amazing people when they are young. Now I completely understand why Shi Jin is single. It's a pity that she is engaged. No matter how good the relationship is, we can only be friends. The little sister is so cute, but didn't she die young due to illness? Why did Shi Jin suddenly post these? Is it in response to the rumor about raising fish? She is so lively and energetic. Who spread the rumor that her little sister is dead? So sinister. It's hard to imagine. Now our cool and crazy peacock, she also used to push the swing for his childhood sweetheart. Woohoo.
So beautiful. So sweet.
I have a feeling that Sister Gigi only needs to make a little move to train our Shi brother like a dog. The next second, the comment about Shi Jin being trained like a dog was liked by the original poster. Shi Jin forwarded it, and this time attached the secretly taken photos. The two looked at each other. The girl's soft fingertips rested on the back of his hand, and the morning sunlight enveloped them with an overly ambiguous feeling. Shi Jin. Many years later, she came back to me. The comment area that had just been quiet suddenly became noisy again, with one wave praising and recalling the friendship of childhood sweethearts, one wave shipping CP, one wave scolding Jiang Ziji for being indecent, and another wave angrily accusing Shi Jin of secretly knowing the third party and taking the third party's place. The internet was in chaos, but Jiang Ziji was particularly quiet. She briefly explained why she didn't let Shi Jin lose the attention, and then raised her pretty face, like a cute child who wanted to be in the limelight because of envy and vanity, and said to the man on the other side of the screen, I wanted to be a big star when I was a child. But I have too many negative news, and I will definitely be blackened by the whole network. But it doesn't matter, I'm thick-skinned. Maybe I can rely on this to become a top star. Pei Henian looked at her, and his eyes vaguely swept over the annoying Lu Xian. Your most important task now is to learn to sleep alone. Instead of letting all kinds of cats and dogs sleep in your room. Lu Xian, who was ridiculed as a cat and dog, did not react. His eyes were half covered, and his expression was unpredictable. Shi Jin's dog-licking movements flashed in his mind, and his sight was the eye-catching and ambiguous red on the snow-white neck. Lu Xian's eyelids moved, and among several powerful rivals, he finally found the initiator of this trace. Hidden location. Arrogant declaration. It can only be Mr. Pei's style. He has no status at all, but he controls Jiang Ziji everywhere. If you don't know, you might think he is Jiang Ziji's future husband. Lu Xian's lips were tight, and jealousy surged in his heart. Why does she always provoke these people? She is not responsible after provoking them, just like she clearly said that she would protect herself, but in the blink of an eye she is hanging out with other men. They are flirting with each other. It doesn't matter if he is not her fiancé, it doesn't matter if she is pressed and kissed, and it doesn't matter if someone else's mark is left on her neck. As long as she can satisfy her, it doesn't matter who it is. But why does she want to exclude herself alone? It is hard to tell whether it is jealousy or envy, or whether the deformed and intimate relationship of many years has been suddenly broken. The bright moonlight swept through his muddy ditch and only fell on others for a few seconds, and Lu Xian began to be unbearable. He hated these men who seduced Jiang Ziji. He also blamed Jiang Ziji for being nice to everyone, as if she would never learn to refuse. He even felt that he was more despicable than Pei Henian, who knew nothing but knew nothing. After all, Pei Henian could kiss her in a place where no one knew. And he could only be like an abandoned and resentful husband. After being bullied for 8 years, he would eagerly approach the other party when he showed a little good face. As a result, he was kicked away before he even touched the other party. Over there, Jiang Zhizhi stumbled over her arrogant words. It didn't happen at all. There was only an accident last night. You know, it rained so heavily last night. It was impossible for people to sleep in Lu Xian's room. And don't you believe me? Jiang Zhizhi leaned over with her fair and tender little face, looked at Pei Henian with condemnation. How could I be so casual as a pure and innocent little girl like me? The man on the other end of the phone sighed, seeming a little helpless. Jiang Zhizhi quickly interrupted the other party. I know that everything is back to normal today. Lu Xian and I will definitely not sleep in the same room again, she vowed, her tone brisk. The thin young man standing next to her lowered his eyes, hiding the secretive emotions in his eyes. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhizhi clicked on the chat history again. Gu Yuji didn't know where he went. Such a big thing happened, but he hasn't made any movement until now. Doesn't he know yet? Jiang Zhizhi pursed her soft lips, hesitating whether to call the other party back, but heard Lu Xian's voice. Is the eldest lady in love with him? Jiang Zhizhi's shoulders shook, pretending to be innocent. Who? Pei Henian. Haha. Why do you think so? I'm not that kind of person, really. Besides, I already have a fiancé. By the way, I've asked the housekeeper to prepare a new room for you. You can go back and rest now. Also, don't follow me tomorrow. Jiang Zhizhi changed the subject abruptly, but Lu Xian not only didn't move a step, but also looked at her with half-closed eyes. His pair of deep black eyes were like obsidian deep in an ice pond. His emotions were very indifferent, and he stared at her until her scalp numbed. Miss, don't you want me anymore? Jiang Zhizhi's eyelids twitched when he asked this question. The smart lights in the room dimmed with the hour. Lu Xian stood in the darkness, his delicate face looming, looking at her. Is it because you have him that you don't want me? Jiang Zhizhi's heart beat faster. Not sure if it was because of the embarrassment of being exposed or because the other party pointed it out bluntly. The beautiful girl looked a little unnatural. I don't know what you were talking about. Lu Xian said calmly. He kissed you, I saw it. Jiang Zhizhi's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Xian. I ran into the cafeteria to get rid of that group of people, and I happened to see the young lady at the corner, being hugged, embraced, restrained in his arms, and kissed by Pei Henian. He kissed your fingers and even your fingertips, as if he wanted to eat you. Jiang Zhizhi's ears were hot. Don't say it. Does the young lady like it? Lu Xian suppressed the jealousy in his heart and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. His tall body bent down inch by inch until he knelt beside her legs. I can too. The black eyelashes trembled rapidly, and Jiang Zhizhi felt that her head was about to smoke. 1 or 2, are they crazy now? Why would they suddenly say such nonsense to herself? The slender and white fingertips curled up together. Jiang Zhizhi suppressed the heat on her face and pretended not to care. You are wrong. It's a misunderstanding. Just a kiss on the hand. Kissing until the fingers are covered with the man's saliva is also a hand-kissing ceremony? Lu Xian's voice was very light, his dark eyes staring at her straight. Then, according to this etiquette, is the young lady still going to kiss him and go to bed with him? Even if Pei Henian rapes you, the young lady will still comfort herself as a kind of social etiquette? Jiang Zhizhi's cheeks flushed quickly, and her slender neck seemed to be covered with a layer of red gauze. The soft voice was muffled because of embarrassment, as if she was angry and embarrassed. Lu Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? But this time, her cowardice did not force Lu Xian to retreat. The other party knelt beside her legs, obviously in the posture of a subordinate, but what he said was beyond doubt. Young lady, forgot what I said. The person who took the photos and harassed you is right next to you, but you favor and believe those outsiders. Pei Henian has been a big shot in City A for many years, and he is not a good guy. Even if you're in the mood to find someone to have fun with, you shouldn't choose such a dangerous person. The young man kneeling beside her legs spoke calmly, but his eyes were filled with hot emotions. Miss, I've been with you for 8 years, and no one understands you better than me. You can enjoy the new things you want to try here with me. I will be loyal to you, and will never betray you. Reject him harshly and humiliate him. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded. In the original plot, Lu Xian, who was already jealous after witnessing the Shura field, was absent-minded. He was insulted and ridiculed by the original owner and driven downstairs. The gentle and beautiful popular heroine Qiao Yan appeared again and patiently comforted him, which further stimulated Lu Xian's dark thoughts of wanting Qiao Yan. On the sofa, the girl with drooping eyes trembled. How to humiliate? It doesn't matter. Scolding him is useless, calling him a dog, looking down on him. The poorer a person is, the stronger his self-esteem is. Any contemptuous tone and expression of yours will arouse the malice in his heart, giving the heroine the opportunity to gently enlighten him. Jiang Ziji's eyelashes slowly curled up, like slowly spreading wings. The thin young man knelt at his feet, with a cold white face under his black hair. Unlike the way he looked at a dead person when he first met, Lu Xian's pupils were very deep, and under the reflection of the dim light, there was a kind of hidden expectation. It's really strange. The original body bullied him for so many years, and he actually looked at himself with such eyes. Jiang Ziji slowly stretched out her fingers and pinched Lu Xian's chin. There was hot skin under her fingertips. Lu Xian was thinner, and his bones were very clear. Even this morning, he took the initiative to stand in front of her and help her teach Su and Ken a lesson for his rude words. Pressing the guilt and reluctance in her heart, Jiang Ziji pinched the young man's chin and leaned over. Lu Xian, you don't seem to understand your position. Lu Xian, you're just a dog I raised. If I'm happy, I'll see you wag your tail and throw you a bone. If I'm unhappy, you'd better walk with your tail between your legs. The wet and hot breath fell on his lips and nose. Lu Xian couldn't help but open his lips and the spreading wet and hot fragrance. But his spoiled and willful young lady didn't notice it at all. She even stretched out her slender and beautiful fingertips and patted his face. It didn't hurt. The fragrance of her body was all over his face. Lu Xian's mind was blank for a moment, and he couldn't help but think of Shi Jin's stupid look of wagging his tail and being dazed. He didn't even understand it at that time. But at this moment, the young lady slapped him in the face, and he didn't feel ashamed at all. It smells good. It feels good. It is a reward that only an obedient good dog deserves. Besides, she was so close to him that her breath could fall on his lips when she spoke, and their breaths were intertwined. What was the difference from kissing? Lu Xian felt unbearable excitement in his heart, and his Adam's apple slid quickly. In a place where Jiang Ziji didn't notice, in the folds of clothes blurred by light and shadow, Lu Xian moved forward with one leg, and in front of Jiang Ziji, he adjusted his kneeling position openly. Jiang Ziji didn't look down. Lu Xian even felt a little regretful. Maybe he shouldn't wear this plain black trousers today, which would swallow up the color of the light, and the stiff and old-fashioned style would make the young lady not interested in taking another look. I know. Lu Xian heard his own voice ringing, with some implicit excitement. I am the dog raised by the young lady. So, of course the young lady has the right to use it to her heart's content. In the sight, the spoiled and willful eldest lady was stunned for a moment. Lu Xian thought about it, and like some kind of experienced salesperson, he calmly promoted himself. I am very clean. I grew up under the nose of the eldest lady. I have never been in love, never had contact with the opposite, never been touched by others, and even the number of times I masturbated myself is pitifully small. I am different from those men out there. They have worked for so many years, socialized, and spent money on wine and women, so it is inevitable to play tricks on the spot. After secretly pulling down his rival, Lu Xian's dark eyes flashed with a sticky thirst and he whispered, "Doesn't the eldest lady like pink? I really can." In the middle of the sight, Jiang Ziji's almond-shaped eyes opened wide and looked at him in shock. But soon, the other party adjusted his expression, looking more fierce and more cute. Shut up. Her snow-white skin, as fine as ice and jade, was faintly pink, and her ears also turned red. She scolded him. Lu Xian, I really want to lift you up and shake you, to shake out all the messy dirt in your head. Lu Xian said calmly, okay, but Miss had better not do this. Jiang Ziji sneered. Are you scared now? Lu Xian looked at her and sighed slightly, because if the mist tries to do this, she might really shake out the dirt. Jiang Zhizhi. I'll be very sorry if that happens. Lu Xian looked at her, with some regret in his voice. I'll feel bad if I dirty the miss. Lu Xian was slapped outside the door by Jiang Zhizhi. There was a loud slam of the door closing, and a thin figure barely stood outside the door. The servants downstairs looked at him with sympathy. But Lu Xian, who was in the center of everyone's attention, stretched out his fingers and touched his face gently. The remaining delicate fragrance was like a brand, ironing the surface of the skin. Lu Xian suddenly regretted that he should have been slapped a few more times. It would be best to be soaked in her scent, so that he would be marked as a young lady, and then let those fragrant and seductive scents into his lungs. Lu Xian curled his lips, with a dark smile in his eyes. Xiaolu, are you okay? A sound of footsteps was heard, followed by Qiao Yan's voice. Zhizhi is so willful. She lost her temper at you again, right? She hasn't made any progress in all these years. She always finds different ways to bully people. The moment Qiao Yan saw Lu Xian's face clearly, she paused. Lu Xian laughed. How rare. What's so funny about being kicked out of the room? Is he stupid because of the abuse? Qiao Yan wanted to roll her eyes, but she was standing next to Lu Xian and was afraid that he would find out, so she stopped halfway through rolling her eyes. But to be honest, Lu Xian is indeed getting more and more handsome. Unlike Gu Yuji's romantic and unrestrained appearance, Lu Xian looks more introverted, perhaps because his hair is too long to cover his eyes, and his calm look always makes him look a little sinister.
Dark.
But no matter how beautiful Lu Xian is, Qiao Yan will not like her. Her life goal is very clear. She likes power and likes to be sought after. She wants to be a lady and guard endless money. Lu Xian is just a man who lives in the Zhang family. Apart from his good-looking face and excellent academic performance, he has no family background or wealth to show for it. Even if he really has potential, Qiao Yan does not intend to gamble with him with her precious youth. After all, let alone Gu Yuji and Pei Henian, even Shi Jin can't compare to him. However, Qiao Yan is used to establishing her own persona. Facing the sight of the servants, she still looks gentle and considerate. Did Zhizhi hit you again? She is always so rude. Are you hurt, Xiaolu? The medicine box happens to be right downstairs. You can apply the medicine first. A gloomy gaze was cast over, and Qiao Yan's words stopped abruptly. The next moment, Qiao Yan saw Lu Xian's lips curled up slightly. He was good-looking to begin with, and the smile on the corner of his lips diluted the gloom of the whole person, not to mention that he was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, full of youthfulness. Miss Qiao, does the eldest lady hate you? Lu Xian's sudden question made Qiao Yan doubt that she had not heard clearly. What? Miss Qiao seems to hate the eldest lady. Lu Xian's voice was neither high nor low, but it was loud enough for the loud-mouthed maid who was cleaning the living room downstairs to hear clearly. It seems that no matter when, as long as Miss Qiao appears, she can't wait to label the eldest lady as rude, violent, vain, and domineering. Just like now, Miss Qiao Yan did not ask me any questions, but unilaterally thought that the eldest lady was rude to me, and even pretended to be doing it for my own good, and generously let me apply the medicine downstairs. The words tolerant and magnanimous came out of Lu Xian's tongue, with a kind of weirdness. But looking at his face, there was nothing strange. Even Lu Xian was still smiling calmly, but the words in his mouth were challenging him. It seems that Miss Qiao likes to play the role of a savior, but is unwilling to take any action. Instead, she is generous to others and seek fame for herself. Qiao Yan's face changed. Do and be ungrateful. I'm doing this for your own good. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Qiao's doing this for my own good means that after asking about my injuries, she will tell my wife about what happened just now, and then continue to alienate the relationship between the mother and daughter. The maid downstairs pricked up her ears, pretending to be wiping the vase, but in fact she hadn't moved for half a minute. That person was a loudmouth, and she loved to exaggerate and spread the gossip she heard among the servants in the neighborhood. She exaggerated what happened today and shared it. Qiao Yan knew with her toes what kind of rumors those people would spread about him. Qiao Yan's teeth were almost broken. She quickly glanced at the people downstairs, then turned to look at Lu Xian viciously. Lu Xian, Jiang Ziji treated you like this, and you still excused her. You're so mean. The critical words did not make the smile on Lu Xian's face fluctuate at all. The thin lips still had a chuckle, and the thin and smooth profile fell at the junction of the light and dark of the lantern, but the eyes were cold and dark. No matter how lowly I am, I can't compare to Miss Qiao Yan. After all, Miss Qiao Yan took the initiative to come to the door and was a mean person herself. Ridiculous. Gu family, an angry shout came from the study. Gu Rinkong, who was sitting in the main seat, was wearing a Zhongshan suit and slapped the shiny walnut string in his hand. It's all your fault. It's okay that you are sloppy and unreliable on weekdays, but you can't even protect your lower body at the critical moment, and you got involved with that idiot from the Jiang family who can't be shaken off. Gu Yuji frowned when he was scolded. Dad, this is a misunderstanding. It's not Gigi's fault. Gu Rinkong's chest heaved violently, regardless of his identity, and cursed at Gu Yuji. I think your head is full of paste. You can shake it and use it to paste the wall. What is our identity in the Gu family? In my position, do you know how many eyes are watching me? I have kept myself clean all my life, and the only negative news I have is thanks to you and your fiancé. Do you know how many people laughed at me today? I am so ashamed to hear the words keep oneself clean. Gu Yuji's narrow and long fox eyes raised, looking in a certain direction with a smile. Father keeps himself clean. Then where did this rascal come from? On the mahogany armchair at the end of the sight was a man in a black suit. It was obviously the most formal black suit, but he wore it with an aura of recklessness. The deep V low-necked shirt was loose, revealing a faint scar on the chest without caring. Being called a rascal, the other party was not angry. Instead, he laughed out loud and applauded Gu Yuji, his eyes shining and smiling. Big brother, you are right. I am a little rascal and my brother is a big rascal. Dad is an old rascal, and our family is full of rascals. Gu Rinkong got even angrier when he heard that. Gu Yan. Gu Yuji curled the corners of his lips, crossed his legs at ease, and began to watch the show. Sure enough, the next second, his half-brother Gu Yan said something shocking. Dad, don't be angry. What Big Brother said is not wrong. If Dad had really kept himself clean back then, he wouldn't have given me up. Gu Rinkong was so angry at his outrageous words that his chest was panting like a broken bellows that had been kicked. But Gu Yan's shocking words were not over yet. The face that looked 50% like Gu Yuji showed a certain expression of interest and looked at his father, but it can't be said to be Dad's fault. After all, Dad at that time might have only cared about having fun and forgot to keep himself clean. Gu Yuji pulled the corners of his lips lazily. Gu Rinkong, who was sitting in the main seat, breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Gu Yan fiercely. Shut up. Gu Yan decided to quit and simply shut up. After watching the farce, Gu Yuji no longer had the interest to pretend to be nice to the other party and raised his long legs. Dad, I will find out the instigator of this incident and give you and your face an explanation. What explanation are you going to give me? Gu Rinkong's face was full of majesty, and his tone was condescending and oppressive. Force the anonymous poster to apologize, or make people take back their words after coercion and inducement. The lost face has been trampled on the ground, and it's useless to make up for it. When you were young, your father taught you that it's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. These are all lies and stupidity. Don't wear clothes with holes. Throw them in the trash can and change them with new ones. After saying this, the marks between Gu Yuji's sword-like brows deepened. Gigi is not a piece of clothing. She is my fiancée. What's more, this matter is a deliberate rumor spread by others. She herself is not wrong. Gu Rinkong. She is not wrong. Why do others spread rumors about her? In the final analysis, it is her fault for not being able to handle the degree of interacting with others. It is also her fault that she has no brains and does not have the political vigilance that she should have when marrying into a family like ours. Gu Rinkong ran out of patience and waved his hand. You slept with her, and we also held an engagement banquet with her, which is an explanation. Now that this socialite-like scandal has arisen, if you want to cancel the engagement, no one can blame us. We have done our best. Gu Yuji narrowed his narrow fox eyes, looked at his father, and pulled the corners of his lips. Dad, I don't plan to cancel the engagement. This matter is not up to you. Gu Renkong slammed his big hand on the table, causing the teacup to make a noise. He acted like a feudal patriarch, like a master who embodied power under a scarlet lantern in a deep mansion. The light and shadow shone on the grooves on his face, which was eerie and terrifying. Go see your mother, Yuji. Gu Yuji, who was about to refute, paused. Gu Renkong forced a smile, but it was a fake smile with some mockery. Your mother is sick and never takes medicine properly, like a child. Go see your mother. With you around, she will take good care of herself. With the sound of a door creaking, a figure in a Zhongshan suit slowly lengthened under the swaying candlelight. The cold winter wind poured in, scraping Gu Yuji's face like a knife, outlining the man's sharp and cold features. The sound of leather boots stepping on the ground was heard, followed by Gu Yan's cold voice, with some teasing, "Brother, I want to cancel the engagement." The tall man's lines were tightly stretched, his thin eyelids were lifted, and his pair of shrewd fox eyes were full of sinisterness.
Gu Yan exclaimed, "Ah."
Sister-in-law is quite beautiful. He did not hide his praise at all, and his words of praise were full of salivation. That face was still smiling, but the smile was annoying, and even the words that came out of his mouth were malicious. Anyway, you were not satisfied when we just got engaged, and you didn't even attend the engagement party. Now that the engagement is cancelled, isn't it just what you want? But she is really beautiful. She is young, well-behaved and pure, and her exposed skin is white, looks soft and tender, and her eyes are watery. When she looks at people, it's like she has hooks, and she is beautiful everywhere. The blue veins on Gu Yuji's forehead jumped, and he suddenly grabbed Gu Yan's collar. Get away, Gu Yan. I want to get out of here, too, big brother. With his collar grasped by those veiny hands, as if a fist would hit his face in the next second, there was no panic on Gu Yan's evil and beautiful face. Instead, he looked at his big brother with a half-smile and said provocative words, "But what can I do? My sister-in-law is exactly to my taste. As soon as I smell a little bit of her, I can't wait to go over and lick her. When she smiles at me, I can't wait to let her ride on my head." Gu Yuji's breathing was rapid, and he tried to calm himself down. The fight between us brothers should not involve women. You also said that she is very young and she doesn't know anything, so don't implicate her. Be a man, Gu Yan, and don't let a little girl get involved in this muddy water of our family. Seeing the undisguised nervousness on Gu Yuji's face, Gu Yan's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly raised his lips and suddenly laughed out loud. That's really interesting, Gu Yuji. He mocked Gu Yuji and scrupulously the treacherous elder brother who is trained as the heir. Who would have thought that 2 years ago, Gu Yuji, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, would still have a hypocritical smile on his face, looking down at him as he was pressed against the corner of the elevator and hit by raindrops of fists. He was imposing and sure of victory. The prince of the Beijing Circle, who stood firmly at the pinnacle of power, didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with a rascal like him who came from a dirty background, as if he was afraid of touching his dirty blood. But now, in just half a year, he was easily found by himself. Gu Yan looked at him mockingly, and thousands of ways of revenge emerged in his mind. In the end, back to that pretty face with eyes that curved when she smiled. Fair skin, beautiful face, innocent and spoiled. When she smiled, the eyelashes at the end of her eyes would tremble slightly, like some fragile and rare butterfly wings, shaking gently in the wind. Clean, bright, and gorgeous. She was raised in the palm of her hand, and she could get everything she dreamed of by being spoiled. Even her body smelled good. She was completely opposite to the dirty, insulted, rascal, illegitimate child of the Gu family. They were like two completely different creatures, like the two ends of heaven and Hades, separated by all things in the world. It was really unforgettable and beautiful. Gu Yan licked his back teeth, and his evil eyes flashed with some sticky excitement, and his tone was particularly excited. I like my sister-in-law too, big brother. Give her to me. I will love her well. I won't be jealous, And I don't care how many times you have slept with each other. Except when we are having, I might not be able to help but ask her, who do you like better, me or Big Brother? The wind blew at night and dusk fell. Gu Yuji, with a cold and handsome face, kicked the door open. The creaking sound of the wooden door, accompanied by the sound of the wind, dissipated in the quiet midnight. The old house of the Gu family has been around for a long time. It was built 200 years ago by a prince who was deeply favored by the emperor. He conquered skilled craftsmen from Jiangnan and carefully carved everywhere. But more than 100 years have passed, and the faded red paint is dimly lit under the light of midnight, like blood that has not dried for a long time in the mud. Gu Yuji was a little irritable. The flowing light and shadow fell on his face, making the gloomy and evil face look like a Shura crawling out of Hades. The willfulness of the past is faded, and the arc of the corners of the lips is pursed with some kind of terrifying coldness. The sound of crickets came from the garden, and Gu Yuji stopped suddenly. The strong smell of blood permeated the fingertips, and the bony finger bones were full of sticky blood that had not dried. I don't know if it's a broken bone, or as for other bruises, the skin on the thumb was swollen, and even the black ring was painful. The noisy chirping of crickets spread from all directions, like some kind of shackles that were tightly wrapped around him and could not be escaped. Gu Yuji stood firmly in the moonlight. The bright moonlight passed through the branches and cast large patches on the ground. The presence of the swollen fingers became more and more obvious, and the pain from the ring spread along the meridians and crawled into the nerve center. But the man with his eyes half closed seemed to feel no pain, just standing there quietly. Until the phone vibrated, one after another. Gu Yuji took out his phone in annoyance, but when he suddenly saw the note jumping on the screen, his rapid breathing slowed down. The blood-stained fingers were too slippery, and the answer button on the screen was not sensitive. But he was still very patient. After several attempts, he finally answered the call. The soft tone of a girl came to his ears, calling him, "Brother Yuji." The crisp tone seemed tender because of the tongue's thrusting, and that beautiful face appeared in front of him again. When she looked at him, she would raise her little face, with a pointed chin, but her eyes were round and bright, like a rare kitten of some rare breed. Because she didn't know how cute she was ignorant even when she acted coquettishly. Gu Yuji said him softly, and the rage in his heart calmed down a little. He heard his own voice ringing, a little heavy in the night. "Baby, what's wrong?" The intimate name slid out from the tip of his tongue, as natural as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times. There was a rustling sound coming from the other end of the phone. I don't know what she was doing. Tian Tun felt a little guilty and asked him in a low voice, "Brother Yuji, are you angry? I know you must have seen the news, but you have been ignoring me, so I wonder if you are angry." The person on the other end of the phone spoke slowly, his voice becoming weaker and weaker, but those photos were really accidents. The one with Shi Jin was taken this morning. He sent Lu Xian and I to school, and I held his hand as we got out of the car. The one with Mr. Pei is even more ridiculous. It wasn't even taken this month. It's just a photo of us together at a dinner party. The one with Lu Xian was also taken a long time ago. I wasn't flirting with him. I just took a picture of his face with a book. The soft voice explained very carefully, as if afraid that he couldn't hear clearly. Maybe it was because the phone was too close to his mouth, and he would gasp softly when he spoke, with some nervous concerns. Suddenly, Gu Yuji suddenly recalled the words that came out of Gu Yan's shameless mouth. Jiang Jiji is beautiful everywhere. It's not just that everywhere is beautiful. Even in front of him, even if he couldn't see the person on the other end of the phone, Gu Yuji's mind was filled with that charming little face. Even the words she spoke were pleasant to the ear, and her voice was timid. I saw it, but I wasn't angry. Gu Yuji held the phone in a low voice. Are you worried that I'll be angry? The person on the other end of the phone responded softly, and the way he spoke in a low voice seemed to be sharing a secret with him. When I first saw the news, I was stunned and my palms were cold. I'm so afraid that you'll be angry. I'm so afraid that you'll ignore me. Gu Yuji, will you cancel your engagement with me because of this? Will you not leave me? I'm really worried and want to call you, but I'm afraid you will say something harsh to me. I'm also afraid that after this call, I won't be able to be your fiancé anymore. The other party said a long string of words, but Gu Yuji only heard your fiancé. Under the cold moonlight, the man standing like a sculpture raised his palm and stared at the back of his hand that was sticky with blood. The cold blood dried up little by little. The pain from the base of his fingers became more and more obvious. Only the ring that symbolized the identity of the heir of the Gu family remained unchanged. It was stained with blood but still showed a complex and simple black color. It was so dark that it looked like a swamp, swallowing up all the cleanliness and sin. Gu Yuji moved the corners of his lips and suddenly smiled very lightly. How could it be? My dear. A familiar tone sounded, with a certain sweet indulgence. Gu Yuji held the phone, staring at the notes on it. Like a reincarnated evil spirit, he imitated humans and whispered, "We are engaged, destined to be tied together as an engaged couple in this life, and no one can separate us. Jiang Zhiji belongs to Gu Yuji, just like Gu Yuji belongs to Jiang Zhiji." The low and magnetic voice spread in the air. If the color of the back of Gu Yuji's hand was not too bloody and the expression in his eyes was too paranoid, it would be like the whispering of lovers under the moonlight. "Anyone who tries to separate us, my husband will make him pay the price. Of course, our Gigi will always be beautiful and pure and will never need to admit her mistakes to my husband for the mistakes of others." The other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. It was a tiny movement, but Gu Yuji still noticed it. Soon, that soft voice came again, so close that it seemed to be close to his ear. "I knew that my fiancé is different from all the men in the world. He is better than everyone else and more reliable than all men. In your heart, is he also the most special?" Gu Yuji asked. He held his breath and listened, and the answer soon came from the other end of the phone. "Of course. Gu Yuji is the best fiancé in the world. Gu Yuji loves me the most." The man holding the phone curled his lips, and a touch of tenderness spread from his originally sinister and dark eyes. He turned the ring stained with blood, and the wound that hit the bone split again, and blood beads rolled down from his fingers. But he still seemed unaware, and his thin lips curled up in a happy arc and calmly pulled the ring off from the swollen joint. The ring, which symbolized the identity of the heir of the Gu family, was soaked in blood and lay quietly in the man's dirty palm. Gu Yuji pulled the corner of his lips and casually tossed the ring up several times. The coldness in his eyes deepened, and the dirty black ring floated in the night. The noisy sound of crickets came from his ears again. The tall man's eyes were stern, and he grabbed the ring with his backhand and threw it hard in a certain direction. There was a sound by the lake, and the startled crickets stopped chirping. The man's cold lips gently touched the edge of the phone, as if kissing the blushing the other side of the ear, with a kind of morbid persistence, like a devil whispering, "Darling, wait. Husband will give you everything you want." Jiang Zhiji slept well all night. Perhaps the task was completed smoothly, or perhaps the negative impact caused by the little episode in the task has been easily resolved. In the early morning, Jiang Zhiji slapped skincare products on her face while whispering to the system, "I am even mentally prepared for Gu Yuji to get angry with me. I also thought of a lot of words to coax him, but before I could express them, Gu Yuji magnanimously forgave me. In fact, he is quite good." The system was silent, and the system was hesitant to speak. In fact, he was quite a scumbag in the early stage, and he was not so attentive to the heroine. Instead, the heroine competed with a group of beautiful women for him. Sometimes I even felt that it was possessiveness and competitiveness that made him choose the heroine, including the prodigal son's return in the later period, because Qiao Yan's gentle and kind white moonlight personality was too popular, and the one-sided public opinion was beneficial to Gu Yuji taking over the family business and seizing power. He followed the trend and married the other party. We are just vicious female supporting roles, only used to promote the plot. All the high-quality male protagonists in this world of popular people will surround the heroine. They will hate us and help the heroine teach us a lesson. They will not be really good to us.
So,
you must not like him. In the mirror, Jiang Zhiji took out white lotion and patted it on her face. That white and tender little face looked soft, but the expression on her face was a little strange. Have you ever played games? Brother Tongzi, when I play King of Glory, I will not fall in love with the dragon in the dragon pit. No class this morning. Jiang Ziji ate breakfast leisurely and was about to go shopping with the image of a spoiled and extravagant young lady, but she didn't expect that Shi Jin's phone call came before she even left the house. A few seconds later, the girl who was choosing a watch suddenly raised her eyes. Car accident. She quickly put down the watch and hurried out the door. I'll be there soon, wait for me. In the high-end ward of Rincong Private Hospital, Shi Jin was lying on the bed, directing the nurse next to him. Wrap it 2 more times, yes. It will look better this way. The assistant was holding a mirror next to him, and the mirror reflected the man's superior mixed-race features, a pair of blue peach eyes sparkling, and he looked very energetic. He smoothed his hair, revealing a smooth forehead. Can I wrap it twice on my head? It doesn't look miserable at all. Shi Jin raised his chin, admired his face in the mirror, and quickly shook his head. It's not haggard enough. Assistant. The nurse looked at him and smiled. Shi Jin patted his arm again. Since you can't wrap it twice on your head, then wrap it thicker here. Are there any unused bandages? Put them all on me. Can't you really provide plasma? Mr. Shi, your minor injury can't be considered an injury at all. During the time I bandaged your wound, I'm afraid your scar will scab and heal. Shi Jin quickly glanced out the door. His handsome face showed a look of facing a great enemy. My girlfriend will be here in a while. Please don't say that. The nurse smiled and nodded and left with the treatment cart. Shi Jin looked at his perfect face in the mirror and finally found the most perfect angle. He asked Xiao Lu for liquid foundation and put it on his mouth, but he didn't look much better. Shi Jin coughed twice again and covered his chest. He looked like Shizi holding her heart. The assistant was silent again. Shi Jin, does it look miserable like this? I don't think it's miserable enough. I can't let Gigi feel distressed at a glance and then cry while hugging me. Forget it, let's not cry, Shi Jin said to himself. If she sheds 2 tears, I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Xiao Lu's arms were sore from holding the mirror, and he finally couldn't help but speak. I really don't understand. What's so good about Jiang Ziji? Have you forgotten how she treated us? She bought an account to sneak into the fan group to expose false information, privately chatted with your big fan to send malicious photos of her ugly face, paid for Water Army to give bad reviews when the new movie was released, and even brazenly advertised that all our awards were bought. If you disappeared for a day, he would spread rumors that you went to Thailand for surgery. The misled fans went to the company to ask for an explanation, and President Wu was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Xiao Lu became more and more angry as he spoke. Brother, you too have been possessed these past 2 days. I really want to find a fortune teller to help you. Or you can stay in a temple for a few days and let the abbot see if you've been possessed by an evil spirit. Or else, brother, you can take a movie in the mythology series and play Zhong Kuei, who specializes in locking up little ghosts and killing that ghost Jiang Ziji. He spoke for a while, but Shi Jin was not angry. His pair of peach blossom eyes smiled with a good temper. Xiao Lu, you don't understand. She has been very likable since she was a child. You will like her after you have been in contact with her for a long time. I like her? Xiao Lu was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Even if I stand upside down and eat all the shoot in the hospital, I will not like her. Shi Jin smiled and pulled the quilt, crossed his hands behind his head, and said in a swaying voice, then you have to work harder. Big eater Xiao Lu, you can do it. Xiao Lu cursed and put the mirror back in place. Thinking that the time was almost up, Shi Jin pulled the quilt to cover his chest and ruffled his hair as if he remembered something. The slightly messy silver-white hair set off a face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Shi Jin's double eyelids had deep folds, and the curve of his brow bone was particularly 3-dimensional. Lying on the bed on his side, the bridge of his nose cast a natural shadow on the side of his face, and the whole person had a lazy, deep, and arbitrary look. She's here. Xiao Lu's resentful voice sounded from the window. Shi Jin quickly propped himself up and looked out the door. He knew that he could not see anyone, but just making this expectant movement was enough to make his heart sweet. He loosened the collar of his clothes a little, revealing his tight chest and abdominal muscles. Shijin pulled the quilt again, trying to create a casual atmosphere. Xiao Lu sneered at his worthless appearance. Shijin asked again, "Is it miserable?" Xiao Lu snorted coldly and said loudly, "Is it easy to be miserable? Just say that your third leg is broken. It will be miserable and beyond imagination." The next moment, Jiang Zhizhi, who pushed open the door, had her pupils trembling and her mouth opened wide. The surprise in Shijin's eyes turned into shock. Zhizhi. Soon, he saw the door close again with a click. Everything happened so fast that it seemed like an illusion. Shijin turned to confirm with Xiao Lu. Assistant Lu shrugged and said, "Ha." It was not known whether it was 3 seconds or 5 seconds, or maybe longer. The tightly closed door was gently knocked twice from the outside. The slow sound could be heard, and the rhythm of fingers tapping on the door panel was heard, followed by a familiar soft voice. "Can I come in?" Shijin was a little dazed, yes. With the sound of creaking the door opening, a beautiful face with fair skin and beautiful looks gradually became clear as the door was slowly pushed open. The shock on the other person's face had completely disappeared, replaced by a decent and concerned expression, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. "Shijin, how is your injury?" The mixed-race young man lying on the bed watched the slender figure getting closer and closer. He held the flower with his jade-white fingertips and placed it on the bedside, then quickly leaned down. As she moved, the air was filled with the pleasant scent of roses, accompanied by the autumn morning breeze, which was a bit refreshing. The girl even touched his cheek lightly with her fingertips, showing special concern. "How did you get into a car accident? Where is the driver? Is it still painful?" Shijin was coaxed by the particularly gentle little childhood sweetheart today, and he felt dizzy. A bright smile appeared on his lips. "Zhizhi, I knew you cared about me the most." He hasn't forgotten his perfect angle. He coughed lightly and loosened his collar, revealing his smooth muscles. The sunlight came in through the curtains, and his skin was so white that it looked like a skin-smoothing filter was on. Actually, the injury is quite serious. Shijin took the opportunity to grab Jiang Ziji's fingers and put them on his chest. "The road over there is a controlled section, but a long-distance driver drank too much and drove a large truck towards me." Shijin was acting pitiful while holding the soft little hand, but he couldn't help wanting to smile at the corners of his lips. "Fortunately, I was wise and brave. I made a prompt decision and swung the steering wheel. I narrowly missed the opponent's wheel hub and hit the bridge pier." The girl sitting next to him gasped. Shijin coughed twice again. His innocent and cute childhood sweetheart hurriedly helped him to calm down. His hands were too soft. They looked slender and beautiful, but they felt soft and tender to the touch, as if they had no bones. Shijin felt a little flattered by the touch, and the curve of the corners of his lips couldn't help but expand. He didn't forget to continue to play the victim. "Fortunately, I wasn't driving a sports car, otherwise, at that height, the car body would have rushed through the bridge pier and fell into the river. My Bentley has a high chassis and was stuck directly in the gap between the guardrails. Half of the car body fell outside the bridge, and the engine was still buzzing. Fortunately, I acted decisively, raised my long legs and kicked open the car door, and then I managed to escape." His childhood sweetheart gasped. "That was a close call." The other party looked at him with undisguised concern in her eyes. "Fortunately, you are smart and calm. If it were someone else, they would probably be scared." Shijin was overjoyed by her praise. Indeed, Xiao Lu was screaming in the car at that time and was almost scared to tears. As the voice fell, a faint silence came in the air. Shijin's peach blossom eyes trembled and suddenly realized something, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The next second, his childhood sweetheart looked in another direction. Assistant Xiao Lu crossed his arms and glared at Jiang Zhizhi. He looked like the door god on New Year pictures, majestic and awe-inspiring. Jiang Zhizhi hesitated for a second and was about to say something, but Xiao Lu looks quite healthy. Shijin coughed because of this sentence and hurriedly made excuses for himself. The car door was deformed and difficult to open. "I'm 1.93 meters tall, and it took a lot of effort to get out." Xiao Lu is thin and short. He squeezed out through a gap. Xiao Lu, who was at the center of the topic, snorted coldly, as if he couldn't stand seeing him being blinded by. Is that so? The girl's soft voice sounded, and she patted his arm with her soft and boneless fingers. With some concern, it's a good thing you are brave, Shijin. But today we encountered such a terrible accident. It's good to be able to keep our life. As long as we are alive, there will be unlimited hope in the future. And you are such a great star. Countless fans are waiting for you. And the dazzling stage is also waiting for your arrival. Shijin, your future life will be smooth. Everything will be fine. The girl's voice was like a trickle, flowing into Shijin's heart very comfortably. Shijin was very pleased. While holding Xiao Qingmei's hand and touching his face, he continued to play the victim. But the injury is so serious. I really can't do anything convenient. Shijin glanced in a certain direction and quickly locked onto the bunch of purple grapes and a piece of fruit. Apples and oranges are too big to stick close. Grapes are slippery and small. If Gigi peeled the skin and handed it to him, he could lick the other person's hand openly. In a flash, Shijin continued to hint, "Is it so painful now, Gigi? I can't even eat a grape now. Can I only eat liquid food?" Jiang Ziji asked softly. Shijin didn't react, still staring at the pretty face. What? His little childhood sweetheart hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. Shijin felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something crucial because he was too excited. If the injury is really too serious, we should listen to the doctor's advice and avoid eating irritating foods. His palm was held by a few soft fingers, and his little childhood sweetheart's voice was very soft, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Don't be afraid, Shijin. Everything will be fine. Have you forgotten what we learned before? Sima Qian was castrated and was at the lowest point in his life, but he still did not give up and finally wrote records of the Grand Historian. The bad premonition grew, and Shijin asked blankly, "What does Sima Qian writing records of the Grand Historian have to do with me?" His little childhood sweetheart had a strange expression on his face and stammered, "Although you are injured. But as long as you cheer up, you will definitely achieve great success in the film industry and become a shining star." Xiao Lu, who looked like a door god, burst into laughter. In a flash, Shijin reacted. He finally knew why his childhood sweetheart said such strange things and why she treated him so gently. Shijin's peach blossom eyes suddenly widened, and he held Jiang Ziji's hand with his backhand and said nervously, "No." Xiao Lu was joking. "There's really nothing wrong with my body." His childhood sweetheart had a gentle expression, but there was a kind of compassion and pity in her eyes. "Yeah, no problem. Everything will be fine, I know." Shijin. He couldn't pretend anymore. He got up from the bed and showed his muscles to Jiang Ziji. "Really, Gigi, I'm fine. I'm not injured at all." His childhood sweetheart looked serious and carefully helped him lie back. Okay, I believe you. You are definitely not injured. Lie down quickly." Shijin was speechless, raised his finger and pointed at the culprit, Assistant Lu. "Help me clarify it right now." The culprit immediately lowered his head, but there was no sincerity in his tone. "It's all my fault. I'm talking nonsense, Miss Jiang. Please don't believe it. It's better to believe it quickly, and then get out of here immediately." Xiao Lu prayed. Jiang Ziji on the other side nodded seriously and patted Shijin on the shoulder. "I believe you. You take good care of your injuries, and you will definitely get better in the future." Shijin was really anxious at this moment. He lifted the quilt, and his big bony hands lifted up his clothes and pushed the white drawstring, revealing his firm abdominal muscles. "Take a look at Gigi. Just one look and you will know that I am definitely not lying. It's really fine. There is no problem at all. If you don't believe me, touch it." Some shadow flashed by. Jiang Ziji reacted quickly and hurriedly helped him hold down his clothes. No. Shijin, you must not be impulsive." She used all her strength, but Shijin was more stubborn than her, and he was determined to let her see it in order to prove it. Jiang Ziji's face turned red, and she grabbed Shijin's waistband tightly, defending the chastity of the charming heroine in his harem for him. No, I can't see it." She was anxious, and Shijin was more anxious than her. "It grew up to be for you to see. We are all family, Gigi. Don't be polite to me, what are you doing? The moment a sharp female voice sounded, Jiang Ziji was startled and subconsciously looked towards the door. It was precisely at this second that the relaxation of the strength of her arm caused her palm to slide down quickly, and she was pressed down by the other party while struggling. With a faint groan, Shi Jin's back bent, and his superior mixed-race features were stained with a thin layer of pink. His slender neck was raised, and his delicate Adam's apple slid up and down. With a pure white hospital gown, she looked like a sick beauty. But Jiang Ziji had no mind to appreciate it. She quickly shook off her hand. Her face was like a dyed red cloth, and her ears were hot. But the voice came from the door. It was Qiao Yan who was carrying a fruit basket. Jiang Ziji, you are too much. She accused her as if she was a pervert who took advantage of someone's illness, and her tone was full of condemnation and contempt. Young master, she just had a car accident, and you took advantage of him when he couldn't move. Jiang Ziji, are you still human? The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, who has always been sharp-tongued, has become quiet at this moment, with her hands hidden behind her back, as if she had done something wrong. Qiao Yan's hurried footsteps were heard, followed by a steady pair of footsteps. It seemed that a gaze fell on her, on the exposed skin, as if it had substance, sliding down along the neck and sweeping across her body inch by inch. The sticky and terrifying sense of substance was accompanied by a certain eerie chill. Jiang Ziji subconsciously raised her eyelashes and saw Lu Xian standing at the door, not saying a word. He was still silent. The cold and delicate features, the eyes covered by the broken hair, the dark gaze fell over, like some kind of slippery and dangerous reptile, giving people a deep sense of inhumanity. Just like the situation in the bathroom that time, soon, this strange and dangerous feeling quickly disappeared. Lu Xian, who was standing at the door, walked towards her with a fruit basket in his hand. Jiang Ziji's face was so hot that she was embarrassed. Fortunately, Shi Jin finally tidied his clothes and changed the subject. Why are you here? Master Shi, your aunt heard about your car accident and was so worried that she didn't even have a good breakfast and had to come over to see you. I happened to be on my way, so I thought I'd check on you for your aunt so that she could put her mind at ease. Shi Jin nodded. He leaned back lazily with the collar of his hospital gown open, revealing his beautiful collarbone. His voice was lazily, "Thank my aunt for my trouble." After he finished speaking, he coughed deliberately. "Thank you for coming all the way here." The pair of blue peach eyes swept over Qiao Yan and fixed on his love rival, the dead white lotus Lu Xian. Since entering the room, Lu Xian has not spoken. A pair of gloomy eyes stared at his childhood sweetheart, and no one knew what was up to him. Before sending Ziji to school, he was tricked by Lu Xian, and Shi Jin specially asked someone to check his detailed information. He was from a poor family and had no one to rely on. Apart from good academic performance and a good-looking face, there was nothing else that stood out. A small boy, not to be feared. Shi Jin's eyes paused on Lu Xian for a second, and then quickly retracted. Fingers, he clenched his fist, put it to his raised lips, and coughed quickly. His chest under the hospital gown rose and fell, and his breathing was a little wheezy. He looked injured and sick and pitiful, with unnatural redness on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. It was easy to remind people of the palace fighting dramas, in which the scheming concubines directed and acted themselves in order to win the emperor's favor. Lu Xian's dark eyes fell on his rival and came to the above evaluation. But the young man on the hospital bed seemed to be addicted to acting. While coughing muffled, he touched the back of Jiang Ziji's hand with his other intact hand. Complete seduction, saying words that were not sure whether to show weakness or show off. "Ziji, I'm so thirsty." Jiang Ziji had just touched something she shouldn't have touched and was bumped into by so many people. She felt embarrassed and wanted to run away. As soon as Shi Jinhua finished speaking, Jiang Ziji whoosh, as if a spring was installed on the mattress, bounced her up with an overly red and beautiful face. "I'll go pour it," she said as she hurried out. Shi Jinhua's voice came from behind. "Ziji, the water is here, Ziji." The hurried back ran very fast, and the voice floated over from the front. Then I'll wash my hands. Realizing what Jiang Ziji's hand had just touched, the room fell into deathly silence. Lu Xian calmly put down the fruit basket, turned around, and followed Jiang Ziji's direction. Shi Jin was anxious to get out of bed, but Qiao Yan came over to comfort him, blocking his sight. Across the wall, the bathroom door was tightly closed. Jiang Ziji endured the burning temperature on her ears to wash her hands, and the slippery hand soap invaded every inch of exposed skin. Until the door was opened and closed again, Lu Xian walked in. The tall and thin figure blocked the light outside the door. He stood in the shadow with a gloomy expression and a cold tone. You believed him when he said he was hurt, and you listened to him when he said he wanted to drink water. Why are you so naive? Miss, I really suspect that someone tricked you here, and you wouldn't refuse. A slapping sound was heard, and the handsome young man tilted his head. Jiang Ziji hit him hard this time. Lu Xian pressed the tender flesh in his mouth, and the tip of his tongue was filled with sweet and fishy blood. The overlong black hair formed an arc in the air, revealing his beautiful eyebrows and eyes, but the color of his pupils was too dark, and he looked inexplicably gloomy. Jiang Ziji regretted it after hitting him. She seemed to have hit him a little hard. But Lu Xian's words were really unpleasant. The slender and soft fingertips were exposed to the air, and because of the uncontrolled strength, the fingers trembled slightly in the air. Lu Xian smelled the familiar rose scent again, with an alluring sweetness, drilling into his nasal cavity and into his internal organs. There was an itch in his heart, but he just swallowed unconsciously and swallowed the sweet and fishy blood.
So thirsty.
Something exciting was clamoring in his heart, like a bright fire covered by a thin curtain, burning little by little. There was no light in the bathroom, so the light was a little dim. Lu Xian kept tilting his head for a long time before he slowly looked in the direction of Jiang Ziji. Cold white skin, gorgeous face, and pupils so dark that they made people feel cold. He didn't say anything but took a step closer to Jiang Ziji. Following his movement, Jiang Ziji took a step back, trying to distance herself from the other party. But the next second, Lu Xian's footsteps caught up again. It was exactly the same as the situation in the cubicle that day when he doused her with water. But this time, Lu Xian's eyes no longer showed a gentle expression, nor did he look like a tamed and obedient puppy. The dark eyes carried a kind of faint madness, and it was like an invisible hand, outlining and caressing every inch of her exposed skin. A sense of danger and coercion came, bringing a threat that followed like a shadow. Jiang Ziji's heart was thumping, and fear spread. He won't hit me, will he? Jiang Ziji asked the system with some uneasiness. After all, in the original plot, after I became homeless, Lu Xian was the only one who took me in. He was quite kind. The system gave her a series of question marks. Didn't you read the whole thing? After he took you in, he attacked and retaliated against you indiscriminately. All the abuses that the original owner had done to him were used on you again, such as whipping with a cane, hitting with a heavy object, cutting with a blunt knife, and even letting a dog bite. Your body and mind are suffering from torture, worse than death. Jiang Ziji's movements paused, and her pupils unconsciously dilated. Even the voice of the conversation with the system was trembling. Why?
Didn't you
tell me earlier? The system also imitated her. I
thought you
knew it a long time ago. Jiang Ziji quickly turned off the connection with the system. The dense and long eyelashes trembled several times, and the pale-faced girl exhaled deeply, trying to defend herself. Lu Xian, what you said is too harsh. The footsteps with a strong sense of coercion suddenly stopped, and Jiang Ziji fell to the corner again. In the dim room, Lu Xian's dark eyes stared at her without speaking. Jiang Ziji's heart trembled when he stared at her. The two villains were fighting in their hearts. The villain who represented the coward sat the other down with his buttocks, holding up a giant white flag of coaxing him. Jiang Ziji pursed her lips, hesitated, and stretched out the hand that hit him. Lu Xian, if you feel very angry, the soft voice stopped abruptly, and the watery eyes were wide open. The scene in front of her pupils was reflected, which was weird and absurd. Lu Xian was hit on the left side of his face. But now, he leaned forward slightly to kiss her fingers and then stretched out his right cheek. "You can continue, Mississippi Jiangxiji. You should still be angry, after all I said that." Lu Xian's hoarse voice spread in the air, as if he was in a good mood, holding her wrist and slapping his face. "Because I'm really jealous. Gu Yuji can, Pei Henian can, and even now Lian Shijin can. Only I will be rejected by you. Even if I promise to be loyal and obedient, Miss still hates me and even avoids me." Jiang Ziji felt that he was a little unreasonable and pulled back her hand. But the young man's tough action made her motionless, and his soft fingertips fell on the other's face, like a caress. "I'm really jealous of them, Mississippi. That's why I said those impolite words, which annoyed you. You can continue to beat me or punish me." His voice was very low, and his dense eyelashes drooped under his eyes, with a kind of fragile and pitiful. For a moment, Jiang Ziji even wondered if she was too fierce. Forget it, forget it." Jiang Ziji clenched her fingers and tried to retreat with a stumbling motion. But Lu Xian's cold fingers fell on her warm skin. The extreme contrast between cold and heat was like a sticky, aggressive, venomous snake crawling up. "Why should you forget it?" The gloomy and delicate boy pulled the corners of his lips, and his smile could even be considered gentle. He held Jiang Ziji's wrist, and his rough fingertips rubbed along the delicate and smooth skin in a loving way. "If you say something wrong, you should be punished." The cold fingers were like a flexible snake, interlacing and inserting into the girl's fingertips. A subtle sense of invasion. The overly slender knuckles wrapped around her, and with those soft and delicate hands, they gently patted her face. Jiang Ziji held her breath, and the temperature of her earlobe, which had just disappeared, began to heat up again. Such strength, such a rapt action. Even the slaps on his face were controlled by the other party. She was like a pitiful, manipulated doll, slapping the young man's cheeks with her palms again and again. It didn't seem like a punishment. It was more like flirting. Jiang Ziji's cheeks began to burn again. After slapping the other party a few times, she finally couldn't stand this weird atmosphere anymore. "It's okay." The voice was trembling with moisture. If it wasn't for him who was beaten, Lu Xian would have suspected that the person being bullied was his precious young lady. "Are you still angry, young lady?" Lu Xian asked. "No, I'm not angry." Jiang Ziji answered quickly, as if she was afraid that if she answered a little later, the other party would do something weird to her. It seemed like a chuckle. The cold and hoarse voice flexibly drilled into her ears. The girl with her fingers wrapped nervously swallowed. The next second, she felt a wet touch on her fingertips. The dense itching was like thousands of butterflies bumping into each other in a net, flapping their wings randomly on the back of her hand. Wet, hot, and soft, falling on every inch of her snowy skin that was scented with roses. Until Lu Xian's slightly hoarse voice sounded, with some chaotic and dangerous flattery. "It's clean, young lady. I said, I will be more obedient than them." When Jiang Ziji returned from the bathroom again, her face was already red. Her cheeks were pink, her ears were pink, and even her trembling fingers were pink. She thought of Pei Henian, who had kissed her fingertips, and then thought of Lu Xian, who was no different half a minute ago. Even worse. Kissing her fingers, he had to raise his eyes and look at her with that kind of burning eyes, like a blatant seduction. Dominated by the hateful competitive spirit, he had to make her admit that he was the one who could lick the best. And there was also the childhood sweetheart actor Shi Jin, who said he was happy to be slapped. And those harassing text messages and photos whose instigators could not be found. Surrounding her, it seemed like one pervert after another. On the contrary, the protagonist Juzi, who was described as a wanton, heartless, and scumbag in the plot, looked like the most decent. But the most decent person had also kissed her on the face. A sense of shame spread in her heart, as if there was a real sight lingering behind her, which was particularly hot. Jiang Ziji wanted to hide her hands in her sleeves and never show them again. They had disappeared for too long, and Shi Jin couldn't wait any longer. But Qiao Yan was too attentive, and he pretended to be sick too much. Qiao Yan called him and all the time, and since it was about the future mother-in-law, Shi Jin had no choice but to listen to her. "Mr. Shi, do you want to eat grapes?" Qiao Yan, dressed in white, rolled up her sleeves, pinched a grape with her nails painted with plain manicure, peeled it flexibly with her fingers, and gently pinched it and handed it over. Even her smile was like the white moonlight that was not stained by dust. His tone was particularly gentle, as if he was afraid of offending the other party. "I have already peeled it, but do you mind?" Shi Jin is a gentleman, and he has a good reputation in the circle. He never embarrasses girls. But he has a childhood sweetheart, and he will definitely not do anything with other women that would be misunderstood, so he just calmly distanced himself from the other party. "No." Qiao Yan smiled. But the arc at the corner of her lips was particularly bitter, like a poor little white flower that was bullied. Glancing in the direction of the bathroom, she seemed to be even more silent, standing aside with her hands hanging down. Not far away, Xiao Lu sneered. He knew it. Miss Jiangjiji, who had a good fate but a bad person, would bully people everywhere. Even Miss Qiao Yan was scared by her and dared not speak. Jiang Ziji, who had just left the house, was only concerned about the burning ears and had not noticed the strange atmosphere in the room. The moment he saw Jiang Ziji, Shi Jin's eyes lit up, and he called her in a dragging tone, "Ziji." Jiang Ziji said, remembering the other party's request, "Do you want to eat more grapes?" Qiao Yan looked at her and smiled. "Ziji, don't be angry. You just washed your hands for too long, so I peeled grapes for Shishao." She paused delicately. "He doesn't want to eat now." Shi Jin's pupils shook, and he stared at Qiao Yan in shock. What nonsense is she talking about? Who doesn't want to eat? He finally got the benefit by taking advantage of his illness, but it was ruined by this troublemaker who showed up halfway before he even started. But Qiao Yan didn't seem to notice his gaze, and just raised her hand shyly. There were watermarks on her fingertips, and the peeled grapes were shiny. She looked very weak, and her tone was hesitant, implying that when Jiang Ziji was not around just now, she fed Shi Jin grapes with her own hands, and how close they were. Jiang Ziji didn't hear the other party's sarcasm. "Why should I be angry?" The person who was really angry forced a smile and looked at Qiao Yan. "Miss Qiao, you can go now." Qiao Yan, who was ordered to leave, turned slightly pale. The main purpose of her coming today had not been achieved yet, and it was impossible for her to leave so easily. Just as the stalemate lasted, the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the floor came from outside the door. "My son," a crisp female voice sounded before the person arrived. The door was pushed open, and the tall and sassy woman in a long silver blue mink dress pushed her diamond-studded sunglasses and rushed towards the direction of the bed. "My son, how did you get into a car accident? Let Mom take a look. Are the arms and legs still there? Are other parts normal? Don't cause problems for my eldest son."
Mom.
After finally tearing open the front of his hospital gown, revealing his firm chest, Shi Jin, who was pretending to be a sick beauty, was pulled back and forth by his biological mother, Ms. Liu. If she continued to pull like this, his bandaged wound would be exposed. Shi Jin hurriedly stopped the other party with one hand and blinked his eyes implicitly. "Mom, don't move, it hurts." After saying that, her peach blossom eyes blinked again. Ms. Liu understood instantly. She cleared her throat, took off her sunglasses, straightened her mink coat, and turned to scan the people in the ward. Assistant Liu, strange male classmates, ruled out. Jiang Ziji ruled out. When her eyes fell on Qiao Yan, Ms. Liu suddenly covered her face and grabbed Qiao Yan's hand. "Child, I can see that you look familiar. You must be our Xiao Jin's friend. So likable." Qiao Yan was flattered by Ms. Liu's sudden hand-holding. She responded timidly. Her eyes passed over Ms. Liu, fell on Jiang Ziji's face, and then hooked her lips. What if Jiang Ziji is here? Didn't Shi Jin's mother look past her and see herself at a glance? The next second, Shi Jin on the bed coughed violently. Ms. Liu perked up and changed her tone abruptly. "Poor thing, this child is so thin that he looks like he hasn't had a full meal." The smile on Qiao Yan's face froze. Shi's mother let go of her hand, glanced at the person on the hospital bed and then turned to another direction, rechecking the candidates for the future daughter-in-law who had been hinted at. Xiao Lu is not right, the male classmates are not right, and the strange girl is not right. Could it be Jiang Jiji? It is true that Jiang Jiji and Shi Jin were childhood sweethearts when they were young, but later this child became more and more excessive, and the two families had a conflict and no longer interacted privately. But there was no one else in the room. That left only Jiang Jiji. Although Jiang Jiji is impolite, has poor upbringing, poor academic performance, and low quality. Although she understood why her eldest son suddenly changed his attitude, Ms. Lu was a very open-minded mother and could only choose to respect him. The moment she turned around, Ms. Lu's face was full of smiles. She grabbed Jiang Jiji, who was in a daze. The soft and tender little face, which was the size of a palm, was beautiful and well-proportioned. Even Ms. Lu, who had a very high standard, had to admit that the other party was a first-class beauty. Ms. Lu raised her hand and touched Jiang Ziji's little face. It was soft, smooth, fragrant, and pink. It was completely different from her son. It looked like the daughter she wanted, but it was a pity that she couldn't give birth to her. Ms. Lu stumbled over her words and then quietly raised her hand to touch the other party's soft and tender cheek. "This child, I haven't seen you for so many years. Why don't you know to call your aunt when you see her?" It turned out that this was Shi Jin's mother. Perhaps all mothers in the world are the same. Jiang Ziji met the other party for the first time, but she unexpectedly felt a sense of familiarity and felt inexplicably safe. "Hello, Auntie." Her voice was very soft, and a faint smile was reflected in her clear eyes. The corners of her lips were raised, and she looked particularly well-behaved. Ms. Lu was stunned for a moment. Her thoughts traveled through the gap of time and space, and she quickly came back to her senses. This child. With the kindness of an elder, she gently touched Jiang Ziji's face and sighed softly. "Jiji, Annie feels that I haven't seen you for a long time." Shi Jin coughed again behind her. Jiang Ziji stood on tiptoe, looking over Ms. Lu's shoulder, a little worried. "Shi Jin seems to be coughing badly again. Do you want to call a doctor?" Ms. Lu put her hands on her shoulders and pressed the person down. "Don't worry about him." The next second, the girl's puzzled eyes came over. Ms. Lu coughed to cover up, and then sighed quickly, covering half of her face with a handkerchief. Her voice choked. "Jiji, Annie won't hide it from you. Your Uncle Shi and I are getting a divorce, and I'm worried every day." She glanced at the person on the hospital bed, took Jiang Jiji's hand, handed it to Shi Jin's hand, and pressed it again. Painfully, she said, "Jiji, I give this son of mine to you." Jiang Jiji was stunned. The expression on the face of the big actor was a little strange. He looked at his mother, who was in a divorce dispute and crying with her face covered, and then turned to look at Jiang Jiji, who looked confused. While crying, Ms. Lu did not forget to pinch his hand suggestively and stuffed Jiang Jiji's fingers into his palm tighter. Shi Jin held it instantly, and his expression quickly caught up. "Mom, if you divorce Dad, then I will become an unwanted child?" Ms. Lu hugged Jiang Jiji into her arms with one hand. The soft mink coat covered half of Jiang Jiji's body. Ms. Lu, who covered her face and cried, was very sad. "That's right, your parents can't take care of you for the time being. But fortunately you have Jiji. You and your sister Jiji have had a good relationship since childhood. Jiji will definitely not abandon you." After saying this, Ms. Lu seemed to finally couldn't hold it anymore. She wiped her tears and strode away. Her back looked very pitiful, and her shoulders were shaking. Jiang Ziji retracted her gaze and looked at Shi Jin on the hospital bed. The handsome young man watched his mother leave and sighed again. A pair of peach-like blue eyes looked at Jiang Ziji, and his pale blood-colored lips curled up a little. Against the background of a car accident and his parents' divorce, there was a sense of brokenness that was forced to hold on. "It's okay, Jiji, don't have psychological pressure." The angular mixed-race face was a little dull. He held the soft and boneless fingers in his palm and smiled reluctantly. "I just had a car accident. I'm not unable to take care of myself. Why do I need you to take care of me?" Jiang Ziji hesitated for a moment and finally came to her senses. She really had no experience in taking care of people. According to her task requirements, she had to stay with Shi Jin for a long time. She was really worried that she would take care of her childhood sweetheart to death. Jiang Ziji nodded. Okay, anyway, you have Assistant Lu. Upon hearing this, Shi Jin coughed violently in an instant. He placed his clenched fingers under his lips, breathing rapidly, and an unnatural flush appeared on his cheeks. He looked very sick. Assistant Lu's disdainful voice came from the side. Hee, before our brother she had a car accident. He specially bought you a blind box of millet, wheat, and Heba stickers. I knew you were not a good person. You are so conscienceless. Lu Xian behind him frowned slightly. Jiang Ziji looked at Assistant Lu, hesitant to speak. Assistant Lu straightened his chest and looked at her as if he was looking at some evil force. What? Did I say something wrong? Aren't those blind boxes of millet, wheat, and Chiba stickers bought for you? It's their brother Shi's wishful thinking. He stayed up late to dye his hair white, bought things all over the city, and rushed to pick up and drop off people early in the morning. He wanted to take people to a dating show. He really threw his sincerity into the wind. He knew that Jiang Ziji was not a good person. I don't know why their brother Shi was blinded by lard. Assistant Lu was indignant. Jiang Ziji hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to correct. It was indeed wrong. It's millet, which is the surrounding area, but there should be no wheat. And what you bought for me was baji, not chiba. I don't have a special hobby of collecting these things. Assistant Lu, who was filled with indignation, was stunned for a second, and his young face quickly flushed. How can a young girl like you say such things? I'm so embarrassed. He turned away angrily with a red face and went straight into the bathroom and didn't come out. The room was silent again, with an occasional suppressed cough. Jiang Ziji sat on the bed, looking at her hand held by the other party, and then looked at Shi Jin, who had a haggard face and almost no blood on his lips, and her heart softened uncontrollably. She was prepared that it would be difficult to complete the mission in this world. Some people scolded her, some people spread rumors about her, and some people blackened her on the internet. But at the same time, she also gained a gentle mother who could cook delicious meals, a room that was always clean and not damp, and Shi Jin, her childhood sweetheart, who was a very good person even though he occasionally spoke incoherently. Although Shi Jin might hate her and part ways with her as the mission progressed. But the scale in Jiang Ziji's heart has always been able to distinguish between good and bad. Shi Jin showed her kindness, and she naturally had to give back to others within her ability. Jiang Ziji helped the other party pull the quilt on the hospital bed, and her voice was very soft. Actually, I didn't finish what I said just now. What I want to say is, that's fine. Anyway, you have Assistant Lu here at any time, and there are so many doctors and nurses, they will take good care of you, and there won't be any other danger. Because I don't know how to take care of people, and I have no experience of staying with a patient in the bed, and I'm a little scared. The girl with red lips and white teeth blinked, and her thick and curled eyelashes flickered like a small fan. Maybe it's because I've read too many urban horror stories. I think hospitals are so scary at night. The walls are so white, and the corridors seem to have no end, and it's cold everywhere. What if I hear a strange noise again? She took a breath, a little dejected, so I dare not stay with you in the bed here. His little childhood sweetheart is frank and cute, with round, watery eyes, which makes Shi Jin's heart melt. If Qiao Yan and Lu Xian were not watching here like human surveillance cameras, ready to convey his words to his future mother-in-law at any time, Shi Jin really wanted to hold her in his arms and kiss her cheek. So I can only come to see you when I don't have classes, or if you want to eat something, I will help you order a nutritious meal from that restaurant, and then talk to you when you are bored. Of course, if you are really lonely, I can skip some classes. The beautiful girl blinked at him. So cute that Shi Jin covered his heart. Taking this opportunity, he coughed again, wrapping the little childhood sweetheart's fingers in his palms, with a kind of understanding smile on his handsome pale face. That's great, Gigi. I knew you have me in your heart. The pair of peach blossom eyes vaguely swept over the dead, white lotus standing behind Jiang Ziji. Shi Jin pondered the other's expression that day and learned to lower his voice. But Gigi, will this be too much trouble for you? His childhood sweetheart shook her head and even helped him pull the loose collar and began to button his clothes. The thin and soft fingers, no matter how careful, would rub against Shi Jin's waist and abdomen when pinching the buttons. Like a beautiful little fish shaking its tail and rubbing against him, Shi Jin felt itchy and numb in his heart. The look was very serious, like a beautiful wife helping her husband to tidy up his clothes before going out, and Shi Jin's Adam's apple rolled. He just stared straight at the person in front of him, and involuntarily, he moved closer and closer to that face. Suddenly, a man's hand reached out and separated them. Lu Xian, who had been silent, had a calm expression. In front of him, he held his childhood sweetheart's hand and pushed his shoulder out. "Let me do it, Mississippi." The words were directed to Jiang Jiji, but those dark eyes were staring straight at Shi Jin, expressionless. "I usually serve you. Even water has to be fed to your mouth by me. How can you serve others?" Lu Xian moved quickly. Shi Jin looked unhappy. First it was Qiao Yan, then it was Lu Xian. Lu Xian was a dead white lotus, and the guy named Qiao was like a donkey kicked in the head, all to ruin his good deeds. With such a precious opportunity to be injured, he finally got to lie on the hospital bed openly and experience the wonderful experience of being coaxed by his childhood sweetheart with gentle voice. However, before he could fall into her arms with a weak face, just right to show off his trained chest and abdominal muscles, and then coax her to touch it. Such a perfect plan was ruined by the two of them. The injured Shi Jin coughed, pulled the quilt himself, and looked at Jiang Jiji. As if he had suffered some grievance, his eyes drooped. "Student Lu seems to hate me very much. It is true that I said the wrong thing when I sent you to school last time, but I really didn't expect that classmate Lu Xian would remember it for so long and hold it against a patient like me." The beautifully curved, sickly thin lips twitched, and his tone was distressed. "I can't imagine how much grievances you, Gigi, have suffered around him. But it doesn't matter, my illness is not serious. I just got glared at and pushed a few times by him, it's okay." Lu Xian had a blank expression, but his tone was respectful. "I have long forgotten what happened last time, but I didn't expect that Master Shi is still brooding about it and making trouble out of nothing. In fact, Master Shi should be more tolerant. After all, you are ill. If you are depressed and your condition becomes more serious, you may not be able to leave the hospital." Jiang Jiji, who was standing between the two of them, looked at one and then the other. She found that Lu Xian and Shi Jin seemed to be incompatible by nature. As long as the two of them appeared, they would immediately start to quarrel. Okay, stop talking." Jiang Jiji tried to smooth things over. The pale mixed-race young man lay on the hospital bed, his blue eyes looking at Jiang Jiji with a sad look in his eyes. "Jiji, do you also think I'm petty?" Jiang Jiji hurriedly comforted. "How could that be? That means the young lady thinks I'm deliberately taking revenge on him." Lu Xian's voice sounded, and his overly beautiful face turned around. He looked at Jiang Jiji and moved the corners of his lips, with a kind of bitter helplessness on his face. "All my actions were in front of the young lady, but the young lady only believed in him. I know that the young lady has never liked me, so no matter what I do, the young lady will not believe it. I just feel sorry for him ordering you around. It seems that I was just being sentimental." "No, I don't hate him." Jiang Jiji didn't dare to provoke him and quickly interrupted him. She was the worst at dealing with complicated relationships in her life, but there were always such complicated situations for her to deal with. She was a little angry, and she got angry for a while. "It's all my fault, okay?" There was silence in the air. Before the two people could react, Jiang Jiji walked out. "Jiji, I haven't told you about the news last night." Shi Jin's voice sounded behind her. Jiang Jiji was angry for a moment, then sat back obediently. "Go ahead." Lu Xian's expression also became serious. Many people were involved last night, including Lu Xian. Shi Jin did not drive him away. Instead, he glanced at Qiao Yan, who was listening beside him. "Miss Qiao Yan, do you have anything else to do?" Qiao Yan, who was wearing a white coat, looked over with worry in her eyes. "Is it about Gigi being exposed on the internet yesterday?" My aunt knew about it last night, and I comforted her for a long time, but she is still a little worried. She spoke earnestly, like a good sister who is worried about her sister. So I came to visit Mr. Shi today, and I also want to share my aunt's worries. I want to ask if there is any solution. After she finished speaking, she looked at Shi Jin earnestly. Shi Jin looked at Jiang Zhizhi. It seemed that he could drive her away with just one word from Jiang Zhizhi. Qiao Yan's heart was lifted up, and her face was full of vigilance. Recently, Jiang Zhizhi didn't know what was wrong with her. She pretended to be a good person longer than ever before. She liked to compare with herself so much and show her superiority. She would definitely make things difficult for herself and ask her to get out of the ward. But Qiao Yan couldn't leave yet. She even thought of the words to deal with Jiang Zhizhi. She was ready to accuse Jiang Zhizhi of being unfilial and inconsiderate as soon as she opened her mouth. Here, Jiang Zhizhi's voice rang out, interrupting Qiao Yan's prepared words. Qiao Yan was stunned for a moment. Shi Jin didn't care and continued, "The people behind the scenes are still investigating, and there will be results in a few days. After I greeted the company last night, some extreme remarks were removed. After all, Gu Yuji's identity is more sensitive and many people know that they can't mention him, so the deletion of the post did not cause much splash. The Pei family didn't take any action and didn't respond to this matter. This kind of cold treatment is very smart. If everyone responds, it will easily intensify the conflict." Of course, most people don't believe the authenticity of this revelation. They all guess which company wants to promote newcomers, so they deliberately build momentum for the newcomers to appear on stage. Shi Jin paused subtly. In fact, this is a very good marketing direction. If Zhizhi is willing to enter the circle, I have a lot of resources at hand, and I can sign Zhizhi and Zhizhi. Especially the recently popular dating show Heart Signal sent me an invitation. Does Zhizhi want to play with me? I don't mean anything else. It's just that this time the hot search followed the appearance of the dating show, and the previous rumors will naturally be self-defeating. I'm back. The plot has taken a turn. The heroine is on this dating show. You love her, I love her, he loves her, and he loves her too. Everyone pulled their hair together, and then the charming heroine turned into a dating show succubus, and became famous all of a sudden. Jiang Zhizhi's mind was spinning rapidly, and she was thinking about how to lead the topic to the heroine. Qiao Yan's voice suddenly rang out, "But Zhizhi is already engaged to Mr. Gu. If she goes on a dating show and falls in love with another man, wouldn't that have a bad influence? After all, families like the Gu family are relatively low-key. They should be very averse to having a daughter-in-law who has been in the entertainment industry, especially one who has been on this kind of dating show." She was dressed in white, very pure and flawless, and looked like she couldn't stand it, but had to say something. No matter how carefree Zhizhi is, she can't publicly go on a dating show and fall in love with a group of men, right? Qiao Yan finished speaking, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. What a dating variety show. Only some poor people go on it to make money. She has been treated as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family since she was a child. When she successfully marries a rich man like Gu Yuji in the future, she won't need to show up in public to make this kind of money. However, she looks down on the entertainment industry and doesn't want Jiang Zhizhi to participate. She doesn't like the feeling of being overshadowed by Jiang Zhizhi. In fact, it's not necessary to go on a dating variety show just to fall in love. Shi Jin didn't look at Qiao Yan. His beautiful eyes fell on Jiang Zhizhi. His eyes curved slightly. "I haven't participated in many variety shows, but I also know that for the sake of the show effect, most shows have scripts. Even a famous scene in a variety show that goes viral needs to be shot and edited many times. So, it's okay to briefly appear on a dating variety show to create a good persona, and then get out of it unscathed. Moreover, not all wealthy families will stay away from celebrities. In today's rapidly developing information technology, many companies that have begun to transform have relaxed their choices in the choice of spouses for their younger generations. The wife of furniture tycoon Ding Yinsheng, the daughter-in-law of Tianqing Pharmaceutical, one has participated in the Miss World pageant, and the other has hosted cultural programs. The two have one thing in common: they are not deeply immersed in the entertainment industry, they are just playing around, and their character images are very positive, and the public favorability is very high. The previous experience in the entertainment industry is a positive buff for them. That's right. According to the plot, the male protagonist's father was exposed to negative news, and disputes continued. It was the male protagonist Gu Yuji's participation in the dating variety show that attracted the attention. The fact that the heroine Qiao Yan was able to successfully marry into the Gu family is closely related to the simple, kind, warm, animal-loving, and independent personality she created. The severely damaged Gu family needs a daughter-in-law with a positive image, and Qiao Yan perfectly meets their requirements. Jiang Zhizhi said, Qiao Yan was made nervous by her movements. She heard Shijin's words and understood them even better. If the script is good and the characters are good with Shijin's, there will be no worries about the ratings. At that time, she can shoot a few episodes in a short time and then withdraw. She can be the warm white moonlight for everyone and have a halo of being untainted by the mud, and it will also give her more opportunities to appear in some higher-level circles. A good thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Qiao Yan's breathing became a little faster, and she pretended to be casually asked, "Are there any requirements to participate in this show?" Zhizhi is an amateur. Is it difficult for her to participate? On the hospital bed, Shijin, wearing a white hospital gown, raised his thin lips slightly. His gentle gaze enveloped his childhood sweetheart and coaxed her in a gentle voice. "Do you want to go and play? I can invest in the next season and then specify the places Gigi wants to go. Just treat it as a trip, and we can leave at any time when we have enough fun." The Shi family used to be in the mining business, and the family had plenty of money. Even his words were particularly heroic. Qiao Yan looked at him for several times before suddenly saying, "Gigi, you already have a fiancé. You won't participate in this kind of show, right?" Jiang Ziji looked at Qiao Yan, whose eyes were nervous, and suddenly smiled. "You don't have a fiancé. Do you want to go?" Qiao Yan's heart stopped for a moment, and her breathing became difficult. Forget it. My cousin should not bother to go to the entertainment industry to participate in a dating show. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Qiao Yan's face turned red and blue, but she couldn't say a word. She only regretted not agreeing immediately, but she didn't expect that in just a few seconds, Jiang Ziji had changed the subject and said goodbye to Shijin. Watching the figures of several people disappear at the door, the handsome young man leaning on the hospital bed, his smiling peach blossom eyes quickly turned cold. Assistant Xiao Lu also came out of the bathroom, but his face was still slightly red. "Has the surveillance been turned up?" Shijin asked. Xiao Lu said "oh," as if he just reacted, wiped his hands with a tissue, and then hurriedly took out his mobile phone. A new email was sent to the mailbox, which was a surveillance video, and the time was exactly last night. Shijin took the phone and tapped the screen with his bony fingers. He turned on the speed and watched it very quickly. Xiao Lu also held his breath and leaned his head to watch. The last second when the timeline stopped, half of the front of the luxury car rushed out of the bridge. It was an old truck beaten by wind and rain. The headlights on one side were not clear, and it looked like the bulb inside was broken. This grandson! Xiao Lu cursed angrily. He dared to drive a big truck after drinking. Fortunately, it was night. There were more pedestrians on this road during the day. He didn't know how much trouble he would cause. The screen went black, reflecting Shijin's handsome face. He has deep features and deep eye sockets. When he smiles, his peach blossom eyes are graceful, and he looks unrestrained and chic, and he is easy to get along with. But once he stops talking and has no expression on his face, his mixed-race features look much sharper. He sneered. "Do you really believe that he was driving drunk and accidentally drove over?" Xiao Lu. That's what the confession said, and the alcohol content has exceeded the drunk driving standard. On the hospital bed, the handsome mixed-race young man raised his eyelids, looking unrestrained and chic, but his pair of blue peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed, looking very dangerous. "This is a warning to me." Facing the bewildered Xiao Lu, Shijin raised his soared eyebrows slightly. Last night's driver has been driving at a constant speed since getting off the highway. He was able to slow down in advance and brake steadily at all the traffic lights on the road, proving that he was not paralyzed by alcohol or that the alcohol did not make him unclear. He can even bypass the controlled area and walk onto Ben Avenue with a strong purpose. But after getting on Ben Avenue, he still drove at a constant speed, but the speed was obviously slowed down.
He was waiting for me.
The truck has a high chassis and a wide field of vision, so he was able to spot us early. It was not until our car turned onto Ben Avenue and was spotted by him that he began to speed up. Shi Jin finished speaking lazily, glancing at the dazed assistant Xiao Lu with a smile. Do you understand this time? Xiao Lu was angry. This is murder. It's not murder. He stepped on the brakes in a hurry when he hit us, and the cargo volume was not high, so he stopped quickly. It's just that the people behind him want to hit us, so they deliberately found an opportunity to intimidate us. Xiao Lu was shocked. Brother, we have offended the enemy. It's not you, it's me. The young man lying on the hospital bed curled his lips, rubbed his fingertips, and then put them to the tip of his nose to smell, until the faint rose scent came, and the blue eyes were filled with smiles again. The peach blossom eyes were curved, with a kind of enchanting joy. That old thing Gu Rinkong raised two idiots with antisocial personality. Until he matched these three words with a name that often appeared in a certain daytime news, Xiao Lu stuttered. Gu. The prince of the Gu family? Yes. Jiang Ziji is the prince's fiancé. He must be taking revenge on us. Shi Jin said coldly. The Imperial Society has been overthrown long ago, so don't mention these feudal remnants. Xiao Lu's face turned red and white, and he didn't know what he remembered. He said off frantically a few times and shook Shi Jin. Brother Shi, tell the truth. Jiang Ziji forced you on her, so you got addicted to her and changed your personality so much that you were bewitched by Jiang Ziji. Assistant Lu had just finished speaking when Shi Jin, who was resting his head on his arm, suddenly stood up with a disapproving expression. Why do you think so? Lu just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the other party's slow and ostentatious voice. Why does our Gigi need to be forced on her? If she just beckons me with her finger, I will immediately wash myself, roll myself up in the quilt, and send me to her bed. Lu looked very disappointed. Then he heard their teacher, she's tone floaty and expectant, but she just touched me. Her hands are so soft. It would be nice if she could touch me every day. Her hands are so small and soft. I'm afraid of hurting her. She has been spoiled since she was a child and can't stand the slightest hardship. Xiao Lu. However, the scene just now will be even more interesting if it is seen by the feudal remnant surnamed Gu. Shi Jin was still smiling, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Shi Jin has always been good-tempered, generous, easygoing, and easy to talk to. But at this moment, Xiao Lu felt that their brother Shi was a little strange. He could only muster up the courage to persuade, Brother Shi, let us not provoke him. As the saying goes, the people should not fight against the officials. The man surnamed Gu is a lunatic. He dared to openly cause a car accident this time, and he may not be able to do anything next time. The smile on the face of the mixed-race young man on the hospital bed disappeared completely. The eyes that were always smiling were filled with a kind of solemn gloom. Gu Yuji is a mad dog, so I can't leave Gigi with him. People like him will scare our Gigi. Xiao Lu felt uneasy at his completely different look. But there are so many beautiful little girls in the world. We don't have to focus on Jiang Gigi. The sight with a strong presence swept over, as if it were real. Xiao Lu shrank his head. Shi Jin smiled at him. Xiao Lu shrank even tighter. Why do you think so? The tone was like a sigh, but it revealed a kind of frightening paranoia. No matter how many little girls there are in this world, I only have one Gigi. Jiang Gigi is Jiang Gigi. In this life and the next, I must have her. But Shi Jin sneered. His tone was sarcastic and bad. Thanks to him, I was admitted to the hospital. It's indeed time to give some return gifts to that feudal remnant prince. The next 2 days were calm. Even Qiao Yan became much quieter, but she went out early and came back late every day, and she didn't even eat at Zhang's house. Jiang Ziji was happy not to see her. She pestered her mother every day, cheated on men, and lived a happy life. except for the occasional harassing text messages. The familiar perverted tone asked her enthusiastically if she wanted to see that. She blocked a few overseas numbers that she couldn't find any clues to. There are too many perverts in this world. At the end of November, the weather turned cooler. Jiang Ziji adhered to her character and started skipping classes again. But she didn't let Liu Xian follow her. The system said that Liu Xian was young and precocious, and now he is in a critical period of starting a business. He has to do projects and attract investments, and he is very busy every day. Especially under the harassment of the vicious villain Jiang Ziji, the other party can still remain unmoved, singing all the way in the process of doing business and becoming a rising star in the industry. After all, a man who is a popular heroine can't be a real. Jiang Ziji didn't have a backpack. She was wearing a hooded bathrobe coat, a set of Mayumiu casual suits inside, and a pair of clean white shoes. The clothes were picked by Jiang's mother. They are comfortable and energetic, but they are not windproof. But Jiang's mother probably didn't know when she matched her clothes early in the morning that her baby daughter would skip class again today. The wind blew up during the day, blowing away the remaining heat on the surface. Jiang Ziji wrapped her clothes and swayed as she walked on the road. She turned into a small alley near the school. After another 200 meters, there will be a small shop selling rice noodle rolls, which tastes very good. The sound of brisk footsteps on the ground, the sound of sparse branches and leaves in the wind, and the pebbles kicked against the wall made a crisp sound. While humming a tuneless song, she glanced forward suddenly and slowed down her pace. A young man was sitting on the steps a few meters away. The other party was wearing a black windbreaker, black clothes, and black pants. He looked very young and handsome, but there was some evil between his eyebrows. He didn't look like a good person. Not to mention that there was a bruise on the corner of his mouth, and he was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth expressionlessly, as if he had just finished a fight with someone. Jiang Ziji hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to pretend nothing happened and then turn back. But if he took another road, he would have to go a very long way. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ziji quickened his pace again. In broad daylight, the other party would definitely not do anything to him. Probably just an insignificant NPC.
She should not be so self-indulgent.
Jiang Ziji walked hurriedly, watching the distance between the two people getting closer and closer. There was a sound of wind behind her, and the cool wind swept across her ears, blowing away the remaining temperature on her face. A strong sense of sight fell on her face, spreading from the ear to the neck, and with the cold wind, it lingered on her face coldly and stickily. 3 steps, 2 steps, level. Jiang Ziji was about to speed up again, and suddenly heard a voice of classmate. She pretended not to hear it, and was about to continue moving forward, when the other party's voice suddenly increased again. This female classmate wearing a white coat, gray pants, white shoes, and a linen bun tied behind her head. Jiang Ziji stopped instantly. She was angry and stepped back, as if she felt that her personal aesthetics was questioned. She was a little timid and corrected seriously, "It's not a bun." The other person smiled, but his smile was more evil, more like a villain than her, the vicious female supporting role. He said polite words, but his tone was like robbery. "Sorry, I don't know how to address you, so I deliberately called you like this. Do you have paper, classmate?" Jiang Ziji took out a tissue from her pocket and gave it to him. But for some reason, the young man sitting on the steps did not take it immediately. Instead, he stared at her fingers for a few seconds with eager eyes. It was as if there was something strange on her fingers. Jiang Ziji resisted the urge to retract her fingers and tried to calm down. "Do you want more?" The young man smiled, with the ends of his sharp eyes raised high. Even though his face was bruised, he did not look ugly, but more unrestrained and wild. He did not look like a good person, but his movements were measured. He was very cautious and did not touch her hand. His slender and clean fingertips held the other end of the tissue. "Thank you. I just need it. I have borrowed from several people but failed." It would be strange if he could borrow any paper with his villain look on his face. Jiang Ziji complained in her heart and was about to run away, but she heard the young man's voice again, with some earnestness. "Classmate, do you know where there is a small pharmacy here? I'm injured, and I want to go treat my wound. Opposite the rice noodle rolls is a large civilian pharmacy. Jiang Zhizhi pointed to him. The young man sitting on the step stood up, and Jiang Zhizhi's eyes darkened. The tall figure of the young man loomed over her, and his extremely aggressive eyebrows and eyes were entangled with her. She looked up at the young man on the steps and saw that he was smiling at her again, just like a high school student bullying elementary school students. "Classmate, do you have money? I lost my wallet." The sudden gangster was too tall, and the tall shadow he cast directly submerged her. Jiang Zhizhi timidly turned out her pocket to prove to the other party that she had no money either. Unexpectedly, the smile at the corner of the young man's lips widened, and the wound was about to break open again. Oh, mobile payment is also possible. Jiang Zhizhi had no choice. Simply just a few hundred meters away, she followed the gangster to the civilian pharmacy, like a poor little kidnapped girl. The clerk was very enthusiastic and took out a lot of medicines, calling them effective and economical. The gift package cost 88 yuan. An extra pack of tissues was given. The tall figure standing in front just stretched out his hand and clicked the bottom layer. "I want this." The salesman curled his lips after failing to sell and reluctantly scanned the code and handed it over. 2.5 yuan. Jiang Zhizhi was shocked and handed over her mobile phone to pay him 2.5 yuan. But after buying the medicine, the other party did not mean to leave. He looked like he was dependent on her. Jiang Zhizhi had no choice but to take him to the rice noodle roll shop across the street. Then, looking at the wound at the corner of the other party's lip, she ordered 2 spicy rice noodle rolls viciously. The young man did not speak, opened the alcohol he bought, and began to treat the wound. There was a bruise at the corner of the lip, soaked with blood that had not completely dried. He dipped a cotton swab in transparent alcohol with a relaxed expression on his face and raised his hand to press it. Jiang Zhizhi, who witnessed it with her own eyes, took a breath of cold air. Alcohol disinfection and wounds, it was really cruel. Once was not enough. The other party changed another cotton swab and soon repeated the trick. But this time, there was too much alcohol on the cotton swab, and transparent water drops rolled down from the jaw as it was pressed. The other person's skin color was not very white, and there was an inconspicuous small scar on the side of his face. Probably due to the reaction of pain, the blue veins on the skin on the side of his neck were bulging, and the transparent alcohol flowed over it, like a swimming snake with a slight arc. 2 rice rolls were brought up, and the chili sauce on them was bright red. Jiang Zhizhi secretly glanced at the other person, did not dare to say anything, and opened the chopsticks. The soft rice rolls were clamped by the chopsticks, and they would bend with the dripping sauce. The moment the first mouthful of chili sauce burst in her mouth, Jiang Zhizhi was choked and coughed. The young man raised his eyes and fell on her. Jiang Zhizhi quickly unscrewed the water and took a sip, pretending that nothing had happened. But the movements of her hands were real, picking up the excess chili sauce bit by bit. "My brother beat me." The young man's voice suddenly sounded, explaining his wound. The girl sitting on the plastic stool raised her eyes when she heard the voice. The young man smiled at her and continued, "I was born when his father cheated on me. My mother died very early. The community sent me to an orphanage, where I was bullied for a few years, and then I ran away. I wandered around and was only taken back by my husband in the past 2 years. Because I was not close to anyone, not likable, and said things I shouldn't have said, my brother beat me up personally." He moved the corners of his lips, and the wound that had not yet healed completely began to bleed again. It was obviously a very evil face that was not easy to mess with, but he showed such an expression. Dull, hurt, helpless eyes. It was easy for Jiang Zhizhi to think of herself who was not cared for, and no one asked. He practiced Muay Thai, his teacher was once a world champion, and he himself won a national award, so he was pretty heavy-handed. "Didn't scare you, did I, classmate? Sorry, no one in that family takes care of me, and I have no money, so I have nowhere to go, so I mustered up the courage to borrow your money." The other party looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, I will return the money to you." He was so frank, Jiang Zhizhi felt a little guilty. Just because the other party looked fierce and didn't look like a good person, She judged him by his appearance, and even deliberately gave him chili peppers when she knew that he had a wound at the corner of his mouth.
No.
It's okay, you don't have to pay it back. Jiang Ziji hesitated, staring at the chili peppers and the rice noodle rolls in front of the young man. You have to pay it back. The young man raised his eyebrows when he heard the voice and stared at her with his eyes straight. Although they were separated by a table and there was no extraordinary action, Jiang Ziji inexplicably felt that the other party's gaze was very presumptuous, lingering along her cheek. Even the meaning of his low laugh was unpredictable. From childhood to adulthood, I have only used my mother's money as a matter of course. You are so young. You can't be my mother. Jiang Ziji thought what he said was strange. But if she looked into it carefully, she couldn't tell what was strange about it. Maybe it was just a joke, and she was too sensitive. Sorry, did I say something wrong? You seem a little unhappy. The young man's voice was apologetic. I haven't been to school, I haven't received formal education, and I can't make suitable friends. My father and elder brother hate me, so I'm not very good at interacting with people. If I said something offensive just now, I hope you don't take it to heart. Jiang Ziji nodded, okay. Although the person in front of her was a little weird, he was indeed pitiful and quite polite. What's more, he reminded Jiang Ziji of a certain experience of her own. As a person who has escaped from difficulties, seeing those who are still struggling to be like another self, there is always some tolerance. Wait a minute. Jiang Ziji put down the bottle of mineral water, stood up, and walked towards the bar. Behind her, in an invisible direction, the young man with his back to the bar raised his rosy lips and slowly took the bottle of water that had been unscrewed. It was a very ordinary mineral water drink. The bottle mouth was open, and there were still traces of water that had not dried yet, and a little bit of residual lipstick. The young man with a wickedly beautiful face stared at the bottle of water, and a kind of hot eagerness surged in his eyes. The dark vision was filled with a kind of anxiety, which made him swallow unconsciously, and his Adam's apple slid quickly. He didn't drink it. He just held the bottle of water with his two big hands, carefully put it to the tip of his nose, and took a deep sip. The cold fragrance of the rose with a lower temperature was pleasant and tempting, so fragrant that he wanted to tear the beautiful girl half a minute ago into his stomach. So beautiful. So cute. He resisted the impulse of almost trembling and those clamoring and boiling thoughts, and learned from the other party, and raised the bottle. The not-so-wide mouth of the plastic bottle pressed against her lower lip, and the cool water flowed in. The tip of her tongue curled up, feeling the remaining rose scent in the water. They were already kissing. Guyan thought. He had been marked as his sister-in-law, and swallowed the sweet water with the scent of his sister-in-law into his stomach. He was already his sister-in-law's man. This time, there was no garlic chili sauce, and she also ordered an extra serving of wontons for her. The young man was very happy, looking at her and smiling. Thank you. I didn't know that you were such a kind person. Thank you so much. Jiang Ziji felt guilty because of his praise. In fact, she was not kind at all. Even when she ordered the food 10 minutes ago, she was still secretly expecting the other party to grimace because of the spiciness. She was still quite vicious. While thinking about it, Jiang Ziji curled her eyes at the other party and smiled reservedly. You re-welcome. My mother taught me to be helpful since I was a child. Annie taught you very well. Unlike me, I can hardly even remember what your mother looks like. The young man's smile was a little bitter, but he shook his head casually. No more words. By the way, my name is Yan. What's yours? Jiang Ziji asked him while carefully smearing the rice rolls with sauce. Which Yan?
Disgusting.
The girl's slender fingertips paused for a moment. The black eyelashes curled up. The young man with a green scar on the corner of his lips was still smiling and explained to her, the man who gave birth to me hates me very much. Jiang Ziji stopped eating. She even began to feel guilty. She was really. The other person just tried to borrow some paper from her and bought 2.5 yuan of alcohol and cotton swabs, but she actually thought so badly of him and even wanted to retaliate against him viciously. The other person was so pitiful, had no mother, was beaten, bullied, and his name was full of a life of being despised. Even a passerby like herself wanted to torture him.
She was really
Perhaps he noticed her gaze. The young man stopped talking and started eating wontons with a spoon. The aroma of shrimp skin and fresh soup came from the air, but Jiang Ziji couldn't eat. She slowly took out her mobile phone, quietly opened the browser, and clicked on the screen. After a while, she put the phone in her pocket guiltily and tapped the table lightly with her trimmed and rounded fingertips. The young man, who was eating, raised his head. Jiang Ziji said in a very soft voice, "In the Book of Songs, there is a sentence Yan Yan Liang Ren, Zhi De Yin. Yan means beautiful and peaceful. A Yan, your future life will be like your name, quiet, beautiful, smooth, and peaceful." The young man sitting opposite was stunned. The smile that had always appeared on the corner of his lips disappeared, and his narrow eyes showed emotions that she couldn't understand. Just when Jiang Ziji thought she had said something wrong and was going to pretend that nothing had happened, the young man sitting opposite suddenly smiled. This time the smile was much more genuine, and there was even a shallow dimple on his handsome and evil cheek. The young man looked at her with a burning gaze. "Thank you for giving it a new meaning, and thank you for your blessing. Today is really a new beginning for me." Under the dinner table, Gu Yan subconsciously rubbed his knuckles, enduring the unbearable thirst in his throat. His heart was burning, as if someone had lit a fire. It burned his limbs numb, and his heart began to dry up. Coming to see Jiang Ziji today might be a wrong decision, Gu Yan thought. After all, before coming, he just wanted to tease her or even be mean, to do some impolite actions to his precious future sister-in-law, to provoke his high and mighty elder brother. But he was too close to her. He could clearly smell the rose scent on her body and listen to her trying to comfort him and give him good wishes in that soft and obedient tone. She was a beautiful child who was raised and cared for in a pile of brocade, who had never suffered a bit of hardship and had never seen a bit of evil in people's hearts. And he was a rascal who was stabbed in the spine, a little beggar who was pushed into a mud pit, a monster who could only fight without a father or a mother, a little beggar who had blood on his face again and again, waiting to die under the bridge in winter. Facing that beautiful face like thin snow in spring, Gu Yan felt his heart and throat burning. He realized more and more that he and Jiang Ziji were from two different worlds. Simplicity and meanness, innocence and darkness. There is a world of difference between heaven and earth. He should continue to be bad and disturb everyone, because the world has never treated him well anyway. But facing this serious face, Gu Yan just clenched his fingers and exhaled gently. Facing those bright eyes, he could no longer implement those bad, unspeakable, and terrifying and panicked strategies. So he just clenched his fingers tighter and tighter. Restraining himself, he tried to learn Gu Yuji's calmness to express his gratitude to the other party. Maybe he should be grateful. Thank God for sending his sister-in-law to him. He thought he really wanted to fall in love with his sister-in-law. In order to skip class smoothly, Jiang Ziji took a long walk outside. When he returned to school again, it was almost dark. The streetlights on the side of the street lit up, illuminating the road under his feet. The autumn wind brought a chill, and the shillelagh leaves fluttered under his feet, making a slight sound. Jiang Ziji saw the harassing text message again, which was half an hour ago. "Don't get so close to other men, baby. I'll be jealous. His smile is so disgusting, don't you feel sick?" Jiang Ziji blocked the number expressionlessly and skillfully. The next moment, another new message came. "Don't walk alone at night, it's dangerous. There are only bad guys outside. Don't you see the way they look at you? Why don't you reply to my message, wife? Don't be afraid. Your husband will be with you." Almost at the same moment, Jiang Ziji felt a tingling chill on the back of her neck. It seemed that some sticky and dark sight enveloped her, wrapping her tightly from top to bottom. Jiang Ziji's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned around to look back. There were scattered pedestrians behind her, and occasionally a bicycle whizzed by. Everything seemed normal. The sticky sight disappeared, and Jiang Ziji finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to walk forward. Maybe the other party just sent a text message to scare her. How could it be such a coincidence that the other party followed her just after she walked here? Jiang Ziji continued to move forward, but this time she didn't dare to dawdle, and her pace obviously quickened. It was very close to the school from here, with a diameter of only 200 or 300 meters. But for some reason, the faster she ran, the sticky, cold, and tangible touch became clearer. Mixed with a cold night wind, it swept across her earlobes, a small part of her neck, and any exposed parts. The feeling of uneasiness intensified again. If it weren't for her shadow alone under the streetlight, Jiang Ziji even suspected that the other party was going to stick to her. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing became rapid because of running. But a few dozen meters in front of her was the narrow alley again. The sticky sight became clearer and clearer, and Jiang Ziji didn't dare to stop. She took a deep breath and stepped in. There were no street lights in the alley, and it was dark. Only the light of the flashlight illuminated that piece of land. Fortunately, the sight with a strong presence disappeared. The other party did not follow in. Jiang Ziji exhaled, and her white shoes stepped on the branches, making a crisp click sound. Suddenly, the girl holding the mobile phone had her hair stand on end. She clearly heard a footstep, and she landed half a beat earlier than she stepped on the branch. The footsteps were interlaced and clear, and you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Ziji was almost scared to tears. She couldn't bear it anymore, and with the sound of the branch being crushed by she ran forward almost desperately. A chuckle came from behind. It was cold and deep, like some kind of demon teasing its prey. He already knew that she had discovered it. Or rather, he deliberately let her discover it. Resisting the urge to scream in her throat, Jiang Ziji's clothes left a residual shadow. The sobbing cold wind poured into her sleeves, blowing the collar and cuffs cold. But the alley, which was not long on weekdays, seemed to be deliberately extended in the dark and desolate night. The trailing footsteps followed her like a shadow, not hurried or slow, but shortening the distance step by step. Jiang Ziji's scalp tingled, her heartbeat accelerated, and her mind went blank. She didn't know what would happen if she was caught, so there was only one thought in her mind.
Run.
Don't let him catch her. The road in the alley was uneven, not to mention that it was windy at night, and there were sloppy branches and leaves on the ground. Jiang Ziji lost her balance and slipped on the frost-stained leaves. The phone rolled over twice on the ground and seemed to hit some stones and finally fell to the ground. With the last impact, all the light disappeared. The rich, dark color enveloped her, wrapping, entangled, and imprisoned her inch by inch. At the same time, the footsteps finally stopped behind her. Jiang Ziji's heart was in her throat. The system did not respond. There was no one around, only a deserted and dilapidated alley. Thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind. She began to regret not calling Lu Xian, regretted not taking a wider road, and regretted not taking the harassing text messages seriously, which gave the other party a chance. The biting cold wind blew on her body, and the loose bathrobe coat was swaying in the cold wind. In the dim light, it can be seen that it is a very tall man. He was wearing a baseball cap, and the brim of the hat was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. The man bent down and leaned over, and Jiang Ziji opened her eyes wide in horror. She subconsciously stepped back and distanced herself from the man, but the leaves under her feet were too slippery, and her body fell backwards uncontrollably. The next moment, the man's arms caught her firmly. As he leaned over, he picked up the mobile phone that fell on the ground and stuffed it into her pocket. He pulled her coat closed again. It was hard to tell his age. Maybe he used a voice changer, or maybe he was really someone she didn't know. "Why are you so careless?" The tone was very intimate, as if they were very good friends. "What if you fall if you run so fast? Why are you shaking, baby?" He called her baby, but his voice was clearly that of a stranger. The girl who was imprisoned by him stared at the other side warily, her body stiff like a puppet, her throat cold. "What are you going to do?" The other side smiled, as if she asked a very stupid question. The low laughter spread in the dilapidated alleys at night, making people shudder. "Didn't my husband say it? It's dangerous to walk at night. The baby is always naughty, so the husband had to come here in person. It's all because the ground is too slippery. I almost fell down." Jiang Ziji clenched his fists and quietly touched a hard nail file along the coat pocket, hiding it in the palm of his hand. You're the one who sent me harassing messages and took pictures of me secretly. When did you start following me? But this time, the other party did not continue her words. I sent a message to my family. They will come to find me. I advise you not to overestimate your own abilities, and do not get hot-headed and do bad things to me. What things? The other party's tone was a little angry, and he completely ignored her threats. Instead, he grabbed the last word and began to interrogate her. Kiss you? Hug you? Touch you? Or? The moment the last two words came out, Jiang Ziji's face turned red with anger. But the power disparity between the two was so obvious that she didn't dare to annoy the other party. She had to put on a cold and pretty face and try to reason for herself. Since you know me, you should know that my fiancé is Gu Yuji, and the Gu family is not something you can afford to mess with. If you dare to touch me, the whole city of A will not be able to accommodate you. You will roam around like a rat in a ditch, and you will regret everything you did tonight. The man let out a low sound from his nose, as if he had finally faced up to the problem. Jiang Ziji's heart was in suspense, but before it could be resolved, she heard the man's voice again. Then let's go on the run, wife. He suddenly came close to her, his breath spraying on her face. With some kind of joy in his tone, I will stay with you, protect you, and will not let you suffer, just like any ordinary young couple.
Gigi. Gigi.
His voice was urgent, and the temperature of his breath was a little hotter. It fell on the delicate skin of her neck, as if it would fall down in the next moment due to thirst. I like Gigi so much. I want to lick Gigi, Gigi, Gigi. Jiang Ziji's fingers holding the nail file tightened again. This lunatic. She really couldn't bear it anymore. Jiang Ziji held her breath, quickly took out her weapon from her pocket, and stabbed it towards the man's neck. There was a sound of wind in her ears, and everything seemed to be in slow motion. The cold nail file drew an arc in the air, but before it fell on the man's neck, Jiang Ziji's palm was covered by a big gloved hand. The leather glove was stretched tightly on the broad hand, wrapping her and easily pulling out the weapon from her hand. With a click, the nail file fell to the ground. In the dark alley, Jiang Ziji's pupils subconsciously opened as wide as possible. The moist and hot touch fell on her neck, bringing a numbing numbness that made her spine tremble. A smiling voice drilled into her ears. With some kind of teasing, low and hoarse intimacy, it smells better than I thought, wife. Little darling, did you grow up in some sugar water? You are so beautiful when you hit people. Do you want to do it again? The big hand wrapped in leather gloves grasped her wrist. It was thin and fragile, making people worry that it would break if they used a little more force. He held her hand and kissed it. Don't hit me anymore? Then I will kiss you. Jiang Ziji's ears were burning, and she felt embarrassed and annoyed. In the howling cold wind, she raised her other hand and slapped the man in the face. So dirty, get out. The quiet alley was filled with a clear echo. The man whose face was slapped crooked by her let out a low laugh. Why do you think so, sweetheart? He changed his name and called her in a tone that was similar to the one Gu Yuji had used before. In a low voice, I'm much cleaner than them. He held her wrist and rubbed it gently on his cold lips. There are only photos of you in the room, photos of various looks, all very beautiful. In my dreams, there is only you. So delicate. Your crying made me soft-hearted. By the way, have you received my souvenir? The man smiled. His wet and cold smile was filled with some regret. I'm so sorry. The photo has been soaked. Jiang Ziji was horrified. She felt that he had provoked a madman. This madman treated her like a cat and mouse, teasing and playing with her. Jiang Ziji had prepared for the worst, but who would have thought that the next second, the leather gloves fell on her waist and knees through her clothes. The other party half knelt on the ground and picked her up easily. Are you afraid of me? He said, You know you are afraid, but you dare to walk alone at night and run into the alley. You are really brave. The man's footsteps sounded in the quiet alley, like thin-soled shoes stepping on dead branches and leaves, making rustling sounds from time to time. Luckily, it was me you met this time. What would you do if you met someone else? The unfamiliar voice, with a certain metallic texture, floated in the slightly cool air with a low voice, and there was an inexplicable hoarseness. Jiang Ziji cursed the other party 100 times in her heart, but she didn't speak for fear of angering the other party. But the more she kept silent, the more excited the other person became. They won't be as kind as me, and they won't love you so much that they will carry you. They will only see that you are beautiful and fragile, and you can't escape timidly, and then they will force you into a dirty corner, hold your face and kiss you, and they won't stop kissing you until your face is covered with saliva. Jiang Ziji, the man paused and called her name. Aren't you afraid? 20 meters away is the intersection of the alley. Out of the alley, and to the east is their school, just a stone's throw away. From this place, you can clearly see the light and shadow of the afterglow of the street lamps outside the alley, the golden dust swaying in the air, and the fallen leaves fluttering and swaying, passing through the golden frame at the entrance of the alley. Jiang Ziji clenched her fingers and stared at the direction of the alley, staring at all the hope. But the man holding her held his arms too tightly, and Jiang Ziji could clearly feel the muscle lines on his arms. The huge difference in strength made it difficult for her to escape. What's more, the man held her in his arms, perhaps intending to play with her like a cat and a mouse. In the dark alley, the girl lowered her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered densely several times, with a helpless and timid look. I'm afraid. The girl's soft tone was very light, and she trembled slightly because of fear. A low laugh came out of the man's chest. I can give you a chance, wife. It's not school time now, and there are few people outside, but it's not that no one will pass by. Well, I allow you to shout for help, and if someone breaks in to save you, I will let you go. But if your shout is not heard by anyone, Gigi, then I can only kiss you with apology. The air was quiet, with only the remaining sound of the wind. After a long while, the girl's voice sounded again, as if she had finally come up with this acceptable answer after careful consideration, and timidly agreed to him. Okay. The other party smiled lazily, confident of victory. Then I'll count to 3, 3, 2. Suddenly, a strong force came over. The soft cloth was tightened into a line, which suddenly wrapped around the man's neck and tightened it tightly. The feeling of suffocation came suddenly, and the man subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed the cloth belt. Jiang Ziji took the opportunity to roll down and kicked him over. You pervert, go to Hades. The sound of bones colliding was heard, and the other party gasped and bent down. No matter how angry Jiang Ziji was, she didn't dare to kick him a second time and stumbled out. The bathrobe coat without a belt drew an arc in the air, and the light and dark boundary at the edge of the alley was clearly visible. The moment her finger was about to touch the line, she heard the man's low laugh in the whistling wind, with a kind of excited joy. You're smarter than I thought. Wife, I think I like you more. The wind outside was very strong. The hem of the coat was lifted up by the wind, and the loose trousers were blown against the legs. Jiang Ziji was still frightened and looked in the direction of the alley. It was pitch black inside, and she couldn't see anything clearly. She didn't know whether the other party had run away or was staring at her with a bad, teasing look through the darkness. Her heart was beating violently, and Jiang Ziji patted her chest, took out her mobile phone as if she had survived a disaster, and planned to call the police. But the phone couldn't be turned on. Not sure if it was broken or because it was out of power. She walked quickly forward and was about to enter the school first, but she heard a car horn behind her. The smooth body of the car passed by, and the rear driver's window slowly lowered. It was Pei Henian's elegant and dust-free face, and he looked at her with a frown. You are covered in mud. Where have you been rolling around? The carriage was warm. Jiang Ziji held a cup of hot water in her hand, with Pei Henian's suit draped over her shoulders. Her beautiful white face was stained with lingering panic, and her lips were tightly pursed, almost losing their color. She drank the water in small sips, her eyelashes trembling, as if she was really out of danger and felt scared. Next to her, the man in a black shirt had a stern expression. His slender and sharp finger bones flipped on the screen, and his handsome face became darker and darker. Jiang Ziji didn't dare to speak anymore. Not knowing what he saw, Pei Henian's breathing became heavier, and the temperature in the air dropped suddenly. Jiang Ziji shrank her head like a little quail. How long has this been going on? Why didn't you tell me? Just. Jiang Ziji stumbled over her words. It was after the dinner that day. At first I thought it was sent by mistake, and then later I told my family. Which family? Jiang Ziji felt even more guilty. It's CA&B that classmate Lu Xian? Pei Henian's voice was cold, with some impending danger. What can he do to help you? Useless trash. Could he have sworn to protect you, and then left you alone on the street knowing that you were in danger? Jiang Ziji said in a low voice. I didn't expect to go back so late. And I didn't let him follow me. Did you expect to be followed today? Under the light from the car, Pei Henian's handsome face turned towards her. His pair of phoenix eyes were as cold as stars, and he carried a heavy pressure. Do you think you will always be so lucky? If you hadn't escaped tonight, do you know what would have happened? Such a shameless person, who can even send harassing text messages and follow you. What else can he not do? That so-called opportunity is just an excuse. Whether anyone hears it or not, he will drag you deeper into the alley. Then he will press you against the cold wall, pinch your face and kiss you, and make disgusting sounds so that you can't even stand and can only cry and call him husband obediently. Pei Henian's face was sinister, and his face was so dark that he wanted to kill someone. Do you really think he will let you go and let you walk out of it safely? In the light and shadow inside the car, the poor child holding the hot water cup looked at him with tears in his eyes. His eyes were wet, and his lips were red. His little face was pale, and his chin was pointed, weak and pitiful. It seemed that he was scared after hearing what he said, or maybe he was just afraid of him. He wanted to distance himself from him, but in the end, he just shrank into his clothes. His voice was small, like begging, don't say that. The dark eyelashes drooped under the eyes, casting large patches of thick shadows, which set off the snow-white skin, making it look extremely weak. The handsome man frowned slightly, and the violence and worry accumulated in his heart finally turned into a sigh. He reached out and touched the other's head. The fluffy hair, fine and soft to the touch, was like the softest belly hair of some delicate bird. Even though he said such heavy words, his poor and weak girlfriend did not hide. She let him touch her head obediently. She even took the initiative to raise her head. She raised her face and rubbed it against his palm. Pei Henian's heart skipped a beat, and his heart softened. The lights in the car were temporarily blocked, and soon they were restored to light again. The tall man held his poor and delicate girlfriend in his arms, pressed her head, and pressed her into his arms. The familiar and cool cedar scent lingered at the tip of his nose, and even the heartbeat was at a frequency that could calm people down. Jiang Ziji lowered her eyes and did not speak, but secretly pulled the corner of Pei Henian's clothes and bargained with the system in a low voice. Really, can't you tell me who it is? I promise not to say anything nonsense. Could it be that rascal Pei Henian who is crying thief? He came so quickly. But it doesn't seem right. There are no red marks on his neck, and there is no sign that his hair has been pressed by a baseball cap, not even a little bit. Besides, I have agreed to date him. He can't be so bored, right? The system throws out data blocks one by one. I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. The system only has the authority to check known plots, issue tasks, and submit completions. The scope of detection is limited to the heroine Qiao Yan. Look, let's take a step back. Did I help you rule out Qiao Yan? Jiang Ziji. The hair on her head was gently touched by someone. Perhaps Pei Henian was kissing her. The tone that was gloomy a few minutes ago finally slowed down, and the strong arms gently held her, carefully holding her in his arms, as if treating some fragile porcelain. I'll take care of it. Don't be afraid. The girl lying in his arms turned her head gently. In fact, she was not very scared. She was not afraid of the dark, and the crisis had been resolved. She was safe now. She just wanted to know who that person was. She did not explain, but pressed her soft cheek against the man's neck, found a comfortable position, and moved in little by little. There was silence all around. The man holding her did not speak, leaving her time to digest everything. His big hands with distinct joints stroked the soft hair scattered behind her, again and again. The crowd outside the car window gradually increased, and it was time to go home from school. The mobile phone connected to the data cable buzzed twice, and Lu Xian's name was jumping on it. Jiang Ziji reached out and secretly pressed the mute button. But a big hand suddenly wrapped around her fingers, took her hand, and pressed the answer button. Lu Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Miss, I'm downstairs in Duxing Building. Are you going to come down?" Duxing Building is the teaching building where Jiang Ziji has her big classes, but Jiang Ziji had already slipped away. She was hesitating about how to trick her back, but she heard a cold voice behind her ear. "She's with me." The breathing on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. I don't know if it was 3 or 5 seconds later, Lu Xian's voice finally came from the other end of the phone. "Where's the eldest lady?" "Mr. Pei, please tell me the address. I will pick her up right away." Pei Henian's handsome and gentle face was full of coldness, and his usually calm voice was accumulating low pressure. "What qualifications do you have to pick her up? You can't even take care of people. You'd better take your stupid pig head and get out of the Jiang family." The breathing on the other end of the phone quickened a little and finally understood. "What happened to the eldest lady?" The eldest lady. The phone was hung up abruptly, and the person in his arms raised his eyes. "Do you trust him very much? Even if he promised to protect you, he left you alone on the street." Facing those wet eyes, the handsome man suddenly felt that his next words were a bit cruel. 5 minutes is enough time for the criminal who followed you to leave. And the criminals who leave the crime scene usually turn back as soon as possible to admire their masterpiece, your fear, tears, pain, dependence. The next moment, the man's kiss fell on her hair like a feather, and he said slowly, "How can you be sure that he is a good person? Don't trust him too much, baby. Beasts often wear human skins, and the truth is hidden outside the puzzle." The black extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom started slowly, and the light and shadow of the street lamps flowed on the smoked wheels, lifting the falling yellow leaves. The shadows of the trees reflected on the car window kept receding, leaving only a thick and fair little face, as if thinking about something, with a moment of blankness. And in a certain direction behind the car, in the shadow where the wall could not reach, the thin young man still kept listening to the phone. The dark pupils passed through the black hair and looked gloomily in the direction where the car exhaust disappeared. He crushed the things in his hand into pieces. "I have given the order, Mr. Pei, Miss Jiang." The assistant's voice came from the direction of the co-pilot. "Focus on checking the sections of number 109137 in the East District of Huaxin, Ada. The private bodyguards and private detectives are in place. The criminal is about 192 centimeters tall, an adult male, with signs of exercise, strong anti-reconnaissance awareness, wearing a pair of leather gloves, a baseball cap, and may have impact marks on his legs. At the same time, we have arranged for people to retrieve all the surveillance footage of Guangzhou Road from 5 p.m. to 6:40 p.m. and check it frame by frame. If there is any news, they will contact us as soon as possible." In the car, Pei Henian held the person in his arms with one hand, holding the cup to feed her water, and said lightly. Jiang Ziji's mobile phone was put in a file bag and handed to the assistant. Not long after, a new mobile phone was delivered, exactly the same as hers. Even the color of the phone case was no different. Jiang Ziji took the phone and politely expressed her gratitude to Pei Henian. Pei Henian seemed to have always been like this, always calm and at ease, like the best heir trained in a large family. Wherever he is, everything can be handled. Jiang Ziji finished half a blueberry bagel. Pei Henian raised his fingers and gently rubbed the breadcrumbs from the corners of her mouth. "Are you full?" The beautiful girl sitting in his arms nodded, then quickly shook her head and told the truth. "I have to save some space for the dinner made by my mother. If I go back too late, she will worry again." Perhaps it was because she was so cute when she raised her little face and spoke seriously. Pei Henian looked at her quietly, and his face, which had been cold all the time, finally raised an imperceptible arc. His rough-knuckled fingers rubbed across the girl's soft cheeks, and the man's low and pleasant voice was very low, as if he was coaxing a child. "Such a good baby?" Under the light, The girl with red lips and white teeth looked at him and shook her head slowly. I am so good around you, boyfriend. I seem to always be in trouble, always causing you a lot of trouble so that you can't live in peace. In order not to make you hate me, I have to be a little better. The man rubbed her cheek with his slender knuckles, and his elegant eyes flashed with heartache. His voice was very light, with a hint of coaxing. It's not your problem if you don't get into trouble. Besides, I am also happy to use my long experience to deal with troubles for a child. You can be naughty, you can be disobedient, you can have a temper, and you can even cry in my arms because of fear. Children have the right to be willful. My husband will take care of everything. Gigi is with me. You will never have to learn to be good. Jiang Ziji changed her clothes in Pei Henian's car. There was mud on her bathrobe, her belt was lost, and her trouser legs were dirty. Her mother was always careful. Seeing her like this, she must be worried. She would probably touch her face with those sad eyes and ask her what was wrong. The driver had already got off the car, and Pei Henian closed the door for her very gentlemanly. Perhaps because he was afraid that she would be scared, Pei Henian did not leave the car very far. Through the one-way privacy glass, she could even see Pei Henian leaning against the back door. Jiang Ziji's ears were still a little hot, even though she knew that the other party did not turn around, and even if he turned around, she could not see him. She took off her shirt very quickly and just opened the paper bag when she was about to change into the clothes in her bag. A set of underwear suddenly fell out of the package. How come he even prepared this? Maybe it wasn't prepared by him. The assistant who delivered the phone was a sister, and she also delivered the clothes. Girls are always careful. Maybe she misunderstood the relationship between her and Pei Henian and thought that something unspeakable had happened between them, so she even prepared underwear. The girl with red ears changed into clean and tidy clothes like a thief. Even the clothes she took off were rolled up neatly, and the underwear was placed at the bottom, covered tightly. She knocked on the car window, and the man outside the door did not turn around, but asked her, "Okay?" Jiang Ziji lowered the car window, supported her arm on the fallen window glass, and poked Pei Henian's shoulder. The moonlight was cold, and the reflection of the tree branches fell on him. As he turned around, light and shadow flowed on the man's three-dimensional superior face, sweeping across his beautifully curved lips. The wind blew through the other's thin shirt, and the collarbone at the collar was faintly visible. "Is it suitable?" The man's deep voice sounded, and Jiang Ziji's ears began to feel hot again. She could only pretend to be calm and responded, "It fits. It fits perfectly from the inside out. It's all her size." Pei Henian pursed his lips and touched her head. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when the black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the Jiang family villa. Jiang Ziji was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand, which Pei Henian prepared for her. While she was saying goodbye to people stealthily, she secretly picked up the shopping bag, ready to take it away in the chaos. But the next second, the pair of phoenix eyes looked over, and their sight fell on her hand. "If you take it home, how are you going to explain these two identical sets of clothes, little darling?" Jiang Ziji hesitated, but thinking about what was hidden under the shopping bag, she tightened her grip a little more, and her voice was slow. "Then I will try not to let my mother find out." The next moment, the man leaned over, and the cool scent of cedar followed. His phoenix eyes covered her, his eyelashes drooped, and a small mole dotted on the tip of his tall and three-dimensional nose, adding a vividness to this cold and lonely face. Like a drop of cinnabar in a light ink painting, the whole picture came alive. "Don't you believe me?" Pei Henian looked at her quietly, his voice light. "What are you afraid of, baby? Do you think I'm the kind of unreasonable person who will take out your clothes after you leave and do something unspeakable and excessive? Do you think I'm that kind of pervert?" He said this, and Jiang Ziji waved her hands quickly. People like Pei Henian are mature and indifferent, dignified and self-restrained. Always calm, always indifferent, with a pair of cold eyes filled with fatigue after material satisfaction, as if nothing can catch his eyes. Jiang Ziji agreed with what the system said, that Pei Henian wanted to date her privately in order to challenge Guyuji. So she shook her head quickly, and her soft and fluffy curly hair was tied into a small ball again, rubbing against her shoulders with the movement. I'm just a little embarrassed because they are all dirty clothes, and I'm sorry to bother you again. No trouble. The man's big hand with distinct joints stretched out, and the luxurious watch reflected the light, emitting a dazzling light. I'll let my aunt take care of it. Jiang Ziji loosened her hand that was holding the packaging bag, but she did not stand up. Her beautiful and clean eyes stared straight at the watch. Pei Henian thought she liked it, so he took it off and handed it to her. The clean dial reflected the light, and the style was simple and elegant. In the car, the girl with a pretty face stared at the watch, shook her head as if she finally understood, and commented, "Did you just put on your watch?" Pei Henian raised his eyelids slightly, but his face showed no expression. It seemed so. The girl stretched out her pink fingertips, tapped on the expensive watch, and rubbed her fingertips along the dial, kindly advising him, "Keep it away next time. Don't put it in your pocket." Pei Henian did not explain, but apologized to his girlfriend in a very steady voice. "Sorry, I will pay attention next time, little darling." The atmosphere in the villa is a little unusual today. All the lights along the way were on, crystal water droplets were sprinkled in the fountain, and the servants were in a hurry. Jiang Ziji walked across the long solid wood corridor, and just as she stepped into the restaurant, she heard a familiar male voice with just the right compliment. "Auntie's craftsmanship is really good. The color of the baked chicken legs is like an oil painting. It seems to have the scent of rosemary. Did Auntie use lemon and rosemary?" The mother's voice came with surprise. "Xiaogu also studies spices?" "I can't say I'm well versed in it. I just know a little bit, but the dishes cooked by Auntie are so delicious that I couldn't help but make a guess. Luckily, I wasn't wrong." No wonder Gigi keeps saying that her mother's cooking is the most delicious. This time I'm in for a treat. His eyes swept in the direction of the restaurant, and Gu Yuji's fox eyes curved. Gigi in the restaurant. A tall young man was wearing a misty blue shirt with his sleeves rolled up, revealing smooth and strong arm lines, and holding a baking tray in his hands. Jiang Ziji could tell at a glance that it was her favorite chicken leg. "Brother Yuji," the girl said in a brisk voice and walked over quickly. His eyes swept in the direction of the restaurant, and Gu Yuji's fox eyes curved. Gigi in the restaurant. A tall young man was wearing a misty blue shirt with his sleeves rolled up, revealing smooth and strong arm lines. "Where is the person with you?" Gu Yuji's gaze also fell on her, as if waiting for her answer. Jiang Ziji's gaze was wandering, and she felt that it was impossible for her to be exposed now. Since she was not exposed, the person she was asking was Lu Xian, who followed her every day. She blinked and pretended not to care. "Xiao Lu is behind and will be here soon." After the voice fell, there was an excessive silence in the room. Only the faint sounds from the kitchen remained. Jiang Ziji looked up and happened to see Lu Xian, who she had mentioned was coming soon, wearing heat-insulating gloves and holding a pot of soup. Both eyes fell on Lu Xian. The anticipation for the food in Jiang Ziji's eyes turned into horror.
No.
Is this kid named Lu so fast? He knows that she is with Pei Henian, and he is so petty, likes to go crazy and get angry. He won't come back secretly to complain. Jiang Ziji felt guilty, but Gu Yuji's narrow fox eyes fell on her, with some kind of inquiry. Mom sighed as she placed her chopsticks. "Little Lu arrived half an hour ago, and said you asked him to go home first. It's not peaceful outside now, especially in the evening. You look at the people coming and going on the street, but who knows if there is any danger. The economic situation has not been good in recent years. Some people with extreme personalities can do anything. If I run into such a person, won't I be scared to death?" After the last pair of chopsticks were placed, my mother looked over and finally returned to the topic. "Who did you play with in the evening?" "In the evening. Played together." These two words put together, plus Pei Henian's name, what a dreamy 3 words. Jiang Ziji took a breath. If this green hat is revealed, I'm afraid the male protagonist will smile slightly and let her get out of the world gracefully. Under the warm light, the aroma of the food mixed together, but Jiang Ziji felt a numbness in her spine. Several eyes fell on her, like a countdown to death. Jiang Ziji stuttered and had no confidence. "In the evening. That is."
That.
Girls always have many little secrets when they are together. Suddenly, Gu Yuji's clear voice with a smile sounded, and he put his arm on Jiang Ziji's shoulder with a kind of frank preference. Auntie, don't ask her. The girl's eyelashes trembled with blushing cheeks. She suddenly raised her head with shock and gratitude in her eyes. The handsome man looked at her and smiled, rubbing her cheek gently with his fingertips. Okay, baby, go wash your hands. It's time to eat. With Gu Yuji's words, Jiang Ziji ran away. The voice of Jiang's mother was faintly heard from behind and seemed a little helpless. Xiao Gu, you can't spoil her too much. Gu Yuji's handsome face had a decent smile, and he put the baking tray on the insulation pad with quick movements. Auntie, Ziji is young, lively and playful, which is not a bad thing. She should grow up happily and noisily in her life. I like to indulge her. Mother Jiang sighed and looked at Gu Yuji. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. She had always felt that the Gu family was too prestigious and that this marriage was forced. There were many examples throughout history where women who married into a wealthy family always had to endure humiliation and swallow their anger. But unexpectedly, Gu Yuji was a responsible child. He was tolerant, had high emotional intelligence, was good at speaking, had good character, and was also very handsome. Facing her future son-in-law, Mother Jiang felt more at ease and said in a soft voice, Little Gu, go to the wine cabinet and choose 2 bottles of your favorite wine and try your aunt's cooking tonight. The corridor of Jiang's house is very long. The roses in the garden are crowded together, and the lush branches and leaves are swaying in the evening breeze, sending a faint rose fragrance. The man in the misty blue shirt responded with a smile. His spotless, thin-soled leather shoes stepped on the ground, and even the movement of turning was elegant and chic. In the darkness that was thick enough to swallow everything, his figure was reflected on the clean glass of the corridor. Sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, and a high nose bridge. Only the corners of his lips that were raised were flattened in an instant, handsome like a god of death. Light and shadow flowed on his face, and he made a phone call, with terrifying emotions in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. The person on the other end of the phone said respectfully, Mr. Gu, I didn't see clearly, it was too dark, but it seemed to be a phantom with a black body. Gu Yuji hung up the phone with a cold face. The extinguished screen reflected half of a sharp face. The slightly narrowed fox eyes were oppressive, and the lip lines were tightly stretched. After a while, he dialed another number. The call was connected after a while, and Pei Henian's usually cold voice was heard with some subtle hoarseness. Why are you calling me at this time? Gu Yuji was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Is the entire commercial street in the east district of Huaxin under the name of Pei's? A chuckle came from the other end of the phone. Something happened? Our Gigi is stuck with a dog that can't be shaken off. Gu Yuji gritted his teeth, wishing to eat alive the person who was prying his wall openly. I heard him calling Gigi in the cafeteria of a university before. Our Gigi is kind, and said that he is the white moonlight. On the other end of the phone, Pei Henian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard these 3 words. Gu Yuji continued, What a shameless Bai Yueguang. He is clearly a lewd husband who deliberately seduced other people's fiancé. Relying on the little affection they once had, he did everything he could to interfere with other people's sweet marriages. It's really disgusting. There was a subtle pause on the other end of the phone, and Pei Henian's voice was soon heard. But you haven't gotten married yet. What does that matter? We are engaged, and will be married soon. There are a few good days before and after the new year. I always felt that it was too rushed before the new year, but now it seems that it will change if I delay. It's better to settle it as soon as possible. There is also an auspicious day at the end of the year. Pei Henian frowned. Are you so anxious? You don't understand the feeling of having your wife being targeted by someone. Gu Yuji's voice became a little colder, and he spoke with gritted teeth. Gigi is very good, and there are a group of mad dogs wagging their tails everywhere chasing her. I only hate that I fell asleep that night. Otherwise, after this period of time, maybe both of us would be pregnant, and even if I am the son of a father, I can crush them. Forget it. Come and be my best man then. The speeding black phantom went up the viaduct and shuttled through the night. Inside the car, Pei Henian's slender and sharp fingers played with a touch of white. His cold voice had no ups and downs, but his eyes flashed with irritation. I refuse. Whatever you want. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, the tall man opened the wine cabinet, glanced in the direction of the restaurant, and lowered his voice. That white moonlight boy is hiding very deeply, and I haven't found any news about him. But he met Gigi tonight and sent her back to the Jiang family. Gu Yuji sneered. He also knows that he is not to be seen by others, so he stopped the car and rolled away in shame. Lu Xian arrived at the Jiang family half an hour ago. According to the time, the male mistress went to see Gigi at least at 5 o'clock. It just so happens that the whole street in Huaxin East District belongs to your family. Help me check the other party's movements. Gu Yuji's handsome face was gloomy, and his voice was as cold as a flying knife. I want to see if this little rascal who dares to steal my girl has 3 heads and 6 arms. He called him male mistress on the left and little rascal on the right, wishing he could eat his flesh and blood alive. On the other end of the phone, the man playing with the soft lace fabric raised a pair of cold phoenix eyes and spit out a few words from his thin lips. You also said that she is by Yue Guang. According to the time, maybe the two of them are the ones who are in love with each other, have a mutual understanding and are truly in love. And you, the engaged fiancé, are the unloved male mistress who stole the love of the other person. Gu Yuji couldn't stand hearing such words and frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy? Gigi and I are an engaged couple who have made their lives clear, and we will be buried together even after we die. Don't joke with me with such crazy words. Gigi and I are the ones who are in love with each other, and we are made for each other. I can't afford such a boring joke.
Pei Henian did not speak.
A handsome, gentle and cold face turned to the car window, solemn and noble. Gu Yuji was also annoyed by this phone call. He and Pei Henian have known each other for many years. Although they cannot be said to be good brothers who are as close as brothers, their circle is so small and they get along well. Whether in business or in private, their relationship is harmonious. I don't know why, Pei Henian has been like crazy during this period, always stabbing him with words. Gu Yuji said coldly, Henian, you are not right recently. Pei Henian's flat voice came from the other end of the phone. Why, do you think I am jealous of you again? After talking about it, they talked about this topic again. Long-winded and sarcastic. After all, Pei Henian is 2 or 3 years older than him. Maybe men are so unreasonable once they are about to reach the age of 30. Gu Yuji was too lazy to talk to him. Will you help me or not? If not, I will check it myself. The man on the other end of the phone laughed. Let me help you check. You must have some information in your hands. Gu Yuji walked back with the wine. The other party drove a black phantom. Pei Henian's indifferent voice came from the other side. What a coincidence. I also have a black phantom. I can't hear the black phantom now. Gu Yuji gritted his teeth. Only the male mistress who is persistent and shameless likes to drive this kind of car. I suggest you change one as soon as possible. You are also in a relationship. Don't bring bad luck to yourself. Really? Pei Henian's voice was light. I don't mind. The moment Gu Yuji's figure turned back to the restaurant again, his little fiancée was already sitting obediently at the dining table. When she saw him, her eyes curved. Brother Yuji. Gu Yuji's eyes showed tenderness, and he stepped over with a pair of long legs, leaned over, and touched the girl's head. His little fiancée secretly glanced in the direction of the kitchen and spoke to him stealthily. I didn't have time to thank you for what happened just now. Thank you for speaking for me. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. How should I thank you? Gu Yuji rubbed her ear, with an unconcealable smile in his eyes. Just these 2 sentences. Wife, aren't they too insincere? The girl with bright eyes and white teeth took his sleeve, put her snow-white fingers on his wrist, gently pulled him, and motioned him to bend down. Gu Yuji bent down obediently. The warm air blew on his face, with a pleasant rose scent, like some kind of small hook thrown straight into his heart. The voice was also delicate, sweet and charming, and even the seductive fragrance was a reward. I knew that Gu Yuji was the best fiancé, and only I am so lucky to have the good fortune to be engaged to Brother Yuji. Gu Yuji couldn't suppress the curve of the corners of his lips. His heart was sweeter than honey, and he thought of that shameless male mistress again, and asked her secretly, "Who does Gigi like the most?" The girl rubbed her soft lips against his ear and smiled, her round eyes sparkling, her soft tone dragging on. "Fiancé, why do you ask such a stupid question?" She coaxed him and sighed softly. "There are so many men in the world. Of course I like you the most." Gu Yuji was satisfied. His eyelids were half closed, looking at the slender fingers holding his wrist, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. But his little fiancé still held him tightly, inviting him in a whispering tone. "Brother Yuji, do you want to eat next to me later?" Gu Yuji hummed, and as he turned, his thin lips with a graceful arc rubbed her cheek. It was an unexpected action. The handsome and unrestrained man was a little surprised, and quickly reached out and rubbed her cheek. It was too soft, like a piece of tender tofu. The rosy thin lips were slightly raised, and even the apology expressed the meaning of thank you for the hospitality, and the voice was low and sweet. "Sorry, I think I kissed you accidentally." "My dear, are you so sweet everywhere?" He couldn't help teasing his little fiancée, whose ears turned red again. Her black eyelashes trembled helplessly, and she turned away in embarrassment. The next moment, the spreading pink covered her whole pretty face in almost half a second. His little fiancée opened her eyes wide, her long eyelashes flickered, and she stared at the desktop in shock. Gu Yuji followed her gaze and saw that the time of the call on the screen was still increasing second by second. There were 3 big characters on it, with the name Pei Henian. Gu Yuji raised his eyelids, forgot to hang up. After the 2 finished speaking, there was silence in the air again. In the long silence, a familiar voice came from the silent phone. It seemed to be laughing, but the laugh made Jiang Ziji's scalp numb. "Are you two so loving?" Pei Henian's cold voice came, expressing his blessings to them. "Congratulations." Jiang Ziji. The situation was so urgent that Jiang Ziji curled her eyelashes and could hardly breathe. But the person on the other end of the phone had no intention of hanging up. He chatted with them in a very relaxed tone, his voice calm. "I just heard from Yuji that the wedding with your sister-in-law is coming soon, but I don't know when it will be held. However, there is a private temple of the Pei family in the unopened area of Fangshan, City A, and Gu will go to the temple to burn incense and chant scriptures in her spare time. It happens that Master Jichin will be back soon. You two can just accompany Aunt Gu and let Master Jichin choose a good day to hold the wedding." Jiang Ziji. "Gu Yuji, sorry for the trouble." "No trouble, we are all family." Pei Henian's laughter came from the other end of the phone, but Jiang Ziji's scalp began to numb again. She felt that Pei Henian was mad at her. "Yuji and I are like brothers. Yuji's business is my business. The private hospitals in City A are all controlled by Pei's group. When you get married tomorrow and your sister-in-law is pregnant, I, as the eldest brother, can do my bit to help with a series of prenatal checkups." Jiang Ziji didn't even know how the call was hung up. When her mother returned to the dining table again, she touched her forehead with a worried look on her face. "Why do you look so hot?" "It's more than just hot." Jiang Ziji felt sweat on her back. "Horrible. So horrible." Not only was she caught acting like a spoiled child with Gu Yuji in front of Pei Henian's phone call, but Pei Henian also called her a sister-in-law. He also introduced a master to her to calculate the wedding date, and even paid for her prenatal checkups. He was so jealous and possessive. He called her wife in front of Gu Yuji and dared to play with her fingers and kiss her when they were in the same car. Jiang Ziji couldn't imagine what kind of expression Pei Henian had when he said those words just now. "It's over, it's over." She really didn't dare to see Pei Henian this time. Jiang Ziji hadn't finished shivering over here, and a white figure walked in over there. The other party was wearing a new Chinese-style long cashmere coat with exquisite suzhou embroidery on the chest. The style of the clothes was also good, with a thin waist, but the white dress swayed in the air with the movement. "Aunt Gigi, Master Gu is here too. Qiao Yan always comes home late recently." The system said that Qiao Yan has been looking for friends to inquire about appearing in variety shows recently and has participated in several gatherings in the circle. Now she has become friends with the producer. That famous dating variety show does have the habit of looking for amateurs, but the amateurs cannot be real amateurs. It would be best if they all have to be graduates from prestigious universities, have a wealthy family, and have outstanding looks. Qiao Yan is very favored by the other party, and is already on the list of people to be invited. Jiang Zhizhi pretended not to know. A new task has been triggered. The system's voice suddenly rang out, and Jiang Zhizhi sat up straight. Original plot. In order to satisfy her vanity, the vicious female supporting role Jiang Zhizhi invited Gu Yuji to her home many times. She disliked Jiang's mother's shame and asked her friends to recommend a private chef to cook for her. Gu Yuji hated Jiang Zhizhi and didn't want to go. But for some reason, a gentle and considerate figure appeared in front of him. He knew that it was Jiang Zhizhi's cousin, who was gentle and virtuous, and more suitable to be the young lady of the Gu family than his vicious and lascivious fiancé. Perhaps it was the thought of seeing him that made Gu Yuji agree to the family dinner invitation. And the gentle and beautiful the charming heroine learned about this, and seeing her aunt alone, she secretly called her uncle, who didn't come home. Unexpectedly, Jiang's father took the mistress home directly and ordered Jiang's mother to give her place to his mistress. Jiang's mother, who was humiliated in front of outsiders, almost shed tears, but Jiang Zhizhi showed her more selfish and bad side. She ridiculed her mother for being a big wife and didn't understand that women nowadays are free and liberated and can pursue their own love. She ordered Jiang's mother to give her place to the mistress and deliberately tried to please her father by serving him tea. Fierce conflicts broke out between Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, Jiang Zhizhi, and the mistress, and the four people were in chaos. Gu Yuji, who was already dissatisfied with Jiang Zhizhi, saw her domineering and stupid appearance and the ugly Jiang family and felt a strong disgust in his heart. Fortunately, the beautiful and gentle heroine Qiao Yan stopped all this in time and gently comforted Jiang's mother, which made Gu Yuji have a strong interest in this cousin. After listening to Jiang Zhizhi, her delicate eyebrows also twisted. "I won't do this to my mother." System. Then it will be the same as last time. As long as you achieve a passing score of 60%, you can judge that the task is completed and increase the viciousness value by 5%. The system took a step back, but Jiang Zhizhi did not agree quickly. She still frowned, looking very confused. "Don't you think it's strange? It was Qiao Yan who called Jiang's father, and it was Qiao Yan who comforted my mother in the end." She clearly knew that the man was cheating on her and had not been home for a long time, living with a woman outside. Why did she have to make this call? She could have done nothing, but she was the one who did the bad things and the good person, and you kept emphasizing that she was gentle and kind. If she was really kind, how could she make her aunt who loved him sad? The system took it for granted. But the plot is written like this.
Written?
Jiang Zhizhi vaguely seemed to feel that she had grasped something and asked it. "Did you write the plots of all the worlds?" The system used data blocks to pile up a glittering NO. The plot of the world line depends on the choice of the daughter of the plane. She will choose the right or wrong man to become the male protagonist, and thus move towards a life of he or be. The alternation of new and old lives. The plot of the world line will extend accordingly, and it will continue to this day. And the historical changes in human society are magnificent and exquisite. Just as the flapping of the wings of an Amazon butterfly can cause a hurricane in Florida under normal circumstances, we are only responsible for detecting and assisting supporting roles or NPCs, and will not interfere with the plot direction of the small world. Unless there is a big problem with the plain girl in a certain world, we will supervise and set things right. Unfortunately, the heroine of this world had her luck stolen, her soul disappeared, and her body was occupied by an outsider. Qiao Yan happened to live in the Jiang family and was in the vortex of the plot, so she is very compatible with the heroine. Jiang Zhizhi. So she is not the real heroine, but you chose her to give her the life that belongs to the heroine. No wonder when I just came here you said that the tasker failed many times and the plot could not be promoted. Because this is not her life. The real heroine was occupied, her life was robbed, her mother's love was taken away, and she was deprived of love and friendship. And I, who was selected many times, and the executioner, who helped the tyrant, right? The system was silent. After a long time, it finally spoke again. Don't think so much. Your mission was completed so smoothly. A healthy and free body and 100 billion fortune are all within your reach. Why bother to focus on a disappeared person? Besides, if the plot cannot be put back on track and continues to be out of control, this small world will be destroyed. Jiang Ziji did not speak. Because with the sound of sweet laughter and 2 footsteps, her mother's action of picking up food for her suddenly froze. Jiang Ziji subconsciously looked in the direction of the restaurant entrance, a handsome and elegant middle-aged man in a suit, holding a woman in a red suspender skirt and a fox fur shawl in his hand. The two of them were intimate, and even the man who looked a bit like her reached out and scratched the tip of the woman's nose. Naughty. Jiang Boyo, the father of the original body, the cheating scumbag. Jiang Ziji put down her chopsticks. Jiang Boyo laughed a few times, hugged the woman in his arms, and came to the table and greeted Gu Yuji. My dear son-in-law, you came to our house as a guest. Why didn't you contact Dad? Gu Yuji's narrow and long fox eyes were raised, and a dark color surged in his eyes. Ziji, your stepmother. Jiang Boyo waved his hand and pointed in the direction of Jiang's mother. Still sitting here stupidly. You don't have any sense at all. Jiao is here. You go to the kitchen to eat. Give the seat to her. Jiang Ziji looked in the direction of her mother. Unexpectedly, the accused mother did not look at the domineering father, but subconsciously looked in her direction, a pair of sad and gentle eyes, with panic and pain. She seemed to want to say something, but only her lips moved, and finally, she just closed her mouth. Faced with her husband's accusations and the mistress who came to the door, she did not respond immediately, but looked at her daughter first. She was afraid. Afraid that her little daughter, who had regained her cuteness during this period, would revive again. Abandoning her, she joined the same camp as the 2 people standing opposite. Her heart felt like it was hit hard by someone, and it felt like a big stone was pressing on it, making it hard to breathe. Before Jiang Ziji could even say Mom, Jiang Boyo's voice rang out again. It's useless for you to look at her. Look at you. Other people's wives are all beautiful, but I married a yellow-faced woman, and I feel sick at the sight of you. Why don't I go home all day? Reflect on yourself. Okay, husband, don't talk about this. I'm also worried about the children, so I can't take care of myself. Ziji, I haven't seen you for a while, and you're beautiful again. I recently found 2 beauty salons with very good techniques. Let's go together this weekend? The woman with a twisted waist spoke in a friendly tone, with obvious flattery. But she also obviously treated her as a fool. How could the original owner be so stupid as to abandon her mother who loved her so much and cater to such a person? The noisy movement quickly attracted the attention of the servants. Such things happened too many times. In fact, they were already used to it and could even guess the sequel. It was nothing more than the eldest daughter having a tantrum again, driving away the annoying lady and then being intimate with a third party. To be honest, the lady was gentle and kind, and she was very kind to the eldest daughter. She is a rare good mother who always puts her daughter first and takes good care of Jiang Ziji. But the eldest daughter of the family they are taking care of is a complete ungrateful person. She despises her mother who loves her, pleases her father who fools around outside and doesn't care about her, and is with a third party who is always showing off. Everyone will look down on such an ungrateful person. No wonder the lady's heart is cold again and again. A May in the corner curled her lips and gave the person next to her a just watch expression. But suddenly, a crisp tune sounded, with a cold tone, which beauty salon is so unscrupulous that it teaches you how to hook up with a married man and even has the shame to someone else's wife. The woman in the suspender skirt froze in expression. She didn't expect her to say that. After all, Jiang Ziji is a fool, selfish and vain. She can be bought off with a little benefit. She can do things for him with just a few words. But now, she scolds herself? Jiang Boyo became even angrier and pointed at Jiang Ziji. What are you talking about? Jillian is your elder. How can you be so rude? The pretty girl's expression obviously turned cold, and she turned to look at him. You are so busy scolding her that you forgot to scold you. How dare you say my mother is not good-looking? My mother is the most beautiful. Who is like you, a fat old fool? Take the spiral straw next to you, get out of here, and stick out your tongue to eat your flies. Husband, she called us toads. The woman's terrified voice sounded, and Jiang Boyo was furious. He wanted to overturn the table to show off his power, but when his eyes swept to the prince of the Gu family next to him, he forced himself to suppress his anger. You are a rebellious Jiang Zhizhi. I said that this woman couldn't teach you well. Apologize to Jillian. Otherwise, I will suspend your bank card. The beautiful girl opposite looked at him and suddenly curved her eyes. Okay, then you'd better pray that you don't die. Otherwise, all your bank cards will definitely be inherited by me. But praying is useless. Dad, you will definitely die. She looked serious, her thick and curly eyelashes fluttering, her eyes sparkling, and she looked at him expectantly. Jiang Boyo was so angry that his blood pressure almost rose. Jiang Zhizhi. Dad, calm down. If you have a cerebral infarction and are an emergency today, I will definitely remove the tube from your body if I am so unfilial. Jiang Boyo pounded his chest hard and could hardly speak. And you, Jiang Zhiji's soft tone swayed, and she looked at the terrified mistress again and smiled at her. I am really touched that you and my dad love each other so much. When my dad dies and is burned to ashes, I will scatter his ashes in your house. Anyway, you like him so much. You must be willing to be with him all day, right? How could the woman have seen such a scene? She said the most vicious words in the cutest tone. She was obviously smiling, but her voice was sinister. What she said was also vivid, like the dubbing scene of a horror movie. Coincidentally, something fluffy brushed her neck. The woman screamed and shrank into Jiang Boyo's arms. Jiang Boyo already had high blood pressure, and he staggered when she hit him. The two fell to the ground with the sound of plop when their bodies hit the ground, and the woman screamed. The marble floor had been mopped several times and was smooth. The collision was extremely violent, and Jiang Boyo felt dizzy. Before he could recover, he saw a cute little face suddenly appear above him, looking at him eagerly, with a regretful tone. Dad, you are not dead? Jiang Boyo was choked by this sentence and coughed violently. The woman next to him hit his ribs, and he was too weak to curse. Jiang Zhizhi, you rascal, don't even think about taking a penny from me in the future. With a splash, a bottle of wine poured down. The faces and heads of the two people hugging each other were covered with scarlet wine. The cold wine choked their noses and throats, and they coughed awkwardly, but the floor soaked in wine was too slippery, and even their struggling movements were particularly funny. Sorry, Dad, my hand slipped again. Then, go home and cover yourself with more soil. Add this glass of wine I offer you, and this will be a full-scale memorial service. Dad, look at all the fathers in the world who has such good luck as you. She dragged out her voice with admiration. You are still breathing, and the Memorial Day has come in advance. When Jiang Boyo got up from the ground, his face turned black with anger. Little rascal, I think you are looking for a fight. He didn't care about his face anymore and didn't care about the prince's son-in-law next to him. He raised his hand and was about to slap Jiang Zhizhi. Suddenly, a strong big hand grabbed his wrist, and the dark pupils didn't have any human aura, staring at people with a chill in their hearts. On the other side, the unfilial daughter was half held in the arms of the prince of the Gu family. The other party protected her in a protective posture, and his handsome and cold face was stained with condescending displeasure. Fists and feet don't have eyes. Mr. Jiang is old, so don't show off so as not to hurt yourself by mistake. Jiang Boyo's heart sank. He gritted his teeth angrily and pushed Lu Xian away. You two just wait for me. Next time, even if you kneel down and beg me, don't even think about letting me into this house. The two figures who came with such a fierce momentum fled in such a mess that they limped and fell like drowned dogs. Under the bright lights, Lu Xian stared at the two figures, leaving with a dim gaze. In a hidden sight, he silently looked at the eldest lady who was clinging to Zhang's mother. This was the first time that the eldest lady stood by the lady without hesitation. Her eating habits changed, her personality changed, and her conscience emerged. She was totally unlike her. It was really shocking and very strange when you think about it carefully. A few steps away, Gu Yuji narrowed his fox eyes, and his narrow eyes were dark and dangerous. Hearing the girl's coquettish whispers, he casually took out his mobile phone and edited a message to send out. The moment the screen went off, a sinister face was reflected, with anger that was about to come. What he hated most now was the third party who deliberately interfered with other people's marriages. If he was not afraid of colliding with the wedding date, he really wanted to kill this pair of dogs, and the family dinner was a great success. Except for the waste of the red wine that had just been decanted. Gu Yuji opened a bottle of Palomino Fino for her. The light golden wine floated in the glass, clear and transparent, like a touch of golden sunlight in the glass. Jiang Ziji couldn't drink wine that was too sour. But this glass was just right, with a sweet fruity aroma, a slight bitterness of almonds, a light and smooth taste, and the aroma of hazelnuts and pecans, like foam rolled into the mouth. Gu Yuji next to him was chatting with his mother. They talked about the history of spices and the collection of expensive spices, and even talked about the difference between sweet basil and mint and the significance of lemongrass to Southeast Asian cuisine. Mom was only so confident when she talked about food, talking freely, gently, and calmly. Her soft bun was tied behind her head, and she was wearing a black cheongsam with a beauty that had been precipitated by the years. Her head was dizzy after drinking, and Jiang Ziji held her face to look at her. If it is said that the tired and hopeless marriage made my mother fall into the quagmire, then the ignorant and rebellious daughter was another heavy, making her sink in the hopeless marriage with nowhere to escape. She seemed to be accustomed to silence, accustomed to patience, accustomed to being despised by her husband, accustomed to putting herself in a conservative cheongsam and acting as a tool to maintain the operation of the Jiang family. However, she seemed to have forgotten that she was also a little girl full of hope. She forgot herself. The left hand that supported her face was replaced by the right hand, and Jiang Ziji secretly made up her mind. Regardless of whether the mission is completed or failed, she will leave after all. And before that, she must help her mother escape from this bad marriage. The fragrance of flowers, the aroma of mixed wines, the smell of cooking, the dry and comfortable temperature, the soft whispers in the ears, and the low smile of the young man. Everything has become the best white noise, making her drowsy. But, Aunt, speaking of spice shops, there is a Lee's in the north of the city. Qiao Yan started talking again. Jiang Ziji now had no good impression of her cousin at all. She tried to prop herself up and sit up, trying to join their conversation. What Belgium? Jiang Ziji asked, and then muttered to herself, but I want to eat chocolate. Jiang's mother shook her head because of her teasing. Gu Yuji raised his hand and rubbed her cheek, coaxing her in a low voice. Are you sleepy? Do you want to go to bed? Jiang Ziji waved her hand quickly. I'm going to the bathroom. She had to wash her face to wake herself up, and then come back to continue staring at Qiao Yan to see what other tricks she had. Putting down Pei Henian's suit, the footsteps disappeared in the direction of the door. Gu Yuji followed his gaze, and Jiang's mother's voice sounded again. Xiao Gu, you just said that you wanted to ask a master to calculate the date. The voice in the restaurant was left behind, and Jiang Ziji raised her legs and went upstairs. The wooden floor was painted with tung oil, and the yellowish light fell on it, and was a little dim. The wind brought the fragrance of flowers, her favorite roses. When she came back again, she was already standing at the door of the room. It was Qiao Yan's room again. Jiang Ziji was confused, turned around and walked to the other side. Why are you here? In the bedroom, Jiang Ziji looked at Lu Xian in the bathroom, and the two stared at each other. Lu Xian was wearing a white shirt and gray trousers, holding a clean pink basin in front of him, and was scrubbing something in it. It looked a little familiar. Jiang Ziji was stunned for a second, and felt her head buzzing and her voice trembled. Lu Xian, what are you doing? Lu Xian looked at her calmly, and even rolled up his sleeves calmly, washing clothes. Jiang Ziji stared at the things in the pink basin, with an unbelievable look on her face, from embarrassment to embarrassment, From shame to speechlessness, until her whole face turned red, she said angrily, "Are you a pervert?" Lu Xian looked at her. "I'm not." "Miss," the low and hoarse voice floated in her head. Lu Xian slowly poured out the water in the basin, and then stared at her leisurely. As if he wanted to stare something out of her face. "Mrs. Clothes, I have always been the one washing them." He stared at Jiang Ziji intently, his dark pupils shining with a strange light. He could easily come up with a lie that was not based on reality, and he was still very comfortable with it. Could it be that the young lady forgot? The beautiful girl who was stuck at the door looked at him blankly, stumbling over her words for several times before blushing and pretending not to care. "What a joke. How could I forget? Asked you to wash my clothes to give you face. I was just reminding you. Don't forget." The thin and beautiful young man suddenly smiled. His dark eyes were rippling with light, and there was a certain joy in his eyes. He suddenly approached the young lady who was pretending to be aggressive, and the words in her mouth stopped abruptly. Lu Xian rolled up his sleeves on both sides. His bony fingers were still stained with water, his eyes half closed, and asked her, "Don't forget what?" "Don't forget. I'm just a dog raised by the eldest lady." A low and hoarse voice sounded in the air, with a kind of undercurrent of excitement. "The eldest lady may have forgotten that I have been yours for a long time." Jiang Ziji thought he was sick and wanted to slap him again. But after thinking about it, she didn't dare. She just stretched out a finger reservedly, pressed it against Lu Xian's chest, and pushed it back. "It's just right. I have something to ask you." Lu Xian was pushed back a step and nodded obediently. After the recent events, Jiang Ziji's feelings towards Lu Xian are very complicated. It turns out that Lu Xian is not a saintly father who repays evil with kindness, but is more of a villain than her. According to the plot, he will lock her up and torture her severely. These are enough for Jiang Ziji to be afraid of him. But after the incident of being followed, Pei Henian analyzed it and felt that the person who followed her might be Lu Xian. After all, he was always so excessive when he was with her. He always said a lot of unbearable things. Maybe he hated her so much after being bullied for so many years, so he deliberately followed her, stalked her, threatened her, and retaliated against her in the tone of Gu Yuji. But apart from these bad things, Lu Xian was very obedient. He carried her school bag, helped her with her homework, protected her in fights, took the blame for her, and even handed her water at the right temperature when she was thirsty. He was very considerate. Jiang Ziji didn't know how to treat him, so she could only raise her beautiful eyes and ask him another question. "Did you tell on me? Did you tell anyone else about Pei Henian and I being together?" The smile in Lu Xian's eyes disappeared. "Miss still doesn't believe me?" "How can I believe you?" Jiang Ziji asked him. "If you covered for me, I would have believed you a long time ago, and my mother wouldn't have asked me, nor would Gu Yuji have suspected me." "Lu Xian, you're really going too far. You obviously know everything, but you didn't tell me, and you had to make me worry. What about the young lady?" Lu Xian interrupted her and asked her, "Didn't the young lady tell me when she was with Pei Henian?" Jiang Ziji began to feel guilty after he hit the nail on the head. She pursed her overly soft lips and said in a tough tone, "Why should I tell you? What is my relationship with you? I just met a friend, but you made a big deal out of it." "Lu Xian, don't go too far. You have no right to control me at all. Don't you know, young lady? I'm a jealous mad dog. I only bite the men around young lady." Lu Xian leaned over slightly, closing the distance between her and her, with a paranoid evil desire in his tone, and his dark eyes fell on her face, roaming around layer by layer. Like a vicious dog patrolling the land it has occupied, his voice is full of undisguised jealousy, and he is about to go crazy with jealousy. "Young lady came home with someone else's smell, and even changed her underwear, and you still don't allow me to go crazy?" Jiang Ziji felt a thunderclap in her head, and her eyes widened in vain. She couldn't tell whether it was embarrassment or shock. She just felt a burning sensation in her neck, and her head after drinking was more like a layer of fog, and she couldn't turn around. It was clearly the exact same clothes. Same brand, same size, no difference at all. But how did Lu Xian know what clothes she changed outside? He even knew that she changed her underwear. Was he deceiving her? Or was he so perverted that he even observed which underwear she would wear in the morning? Jiang Ziji's ears were red as if they were dripping with blood, and she couldn't help but glance down at a small basin where the clothes were being soaked. She felt even more ashamed, embarrassed, and angry. She thought Lu Xian was sick. She didn't even mention it herself, but he took the initiative to take it and rub it.
But
Jiang Ziji glared at him angrily. Lu Xian was sick, and the original owner was even sicker. How could she let an adult man wash such clothes for her? Jiang Ziji wanted to take out those clothes and hide them somewhere randomly, but in front of Lu Xian, she could only pretend to be calm. I didn't. You are too sensitive. The bright lights in the room made the expression on Lu Xian's face visible at a glance. He seemed to smile, but the smile made him look even crazier. He gritted his teeth and stared at her. You smell like Pei Henian. Am I just too sensitive? Or is it that the eldest lady is really honest and their relationship is so good that she doesn't mind changing underwear in front of Pei Henian? Anyway, he paused and couldn't help but bring up the past. Like a mad, jealous husband, his wife came back from fooling around and changed her clothes inside and out, but he still had to be like an incompetent and cowardly husband to deal with those shameful traces for her. He wasn't even a real jealous husband. After all, the fiancé was downstairs, flattering his future mother-in-law with an ignorant face, and he didn't even know that his fiancé was fooling around with others. He was a complete idiot. But he was not even as good as that stupid thing Gu Yuji. He was ignorant and happy, occupying the identity of a fiancé, standing beside her openly, accepting everyone's recognition. Even if something unexpected happened, they could still get married, hug, kiss, and go to bed. She would be pregnant with that Gu Yuji's child, watching him attentively pretend to be the child's father, hugging her in his arms and kissing her. And he didn't even have a name, and his sincerity was not recognized. He was like a maid who no one cared about. Not even a maid. A maid also had to warm the bed. He didn't deserve this treatment. Lu Xian was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy, but he couldn't find a real place to stay. She could only endure the jealousy and said aggressively, "Anyway, the eldest lady has her own principles. She can even say that being kissed by a man is a social etiquette. What else can't she do?" Such a shameless person, staring at you when he meets you, with his head full of shameful thoughts. On the surface, he pretends to be noble and innocent, but in fact, he usually opens his clothes to the bottom when he makes a video call, for fear that he can't you. The faster Lu Xian spoke, the more he spoke, the more intense the noisy emotions in his heart became, accompanied by jealousy and envy, wishing he could swallow him up. What method did he use this time that the eldest lady rewarded him? Didn't the eldest lady dislike that he was not your type? Then why did it change again? Or did that aloof, dignified, self-disciplined Mr. Pei already have the surgery and sincerely and shamelessly invited our young lady, his best friend's fiancée, to appreciate his post-surgery beauty?
Jiang Ziji didn't speak.
Lu Xian kept talking in circles, and her head was stuck. Under his black hair, Lu Xian pursed his thin lips and looked at her. The eldest daughter of a Jiang family, who should be angry enough to slap him, just raised a white jade face the size of a palm, with pink ears and neck, red lips and snow-white skin, beautiful and gorgeous, like the brightest rose on a branch in spring. There was a clear blankness in her eyes. She was obviously looking at him, but she didn't know which wild man she was thinking about. Lu Xian was going crazy. He felt that Jiang Ziji was deliberately baiting him, deliberately using cold violence on him, deliberately driving him crazy, waiting for him to kneel down at her feet, and then mocking him cruelly. Jiang Ziji, who was out of character, was even more hateful than before. He only wanted to retaliate against the idiot before, punish her, and kill her. But facing the current young lady, he just wanted to kneel down at her feet, kiss her like crazy, threaten her, force her, and make her cry. He just wanted to use all means to attract her eyes to fall on him. He longed for her love. He was trapped by her. Under the bright lights, Lu Xian stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. The overly slender wrist was grasped in his palm, as fragile as the new branches of a rose in spring, as if he had a little more strength, the other party would be fragile and break. The thin young man with drooping eyes paused, and the force softened a little. The eyes, which were so dark that they were almost inorganic, flashed with a strange and charming luster and fell stickily on her face, sliding down her beautiful face inch by inch. He held the slender white wrist, stroked the flesh that exuded the fragrance of roses in the air, and lifted it up. "Are you going to hit me first? Or wait until I finish asking and then hit you, young lady?" Without waiting for her answer, he asked her in a low, restless voice, "Why did you change clothes? Is it dirty, torn? Or, in other words, were you in bed when you talked to me on the phone?" Lu Xian asked, staring at her. He was ready to be slapped, and he didn't even blink. But at a distance, the beautiful girl with a slender chin just trembled her long eyelashes, and her eyebrows frowned slightly. "Why do you ask that?" She didn't get angry, or even make excuses. She just looked at him openly, in a very protective tone. "Mr. Pei is not such a person. Don't talk about him behind his back like this." Lu Xian has made all the preparations whether they did it, or a slap in the face, or a red-face coercion and inducement, asking him not to tell anyone. Otherwise, they will show him the color. But this unexpected answer made Lu Xian stunned in place. His mind was blank. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He knew that the eldest lady was playing with men, so he was jealous and crazy, and hated everyone equally. But he also knew that the eldest lady would not favor a certain person, whether that person was her fiancé Gu Yuji or her childhood sweetheart Shijin. She would only say a few sweet words to coax people, turn around and pat her ace and forget about them. But now, she is actually defending Pei Henian? She fell in love with him? Does she think Pei Henian is a good person? Lu Xian's breathing was rapid, and his Adam's apple slid down quickly. The dark eyes stared at the girl, and a kind of panic of being abandoned appeared in the bottom of her eyes, and her eyes were red. "Miss, you can't." Jiang Ziji suddenly raised her hand and covered his mouth. The rich aroma rushed into his nose, and Lu Xian almost couldn't bear to breathe, and slightly opened his lips. Under the light, the arrogant and beautiful young lady didn't know what she was thinking of, and was looking at him with a strange look. She pulled the collar of his shirt and pulled it down. Her soft fingertips rubbed his neck, and it was unknown what she was looking at. Lu Xian resisted the urge to almost tremble, staring at her without blinking, his Adam's apple sliding quickly. Jiang Ziji stared at him for a long time, and suddenly said, "Take it off." Lu Xian raised his eyes abruptly. His brain crashed, like a clock that had stopped winding, losing the ability to operate. His hot breath fell on the girl's palm, which was a little stuffy due to the lack of air circulation, with some kind of disbelief. "What?" The young lady withdrew her palm and ordered him, "Take it off." The change of emotions was too great, from despair to happiness in just a few seconds, almost overwhelming Lu Xian's head. He had taken off his shirt countless times when he was beaten with a cane before. But this time, the young lady did not use the cane as a weapon. Those beautiful, always watery eyes stared at him, along his peeling buttons, and fell on every inch of his skin. Lu Xian couldn't even control his heartbeat, and could only continue this action stiffly until the shirt slid down his long legs along the obvious muscle lines. It fell to the ground with a slight sound. The young lady leaned against the door, raising a pair of bright eyes, the tail of her eyes slightly tilted upwards because of the curvature of her eyelashes, and two words came out of her wet, red and soft lips. "There's more." Lu Xian's heart trembled. He was still going crazy a few minutes ago, but at this moment, he had completely forgotten the fear he had when he heard Pei Henian being defended, and even forgot the groundless jealousy. Any fool who is flirting with the eldest lady would not be more calm than him in the face of such a situation. He thought he had performed well enough. Being stared at by those beautiful eyes, he resisted the urge to tremble and took off his trousers with excited and eager shame. His body was not good-looking enough. There were many scars, and the scars were hideous, including knife wounds, burns, frostbite, and whip marks. Old wounds overlapped with new wounds, and they had not healed for many years. But the eldest lady was different. The eldest lady's skin was so delicate that it could be blown away. The eldest lady was born high and mighty, and even when she slapped him, she smelled fragrant. He was ashamed of showing his body would make him feel that all his embarrassment would be exposed. He even wanted to ask the other party to turn off the lights. He was afraid that the eldest lady would show a look of disgust. After all, he was not like Pei Henian, who was born into a pampered life and trained as an heir. He had the best nutritionists and personal trainers to help him shape his body lines that could women. He only had ugly scars all over his body. He was afraid that the eldest lady would compare him with Pei Henian because of his ugliness. Then she would look at him with contemptuous eyes, critically examining every inch of his skin, scanning him thoroughly. Until finally she sneered and added a lewd and cheap weight to him. The rapidly beating heart slowly rose, almost reaching his throat. Lu Xian's slender and distinct fingers trembled, and he closed his eyes.
Click.
There was a sound of click. There was silence in the air. Only the young lady leaning against the door made a slight sound, as if she gasped. Lu Xian had a fever, and autumn clothes were always thin. His gray trousers fell to the ground, and his hands, which were frozen in the air, had not yet been retracted to continue the next action, when he heard Jiang Ziji's anxious voice, "No need. It's okay." Lu Xian's heart, which could not settle down, was hanging again and again. He didn't know what the young lady was doing, but after a few breaths, she opened her eyes. The dark and treacherous pupils flashed with shame, and Lu Xian subconsciously looked for the figure, but saw Jiang Ziji playing with the buttons on his clothes, pretending to be indifferent and reminding him, "You can put it on." It wasn't Lu Xian. Jiang Ziji didn't know whether she should be relieved or distressed. But when she was about to leave the alley, she was sure that she had kicked someone. The other person had a low body fat percentage, and the alley was dark, so she didn't know whether she kicked the calf or the thigh. But now, although there was a little redness on Lu Xian's neck, it was not a mark of strangulation if you looked closely. And, except for the old injuries on his legs, there was no sign of being hit by heavy objects. If it wasn't him, then who was it? It is very likely that it was someone close to him. After all, the criminal knew his information in detail, and even knew that her fiancé Gu Yuji would call her sweetheart. Among the people she knows now, only Lu Xian is with her day and night, and Lu Xian always speaks nonsense. Coupled with Pei Henian's reminder, he will naturally suspect him. But now that Lu Xian has cleared his suspicion, she has to shift her attention to other people. Jiang Ziji stared at the air in a daze, but Lu Xian lowered his head and glanced at his body, with a kind of sadness in his eyes. Jiang Ziji waited for a long time, but there was no movement from Lu Xian. But she really didn't dare to look at it again. He was wearing more tightly than the models in the studio, but he had such a big reaction. Jiang Ziji was afraid that she would get sty if she looked at it again. Jiang Ziji didn't know why the other party hadn't worn anything. Maybe he felt humiliated. After all, he was forced to take off only one piece of clothing by himself. Jiang Ziji silently turned her head to the outside to give him enough time. After an unknown amount of time, a cough came from behind. Lu Xian asked her softly in a low voice with a hoarseness, "Is it ugly? That's why you ignore me." At a distance, the girl who deliberately tilted her head to look out moved her head slightly, but her soft hair exposed her action. Lu Xian lowered his eyes and clenched his fingers into his palms. He heard his hanging heart being cut off from a high place, falling heavily, breaking into pieces, and looking miserable. He obviously knew the answer a long time ago. Under the messy hair, there was a pair of gloomy and dim eyes. He moved the corners of his lips in self-mockery, but he couldn't make a calm expression no matter what. He just felt that everything was ridiculous and funny, his resentment, his love, his liking, his jealousy, and every look he gave her. He even wanted to run away. But the next second, the girl's voice sounded, with a sense of self-righteousness and a little guilty. "How should I know? You're still wearing one, and I don't have X-ray vision." Lu Xian's heart froze at the speed of breaking. But he was obviously not asking about that. Didn't he care? His noble and spoiled young lady didn't care about his ugly body, ignored his twisted scars, and didn't point fingers at him in a condescending tone. Didn't she think he was despicable and willing to be lowly? He suddenly raised his eyes and stared at the figure in front of him. Slender, weak figure, soft hair was loosely tied into a small ball, falling on the delicate and slender neck. The light made her hair light, and the strands of hair were fluffy under her ears. No matter from which angle, she was delicate and beautiful, without any deterrent power. But her light words could make his heart fly from one extreme to another, like a roller coaster. The ecstasy of the hurricane covered up the shock. He couldn't describe his mood at this moment. He just wanted to offer everything she liked with both hands. Lu Xian's breathing quickened a little, and he strode over. "Miss, do you want a?" Jiang Ziji's ears quickly turned red, and she interrupted him with shame and anger in her tone. "Lu Xian, I don't want to see it at all." The soft voice seemed to be soaked in moisture, with a certain anger, very unambitious, and muttered in a low voice, "I'm really convinced. Why do one or two of them want me to see it?" Pei Henian asked her if she wanted the photos. Jean on the hospital bed dragged her to show it to her, more enthusiastic than the small vendors who forced her to buy and sell. The unknown harassing text message pervert also asked her if she wanted to see it. Now there is another Lu Xian. Are they all sick? Does she look like she likes to appreciate that? It's really funny. The more Jiang Ziji thought about it, the angrier she got. Her mumbling turned into a loud scolding. If Lu Xian hadn't been in disarray at the moment, she would have wanted to turn around and punch him twice. "Don't you think it's weird for the two of us to be like this, Lu Xian? You're an adult male, and I'm a normal female. You're only wearing that half piece of cloth, and you insist on discussing whether you're ugly or not with me. Do you think I'm experienced? Do you think I can make any wonderful or unique opinions based on this? Am I a master of appreciation? If you think you're very beautiful and you have to show off, you can take a few pictures in front of the mirror late at night, put them on your phone and switch angles to appreciate them slowly. There's no need to pull me to show them to you. I'm such a simple, beautiful, cute and pure little girl, and you insist on telling me such private things. I really will suspect you're a pervert." The more she spoke, the more confident she became, and the more emotional she became. Her cheeks were chubby, her neck was pink, and the soft hair behind her ears swept back and forth, like a bunch of tender flowers blown by the spring breeze. Behind her, a young man with a delicate and gloomy face looked at her, and suddenly couldn't help but curling up the corners of his lips and chuckled. He seemed to suddenly understand why those disgusting men all stuck to her and circled around her like mad dogs. The young lady is really the cutest in the world. It's a pity that he only understood such a simple truth now. The dark eyes were soft, which was rarely seen, and the sharp jawline was coated with a layer of golden light and shadow. He just looked at the angry young lady quietly. With some kind of dark fanaticism, he wrapped her tightly in a damp and obsessed manner. Jiang Ziji's words were stuck in her mouth. She was very righteous, but Lu Xian laughed behind her. The laugh was so cold that even the temperature of the air dropped. Her smile made her feel unconfident all of a sudden. It's better not to say it. No matter how much advantage she takes with her mouth, she will still be the one to be beaten in the future. Jiang Ziji stopped when she saw that she had made progress, and she forcibly turned her words around. "Stop talking nonsense, and put on your clothes first." A hot breath fell down, swept across the fluffy hair, and landed on her head. Jiang Ziji had her back to the young man and could not see his movements. Naturally, she missed the morbid fascination in Lu Xian's eyes and the gradually growing interest. A hoarse voice sounded from behind, as if it contained some kind of sigh, but it seems too late. Mississippi Jiang Ziji trembled her eyelids and turned back subconsciously. The young man's beautiful face suddenly enlarged in front of her, his eyebrows curved, and his intertwined breath caressed her face, just like the other's deep and unfathomable eyes. "You have been away for too long, miss." Jiang Ziji's head was confused. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Gu Yuji's voice came from outside the door, calling her name. "Ziji, are you okay?" Jiang Ziji sobered up instantly. But Lu Xian was still smiling at her, as if he was not the one caught cheating with her in dishevel, and he said jokingly in a low and hoarse voice, "What should I do, miss? If he beats up the mistress, will you protect me?" Jiang Ziji resisted the urge to do it and warned him, "Shut up." Lu Xian nodded obediently. Jiang Ziji pushed him and was about to close the bathroom door. The door was half-hung, but Lu Xian's big hand stretched out to block her action. Time was already urgent. Jiang Ziji looked at him with a warning, "Speak." "Miss, do you think it's safe to lock me up here?" Lu Xian's hoarse voice carried a kind of restrained excitement, as if he was thinking about her and analyzing the situation for her. "The bathroom is so small. There's not even any cover in the bathroom, and Mr. Gu can see me in the room by just opening the door. With Mrs. Strength, I'm afraid she can't even stop him."
"Just like now,"
Lu Xian said, exerting a little force on his hands, and opened the door under Jiang Ziji's shocked eyes. "Besides, miss, don't you like Mr.
Pei?"
Lu Xian stared at her with his dark eyes. His hot breath fell on her face, and his low and hoarse tone carried some temptation. "Miss, why don't you take this opportunity to break off the engagement with Gu Yuji?" Jiang Ziji slapped Lu Xian in the face and pushed him in. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Breaking off the engagement with Gu Yuji now? Let him witness the adultery? She was drunk, not tired of living. The knock on the door only sounded twice just now, and there was no movement. Jiang Ziji took a deep breath, adjusted the expression on her face, and opened the door. Her fiancé was standing outside the door. He was tall and had long legs, standing with his back to the light. The boundless night condensed behind him, and the mountains were continuous, turning into a dark silhouette. The wind blew a faint rose scent, and clusters of roses collided in the evening breeze. Jiang Ziji couldn't see his expression clearly, but with the guilty thumping heartbeat, she used her fingers to open the door and secretly looked at the other person's expression, Brother Yuji. The soft voice was brewing in the air containing the scent of roses, with a kind of flattering meaning, which sounded like coquettishness to people's ears. In the blurred light and shadow, the man whose expression could not be seen clearly responded softly. He did not force her to open the door. A big hand with sharp lines reached out, and the slightly rough fingertips rubbed her cheek. The low voice was full of concern. "Why did you leave for so long? Is your stomach uncomfortable again after drinking all that wine?" The previous lie was repeated again, and Jiang Ziji was almost sweating on her head. Last time, Gu Yuji was knocking on the door outside, and it was Pei Henian inside. This time, Gu Yuji was still knocking on the door outside, and the person inside was Lu Xian. Forget it last time. She did some small actions in order to complete the task. But this time she and Lu Xian are really innocent. If it wasn't for finding out who the pervert who followed her was, she wouldn't have let Lu Xian take off her clothes. It's all that pervert's fault. The girl standing inside the door complained in her heart, but she still bent her eyes obediently, letting the man touch her cheek, and said softly, "No, it tastes good." She looked into Gu Yuji's eyes, stretched out her hand and pressed it on the back of Gu Yuji's hand, rubbing her soft cheek against his palm, and said softly, "My fiancé chose it, and it suits me very well." The expression on the man's face could not be seen clearly, but his eyes on her face were gentler. "Don't you want to invite me in to sit down?" "Ziji, some things are not convenient to say outside." Jiang Ziji wanted to refuse, but Gu Yuji had already said so, and she was afraid that the more she refused, the more suspicion would be aroused. So she could only nod and let go of Gu Yuji's hand. "It's convenient." The slender and white fingertips swayed in the moonlight, and just exposed to the air for less than half a second, they were hooked by the man's fingers again. Gu Yuji's hands were calloused and a little rough. The slender fingertips rubbed the soft back of the girl's hand, gently grasped her fingers, and took them into his palm. It was a very skilled movement. With such a good moonlight, there was an inexplicable lingering feeling. If it weren't for the fact that there was a Lu Xian hiding in her bathroom who hadn't finished putting on his clothes. Jiang Ziji felt more and more guilty and didn't dare to refuse. The room was very clean. Large patches of warm colors against the beautiful face that was sparkling and moist under the light. easily gave people a feeling of home. Gu Yuji's narrow and long fox eyes vaguely swept from the balcony with fluttering curtains to the cloakroom and finally fell on the closed bathroom door. He held his fiancée's hand and spoke in a pleasant voice. Gigi left in a hurry just now, and probably didn't hear what my mother-in-law said. She planned to go to the temple to burn incense and worship the Buddha on the weekend, and ask the master to calculate a good day for marriage. However, with my mother-in-law's kindness, she is probably praying for our Gigi's health and safety, and everything goes well. Gu Yuji paused, and the corners of his lips curled up a little. Actually, I envy Gigi. The beautiful girl raised her eyes, her long eyelashes flickering. Is Annie not good to you? Gu Yuji curved his eyes at her and smiled, but he didn't feel happy at all. The tone was so calm that it was scary, like a narrator without emotion. My mother loves my father very much. She admires her husband very much, and rarely disobeys my father's decision, even if she knows that the other party is wrong. Her kindness to me is all based on winning my father's love. He has been trapped in that twisted parent-child relationship for too long. The shrewd and hypocritical man was the manipulator behind the deformed and corrupt family. He controlled the puppet named Mother with invisible strings, intending to control him who was born from the puppet. Therefore, once he showed the idea of resistance, Gu Yan was taken back. The handsome and sharp-looking man half closed his eyes, hiding the flash of emotion, but it doesn't matter. I already have Gigi. He held the girl's fingers lightly. The handsome and willful man smiled at her, rubbed her cheek with his fingertips, and his fluttering eyelashes revealed infinite tenderness and sweetness. I have Gigi, which is better than the whole world. Perhaps the more powerful a man is, the more vulnerable he is in love, and it is always inevitable that people will pity him. Jiang Zizi kindly grabbed the other's big hand, rubbed it against her face, and comforted. Gu Yuji, it will be fine. You are the most powerful person in the world. No matter what kind of difficulties you encounter, you can't be defeated. All setbacks are like a whetstone for you. In the end, you will definitely get everything you want. Have you forgotten, Gu Yuji? You are the most special. After all, Gu Yuji is the male protagonist in this world. The girl's gentle voice swayed in the air, and even the air was quiet. It seemed that she always had such magic. A few simple words could make him listen to it in his heart. If she wanted something, she only needed a look, and he would go through fire and water for her without hesitation. Gu Yuji looked at her, his fox eyes sparkling under the light, reflecting the luster like a gem. Will Gigi always be with me and stand by me? Her figure was reflected completely in those gem-like pupils. Cherish it. It seemed that in his heart, she was the whole world. Jiang Gigi didn't dare to meet the eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled and soon drooped, as if she was shy. I will. As long as you need me. After stroking the man's big hand, Jiang Zizi suddenly pulled his big hand down, rubbed the raised scar on his thumb, and gently touched the other wounds that were not completely healed. Are you injured, Gu Yuji?
But you were fine when we met last time.
Did you have a conflict with someone? She raised her bright eyes and looked at him with concern. Gu Yuji remained calm, without any ripples in his eyes, and coaxed her. It's just a superficial wound. The beast hurt people, and it's fine after a lesson. His little fiancé nodded, holding his hand, and said softly, You still have to be careful, brother Yuji. Gu Yuji promised her very gently, Hubby will pay attention. He started to talk about husband again. Jiang Zizi stared at his big hand. But why is your ring gone? It was there when they first met, and also when they went to school later. It was simple and solemn, probably a token of some status. Because I plan to wear a wedding ring. Gu Yuji's pleasant voice entered her ears, and the ending tone with a smile was inexplicably seductive. The ring and the wedding ring don't match, so I took it off. By the way, take this card, there is no limit. The black card with a matte texture was pinched by the man's slender index finger and stuffed into her pocket. It was like a child who was well taken care of during the holidays. The other party even patted her pocket with extra care and coaxed her. It's my protection fee. Wife, please take care of me in the future. His little fiancée raised her eyelashes and looked at him, her pair of black almond eyes, Her bright red lips opened a little, revealing the seductive and kissable charm. Gu Yuji couldn't help but lean over and rubbed her soft lips. His voice was hoarse with restraint, and his breathing was intertwined. It doesn't matter if you don't care. Even if my wife bullies me, I'd love it. Their breathings were intertwined, and his delicate and weak little fiancée opened her watery eyes, and her soft and wet red lips were unconsciously crushed because of nervousness. Gu Yuji lowered his Adam's apple, his voice was hoarse with restraint, and he asked her opinion very gentlemanly. "Can I kiss you, wife?" Jiang Ziji's face flushed, and her fingers exposed to the air curled up unconsciously. She hadn't thought of the words to refuse. The next second, there was a crash. Something seemed to have been knocked over in the bathroom. The air was terribly quiet. His little fiancée's pupils shrank suddenly, and her petal-like lips tightened. But Gu Yuji seemed not to hear anything, staring at the pretty face in front of him with a half-smile, his thin red lips slightly raised. In the sudden collision sound, in the panicked look that flashed across the girl's eyes, he leaned over. The soft lips were occupied, and the soft breathing was disordered, sweeping across his face. She didn't even know to close her eyes with moisture, staring at him in a daze. She was delicate and pitiful, and didn't know how to resist when being bullied. She was obedient when he hugged and kissed her, and she didn't know where to put her fingers. How could she be so obedient? Gu Yuji's rapid breathing suddenly became disordered. Just before he was about to lose control, he pressed the back of the other person's head and stuffed her into his arms. "Okay." His voice was hoarse, as if it had been polished by sandpaper. He didn't know if he was saying it to himself or to the poor little girl in his arms, whose cheeks were pink after being kissed. There was only the sound of a violent heartbeat, hitting the chest again and again, as if it was about to fly out. An incomparable feeling. The speed of the adrenaline surged far faster than skydiving or racing. His mind was blank, but his spirit was extremely excited. He had never experienced such a feeling in the previous 27 years. The tall man hugged his little fiancée, lowered his head and kissed her hair, with a lot of reluctance. Jiang Ziji lay in his arms and didn't speak. "Oh, it's just a kiss anyway. You've been kissed before." The system couldn't see her face, facing around back of the head, trying to comfort her. "It's not a loss, after all. Gu Yuji is quite handsome, and this is his first kiss. If you don't count the time in the car. You won't cry, will you? Cheer up, host. Have you forgotten? We can do it." The data bars of the system were jumping faster and faster, and the little face pressed in the man's arms was raised. There were some red marks on her face, pink ears, and bright eyes. Gu Yuji's chest muscles are so big. Her voice was filled with shock, and she exchanged information with it. "My face is buried in it." System.
It was superfluous to say that.
The next second, it saw its eloquent host raise his head and blush at the handsome man. "Gu Yuji, I haven't allowed you to kiss me yet." She looked pitiful, with a pair of bright eyes and watery eyes, as if she had been bullied. It seemed that if Gu Yuji said something unpleasant, she would cry immediately. As expected, the next second, the tall and handsome man leaned over, held her face, and apologized to her solemnly. "I'm sorry, honey. I thought okay. I forgive you." The soft-voiced girl interrupted him. Her cheeks were covered with a thin layer of powder, and she was shy. "But you can't bully me just because I like you." The man who leaned over to apologize suddenly froze. The black pupils quickly enlarged, and a pair of fox eyes that were hooked inward and outward flashed with astonishment, and even the eyes lit up with undisguised surprise. "Wife, let's go." The girl with blushing ears interrupted him. She hooked Gu Yuji's finger and let him out. "It's been too long. Mom will think too much." Under the warm indoor lights, the handsome and willful man stared at his little fiancée, and his tall and straight figure was let out by the girl. The system was dumbfounded. It just gave Jiang Ziji a thumbs up with a data block. The next second, there was another crash sound. After 2 consecutive sounds, Gu Yuji, who was coaxed to the point that the corners of his lips could not help but curl up, finally woke up and stopped. Jiang Ziji, who immediately coaxed the man to the door, felt a chill on the back of her head and keenly sensed the danger. She turned her head and saw another innocent and beautiful little face. Her voice was dry. The window should be not closed.
Don't worry about it.
It's just a matter of convenience. Gu Yuji touched her face and strode towards the bathroom. Jiang Ziji's heart was about to jump up, and she followed the man, anxiously running around. Gu Yuji stopped at the door of the bathroom. His big hand with distinct joints grasped the door handle, and his wrist pressed down slightly. The moment the lock tongue bounced, Jiang Ziji's heart flew up. Gu Yuji in front suddenly stopped moving, and a low and hoarse voice sounded in the air with some inexplicable meaning. By the way, I don't think I saw classmate Liu in the second half. Gigi, does Gigi know where he is? Gigi didn't know. But Gigi still shook her head and tried to fool him, it seems. Maybe he had dinner with the ants. Really? The man's angular profile was exposed under the light. His narrow and long fox eyes were cold, but his voice was as gentle as ever. Student Liu is always in unexpected places. We need Gigi to stand in front of him in a fight, and we need Gigi to be dragged with him when he is sick. But he seems to be prone to illness. Gu Yuji smiled with a fake smile. His narrow eyes looked through the glass, as if he saw someone behind the door. What if Student Liu, by chance, happens to have a fever in Gigi's bathroom? He sneered. That would be bad. Jiang Gigi was so nervous that she almost forgot to breathe. From her angle, she could just see Gu Yuji with a sneer on his lips, and he pressed his wrist down and pushed open the door of the bathroom. The layout of the bathroom is clear at a glance. French light luxury floor tiles, clean and bright light. The spotlights above illuminated the pink roses on the sink. A large mirror was spread on the wall, and the light on the outer circle emitted a soft luster. The shower room was separated by a very narrow golden frame. Behind the transparent glass was a bathtub in the same color as the decoration, which was in full view. There was nothing. There was no place to hide. Not to mention Liu Xian's shadow. The expression on Gu Yuji's face was blank for a moment, and then fell on an open window. The wind blew in at night, blowing through the open window lattice, and the hand cream bottle under the sink was blown around. Jiang Ziji stood beside her, looking inside furtively. Shocked and guilty, she secretly took a deep breath there. It was the servant who forgot to close the window. Mei is always a little careless. The pair of eyes with round arcs turned and fell on the man, and the tone was a little resentful. But Gu Yuji, why do you think Liu Xian will be in my room? We are both engaged. Don't you even have this little trust? You obviously promised before that you would never doubt me easily again. Brother Yuji, I will be really sad. Gu Yuji's body stiffened. Pei Henian's words suddenly flashed in his mind. Maybe Pei Henian's evaluation of him was not wrong. After he fell in love, his mind was indeed unclear, and he had begun to be suspicious. He understood his extremely possessive love, and he was even more jealous of everything that might divert the attention of his little fiancé. Gu Yuji did not speak at the first time. Jiang Ziji was afraid that he would find out something, and she felt even more guilty. She stretched out her fingers and tugged at Gu Yuji's shirt, trying to lead people away from the crime scene. Sorry, baby, I was too nervous. The handsome and sharp face turned around and held her fingers, his tone full of apology. When I heard those noises just now, I thought someone sneaked in when you were not paying attention. Are you washing clothes? The man's gaze turned to a pink basin that was abrupt on the sink. Jiang Ziji looked at him as she walked over in shock. I really don't trust others to wash this kind of clothes. Under the bright light and shadow, the man fluently unbuttoned his cuffs, and as he finished the cuffs, he revealed a section of his well-trained arm lines. The blue veins crisscrossed, like a work of art carefully crafted by God. Of course, if the other party hadn't continued to reach out and hold the clothes in the basin. Gu Yuji's hands were big, and his knuckles were slender and sharp. The clothes that were softened by the soaking looked even smaller and pitiful. Jiang Ziji stumbled over her words, and her ears suddenly burned red. No need. But Gu Yuji's actions were faster than her refusal. Jiang Ziji's face and ears were hot, and her head was about to smoke. She took 2 quick steps, wishing she could pull the ball of clothes out of Gu Yuji's hands. But the next second, the pair of affectionate fox eyes turned over, and the voice was gentle. "It's my fault. I came too late. If you had come earlier, Gigi wouldn't have to do this." Gigi didn't do anything at all. Gigi didn't even touch the fabric. She just came back in the evening and was afraid of exposing her flaws, so she changed into more comfortable clothes and threw all the clothes into the laundry basket. Who knew that in just a short dinner time, her poor and helpless little clothes were taken out of the laundry basket and bullied by two men again. Jiang Gigi wanted to die. She wanted to shake the system frantically again, asking if all the men in this world were a little sick. The mechanical voice of the system was mean. Service-oriented male protagonist, you know? She didn't want to understand. "I'll wash these clothes from now on." The watermarks rolled down Gu Yuji's big hands with clear veins, and together with the magnetic voice, "Our Gigi's hands don't need to do these." Jiang Gigi.
No.
She didn't want to do these things. Jiang Gigi had a speechless feeling of powerlessness. She watched Gu Yuji turn her clothes over and over, making sure that every corner was washed clean. Even his bony hands were holding her clothes, and he asked her seriously, "Isn't the dryer here?" There is a special laundry room in the villa, and Jiang Gigi's bathroom does not have a special machine for drying clothes. But her mind was almost non-existent, so she just stared at the other person's hand quietly and shook her head. The man raised his eyebrows. Jiang Gigi understood instantly. She was afraid that Gu Yuji's service-oriented personality would come up, and he would really grab this dress to dry it. Jiang Gigi's eyes were full of horror, and she grabbed her clothes. Okay, I'll do the rest." When pushing Gu Yuji out of the door, Jiang Gigi's face was still hot. It was too embarrassing, she thought. She didn't want to have a boyfriend with a service-oriented personality in her life. The service-oriented personality is really terrible. And across the wall, in a closed wardrobe in the bedroom, the young man with a gloomy and delicate face had an indifferent expression, holding a ball of soft touch in his hand and falling on the tip of his nose. The rich rose fragrance came and permeated his nasal cavity, and it seemed to spread all the way along the respiratory tract and into the trembling atrium. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the crimson lips, and she looked in the direction of the footsteps through a thin layer of door panel. How could he think that he would leave things to him? This prince's fiancé, who is proud of his status, is really a bit too stupid. Gu Yuji left at 10 o'clock. Jiang Gigi climbed into bed at 10:35. There were two knocks on the door. Jiang Gigi reluctantly pulled the quilt over her head. The phone on the table buzzed twice. It was a message from Lu Xian. "Miss, it's me. I have something very important to tell you." Jiang Gigi turned over and pretended to be asleep. There was a ding sound in her mind, like the microwave was timed out. The system has changed to a new sound effect, and the effect is excellent. Jiang Gigi sat up with a thud and heard the system prompt. "Terrible family gathering. The task has been completed. Your viciousness value has changed. The host's viciousness value plus 5%. The current viciousness value is 23%. Jiang Gigi. Has it been completed a long time ago? It's worthy of the time when I splashed red wine on Jiang Laoding's face? It's really vicious. No, the task progress at that time changed, but it did not reach the passing line. It was just completed, just that second. The popular heroine Qiao Yan had been waiting at the gate for a long time. She stopped Gu Yuji's car and said something to him. The task progress was pushed forward a little again and reached the qualified line, so the task was automatically judged to be completed. It should correspond to the last few sentences of the original plot. What did Qiao Yan do to make Gu Yuji interested in her?
Hey.
I said that there is an unbreakable bond between the popular heroine and her men, and they are destined to be together. The system sighed, but Jiang Gigi looked serious. Are you in love with Gu Yuji? The system's cautious voice sounded, and Jiang Gigi shook her head solemnly. The task has been completed 1/4, and you also said that the more difficult the later tasks are, the higher the viciousness value. I have to hurry up to help my mother get rid of that man. Her delicate eyebrows twisted up, with worry, otherwise, after I leave, she will not be able to bear it. System. In fact, she is just a non-important NPC, who is there to provide financial and status support to the popular heroine. Your feelings for her are strange, and the development is too abrupt. It is not in line with common sense. Haven't you noticed? The girl sitting on the bed loosened her tightly knitted eyebrows for a long time. I know, but I can't control myself. It's as if. She tried to organize her words, and a kind of confusion appeared in her eyes. It's as if there is an invisible but substantial connection between her and me, as if something once connected us, but was forced to cut it off later. Maybe it's because she is like the mother in my dream. The girl's voice was soft, and her shoulders shrank. Soft hair fell on the back of her neck, and her slender figure was pitiful with a kind of abandon, and she whispered, I want to help her. What if my own mother is also bullied like this by others? The system didn't speak. The mobile phone on the desktop buzzed twice again. Jiang Zhizhi glanced at it. Miss, did the person who sent you harassing messages before follow you tonight? Half a minute later, Lu Xian stood in Jiang Zhizhi's bedroom. He probably just washed his face and came in a hurry. A handsome face that could be called delicate was shrouded in a little damp water vapor, and the black hair wet by the water was casually brushed up, revealing gloomy eyebrows. Beside the dressing table, the girl with her arms folded raised her eyelids, with a cold and bad temper on her pretty face. How do you know someone is following me? The heating in the villa has been turned on for a long time. The beautiful and delicate young lady's cheeks were hot, but her petal-like lips were dull because of dryness. Lu Xian remembered Gu Yuji's ostentatious kiss again. He retracted his gaze and poured a glass of water for Jiang Zhizhi. He bent down and coaxed her to drink. When I came out of the school gate at night, I saw a familiar car with a very eye-catching license plate number. It should be Mr. Pei. At that time, Mr. Pei had just hung up on me. He had just scolded me. Lu Xian paused and bent down skillfully. A hot big hand held Jiang Zhizhi's ankle, with a temperature that could almost melt a person. The slender ankle seemed to tremble from the heat. Lu Xian half closed his eyes, holding the slender ankle, and put on the shoe that was kicked off halfway. I realized something was wrong at the time. The young lady must have encountered some danger. After putting on her shoes, Lu Xian did not stand up. He still kept kneeling on one knee, holding those delicate white ankles, as if holding a budding rose stem, with very light movements. Plus, the young lady changed into the same clothes as when she went out. She probably didn't want to worry the lady, so I am more sure that something unexpected happened. Was she followed by that man? Did he scare the young lady? Did the young lady see his face? The girl sitting on the chair lowered her eyes and looked at him. Her lips, which had been moistened by water, regained their fullness, and her beautiful lips were full of temptation. She was so beautiful, but her words were hurtful. Lu Xian, what do you want to say? Lu Xian looked at her. His voice was gentle, with the bitterness of not being trusted. Didn't the eldest lady check it? I just didn't expect that the first person the eldest lady suspected was me. But it seems that I should have passed the eldest lady's inspection. Otherwise, I would not be qualified to stay in the Jiang family. I know the eldest lady won't believe me, but I want to show the eldest lady something. May found it when she was ironing clothes for the eldest lady. She thought it was a button and dropped it on the table. A tiny black disc appeared at the tip of Lu Xian's finger, shining faintly under the light. Jiang Zhizhi sat up straight abruptly and pinched it from Lu Xian's fingers. It has a metallic texture and is not heavy because of its small size. It weighs almost nothing on the finger. Jiang Zhizhi suddenly understood something. Bug? Lu Xian. I checked similar products online, and they have the functions of eavesdropping and positioning. Which piece of clothing? Jiang Zhizhi asked. Lu Xian looked at her calmly. It's a light brown windbreaker. Jean drove the young lady to school that day. We had a conflict with Sue and Can, so the young lady separated from me. Later, there was some unpleasantness because of my illness, and it was Mr. Gu and Mr. Pei who sent you back together. The young lady only wore this windbreaker that day, and the eavesdropping device was in the pocket of the windbreaker. Jiang Zhiji's profile was reflected in the mirror of the dressing table. She pinched the button in her hand. You mean one of them followed me? Lu Xian stared at her with his dark eyes. He didn't answer the question, but handed over his mobile phone. This is my timeline this afternoon. I went to the Guyen Boxing Club at 4 p.m. and took the subway back at 5:30. It's a 50-minute journey. I went back to school as soon as I got out of the station to pick up the young lady after school. On the screen of the mobile phone, the payment time of the subway consumption was clearly displayed. It stopped at 17:32. I didn't have time to commit the crime, Mississippi. What's more, in the photos that the other party sent that day, my figure was in the corners of some of the photos. Of course, I can't take a sneak shot of you in the front and take a photo of myself in the back. Liu Xian's voice was very soft, his thin eyelids trembled, and his long, straight eyelashes fluttered. If you are sure that the person following you is an acquaintance, then you might as well consider the people around you first. How tall is the gangster who followed you? What tone of voice does he like to use? What disguise does he use to try to cover up his flaws? The low and hoarse voice floated in the air, and Jiang Ziji inexplicably thought of the strange pair of leather gloves. It seemed like he was covering up something. Why did he have to go to the trouble of wearing those gloves? His hands were different from others? Or was he injured? The moment this thought flashed through her mind, the girl reflected in the mirror suddenly raised her long eyelashes. Gu Yuji's injured fingers brushed past her eyes, and Jiang Ziji's breathing quickened a little. But how could it be Gu Yuji? I regret not following the eldest lady today, which almost caused the eldest lady to have an accident. It doesn't matter if the eldest lady hits me, scolds me, or whips me with a cane. I deserve it. The tone was very sincere and selfless, without any feeling of resentment, and he even took the initiative to speak well of the other party. Mr. Pei is also confused because of concern. Or maybe Mr. Pei is such a smart man, but he is selfish and deliberately misleads the young lady into thinking that I am the villain behind the scenes, so that the young lady can kick me out. But no matter what, it's all my fault. If I hadn't gone to Guyen this afternoon, none of this would have happened. The girl in the mirror frowned at the repeated appearance of familiar names. What are you doing in Guyen? The young man kneeling beside her said calmly. Master Gu said that I can't hide behind the young lady's skirt all my life, and he will wait for me in Guyen. I waited for half an hour and didn't see him, so I came back late. Before going to bed, Jiang Ziji always felt as if she had forgotten something. Unfortunately, she had experienced too much today. She was robbed and followed. After attacking Jiang Boyo, she had to deal with her fiancé, who came to catch her cheating. Before going to bed, she had to think about the identity of the perverted man. This day was more exciting than a month. She was drunk, and her head was dizzy. She really couldn't figure it out, so she went to bed. Her dreams were not peaceful. Sometimes there were footsteps behind her, and sometimes someone grabbed her fingers and kissed her in a dark alley. She slapped the other person, and the other person simply intensified it. He put his other face close to her and called her sweetheart in a muffled tone. There was a knock on the door. The girl, who was trapped in the smoky pink velvet quilt, turned over and pulled the quilt to cover her head. At the moment when she was about to fall asleep again, a hand stretched out from the layers of quilts. The next moment, the sleepy girl lifted the quilt and sat up. It's over. She said she forgot something. She forgot about the petty Pei Henian. Last night, Pei Henian was furious after listening to her conversation with Gu Yuji. Jiang Ziji hurriedly took the phone, which showed that it was out of battery. She connected the data cable and turned it on again. Several messages popped up. Shi Jin sent her flowers from the hospital and his smiling face. There was a piece of bandage and scattered pills in the corner, which looked a little pitiful. Gu Yuji asked her if her head still hurt after the hangover, and ordered a medicated meal for her at a private restaurant. Liu Xian also gave her as usual. She sent a good morning message with a picture of bubbling porridge with the ingredients cooked soft. Only Pei Henian was silent, and the chat record from yesterday morning remained. Jiang Ziji patted him guiltily and sent him a smiley face. Pei Henian ignored her. Jiang Ziji knew she was in the wrong. It was better to ignore her, since she hadn't thought about what to say anyway. She threw her phone on the bed and went to the bathroom. After washing up, Jiang Ziji had a wet, pretty face and wore Alessandra Rich, went downstairs in a colored knitted suit. His mother's voice could be vaguely heard in the living room, preaching feudal superstitions such as marriage and master. Jiang Zhiji looked bitter and ran over on her shoes. Mom, can you not urge me to get married so early in the morning? She stumbled over the words, and the rest of the words were stuck in her throat. In the living room, a man in a silver-gray three-piece suit swept over with a faint smile on his lips. His exquisitely groomed hair reflected the morning light, his high nose and deep eyebrows, his three-dimensional features, and his aloofness from being in a high position for a long time. Only a small mole on the tip of his nose swayed faintly in the light and shadow. Hearing the voice, Zhang's mother smiled and waved to her. Zhiji, come here and say hello to Mr. Pei. You have met before. Jiang Zhiji. In the dim light and shadow, the handsome man looked at her and smiled. Zhiji and I have not only met before. It would be fine if he didn't smile. As soon as he smiled, Jiang Zhiji felt the back of her head begin to with cold air again. She quickly winked at Pei Henian, but Pei Henian still had that back-chilling smile on his lips, and he didn't respond to her at all, and continued. We are quite familiar with each other. Jiang Ziji's pupils trembled. Is this the explanation? He won't say that they have kissed and are in love in the next sentence, right? Look at my brain. At the last dinner, Mr. Pei played mahjong with our Zhiji. Pei Henian still smiled at the girl opposite. Like a kind elder, he looked at his junior impartially and selflessly, and his voice was gentle. Not only that, a classmate had a misunderstanding with Zhiji before, and I, as a witness, testified for her. Come to think of it, Zhiji knew to call me uncle last time she saw me. Why did you pretend not to know me this time? The handsome man looked at her, and his thin lips uttered 3 words. Little niece. In front of her biological mother, Jiang Zhiji wanted to die. That's right. Zhiji told me about it after she got home. I got busy and forgot to come to your house to thank you in person. This is all thanks to you, Mr. Pei. Our Zhiji is naughty and caused you trouble. Mother Jiang said as she took her daughter's hand and sat next to her. There was a hint of anger in her voice. This child has no manners at all. Mr. Pei and Xiao Gu have been friends for many years. You are engaged to Yuji, and you should spend more time with Mr. Pei in the future. How can you cross the generation gap and call him uncle? Yuji calls Mr. Pei Big Brother. If Mr. Pei doesn't mind, we can also call him Big Brother. Jiang Zhiji had a fake smile on her face. The elegant and handsome man smiled more sincerely than her. Yes, Yuji calls me that too. Miss Jiang, there's no need to be so formal. Yuji and I have a close relationship. You're still my sister-in-law after all. Just follow him and call me Big Brother from now on. Mother Jiang turned her gaze and gave Jiang Zhiji a suggestive look. His little daughter showed an awkward but polite smile. After holding it in for a long time, she slowly uttered 2 words. Big Brother. Pei Henian retracted his gaze. What a coincidence. When I talked to Yuji yesterday, my sister-in-law happened to be there. I just don't know if Yuji conveyed the news about Master Jichin to your aunt? Mother Jiang said seriously. I have heard of the name of Master Jichin. The master promotes Buddhism and travels around the world. I heard that he hasn't returned to City A for more than a year. Now, thanks to Mr. Pei, Master Jichin has calculated an auspicious time and blessed Zhiji and Yuji with a happy and sweet life. I can rest assured now. It's all as I should do. Pei Henian looked at her. Aunt, don't be so formal. Since Zhiji calls me brother, it's fine for her to call me Henian. After all, we're all family. There's no need to be so polite. He has always been a superior, with a noble manner that keeps people at a distance. Now, with a gentle smile on his face, he deliberately keeps people close, which makes people feel flattered. Even his deep voice is particularly convincing. Yuji is practical and smart. With the support of Mr. Gu over the years, he has made a lot of achievements. He is young and promising, and has indeed captured the hearts of many young girls. The old man and the old lady also respect each other like guests. They don't even have a quarrel. They are a model couple praised by the circle. With the 2 of them as role models, Yuji and Zhiji will surely live a happy and sweet life, just as Auntie hopes. His voice was full of sincere blessings, but Jiang's mother's face froze for a moment. In the past few years, Gu Rinkong and his wife were indeed a model couple in the circle. The two had been in love for decades, and it was said that they had never quarreled. But who would have thought that more than 3 years ago, Gu Rinkong brought back a young man, nominally as an adopted son, but facing such a similar face, everyone knew that this was not an adopted son, but an illegitimate child born and raised outside. Not to mention that Gu Rinkong completely ignored the outside world's eyes and supported the illegitimate son who was not presentable and competed with his own son Gu Yuji. Under Gu Rinkong's deliberate connivance, the two young masters had clear factions and fought fiercely. When this incident first came out, Gu Rinkong was often stabbed in the back. "We are all women, so we will naturally sympathize with the husband. Mrs. Gu cheated on her husband, and her illegitimate son competed with her biological son for the family property." Mother Jiang still had a smile on her face, but the smile in her eyes was replaced by sorrow. As a mother, how could she not worry about her children? She was also worried that if the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked, and her future son-in-law would be like his father Gu Rinkong, who appeared to be upright but actually brought illegitimate children home. Her Gigi did not have a prominent family like Mrs. Gu. She only had a useless mother, a cheating father, and a family that was not ranked in the circle. Now it seems that when the relationship is good, it is sweet, but if they share the same bed and have different dreams in the future, and her husband cheats on her, her daughter will not even have a place to cry. The heartstring that had just stabilized last night was shaking again, becoming more and more uneasy. "Yes, I'm not worried." Mother Jiang held the cup, calmed herself down. Her Gigi did not have a prominent family like Mrs. Gu. She only Pei and Yuji's child are about the same age. Now they are engaged and are about to get married. Doesn't Mr. Pei still have plans to start a family? One question was more deadly than the other. Jiang Ziji held her forehead to avoid Pei Henian's gaze that made her feel cold all over. She pushed Jiang's mother's arm and lowered her voice. "Mom, don't ask." With Pei Henian's petty and jealous temper, she was afraid that her mother would ask a few more questions, and Pei Henian would really say something like, "Yes, Annie, we have kissed." The arm wrapped in the shawl was gently pushed. Jiang's mother smiled and shook her head, looking at the young man on the other side. "She dislikes me for talking too much." This is how people become when they get older. When she sees a single outstanding man or woman, she wants to ask him about his plans to start a family. "Don't mind, Mr. Pei." "No mind." The man's magnetic voice sounded, and even the ending tone carried a perfect smile, which easily made people feel close to him. "I know, Auntie cares about me. I was busy with work before, and I never thought about falling in love, so starting a family is nonsense. But I did meet a girl I liked during this period, and we are dating recently." Jiang Ziji felt the tingling sensation on her scalp even more severe. However, Jiang's mother's eyes lit up when she heard the unexpected gossip. "Is Mr. Pei dating someone now?" Pei Henian has always been low-key, has strong skills, good vision, high character, and no scandals around him. He is a perfect candidate for a son-in-law. 2 years ago, many noble ladies in the circle had their eyes on him, and they wanted to introduce him to their daughters so that the two could get to know each other and make friends. But without exception, they were all rejected by the other party before they even met. Now, so many years have passed, and Pei Henian doesn't even have a female companion. Every time the circle gets together, when they chat over afternoon tea, the topic always turns to him. But unexpectedly, she heard something that the most well-informed people in the circle didn't know. Jiang's mother suppressed her curiosity and praised, "Anyone who can get along with Mr. Pei must be a girl who is excellent in character, appearance, family background, and all aspects." But why didn't Mr. Pei bring anyone to the last banquet? In the light and shadow, the man with crossed long legs curled up the corners of his lips into a smile, and his handsome face showed a bit of helplessness. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me when I say this, but this is my first time to fall in love, and I was fooled by a child." A gaze with a strong presence fell on Jiang Ziji, and accompanied by a man's tone, "Accuse her of evil deeds. The other party said that she liked me for many years, but while dating me, she secretly made other boyfriends outside. I even heard her kissing the other party." Jiang's mother, who has always been elegant and gentle, made a clang and accidentally made the teacup knock. How come the children nowadays have become like this? The experience of her husband's cheating for many years made her more and more intolerant of such things. Even the look in her eyes when she looked at Pei Henian was full of sympathy. Mr. Pei, what are you going to do next? Pei Henian took a sip of tea slowly, and his eyes swept over Jiang Jiji, who was shrinking behind Jiang's mother, trying to reduce her presence. I plan to go to her house and ask for an explanation for myself. After all, she was the one who provoked me first, and then she abandoned me. The 4 words seduced and abandoned came out of those thin lips with beautiful curves, inexplicably giving people a kind of cold magnificence. Mother Jiang, who was full of justice, stumbled over her words. Such words are rarely heard. Men have always been superior, and even if they are messing around outside, they think they are taking advantage of women. It was the first time she heard of a man claiming to be seduced and abandoned. Especially that man or a figure like Pei Henian with a prominent family background, dominating the entire city and making things happen with a wave of his hand. He is a rare romantic. The words she wanted to say went around in her mouth, and Mother Jiang couldn't find the right words to comfort the other party. She could only drink a sip of tea with some embarrassment. Fortunately, Mr. Pei, who was tempered in the ups and downs of the business world, did not show any embarrassment. He was still calm, and his eyes swept over and fell on Jiang Jiji. However, I have little experience in getting along with girls in these years, and I also want to ask Miss Jiang for advice in this case. The girlfriend has fallen in love with someone else, and the third party is pursuing her relentlessly. What on earth should I do to make my girlfriend come to her senses and change her mind? The man in a suit stroked the teacup with his slender fingers. The mist blurred his eyebrows and eyes, and his lips, moistened by the water, were rosy, solemn, and gorgeous. Even if it was a polite inquiry with such a face, it inexplicably gave people a lazy and oppressive feeling. What's more, Jiang Jiji was already guilty. It's a misunderstanding. Jiang Jiji smiled awkwardly. Mr. Pei can talk to the other party. What if it's a misunderstanding? Kissing is also a misunderstanding? My sister-in-law's definition of misunderstanding is really refreshing. Pei Henian's expression was indifferent, but his words were full of calm madness, which was totally inconsistent with his noble and cold face. If they continue like this, and they have a baby, I will be promoted to a father. The old things were brought up again. Jiang Jiji wished she could find in the ground to crawl into. Her ears turned red with embarrassment, and she poked her mother's arm with a small movement. Mother Jiang was in a complicated mood and didn't notice her daughter's little movements at all. She even stared at Pei Henian's face impolitely. With such an identity and appearance, would he be abandoned by A? Sure enough, people's hearts are not as good as they used to be, and the world is declining. She was really curious about how outstanding the new person that girl found was. Before the signal was successfully transmitted, Pei Henian had put down the teacup and stood up. It's getting late. Since everything has been explained, I won't bother you anymore. Mother Jiang got up quickly. Please trouble Mr. Pei to make this trip in person. Has Mr. Pei eaten? It just so happens that I have prepared breakfast at home, all of which are home-cooked meals. If you don't mind, you can stay and cooking. The handsome man raised his lips. Will that be too much trouble for you? It's not a trouble. Jiji Jiang's mother pushed her daughter out. Take Mr. Pei for a walk. I'll go check the kitchen. Before the sound of footsteps in high heels disappeared, a tall shadow came over. It blocked the sunlight outside the window and completely covered her. Jiang Jiji was so flustered that she was grabbed by a big hand before she could run away. The man's rough fingers rubbed over the delicate wrist bones, imprisoning her and entwining her. With a slight pull, the girl who was caught off guard crashed into the man's arms, and a muffled groan escaped from her red lips. What are you hiding for? In the living room where someone might pass by at any time, the slender girl was hugged by the man's waist and held in his arms. What? Are you afraid that I will eat you? There was a faint sound of conversation outside.
It was Mom and Ame.
Jiang Jiji was trapped in Pei Henian's arms, and her ears were burning. Mom might come back at any time. The busy servants at home would pass by the living room at any time, or anyone would glance over here casually and see her being held coldly in the arms of another man. She struggled hard, but still did not move. Pei Henian's voice became deeper, as if there was some gnashing of teeth in it. Why, he can kiss me, but I can't even hug him? That's not the case at all. Jiang Ziji said in a small voice, looking to the side furtively, very unconfident. He didn't kiss me at all. It's not what you imagined. He just accidentally rubbed my face. It's not the kind of kiss you imagine. It's really not intentional. It's just a coincidence. She repeated words like it was a coincidence, not intentional or accidental, over and over again. But the more she said this, the uglier the expression on Pei Henian's face became. A handsome and cold face, eyes full of coldness and jealousy. You are good at making excuses for him. I don't know when your relationship with him has become so close. If the kiss on the face now is an accident, then will it be an accident to roll into the same bed in a few days? Or, if he got you pregnant, you still have to defend him and say that he didn't mean it? Jiang Ziji said weakly. It didn't happen at all. Don't make a fuss. The words that came out of her mouth floated in the air, and the temperature around her dropped a few degrees. Jiang Ziji came back to her senses in an instant and softened her voice. You know, Pei Henian, I liked you a long time ago, like me for 12 years? Countless times prayed to me that you could see you more. Even the first wish for your birthday is to wish me peace and safety. Pei Henian took over her words skillfully, and his big, bony hands took the other's back and pressed it tighter in his arms, wishing he could press the person into his body. The voice was so cold that it penetrated people's bones. You swore to me love, but you turned around and kissed others. Jiang Ziji, I really doubt whether you really love me, or these are just lies. Jiang Ziji's eyebrows twitched slightly, and her heart skipped a beat. She felt that Pei Henian was very dangerous now. It was a danger that she could not fool around with a few words. Her eyelashes trembled a few times, and her slender white fingers stretched out and patted the man's chest. The beautiful girl raised her pretty face. Her watery eyes showed undisguised worry. Would you like to hear my explanation, Pei Henian? How could you be so angry? You've ruined your health. What should I do? The soft tail tones swayed in the early morning dust. The girl's fingertips gently touched his face. Her soft voice was soothing. I know you're worried about me. That's why you're so angry. It's not just you who feel aggrieved, husband. She patted him gently. You don't know that after I hung up the phone, I didn't sleep well all night last night. First, I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and when I opened my eyes, I saw your face. Then I fell asleep vaguely, and in my dream you were angry, ignoring me with a cold face, and wanted to break up with me. I'm scared, afraid that you'll ignore me, afraid that you'll break up with me, afraid that you'll misunderstand me. I didn't even dare to send more messages this morning, worried that you'd find me annoying and put me on the blacklist. The thick and curled eyelashes trembled and drooped as she spoke. The morning light fell on her face. Her palm-sized face was white to the point of being almost transparent. There was a little powder on her lips, like a light-colored white peony, with a weak and charming look. She fluttered in the wind called anger, weak and pitiful. She sniffed with a small movement. Her eyes were red, and her voice was low and shallow. I know, it's all my fault. I don't have such outstanding abilities as you, so I can't even do things like pretending to be nice to others. You should scold me. You can scold me as much as you want. Everything is my fault. Don't get angry and hurt your body. Pei Henian's eyes fell on her face with a strong presence. His slender and strong arms were still tightly around her waist, and he only pinched her jaw a little lighter. Her skin was tender, and her pointed chin was pinched by the other party. When he let go, there was already a light red mark. It was only her chin that was pinched, but she looked like she was being bullied, which was the easiest to attract men's bad desire for violence. She wanted to make her cry, bully her, and see those eyes dripping with tears, but she could only beg for his forgiveness in a good tone like now. But she was not the only one facing herself when she looked like this. The voice on the phone last night lingered in her ears. Pei Henian said in a deep voice, pretending to be nice? So calling the other person brother in a sweet voice, praising him as the best fiancé, and even saying that being engaged to him is a blessing, this is also called pretending to be nice. What about "there's so many men in the world, but I like you the most"? Pei Henian repeated her words, his voice as cold as a sharp blade. You didn't even say such words to me. Jiang Jiji, how can I believe you? The girl's thin eyelids trembled, and her fingers on the man's shoulders tightened a little. Those are just lies to deceive him. Pei Henian, even Gu Yuji knows that I have a white moonlight that I am obsessed with. You know, that person can only be you. I'm already thinking of a way to cancel the engagement. I will break off the engagement with him. In the future, the person who hugs me and kisses me and rolls on the same bed with me can only be you. Pei Henian's breathing suddenly stopped, and even the action of hugging the other's waist began to stiffen. Under the light and shadow, the fair and pretty face was stained with a layer of pink. She put her arms around his shoulders and stood on tiptoe. Her hot and humid breath swept across her ears, bringing a warm fragrance. The tip of her tongue was lingering, and her words were clear. I will only get pregnant by you, Pei Henian. There was a buzzing sound in his mind, and his breathing and heartbeat became disordered. The pair of elegant phoenix eyes enlarged slightly, and he turned to look at the beautiful girl who was clinging to him. The other party pursed her wet red lips, her pupils were moist, and she was aggrieved. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Time will prove everything. Pei Henian, as long as you are willing to look back, I will always stand here and wait for you. The wind brought the scent of roses, and there were only two obvious breaths in the silent living room. Jiang Ziji curled her long eyelashes, and her soft white fingers held the man's profile. Her heart and eyes were full of the man's figure. No matter how many twists and turns there are, you will always be the most special one in my heart. All my precious memories of my girlhood are related to you, and until death, no one will be able to compare to you. The only person who can stay with me for the rest of my life is you. A figure appeared in the peripheral vision, silently. Pei Henian hugged the person in his arms tightly, and his narrow and long phoenix eyes stared at her, stirring up an exciting undercurrent. You lied to me again. The girl with blushing cheeks pursed her lips, put her arms around his shoulders and neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him gently. The sweet and soft breath, the girl's voice floated in the air and easily got into his heart. I can't bear to lie to you. The man in a suit stood in the light and shadow, with a strong possessiveness, holding the girl in his arms with one hand. He tilted his head slightly and accepted the kiss from the person in his arms. But his cold and noble phoenix eyes were tainted with a kind of mockery. He glanced at his rival on the other side. I have invested a lot this time. Jiang Jiji muttered to herself, and while standing on tiptoe, she complained to the system. The first kiss of this pure and innocent little girl is going to be gone. The system agreed casually. It doesn't matter. It will be refreshed tomorrow, and your first kiss as a pure and innocent little girl is back. Jiang Ziji was extremely satisfied with the answer. She kissed the other person just enough and planned to retreat immediately. But before she could push the other person away with her raised arms, Pei Henian pressed his head and kissed him back. The cold scent of cedar surrounded her, and Pei Henian's strong embrace was always dry and warm, with a frequency that could make people feel calm. Jiang Ziji was dizzy from the kiss, and simply gave up struggling. You still can't kiss people casually, Jiang Ziji thought. After all, you can't deny it after kissing. She had no evidence of her underground love affair, and this time Pei Henian finally found evidence. Amid the soft breathing, there was a clear sound of footsteps. Zhang's mother's voice sounded from a distance, getting closer and closer. Gigi, can you invite Mr. Pei to come for dinner? The girl in the man's arms quickly raised her eyes. What she saw was a magnified, handsome face, cold and lazy, with a solemn and noble air. Jiang Ziji reached out to push him, but the man easily grabbed her arm and trapped her in his arms again. He was so strong, as if he had no intention of letting her go. But her mother's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and she might find out what they were doing at any time. Jiang Ziji was panicking, but Pei Henian remained calm. His big, bony hands stroked her hair, and his voice was low and hoarse. Concentrate. What are you thinking about? Is he crazy? She knew he was crazy. Although he looked well-dressed and behaved like a decent person, he had actually been mad at her since last night. Maybe what he said today was all true. He just felt that he was abandoned, so he came to her house to ask for an explanation. It's over, it's over. Jiang Ziji's heart was in turmoil, as messy as a cowhide drum being struck, and her breathing began to become disordered. If she had known, she would not coax Pei Henian. At least not today. What if she still has to be pressed and kissed by the other party, but at least her mother won't find out? It's over, it's over. She is really going to be caught this time. Jiang Ziji has never been so panicked, not even when she just came in. But the man who was pregnant with her was still calm, as if the other person caught was not him. The fragrance of roses was brought in the wind, and Jiang's mother's voice was more and more clear with doubt. Ziji, where are the people? In the corner beside the stairs, a young man in sportswear had disheveled hair, and his inorganic dark eyes stared at the kissing figures with a sticky and wet coldness. The movement of holding the vase was almost unstable, and the veins on his arms were bulging, with an unremovable hostility. He wanted to tear the two people apart, holding the vase in his hand, and smash it at Pei Henian's disgusting face.
Why?
Forget about Gu Yuji. At least Gu Yuji has the right to do so. Who the Hades is he, Pei Henian? But the love rival's eyes fell on his face, with a kind of condescending provocation. His fingers ran through the girl's hair, and in front of him, he ended. He pressed the person firmly into his arms. He kissed her deeper and harder. Lu Xian felt as if his heart was set on fire, burning his limbs so much that they were almost trembling, and his mind began to become unclear. He wanted to rip Pei Henian away and knock him to the ground. He even wanted to take his place, openly kiss the young lady's soft lips and hold her in his arms. She was so delicate. Pei Henian had never served her. What if he hurt her? He needed himself more. Driven by dark and violent thoughts, he couldn't help but take a step forward. His gloomy eyebrows were exposed to the sunlight, and the dazzling sunlight made him squint. Xiaolu, have you seen Gigi? The lady's voice was close at hand, coming from the other side. It was only 3 or 5 steps away, and the angle was very subtle. As long as the other party continued to take 2 steps forward, he would be able to bypass the vase and see 2 figures kissing each other through the gap in the flower window. The eldest lady, who was trapped in the man's arms, was stiff. The morning breeze blew through her hair, and she looked like she was trembling slightly. Lu Xian clenched his fingers and stared at the direction of the 2 people. He should have definitely identified Pei Henian. After all, the lady loved the eldest lady and would not embarrass her, let alone let her suffer any grievances. And only this person who didn't know the shameless Pei Henian, the male mistress who pretends to be noble, and the shameless old man should be scolded and driven out by the lady with harsh words. Let him never get close to the eldest lady again. Let him completely disappear in front of the eldest lady. Let him never look at her with such condescending provocation again. Even if he doesn't point it out, he can remain silent and wait for the lady to move forward. Then discover all this in shock. Lu Xian clenched his fingers, and the squeezing of his bones caused a huge pain, but that delicate and gloomy face did not fluctuate at all. He glanced in the direction of a lady. I just saw it outside. He heard his own voice, with an almost eerie calmness, covering up for Pei Henian. He wanted to kill Pei Henian, but he had to cover up for him. Even if he was kissing his sweetheart, he would cover his eyes and tell lies that would benefit him, helping him to create an elegant and upright image. He couldn't let his wife find out about Pei Henian and the eldest lady's relationship. Otherwise, according to his wife's character, she would really drive Pei Henian away. Then, as quickly as possible, she would set a wedding date for the eldest lady and Gu Yuji. She would be married off with the most generous dowry. No matter how rampant Pei Henian was, he was just a third party who didn't want to see the light. But Gu Yuji was different. He occupied all the social recognition. Advantage. His revelation would only allow Gu Yuji to climb up the ladder, and he might even get legal recognition and become the eldest lady's legitimate husband in a long-planned grand wedding. The eldest lady cannot marry Gu Yuji. He understood this. Pei Henian, the old fox, also understood this. So he easily took advantage of their common goal and showed him the kiss in an ostentatious way, calculating that he would swallow his anger. As a jealous rival, he could only cover up for the other party's shameless lie. With half of the sun falling on his face, the young man in sportswear smiled slightly and looked at the lady across the wall. There was nothing wrong with his expression and tone. They should be busy. I'll go call them back to eat. The sound of high-heeled shoes faded away. Jiang Ziji finally pushed away Pei Henian, who had imprisoned her in his arms. A strong sense of sight fell behind her, burning her ears. The well-dressed man leaned over, stretched out his slender and beautiful fingers, and fell on the corners of her red and plump lips. The low and magnetic voice was hoarse, and he praised her without any concealment. "You did a good job, good girl." Jiang Ziji's face got even hotter. She had a beautiful red face, her neck was pink, and her collarbone was also pink. Just like a pink rose trembling in the early morning, it could not withstand the invasion of wind, frost, rain, and snow. Even the way she scolded was beautiful, her wet and round eyes raised, and she angrily slapped away the big hand that fell on the corner of her lips. "Pei Henian, are you crazy?" Pei Henian looked at her, his handsome and noble face with a faint smile, a pair of phoenix eyes covering her, and his voice was very gentle. "I'm crazy. Last night, when I heard that you were kissed by Yuji and said that you loved him the most in the world, I went crazy. It's a miracle that I can hold on until now, standing in front of you calmly and talking to you like a normal person." Jiang Ziji began to feel guilty again. She tilted her head guiltily, and the man held her face and turned her back. "Break off the engagement with him, little darling." Pei Henian looked at her and smiled. His handsome face was slightly cold. Although he was talking in a negotiating tone, what he said were all unquestionable words. "As compensation, I will give him the piece of land in the north of the city that he has always wanted. Be good, baby, don't make me angry. You have said so many times that you love me, you have to show a little sincerity, right?" She didn't know when her mobile phone was transferred to Pei Henian's hand. The man pinched it with his slender knuckles and handed it to her. "Just send a text message. Tell him that you want to break off the engagement with him and that you don't love him. I'll explain it to him and take care of it all." The girl with rosy cheeks stared at the darkened screen of her phone and raised her hand tentatively. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded, with a certain kind of horror. "No. In the plot, you have always regarded yourself as the young lady of the Gu family, showing off and taking advantage of the power of others. It is impossible for you to take the initiative to ask Gu Yuji to break off the engagement. As a vicious cannon fodder who is going to be slapped in the face after your mischief in the later stage, you will be ruthlessly dumped by Gu Yuji. If we rashly change the direction of the plot now, the subsequent tasks will definitely not be completed, and we will all be doomed." The girl's slender fingers hovered in the air, and her round fingertips trembled slightly. Behind her, the young man with a cold face stared at the pair of fingers exposed in the air, and his wandering gaze fell inch by inch to the back of Jiang Ziji's neck. Suddenly, the other party's movement was very subtle, so subtle that it was almost imperceptible, and he leaned in his direction. It was like the transmission of some kind of signal, and it was like a message for help in a panic trembling of the corners of the eyes. "She needs him." Lu Xian's breathing stopped suddenly, and her heart skipped a beat. Pei Henian's hypocritical and artificial voice was heard again, which seemed very warm, but was full of a fertat sense of crisis. What, is his opinion also important? A strong aura came over her, and Jiang Ziji felt that the air was becoming sticky and a little difficult to breathe. Pei Henian still had that faint smile on his lips. He looked at her, tilted his head, and waited for her answer. Suddenly, the young man in sportswear strode forward and held Jiang Ziji's wrist. The delicate and soft touch, with the sweet rose fragrance, came over her face, but unfortunately it was polluted by the always pretentious cedar smell on Pei Henian's body, and it smelled very sour. A flawless face. The lips were wet and red, and the lip beads were beautiful. Bright red, as if covered with a layer of honey. Even though she knew that the eldest lady had been held in someone's arms and kissed for so long, and even though she had made mental preparations, she could not help but witness this moment with her own eyes. The impact was far beyond his imagination. Lu Xian stared at the pair of lips that were glowing with luster. His mind went blank. His Adam's apple slid quickly, and he tasted an uncontrollable thirst spreading from the bottom of his heart. He could hardly control his movements, and even the fingers holding the white wrist were trembling slightly. Between the two of them, the wrist was squeezed tighter, and the fingers pinching the jaw were also exerting force. Some strange feeling of being robbed came, and Jiang Ziji felt a little embarrassed. Even though the suggestive action just now was made by her, deliberately inducing Lu Xian to rescue her. But he actually has no strategy? Just come up and rob her like this? Isn't he very smart and even won the top scorer in science? With 2 straight gazes, the Fertat aura was particularly sharp. After asking for help in vain, Jiang Ziji tried to squeeze out a few tears and looked at Pei Henian. No, it's not like that. I will bring up the matter of breaking off the engagement. The weak tone was very pitiful and pleading. The moist pupils were wide open, the long eyelashes flickered, and the layer of misty powder around the eye sockets looked like she had been bullied a lot. The glaring look was no different from being a spoiled child. Just like when he pressed the back of her head and kissed her, there was no deterrent effect at all. But half a minute ago, she was held in his arms, and this look was only for herself. But now, she used the same expression to show off in front of another man. The smile on Pei Henian's lips disappeared little by little. The phoenix eyes drooped slightly, and the ant-like gaze fell on the poor boy who was always trying to show his presence. Take your dirty hands away. The young man in black sportswear did not look at him. As if possessed, with eyes fixed on him, he raised his other hand. Jiang Ziji's eyelashes trembled as she stared at the hand that suddenly appeared. The fingers were slightly rough, with scars on the back of the hand. Perhaps because they were not treated well, the joints of the fingers were slightly wide due to frostbite, but because of the slender finger bones, they did not look ugly. In her astonished eyes, she passed by Pei Henian's fingertips supporting her chin, and landed on her lips that had been kissed. Jiang Ziji's pupils were shocked. Pei Henian narrowed his cold eyes. Only Lu Xian's face was full of expectation, and his fingertips trembled slightly because of his rapid breathing. The rough fingers pressed down slightly, rolling over the pair of wet, hot and soft lips that had been kissed by another man. It rubbed off the water marks on the lips. It also rubbed off the traces of Pei Henian. Jiang Ziji never expected this direction, and her mind was almost stuck. The next moment, the sound of fists rang in the air. Lu Xian, who was breathing rapidly, was hit in the face and his face was tilted, but he quickly reacted. Pei Henian was obviously professionally trained, but Lu Xian fought with his life at stake. The moment the sound of fists hitting bones rang out, she quickly covered her mouth. She wanted to stop the fight, but was afraid of hurting herself by mistake. Only a faint sound came from between her fingers, making it difficult to hear clearly. Can we change the place? Suddenly, an arm was placed on his shoulder. A lazy voice came from his ear, with a hint of ridicule. Oh, I came at the right time. It's so lively.